A remote prison for serious criminals, yet the inmates spend every day collecting milk powder and diapers. All because the warden picked up an abandoned child. He thought the child would struggle to survive in prison, but surprisingly, the prison bosses all became child crazy, fighting to become the child's teacher. At this moment, a man questioned the child before him, "Little Yan, what should you do if someone sees you killing a person? Run away, or turn myself in?" "Wrong. What should you do then?" "You blink your eyes looking at the man, you should kill the other person too." "This is the correct answer," he said. "Grandpa, didn't you say we should be kind-hearted?" you asked puzzled. "This is being kind-hearted. Aren't we going down below to keep company with the person we killed? This way, the two people will have a companion on their journey to the underworld." Young as you were, you nodded with partial understanding, taking out the small notebook from your chest, and wrote down what you learned today. Old Knife looked at his proud disciple, nodding with satisfaction. "Little Yang, now show me the knife technique I taught you, let me see if you've been slacking off lately." "Yes, knife Grandpa." You stood up, a serious look appearing on your young face, slowly taking out a small wooden knife from your chest, and began to perform the knife technique Knife Grandpa taught you. Though the movements weren't skilled, each move concealed a hint of killing intent. "Good, good." Old Knife nodded with satisfaction. As the training continued, beads of sweat appeared densely on your head, and the speed of your knife movements gradually slowed down. "You old blade, you're bullying little Young again. He's still small, why do you make him train so long every time?" An old woman carrying a plate of fruit walked over, scolding Old Knife. "You old hag, what do you know? If he doesn't learn well now, what if he gets bullied in the future?" Old Knife fought back, immediately countering. "Humph, you dare talk back? I should have let you die on the toilet. You old witch, I knew it was you who poisoned me." Old Knife pointed at the poison woman in anger. You shook your head helplessly, used to this situation long ago. Poison Grandma and Knife Grandpa always quarreled whenever they met. You went straight to the fruit plate, grabbed a watermelon and bit into it. "Poison Grandma, Knife Grandpa, please don't fight. Knife Grandpa is doing this for my good, I'm not tired." Whether it was your voice that worked, the two people indeed stopped quarreling, looked at each other, snorted coldly, and turned their heads away. "You two old things are arguing again, really, don't you know to set a good example for little Young?" At this time, a young man slowly walked over. His arms reached past his knees, his fists already covered with a thick layer of calluses, as if one punch could kill a person. "Fist Grandpa, you're here." You smiled slightly. "Yes, I've come to get you, today you're supposed to learn boxing with me." "Okay, Fist Grandpa, I'll go right away." You nodded obediently. The two of you quickly arrived at an empty space, surrounded by various punching bags. "Little Yang, do you remember what I taught you?" Fist Grandpa turned to look at you and asked. "I remember," you nodded and said, "when the road is blocked, use your fists to open the way." A satisfied expression appeared on Fist Grandpa's face. "Very good, whoever stands in your way, you give them a punch. Our motto is, whoever has the bigger fist is right." Fist Grandpa set up his stance, then fierily demonstrated a set of boxing techniques, while you began to imitate him. Finally, a day of learning ended. Now you were soaking in a large vat filled with various herbs, with Poison Grandma by your side looking at you with contentment saying, "Our little Young has worked so hard. Although those old things aren't good people, their skills are quite impressive, and you can gain many benefits from them." You silently nodded, holding a computer in your hands, constantly hitting the keyboard. You were completing another task given by another grandpa hacking into a company's network system. Phew, finally done. Hacker Grandpa's task is finally completed, it exhausted me, this company's protection was really tough, I almost ran out of time. You put down the computer inside. At this time, in the capital city of Dragon Country, a company was already overwhelmed with work. Their system faced a complete collapse, and they had no idea who was behind it. When the company president learned the news, he became furious, raging in his office. "Can any of you give me a reasonable explanation? Am I feeding you for nothing? You can't even handle this small matter? Now you can't even find out who did this." "Mr. President, it's not our fault, the other party's skills are simply too strong, and their method is very similar to someone." "Similar to whom?" "The former hacker emperor, known as the network's sacred hand, Yang Tianfeng." The person beside trembled, as if recalling some bad memory. "Wasn't Yang Tianfeng sent to prison? How could it be him? And if it were him, it wouldn't have taken 2 hours." At this point, the president calmed down and analyzed. Just as everyone was at a loss, all the network systems suddenly returned to normal. "Quick, check if anything is missing," the president hurriedly said. "Mr. President, he didn't touch any files, but he transferred money from the company account." The technician spoke with a strange expression. "What?" The president's face changed. "How many hundred millions did they take?" "Tell me, I can bear it, just consider it paying for peace." "He didn't take hundreds of millions, the other party just transferred 1 cent, and left a message. He said, much offense, please forgive, he just wanted to complete his homework." The technician by the computer said. 1 cent? The president couldn't believe it, and hurried to the computer to check. It turned out that only 1 cent was transferred. While the president was thinking, his phone suddenly made a sound. He opened it to find it was a notification of a 1-cent transfer, with a note, "Please don't thank me, returning found money is my style, this 1 cent is returned to you." The president looked at this message in silence, slightly doubting his life. "Hacker Grandpa, I completed the task you gave me, how was it? Am I awesome?" You held the computer, boasting to an old man with a black face. "Ha ha, awesome, awesome. I didn't expect our little young to be so impressive, not ruining my title as the Hacker Emperor." The old man with a dark face patted the other person's shoulder, seemingly very happy, and continued speaking. "Little Yang, remember that we must return what we find, all the money must be returned to the owner. But on the other hand, what we have obtained is ours, we simply keep it for them," the old man with a dark face said. He was also teaching little Yang something good. Honesty is indeed a great virtue. Xiang Yang silently remembered the old man's words and summarized them. "Other people's money is my money, I am just keeping it for them." "Grandpa, hey, what is our homework for today?" "Today's homework?" The old man with a dark face was deep in thought, looking at Xiang Yang's computer. As if he thought of something, he said, "Continue to hack into this company, shorten the time. Whenever you can hack in quickly, you will have succeeded." Xiang Yang nodded seriously, then turned around and left. Next, he was going to play chess with Grandpa Feng, but he had to bring Grandpa Quan with him, otherwise, he would be in danger. "Hey! Madman, I brought little Yang to find you to play chess," Grandpa Quan said, looking at the crazy old man in front of him. He, little Yang is here, come sit down. "Let's start the game, let me see if you've made any progress today," the madman said with a strange smile, then sat down on a nearby stone. In front of the madman was a huge stone table with go pieces on it. Xiang Yang seemed to have gotten used to this and felt no discomfort. He directly sat down and started to play against the mad old man. As expected, Xiang Yang lost, he was no match for the old man. "How can you play here? You shouldn't do this." Why is it like this? Where did I lose? People are chess, and chess is people, chess is like life, ah. The madman gradually broke down, stood up, and began smashing various things. Then he looked at Xiang Yang and charged at him as if he wanted to tear him apart. Xiang Yang remained calm, quietly glancing at Grandpa Quan behind him. He knew that today Grandpa Feng would not escape a beating. "Madman is going crazy again, let me treat your head." Saying this, Grandpa Quan charged forward. How could someone playing chess defeat someone skilled in martial arts? As expected, the madman quieted down, pitifully hiding in a corner. Xiang Yang sighed helplessly and approached to comfort him. He had gotten used to this. According to Poison Grandma, Grandpa Feng had been like this since he arrived. It seemed to be because of a woman who drove him mad. That woman seemed to force him to play chess, to play against himself. As long as he won against himself, she would marry him. At that time, Grandpa Feng agreed, and then he went mad. He could never win against himself, every match was a draw, his strength had reached its peak. So he sought others to play chess with. If they couldn't beat him, he would kill them. A national treasure was thus confined in this prison. Little Yang. I'm telling you, little Yang, you need to remember, the chessboard is a battlefield, chess is not casually played. If the opponent loses, you must take their life, do you understand? Tell me you understand. Grandpa Feng firmly grasped Xiang Yang's arm, his eyes revealing a fierce and determined look. I understand, Grandpa Feng, I remember all your words. Xiang Yang forced his way to break free from the madman's grip and nodded. Little Yang, let's go. Don't talk to this madman, you still have a lot to learn. You have 6 years to master our inheritance, this way, you can protect yourself when you go out, Grandpa Quan said with a sigh. Why do you want to drive me away, Grandpa Quan? Is there something I haven't done well? You did very well, but after all, this is a prison, and you are not suitable for living here. We give you these things just to atone for your sins. After you go out, you must remember our words and turn your heart towards goodness, Grandpa Quan advised. Xiang Yang fought back tears and nodded seriously. Over the years, Grandpa and the grandmothers taught him a lot of knowledge. He felt that after going out, he would surely be a kind person. Night quickly fell, and Xiang Yang soaked in the bathtub again, while the poison granny began her rambling again. Xiao Yang, remember, the more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy her words are. Sometimes she might poison you, so don't be easily deceived by her, Poison Granny warned. Why? Because I, Poison Granny, am that kind of person, Poison Granny revealed a strange smile. When I was young, I deceived many men. Those men were as stupid as donkeys, I made them work for me and then poisoned them to death. So, you can't trust the words of beautiful women. Xiang Yang shivered, he suddenly felt that Granny was frightening. He wouldn't also poison himself, would he? Xiao Yang, don't be afraid. Now I'm old and worn out, I won't poison you, Poison Granny laughed aloud, then said, do you still remember the knowledge of herbs I taught you? In the future, when you go out, keep some poison with you for self-defense. When meeting strangers, just give them a dose of soft bone powder, regardless of whether they are good people or not. Ensure your own safety first, Poison Granny advised. Okay, Poison Granny, I remember. Xianyang nodded, then picked up the computer and began to operate. Today, he aimed to quickly break through that company's security system, completing the task assigned by Grandpa He. President, it's bad. He's back. Who's back? The middle-aged man's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked. That hacker who steals a penny, he has started to invade our network system again. What? Do they think we are made of mud? Everyone hold the fort. Today, I will make him unable to escape. Today, let him see what it means to be a top-tier corporate group. The middle-aged man waved his hand with great authority. An hour and a half later, everyone stared at the smiley face made of garbled characters on the computer, falling into silence. It turned out that their resistance seemed ineffective. The other side appeared even more rampant. They actually broke through their security system half an hour earlier than before. In no time, the company began to return to normal. How is it? Did we lose anything from our company account? Is it still a penny? The middle-aged man asked. President, we didn't lose anything this time. The other party just left us a message. What message? Is it again about completing his ridiculous assignment? No, he said to take good care of his money, as he would come to get it later, the man said with a troubled expression. This was simply too insulting. Money? What money? He seems to be talking about the money in our company account, President. The middle-aged man. Chapter 4. Xianyang is about to leave. President, should we call the police? Someone beside timidly asked. No need, let's wait until the other party takes our money before deciding. The middle-aged man waved his hand helplessly. After all, they hadn't stolen the company's money yet, and moreover, there was no use in reporting this kind of situation to the police. The reality is that their company is filled with elites from the internet industry, and if they failed, it's likely that even the police would just end up in a quagmire. A bit more progress in an hour and a half. Who would have thought their counterattack this time would be quite fierce? Xianyang wiped his palms, his hands had formed beads of sweat from the long battle. Xianyang put down his computer and began to walk into his room to rest. Tomorrow he would start a new round of studying again. At this time, in the monitoring room, many prison guards were gathered around, their faces showing signs of worry. Boss, what they want is getting more and more outrageous. They want the most advanced equipment, not to mention a century-old ginseng, and computers and stuff. The guards kept complaining. It's fine, let them have what they want. I have already applied to the officials of Longxia country. They said they would try to meet all their demands, as long as we keep them inside, said the sturdy man in charge as he lit a cigarette and slowly spoke. He already somewhat regretted sending the child to those people in the prison. Before sending him, they had no demands, and their lives were still quite comfortable. Now that they had that child, their lives had started to become a bit more high quality. Every day they would present a list for them to prepare items. Alright, go back to sleep, we need to be busy tomorrow. That lady says she wants wild deer blood, we have to get up early to hunt for her. Ah! We have to hunt, the guard exclaimed in surprise. What else? There are deer on this island, we can go. That lady wants it fresh, so we have to do it ourselves. Of course, if you don't want to go, it's fine, just hope that the water you drink doesn't have her poison, the sturdy man shrugged and said. The guard thought of the cruel methods of that poison woman, instantly shivering, and hurriedly said, Boss, I'll go, I must go. Make sure to call me tomorrow. As time passed, Xianyang's life kept repeating. The things he learned were the same every day, and he had already integrated knowledge from various fields. The lessons and self-defense tips taught to him by the grandpas and grandmas were quietly remembered in his heart. For these years, he didn't know what the outside world was like, his only connection to it was the company that he had been invading, and now he could easily break through their defenses in less than 5 minutes. President, the break time is up, would you like me to brew you a cup of coffee? The middle-aged man glanced at his watch and nodded, go ahead, the time is indeed almost up. Then, just as expected, all the computers in the company suddenly crashed, various symbols appeared on the screens, but this state lasted for a while before returning to normal. Others began to return to their work. The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, his expression revealing helplessness. He had no idea how he had gone through the past few years, from shock to helplessness and numbness. He couldn't even remember how many times the other side had invaded his company. His company felt like his home, easily accessible. Now the employees thought he must have a serious illness. Every few days they would have a hacker invasion drill, but it wasn't without benefits. After countless drills, the overall capability of the company employees to deal with hackers had improved significantly. He still remembered that a while ago, a hacker invaded his company. As soon as they came in, they were caught immediately, not only failing to invade successfully but also being counter-invaded, with all their money ending up in his company's account. Brother Long, I'm here again. Give me today's medicinal materials. By the way, where's my milk tea? I want it with less ice and 7 parts sugar. At this moment, Xianyang smiled and looked at the sturdy man in front of him. Over time, he had grown into an 18-year-old young man with a handsome face. The sturdy man, He Long, looked at the person before him, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he directly handed over the milk tea and medicinal materials. This little ancestor was finally about to leave. He Long was incredibly excited inside. This little bunny has almost turned his warden's office into a supermarket over the years. It started with just some small snacks. But then it gradually became excessive, with chips, milk tea, little cakes. If I don't agree to him, he starts to go find people in the prison to complain. At this moment, Xiangyang holds a milk tea in one hand and snacks in the other, feeling extremely happy. Recently, his grandparents have stopped training him, saying he is ready to go out. After more than 10 years, it's rare for him to be this relaxed. Toxic grandma, I'm back, I've brought your herbs. Xiangyang pushed open the door and spoke loudly, but then his expression froze slightly. He saw that the room was filled with people, all his grandparents who trained him. Even the crazy grandpa who usually plays chess with him was there, though he was tied up and placed in the corner, a rag stuffed in his mouth. Xiaoyang, you're back, just in time, I have something to tell you, Toxic Grandma said with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Ah? Grandma, what is it? Tomorrow is your birthday, after tomorrow, you'll turn 18, and you will no longer fit here, Toxic Grandma sighed. What? Grandma, so soon? I don't want to leave. Nonsense. How can you stay with us old folks forever? You should go out and see the world, that's where the real excitement is. Of course, if you miss us, you can always come back to see us old folks, Toxic Grandma said with a smile. Okay, I understand, Grandma. Xiangyang said gloomily, he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Xiaoyang, here is a package we prepared for you, I hope you can use it. That's all I had to say, you should prepare yourself, you'll set out early tomorrow. Saying this, Toxic Grandma patted Xiangyang's shoulder and then turned to leave. The others did not speak, only looking at Xiangyang with smiles on their faces, nodding quietly, and they began to leave one by one, finally shutting the door, leaving Xiangyang alone in the room. Whoa, old knife, why didn't you stop me? I still wanted to talk to Xiaoyang for a while. Old Fist, you're not a man, it's just a farewell, pull yourself together, Old Knife said, wiping away the wet corners of his eyes. Not just the two of them, at this moment, all the powerful figures in the prison began to feel sorrowful. Xiangyang had grown up before their eyes, and they had no descendants, completely treating him like their own child. You bunch of old-timers, stop crying, it's just a farewell, not a big deal, let the crazy one stop crying too, he's the one crying the hardest, Toxic Grandma said, tapping her cane on the ground a few times. Then she took out the rag from the crazy one's mouth. If crazy wants to cry, let him cry, I didn't expect you to be the saddest one. Who the hell stuffed socks in my mouth? It stinks. I want to play chess with him, I want to gamble my life. Cough cough cough. The crazy one said tearfully, and at that moment, his face seemed to turn deep green. Chapter 5, The Unmatched War God. After the crowd left, Xiangyang went straight to the package on the table, he wanted to see what his grandparents had left for him. Without hesitation, he reached out and opened the package, and when he focused on the contents, his expression froze slightly, he thought it was some life-saving or food. But it was not at all, inside were all kinds of tokens, with various patterns and colors. What are these tokens for, Grandma and Grandpa? Do you hope I use this to smash someone to death? Xiangyang said with a puzzled look, completely unaware of the purpose of these tokens. However, then it seemed he thought of something, these tokens might represent the forces behind his grandparents, probably hoping he could find them in case of difficulties after going out. Thinking of this, Xiangyang cherished the tokens as treasures and stored them away. Then lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, falling into deep thought. Tomorrow he will leave, and he does not know what kind of suffering he will face, after all, he has never been outside. Grandpa Knife said that the people outside are all bad, and told me not to learn from them. Over the years, Grandma and Grandpa have taught me how to be a kind person, and I have kept it in my heart. When I go outside, I will definitely do more good deeds. Xiangyang secretly made a decision in his heart, and then took out a small notebook from his pocket. He wanted to review his knowledge again. First is what Grandpa Knife taught him, if anyone speaks rudely to him, then that person is bad, he should take the knife and kill him, and if anyone nearby sees it, they are accomplices, and he should kill them all together to finish it. And what Grandpa Fist taught him, if the road is blocked, use your fists to open it. At that time, Grandpa Fist had already told him that anyone who stands in his way should be beaten to death, after all, blocking the road is being bad, he has to eliminate the harm for society. And the beautiful women, the poison grandma said, their words cannot be trusted. If anyone comes to flirt with me, I should give her a slap first before talking, Xiangyang murmured to himself. After quickly reviewing everything in the notebook, Xiangyang took out a lighter and instantly burned it. This is precious knowledge, and he cannot let anyone know. Time to rest, we will set off early tomorrow. The next morning, Xiangyang got up early. His outfit was very simple, a white shirt and black casual pants, paired with a handsome face, he looked like a cheerful boy. Xiaoyang, go. The helicopter is waiting for you outside. Don't be afraid when you go out, Grandpa and Grandma are your strongest support. Poison Grandma patted Xiang Yang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Understood, Poison Grandma, I'm about to set off, don't worry about me. Xiang Yang grinned and then turned to leave. He was full of curiosity about the outside world. At this moment, a light rain had begun to fall outside the prison, and the raindrops landed on Xiang Yang's face, but he felt no discomfort at all. He stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, taking a deep breath. At that moment, he felt the vastness of the sky and the world. He would definitely make a name for himself in Longsha country, becoming a great philanthropist for Grandma and Grandpa to see. Looking at the helicopter in front of him, Xiang Yang ran straight over and jumped onto the body of the helicopter. Let's go, Master, we should set off. Xiang Yang looked at the pilot in a daze in front of him and couldn't help but remind him. Ha? Okay, we're setting off now, the pilot quickly replied, then closed the door and started the helicopter. It's not surprising he was shocked. Who would have thought this young man could jump over 2 meters high without a ladder? Is this something a normal person can do? It's a bit ridiculous. On the other side, Poison Grandma watched as Xiang Yang had left, and the prison gate instantly closed. You old folks should come out now, Xiao Yang has left, the poison woman said, tapping the ground with her cane. As her words fell, all the doors of the prison opened, and Grandpa Fist and Old Knife quickly walked out, their faces showing a look of desolation. 18 years, I didn't expect that little guy back then would grow up so fast. Old Knife sighed. I say, are you all really that worried? Are you afraid that Xiao Yang will see you cry? What's the big deal? Poison Grandma said helplessly. You don't understand, you old hag. We must maintain our dignity in Xiao Yang's heart. If he sees us crying, how will we maintain our masculinity? Grandpa Fist said indignantly, he is all about face, you know. Poison Grandma waved her hand, no longer arguing with him. These old folks each have their own reasons, no one is going to argue who is right or wrong. Compared to arguing with them, there are more important things to do. Go call He Long over. We old folks have something to say to him. The poison woman coldly said to the prison guard beside her, her tone starkly different from the gentleness she showed towards Xiang Yang earlier. Ah. Okay. I'll go right away. The prison guard felt a chill from the poison woman's gaze and quickly turned to run, it was just too terrifying. He rushed all the way to the office to find the prison warden. Warden, those criminals inside want to see you. No need to say more, I know. Go handle your own business, He Long said as he put on his clothes. He had known this day would come. That little brat had left, and these big shots surely had something to instruct him. Otherwise, given their personalities, how could they possibly be at ease? Xiang Yang, you little brat, even after leaving, you still don't let me rest easy. I should have thrown you by the seaside back then, letting you fend for yourself. He Long cursed inwardly. But although he was cursing in his heart, a smile still appeared on his face. These big shots had watched Xiang Yang grow up, and had he not done the same? They had no offspring, neither did he. He Long quickly walked into the prison, seeing the big shots moving chairs to sit in the center, their presence overwhelming and emitting a fierce air as they looked at him. I say, gentlemen, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to intimidate me like this. I've watched Xiao Yang grow up too, He Long said with a bitter smile. Hearing He Long's words, everyone's expression softened a bit. Xiao Long, I know you can contact the people above, I want you to pass on a message to them. An elder stepped forward from the crowd, and everyone naturally made way for him. Ah. Wushwang War God, you. What war god? I'm just an old fool, the elder interrupted, speaking up. What I am about to say, you must remember. He Long was slightly taken aback, then nodded heavily. This elder was the current master of the war god of Longsha Kingdom, and it was hard not to respect him. If he hadn't made some mistakes when he was young, he wouldn't be stuck here. It was said that he had even volunteered to come in, otherwise, with his status, he wouldn't be in any trouble at all. Chapter 6, Rookie? Xiao Long, I hope you tell those people outside that Xiao Yang is our child. I don't want him to suffer any grievances, Long Wushwang said, continuing. We old folks have lived all our lives without children. He is our only concern. If something happens to Xiang Yang, we should go out for a walk. You must understand, this prison may seem solid, capable of trapping us all here, but it can also destroy us. However, the consequences are something they should think carefully about. After saying this, Long Wushwang coughed a few times, this body is getting worse. Well, that's all I have to say. You go handle your own affairs, I hope you can pass on my words. With that, Long Wushwang slowly left with the support of others. At this moment, He Long was already sweating cold, he could feel that they were not joking. These people had long lost hope for life and were ready to wait for death here. However, Xiang Yang's appearance had cast a ray of light on them, allowing them to revive their spirits. It could be said that Xiang Yang was their hope. Damn! The military district people better not act recklessly. He Long suddenly seemed to think of something and hurried back to his office to dial the military district's dedicated line. Pick up already. Damn, this is such a pain. Why is it taking so long? He Long clenched his fist, silently anxious inside. At that moment, the call was connected, and a stern voice came through. Xiaolong, what happened? Do they have any requests? I've said to try to satisfy them, just don't let them out. No, Commander, something happened just now. The unmatched war god asked me to talk to you and send you a message. He Long hurriedly spoke. What? What did he say? The voice on the other end became anxious. This person usually didn't speak much, but even now, in prison, he held high prestige in Longxia country. As long as he gave an order, the veteran military would instantly go into chaos. He Long took a deep breath and then told the whole story about Shangyang. So Commander, I hope you can quickly notify the military region. Those people are all war hawks, don't treat Shangyang as a rookie to train. He Long said. This was what worried him the most. Where was he sent? I don't know, wasn't the helicopter sent by you? You should ask them. Before He Long could finish speaking, the call was abruptly ended, clearly to check on the matter. Ji Quan, get in here. A stern-looking man shouted angrily at the door. What is it, Commander? What about the helicopter I asked you to send to the prison? Where did that kid go? I don't know either. I told them to just send him to any military region. After all, arranging for his household registration and job would be easy. Ji Quan weakly replied. He had so many matters to handle in a day that he couldn't keep track of these things. What? You bastard. You've ruined me. If anything happens to that kid, I'll peel your skin off. The stern man's expression changed, and he directly spoke. Then he hurried to the phone. With so many military regions in the country, he had to notify them one by one in a short time, hoping it was still timely. He didn't expect a child to attract the attention of so many big shots, but he should have guessed it long ago. After living for 18 years. Even a dog should have feelings. At this time, Xianyang did not know that because of his appearance, all military regions had erupted in chaos, desperately searching for this boy. Looking at the scenery below, Xianyang's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect houses to be so tall, and buildings could take on all sorts of forms. It was truly beautiful. However, the more beautiful something was, the more dangerous it could be. Should he destroy it? Young man, we are almost there. I've decided to take you to the general military region in the capital. The commander there is the supreme commander of Longxia country, so be sure to behave well, the driver smiled and said. They let him be sent to any military region, but seeing the other party's skills, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. It would be a waste to send him to those military regions, it was better to send him to the general military region to cultivate him properly. Okay, thank you, driver uncle. You're welcome. It's my duty. You're quite polite, kid. The driver smiled slightly, not expecting that a child coming out of prison would be so harmless and polite. Sending him to the military region was indeed the right choice. At this moment, Xianyang's body was tense, in a state of guard, with the small knife in his hand already ready to strike. Grandpa Knife had said to never let down one's guard. If the other party made any moves, he would send them straight to the afterlife without mercy. Fortunately, along the way, the two did not say much more. Soon, they landed smoothly, arriving over the military region. Young man, we've arrived. You can get off here. I have other tasks, so I won't take you further, the driver pointed in a direction and said. Okay, I understand. Xianyang jumped vigorously, directly leaping from the plane. A height of 3 meters was simply no problem for him. The man on the plane's eyes widened in surprise. Are today's young people so brave? He hadn't even landed yet. Does the other party really not fear being thrown to death? After Xianyang landed safely, he waved his hand to signal that he was okay, then turned and walked away. The man shook his head helplessly, relieved that nothing had happened to the other party, which saved him a lot of time. However, it was strange, all along, he felt a chill creeping down his back, especially at his neck. But now it felt much better. Maybe there was a draft in the plane just now. Xianyang curiously looked around, surprised that this place had quite a lot of advanced equipment. Grandpa Wu Shuang had taught him quite a bit about firearms over the years. Gecko, when do you think the new recruits sent from above will arrive? I can't wait to train these rookies, ha. A man licked his lips, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Lizard, be serious, don't mess them up. These are elites selected from all over the country, so it's better to be gentle with them, Gecko replied with a slight smile. Like giving them a cold shower first, or preparing some delicious food, Gecko said lightly. The two stood on top of a tank, gazing into the distance, chatting continuously. Today was the day they would train those rookies, and just thinking about it made them excited, as they had been through the same process back in the day. Here he comes. Gecko, I see him. Lizard exclaimed excitedly, but then a puzzled look crossed his face. Why was there only one person? How can we train with just one person? Let's wait until they're all here. Gecko waved his hand helplessly. No way, we have to give him a taste of our strength. This is our military district's specialty. Lizard grinned wickedly. Chapter 7, The Madman. Gecko shook his head helplessly. He knew the other party's character and couldn't stop it. Lizard, be careful and go easy. After all, he's here for the military district assessment. If you hit too hard, it'll be difficult to explain, Gecko said. I know, I'm just testing his strength. Besides, this isn't part of the assessment. If worse comes to worst, I'll just give him a higher score, Lizard said, cracking his knuckles. Then he jumped down from the tank and headed straight for Xiang Yang. Gecko silently mourned for Xiang Yang for a few seconds. In his eyes, the other party was destined to lie in bed for months. As the two looked at Xiang Yang, he also looked at them. Finally, someone is here. They must know how to get to the command post, right? HM? This person is coming towards me, he must be taking me there. Xiang Yang frowned slightly, feeling this person was a bit strange. Why was he always smiling at him? Did he run into a bad person as soon as he got here? Was this his chance to punish evil and promote good? Kid, you're new here, right? Lizard asked, mainly worried about hitting the wrong person. That would be hard to explain. That's right. I'm new here. Can you take me to find your commander? I need to talk to him, Xiang Yang replied after thinking for a moment. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he was new here. Then you're in luck. To see the commander, you must first get past me. Lizard grinned cruelly. With his build, it would be no problem to take down the other party. He could knock him down in just one round. Saying this, Lizard directly swung a punch at Xiang Yang's face without holding back. Just when he thought the other party would fall, unexpectedly, Xiang Yang dodged the punch to the side, and then a pain surged in his abdomen. The other party's fist had struck him unknown when. Cough, 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 it hurts, it hurts. Lizard clutched his abdomen and quickly pulled away. He didn't expect the other party's moves to be so fast. He had underestimated him. This kid couldn't possibly be a rookie. At this moment, Xiang Yang's eyes were slightly cold, his hands clenched into fists as he charged forward, not giving the other party a chance to react. Just now, the opponent had already attacked him, aiming straight for his face. According to Grandpa Quan's words, the opponent must be a great villain, preying on the weak. Today, he would rid the world of this evil. Xiang Yang's fists moved so fast that shadows remained, each punch targeting the opponent's vital points, giving the lizard no time to react. At this moment, the lizard crossed his hands to block constantly. The powerful force from Xiang Yang made his arms ache. He thought, this time the rookie training wouldn't mess up, right? Not good. This kid actually can change his moves. The lizard's expression changed slightly, and he no longer cared about face, yelling loudly, Gecko, come help. This rookie is nothing simple. Just as the lizard was calling for help, Xiang Yang's fist suddenly transformed into a tiger's fist, gripping the opponent's arm tightly and then pulling hard, instantly tearing clothing and flesh away. Feeling the pain in his arm, the lizard spread his hands wide open, unable to defend like this anymore, otherwise, he would definitely be worn down by the opponent. Thinking of this, the lizard began to throw punches at Xiang Yang. Now he could only rely on his combat instincts to attack. However, he was fast, and Xiang Yang was even faster. Just as the lizard opened his palms, Xiang Yang's other fist transformed into a crane's fist, heading straight for the opponent's throat. This strike, if it hit, would certainly be fatal. Stop. At this moment, the hurriedly arriving Gecko's expression changed, and he kicked out sideways toward Xiang Yang. He had not expected such a situation while arriving when the lizard was suppressed. Xiang Yang's face hardened. He did not dodge and continued to attack the lizard. Yes, he intended to kill 1,000 while sacrificing 800 of himself. Today, he could not let either of these two go. Spring breeze blows again. To cut weeds one must remove the roots. Xiang Yang silently chanted to himself. Crazy person, you crazy person. Stop it quickly. Gecko shouted loudly, not understanding why this rookie wanted to kill an instructor in public. How could Xiang Yang possibly listen to him? His eyes were fierce. The lizard was now trembling, instinctively turning his neck slightly to the side. This turn saved his life. Xiang Yang's attack landed on the edge of his neck, instantly tearing away a piece of flesh, causing blood to flow continuously from his neck. In that instant, Gecko's attack also arrived, directly kicking hard at Xiang Yang's shoulder, knocking him back several meters. Taking advantage of this moment, the lizard hurriedly distanced himself from Xiang Yang. His body trembled slightly, feeling that he had come very close to death just now. Are you okay, lizard? Is it serious? Gecko asked, looking at the lizard's wounds on his neck and arms. I'm fine, it's not serious, there's no big problem in a short time. What on earth is this kid? The lizard said with a face full of fear. How did those testers manage this? Didn't they say this time was all rookies? How is this not called no combat power? Alright, lizard, maybe we made a mistake, he might not be a rookie, Gecko sighed. The opponent's strength was enough to be an instructor, how could he possibly be a rookie? What? Not a rookie, then who is he? The lizard's face showed shock. Gecko shook his head, not answering his question, only looking at Xiangyang and saying, little brother, there might be a misunderstanding here, I think we can discuss this. It seems we have mistaken the person. At this moment, Xiangyang did not pay attention to the other party, moving his slightly aching shoulder. Fortunately, the opponent did not have much attacking power and could not severely injure him. As for what the other party said, he didn't take it to heart at all, because there was no need for him to talk to two dead men. Today, he would definitely not let the two of them go. Xiangyang took out a dagger from his chest. This was the one that Knife Master had given him for self-defense. Although Knife Master had taught him techniques with a long knife, the two weapons weren't that different. After all, both were knives, and the techniques could still apply to a dagger. So Knife Master proudly boasted that he was a genius, accomplishing what others couldn't do. Gecko, why is the other side holding a knife? Do they realize they overstepped and want to swear blood brotherhood with us? Lizard spoke up. Do you think their expression looks like they're about to swear blood brotherhood with us? Gecko's corner of the mouth twitched. Clearly, the other side was going to kill them both. Before the two could react, Xiangyang charged forward holding the dagger, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Lizard, stop daydreaming, let's take him down together. He's a madman. Gecko quickly spoke up. And so, the three of them began a new round of battle on the training ground. Chapter 8, I am the good guy. Facing the two people's siege, Xiangyang didn't panic at all. He directly grabbed the dagger and began attacking the injured lizard fiercely. His strategy was simple, kill one of them, and the rest would be much easier. Lizard's face turned ugly. He had never encountered such a troublesome opponent. The other side was clearly after his life, each time taking Gecko's attacks head-on, using a tactic of trading injury for injury. I can't take it anymore. Gecko, if this goes on, I'll bleed to death. Lizard spoke up. At this moment, there were wounds all over his arms and body, blood flowing incessantly. Soon his clothes were soaked with blood. His situation was dire. Stop. Who the hell are you? Do you know this is illegal? If you kill him, you won't get out of here either. Gecko's face turned cold, threatening. He really didn't understand who the other side was. How could their physical strength be so strong? They had taken several of his attacks without issue. Lizard and Gecko were both battle-hardened warriors, having seen it all. Yet today, they had been outplayed by a young man. Xiangyang didn't pay attention to their words. Instead, his attacks became fiercer. Knife Master had told him that killing doesn't require listening to the other side's explanations, otherwise, it's giving them a chance. He would definitely be disturbed if he did. With that in mind, Xiangyang waited for the right moment and made a horizontal slash across Lizard's throat. This strike would definitely be a blood-sealing blow. Lizard's body was unexpectedly pulled back by someone, narrowly dodging the attack. This kid almost took his life again. It was the second time. If it weren't for Gecko pulling him, he might have been saying goodbye right now. Lizard, run. Don't fight him, let's hurry into the military district. Otherwise, we'll really die here today. Gecko shouted at Lizard, then pushed him forward. He followed behind to cover his back. Damn it. This kid is wicked. Gecko, hold on, I'll go find someone for you. Lizard quickly turned around and ran, leaving bloodstains on the ground. Run. Where are you going? Xiangyang's legs suddenly powered up, and with one leap, he jumped over 2 meters high, directly blocking their path. Let's continue. Today, either you die, or I die. Running away halfway is not an option. As he spoke, Xiangyang licked the blood off his dagger, a smile creeping across his face. His once handsome features began to look sinister, as if he were a demon. At this moment, Gecko swallowed nervously. This was too evil. Who exactly was this person? How could there be so many things, fist techniques, knife techniques, and even this leg strength? Each one of these, if taken individually, is an astonishing existence. Lizard, you go to the tank first, I have placed a signal flare there. Go quickly, I'll try to hold this madman back. Gecko's face was grim. Then he charged straight forward. He had to buy enough time for Lizard. Lizard did not hesitate at this moment. He knew how urgent the situation was. The opponent was a madman, not listening to any explanation, with only one thought in his mind, kill them both. Lizard, dragging his severely injured body, quickly ran toward the tank and found the signal flare on it. Before he could feel relieved, a cold voice came from behind. If you dare release the signal flare, I guarantee your friend will never see tomorrow's sun. Lizard stiffly turned his head and found that Gecko had already been controlled by the opponent. There were knife wounds on his arms and thighs. At that moment, the dagger was already pressed against Gecko's neck. What do you really want? Lizard took a deep breath and forced a bitter smile. If he had known the opponent was this crazy, he should not have provoked him. But then again, the opponent wanted to meet the commander. Could it be that he wanted to harm the commander in secret? I don't want anything. If you commit suicide now, I will let your friend go. I will give you 5 seconds to decide. Xian Yang grinned. Lizard. Don't agree to him. Even if you commit suicide, he won't let me go. Gecko shouted angrily. 3 seconds left. Lizard looked at the signal flare, then pressed it against his temple. The signal flare could not only be used to call for help, but also to kill. He would never abandon any of his comrades. I never expected it. I didn't die on the battlefield, but I end up dying here in the military district. How laughable. Lizard shook his head helplessly, about to release the signal flare. Wait, don't, I believe you two are good people now. Take me to meet your commander. At this moment, Xian Yang suddenly spoke. This sudden sentence left both of them dumbfounded. They had just been about to express their emotions, but now they were told they wouldn't have to die? To verify the truth of his words, Xian Yang directly released Gecko and put away the dagger in his hand. Lizard, still half skeptical, approached Gecko, tightly gripping the signal flare in his hand. What if the other party was lying to them? Better to be cautious. Hey! You two, are you done? I told you, you're good people, I won't kill you. I won't kill you, don't worry, just take me to meet your commander, Xiang Yang said impatiently. He let them go only because his grandfather had said that the military district of Longsha Kingdom had no bad people, and even if there were, they were very few. So he was just testing them. If Lizard had pulled the signal flare, he would have killed them both without hesitation. Little brother, you say you kill bad people and spare good ones. But how do you judge that? At this point, Lizard, now wrapped in bandages with his bleeding stopped, asked with curiosity. After a brief conversation with Xian Yang, he had noticed some strange things. I'm a good person. Anyone who deals with good people is a bad person. Xian Yang thought for a moment and replied. But that doesn't make sense. You say I'm a good person, but what if you kill me? Wouldn't that make you a bad person? Lizard spoke. Even Gecko had a look of confusion. He couldn't quite follow the young man's thinking, or perhaps he simply didn't understand. Xian Yang glanced at Lizard and slowly spoke, if I accidentally kill you, then I'll kill him too. Xian Yang pointed to Gecko, who was standing by, watching the show. Why? I didn't provoke you, why would you kill me? Because you saw me kill someone. So I must kill you, and in this way, he won't be lonely down there, and someone can keep him company. Xiang Yang continued, in this way, I become a good person, after all, I did a good deed and compensated for the wrong of killing you. Chapter 9, Black Bear. Xian Yang's words left the Gecko stunned. Is this really right? Killing one person isn't enough, he has to kill another, the reason being not to let the other person be lonely, and in his view, he's still doing a good deed. Little brother, who taught you these things? And your strength. The Gecko said, taking a deep breath. Xian Yang looked up, a smile on his face, Grandpa and Grandma taught me. They are so good to me. I can let you meet them sometime. Oh? Sure, I'll come visit when I have time, the Gecko replied, where are they? They are in prison, but it's a bit far. I will take you there when the time comes, Xian Yang said. The Gecko. Afterwards, the three of them quickly packed up and headed to the headquarters together. On the way, the Gecko and the Lizard intentionally kept their distance from Xian Yang. This guy was a bit terrifying. They had no idea when the other might strike, and as for the new recruits report, they would let them wait there themselves later. It was safer for the two to stay together on their way to the headquarters. Little brother, we've arrived. The building ahead is the one. If nothing goes wrong, the commander should be handling matters inside, the Lizard said, pointing ahead. Xian Yang nodded and politely thanked him. Lizard, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Also, wasn't today the new recruit training? Why are you here? Before they entered the headquarters, a voice came from the distance. A tall, dark-skinned, muscular man walked over. It's nothing, just a small injury. Got this from a spar with someone, no big deal, the Lizard waved his hand. Black Bear, is the commander inside? I'm here to bring this little brother to find him. Black Bear didn't speak. His gaze was fixed on the lizard. The lizard's injury was serious, each wound just missing a vital spot. The neck injury was the most obvious, it was clearly meant to kill him. Lizard, do you think I'm stupid? Who hurt you like this? Was it that group of dragon serpents? Tell me. Black Bear's voice was rough, booming in everyone's ears. Black Bear, calm down. I'll tell you in detail later. I told you, it's just a small injury. The lizard covered his head, cursing under his breath. Why did he have to run into Black Bear, this big, simple-minded, muscle-bound guy? If he didn't speak, there was definitely an unspeakable reason. Little brother, you go find the commander first. I'll chat with my friend for a while, the lizard said helplessly. Xiang Yang nodded, not thinking too much about it, and directly walked toward the headquarters. Grandpa Wushuang had said that the other should arrange an identity for him, or else he would be stuck in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. Black Bear looked at the lizard, who kept avoiding him, and anger surged in his heart. To him, it seemed like the lizard had been bullied, and the gecko was also injured. Clearly, the two had been surrounded and attacked by a group. Lizard, gecko. What's going on with you two? Who's the damn bastard who did this to you? Black Bear glared, I'll help you get revenge. If I can't, the captain will. What are you two afraid of? The gecko and the lizard's faces changed. This stupid bear really didn't know what he was doing, daring to speak about that crazy person like that. Sure enough, at this moment, Xiang Yang's expression turned ugly. He turned around and coldly looked at Black Bear. This guy had actually insulted him for no reason. It was so impolite. Poison Granny had said that for those who have impolite mouths, one should make them unable to speak, poison their throats until they can't speak. But right now, he didn't have any poison, what should he do? He was in such a rush to leave that he forgot to bring it. Xiang Yang silently worried, but then his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance. That's right, how could he forget? As long as he doesn't let the other person speak, it's fine. No need to use poison, after all, the dead can't talk. Lizard, go find the captain. Hurry up. Geckos said to the lizard. The Black Bear's eyes were full of confusion. Why were these two so nervous? They didn't act this way when facing that gang of flood dragons before, right? Black Bear, the two of us will team up. If we can delay a little time, we'll delay. We need to hold on until the captain arrives, Gecko said seriously, getting into position. Ah. You mean this guy beat you up like this? Are you kidding? With his looks, he's definitely just a pretty boy, Black Bear said, looking at Geckos who was in a defensive stance, his expression full of surprise. Although Xiang Yang's gaze was terrifying now, he still couldn't feel any real threat. Big guy, why are you cursing at me? I don't think I provoked you. Do you know? Cursing me has serious consequences. Xiang Yang walked toward Black Bear step by step, his expression extremely indifferent. Black Bear looked down on him. There was actually someone this arrogant in this military district? His bad temper wouldn't let the guy off. I fucking want to, what's it to you? I'll curse you, what are you going to do about it? Black Bear said, finishing his words, only to see Xiang Yang rushing towards him at lightning speed. Black Bear, be careful. This guy is no joke. Xiang Yang reached the front of Black Bear, and facing the huge figure, he showed no sign of fear. He jumped straight up and landed on Black Bear's neck. Although Black Bear was big, his weakness was obvious, his movements were slow. In terms of speed, he had no chance of winning against Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's face turned fierce as he gripped his fists tightly and smashed them on either side of the man's head, executing a move called double wind through the ears. This strike was enough to knock the opponent unconscious. Black Bear's face changed slightly. He knew exactly what Xiang Yang was trying to do. He quickly grabbed Xiang Yang's legs and tried to throw him away with all his strength. But this guy was like a sticky plaster, he simply clung to Black Bear's arm and couldn't be shaken off. At this point, Xiang Yang's whole body was wrapped around Black Bear's arm, and Black Bear had already grabbed his feet. Xiang Yang placed his hands on Black Bear's arm, one up, one down, and then forcefully pulled down. With the momentum, Black Bear's body was pulled to the ground. Black Bear instinctively let go of his grip, trying to support the ground with his hands to keep his massive body from falling. Xiang Yang didn't give him a chance at all. Just as Black Bear was about to hit the ground, he quickly changed position. Grabbing Black Bear's huge hand, Xiang Yang kicked fiercely under his armpit, and with a crack, Black Bear's entire arm was dislocated. Ah! You little bastard, you're going to die. Black Bear shouted, swinging his other hand toward Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang quickly let go of him, did a roll, and dodged the attack. Even though his body was strong, he knew he wouldn't fare well against this hit. Black Bear's fist slammed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust, and a fist-sized pit appeared in the earth, showing just how powerful that punch was. Chapter 10, Beast Squad. Xiang Yang took out the dagger he had put in his pocket earlier, a cruel smile appeared on his face. It was perfect, truly perfect. How long had he been out, and he was already running into so many bad people. Grandpa and Grandma told him to do good deeds when he was out, but not to let anyone bully him. If he was bullied, he had to fight back. I guess if I kill them now, they won't have any complaints, right? After all, I'm doing a good deed. Xiang Yang picked up the dagger and charged forward. According to what he has learned, this was the best time to strike while the enemy was down. Just as Xiang Yang was about to reach them, a gust of wind suddenly rushed from the side, and he instinctively stopped, stepping back. This step made the gecko's attack miss its target, landing harmlessly in place. What is up with this boy? Is his battle instinct so strong? Otherwise, how did he dodge that attack? The gecko thought in shock. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang Yang had no real battle instincts. He had merely been trained in prison to detect sounds and locate positions, a necessary skill taught by his grandpa the thief. I remember your name is Gecko, right? I've already spared your life, so why are you interfering? Do you want to help him? Xiang Yang said calmly. Little brother, please don't be reckless, okay? What your grandpa and grandma taught you are all wrong ideas. Gecko blocked Black Bear, his expression serious. Xiang Yang's face, which was initially calm, suddenly darkened. How could they question his grandpa and grandma? It was simply unforgivable. With two of you at half strength, let's see how you both escape today. Xiang Yang struck directly, the dagger glimmering coldly as it rushed towards Gecko. At that moment, Gecko performed a side kick towards Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang blocked Gecko's kick with his arm and then swiftly slashed the dagger towards his opponent's chest, wanting to maximize the damage. Gecko hurriedly dodged the attack, his shirt was torn and a thin line of blood appeared on his skin. It was too fast. The opponent's attack was simply too quick, he couldn't avoid it in time. Black Bear, come help me. Stop playing dead. Gecko shouted to the burly man lying on the ground. If it weren't for him, would he be in this mess? Okay. Gecko, hold on, I'm coming. Black Bear forcefully popped his dislocated arm back into place, beads of sweat forming on his face. Clearly, this was no ordinary pain. The two of them surrounded Xiang Yang. With Black Bear's strength holding him back, it shouldn't be too big a problem. They quickly struck, ready to take the offensive and not giving Xiang Yang a chance to react. Xiang Yang smirked, these two were really funny, thinking they could trap him like this? With powerful legs, Xiang Yang jumped into the air, charging straight towards Gecko. Not good. Gecko, run. Black Bear's expression changed. Run my foot. Gecko forced a smile, the best choice now was to forfeit his arm to save his life. Had he known, he would not have come. Gecko crossed his arms in front of his chest, ready to block any attack from his opponent at any moment. At that critical moment, a dagger suddenly flew from afar. Xiang Yang instinctively used his own dagger to block, deflecting the incoming dagger. At the same time, he landed on the ground, and his attack on Gecko also failed. Just as Xiang Yang was about to see who had attacked him, he saw a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts running over, picking up the dagger on the ground and launching an attack on him. Then the two began a fierce duel on the field. For a moment, the blades flashed, and their movements were incredibly fast, making it impossible to see the next move. Gecko, Black Bear, are you both okay? Suddenly, a beautiful woman with an amazing figure rushed over. His eyes carried a look of concern. It's fine, I'm not dead yet. Luckily the boss came in time, otherwise, I think the two of us would be finished here today. The Black Bear helped the Gecko up and said. Face Snake, where are the others? The Gecko asked in confusion. The captain and I came first. He is injured and can't move well, so he is behind, Face Snake replied. Then he looked at the two people in the center of the battlefield, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, and couldn't help but ask, who is this young man? He can actually match the captain. This was hard not to shock her. After all, the other party was the captain of the Beast Squad, recognized as the king of soldiers in Longsha country. Even the commander-in-chief praised him, and this guy looked younger than the captain. I don't know either. He just said he came to find the commander, seems like he needs to handle something. Moreover, judging by his skills, he seems to have learned them in prison. The Gecko shook his head and said. Prison? Are you joking? What kind of prison can raise such a freak? With skills like that, prison. Face Snake seemed to recall something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He seemed to have forgotten something. In her mind, it seemed there really was such a prison that could teach people like that was the forbidden prison. Upon seeing Face Snake's expression, the Gecko immediately understood what was going on. How could he not have thought of it? That prison is filled with big shots and many criminals, capable of creating such powerful lunatics. Only those people could do it. How long will those two fight? I see the captain has already gone crazy. Are they really going to kill each other? Face Snake expressed concern. She knew the captain's character. Once he started fighting, he wouldn't stop, completely unaware of pain or fatigue. So, he was called the evil dragon in the team. Face Snake, you're mistaken, they both have gone crazy, it's not just one of them. The other is a lunatic and won't stop at all, the gecko said. They did not rush, they quietly watched from there, waiting for someone to resolve this naturally. With such a commotion, they didn't believe the commander-in-chief didn't know, they were fighting right at his doorstep. Face Snake, do you have popcorn? This is a bit exciting, the gecko said excitedly. I have poison, do you want some? It's similar to popcorn when eaten, Face Snake replied. Cough, 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 sorry, I was wrong, I don't want it, Face Snake, the gecko instantly backed down. Although Face Snake was the weakest in combat in their team, her methods were the most frightening, earning her the nickname Deadly Poison Master. Face Snake smirked disdainfully and thought, coward. At this moment, Lu Wuming was in the office, receiving one call after another, his hands starting to tremble from making so many calls. Why is there still no news? What happened, could it be that boy is lost? Lu Wuming frowned. Right now, he had no idea who the pilot carrying the young man was, since they were dispatched from various military districts, it was simply too many. If he investigated one by one, it would waste an unbearable amount of time. Chapter 11, The Truth of the World. Just as Lu Wuming was in a frantic state, suddenly a knock on the door sounded. Come in. Commander, it's bad, there's a fight outside. The evil dragon is fighting someone, you need to stop it. Chi Quan rushed in and said anxiously. Ridiculous. This is a military district. How can they cause such chaos? Who is he fighting? Is it the captain of the Flood Dragon Squad? Lu Wuming said coldly. These two squads often had conflicts, neither side giving in. Coincidentally, both squads were among the best under his command, and he had high hopes for them. No, Commander, it's a young man. I haven't seen him in the military district before, I saw him fighting with the evil dragon, and both sides are fighting fiercely. What? Lu Wuming raised his voice and quickly got dressed before rushing out, he seemed to have guessed who that young man was. He had already notified all the military districts, but he had forgotten about himself, no wonder he had not received any news for so long, it turned out he had come to him. Little ancestor, you mustn't get hurt, otherwise, I can't bear the fury of those old guys, Lu Wuming silently prayed. At this moment, both Shang Yang and the evil dragon bore several wounds, but the evil dragon had clearly more, immediately showing the difference in strength. You're really strong, but you shouldn't hurt my team members, as the leader, I have to get back at you, the evil dragon said with a cold smile, grabbing a dagger and charging forward, his attack even faster this time. Today, it's either you die or I die, who's afraid of who? Shang Yang also rushed forward, remembering what his grandpa used to say, in a narrow road, the courageous win, if the opponent is ruthless, he must be even more ruthless. The two immediately started to fight, their daggers clashing and buzzing, stinging the ears of anyone nearby. Then, in a moment of carelessness, both daggers were knocked away, and they began to grapple with their bare fists. It was clear the evil dragon was at a disadvantage. Shang Yang's fist techniques were strange and unpredictable, his footwork so elusive that the evil dragon's punches couldn't hurt him, while he suffered several heavy hits in return. Stop. Both of you stop. If you keep fighting, I'll record a serious infraction for both of you. Lu Wuming shouted at the two as they continued to fight. But it was obviously useless, the two seemed to not hear his words, their tempers flaring as they fought. The evil dragon had come this far because he was a disobedient person, so a serious infraction might work on others, but it meant nothing to him. As for Shang Yang, he didn't even know what a serious infraction was, and besides, this wasn't a prison, why should he listen to the other? Lu Wuming's face turned pale, and an overwhelming feeling of helplessness rushed into his heart, it felt as if his authority as a commander was useless against both of them. Suddenly, Lu Wuming turned back and glared at the three bystanders, scolding, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pull them apart, otherwise, you'll get a serious infraction too." The three were momentarily stunned, then reluctantly stepped forward. Truly, a higher rank could crush a lower one, the team leader wasn't afraid of a serious infraction, but they were. Black Bear, you're strong, you go first, I'll cover you. Death Gecko, why aren't you going? You're fast, you can escape first. You two stop stalling. Hurry up. I'll cover you, I'll find the right moment to poison them. Snake said, looking at the two. Black Bear gulped, looking at Snake, Sister Snake, you have to be steady, if we go up, don't betray us. Got it, just go. Snake pushed the two forward. Captain, stop fighting. If you keep going, something bad will happen. Black Bear shouted as he charged forward. Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding, the commander is here, don't fight. Gecko also rushed forward at that moment. Then, two shrieks pierced the air, instantly turning the military district into a pair of giant pandas. Sister Snake, are you done? Did you poison them? Black Bear asked, covering his painful eyes. You two didn't last even a second, where am I supposed to find the chance to poison them? You didn't give me any opportunity. Snake said, her face dark with anger. What did these two think she was, some kind of immortal poison expert? Then, what should we do? Black Bear stammered. What should we do? You two keep charging at me. Snake instructed. Black Bear's face turned pale. It sounded easy when Snake said it. Why didn't she go up herself? There's no other way, I have to go all out. Black Bear thought to himself, then charged forward directly. The massive body lay on the ground, hugging the evil dragon's leg. Yes, he was going to fight with his life. Damn it! The gecko gritted his teeth and then dashed towards Xiangyang. Yes, he was also going to fight with his life. Then, the gecko was kicked away by the opponent, flying through the air in a beautiful arc. At that moment, the flying snake took out a bag of powder from his bosom and sprinkled it on the two. This was soft bone powder, colorless and tasteless, and acted very quickly. Instantly, both Xiangyang and the evil dragon fell to the ground, unable to exert any strength. This was the power of soft bone powder. The black bear was also lying helplessly on the ground. Yes, he was also affected, and he absorbed quite a bit. The commander has dealt with it, now you can come over and ask questions, the flying snake said with a smile. Lu Wuming nodded. He was curious to see what was so special about the person that those big shots were concerned about. Just when everyone thought it was safe, Xiangyang suddenly stood up from the ground, showing no signs of being poisoned. The poison grandma was right. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is. She actually poisoned me with the soft bone powder often mentioned by the poison grandma, Xiangyang thought with lingering fear. Luckily, he had brought the antidote, but it was only the antidote for soft bone powder. How is this possible? Why are you not poisoned? I clearly saw the powder sprinkled on you, the flying snake exclaimed, his pupils dilating. Xiangyang sneered and reached out to grab the opponent. In a fight, one must first control the other's support. Kid, this farce should end now. That's enough. I don't know what those guys taught you in prison, but here you must obey. Lu Wuming said coldly. He could not let the opponent run wild, even if he offended those old fellows, it was worth it. Okay, Commander, you say it, and I'll listen. Don't worry, I won't move around. Oh? You think this is a misunderstanding? Yes. I believe this is definitely a misunderstanding. You are all good people, I was just a bit reckless. Xiangyang stood up straight, acting very obedient, completely different from the madness just moments before. The flying snake looked at the truth of humanity held by the commander, instantly falling into silence. This madman was really good at it. Even the gecko, who had been kicked away, twitched his mouth. He didn't expect it to be so simple. Indeed, it is true that no matter how high one's martial arts, one still fears a kitchen knife, let alone a gun. Chapter 12, Don't Come Near Me. Xiangyang looked at Lu Wuming's cold gun barrel and began to give in. Although he could dodge the fatal spot at the moment the opponent fired and even killed the opponent. It was unnecessary because the security guards behind Lu Wuming also raised their guns, and no matter how great Xiangyang was, he was still just a mortal flesh. How could he withstand a bullet? Grandpa Dao once said, a wise man knows when to retreat. Xiangyang silently recited. Seeing the other party become obedient, Lu Wuming began to lower his gun. This young man actually gave him a slight sense of crisis, like a lurking beast. You are Xiangyang, right? I have learned about your situation. In a moment, you come over, and I will help you register so you can have an identity in Longshan Nation, Lu Wuming said. Okay, we can talk about this later, I have something to do, Xiangyang interrupted Lu Wuming. Then he walked towards the already standing black bear and evil dragon. The flying snake had already detoxified the two. The black bear looked at Xiangyang approaching him, with a puzzled expression. What did he want from him? Was he here to apologize for his earlier rudeness? Soon, a crisp sound interrupted the black bear's thoughts. Yes, his face was heavily slapped. He actually came over to slap him. Aren't you being too excessive? My subordinate is not someone you can teach a lesson to, the evil dragon coldly spoke. He respected the other as a strong fighter, but that did not mean he could hit his own men. Do you still want to attack me? Do you not understand? Xiangyang mocked. I held back during our fight just now. If I had used poison or other means, you would be dead by now. The evil dragon was instantly speechless. Indeed, just by the way the other could detoxify the flying snake's poison, it was clear he was a poison master. Moreover, the other's fist technique, leg strength, eyesight, and hearing were all far superior to his own. Boss, let it go. This slap is what I deserve, the black bear took a deep breath and said. Xiangyang coldly glanced at him, you know this is enough. This matter is settled, otherwise, I will definitely kill you in the future. Commander, now we can talk about my identity. Xiangyang turned and changed his expression to face Lu Wuming, speaking. Let's go, you all come along too. Just right, I have something to explain to you, Lu Wuming said with indifference, glancing at the black bear. He would not interfere in this matter, as long as it didn't lead to a death, he wouldn't care. After all, strength ruled the team, and if the Black Bear wanted to regain his honor, he could seek revenge himself. The group quickly arrived in the office. Handling Xiang Yang's household registration was easy, it could be said to be a matter of one sentence. As the commander of the military region, this was nothing to him. However, the difficult part now was how to arrange a job for Xiang Yang in the imperial capital. If this decision was made before meeting Xiang Yang, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. But now, it was definitely not feasible. With his strength, he would surely cause chaos in the imperial capital, and he was not familiar with its rules, acting recklessly. Xiang Yang, what are you planning to do? Or rather, what job do you want? I can arrange it for you. Lu Wuming thought for a while and decided to let Xiang Yang decide for himself, to see what he wanted. I want to do good deeds. After all, Grandpa and Grandma hope I can be kind and sunny. Xiang Yang pondered with his head lowered. Lu Wuming's mouth twitched, this truly puzzled him. Just now, the wall gecko had already told him about Xiang Yang's situation. Xiang Yang's thinking had already changed, he did not understand what was good and bad at all. It could be said that those people in prison had taught him all their survival skills. Originally, this was a good thing since they were all big figures, but the key was that hardly any of them were good people. Some bad people taught a child how to be a good person. What's wrong, is it hard? Xiang Yang raised his head in confusion and asked. He remembered that Grandpa Wuxuan had said that such minor matters were trivial for the commander. It's not too hard. Let me think for a moment. Lu Wuming looked at the beast squad and spoke. You all think about how to arrange a job for Xiang Yang. The beast squad remained silent, they were genuinely afraid that if they said the wrong thing, this madman would come after them and tear them to pieces. What are you all doing? He is just a child, this is not entirely his fault, the flying snake scolded, her gaze to Xiang Yang showing concern. Indeed, she had naturally heard about Xiang Yang's experiences, they were simply too tragic. Living in a prison since childhood, he must have been undernourished and poorly clothed, facing those vicious characters every day. At worst, I will raise him, you all don't have to worry. This young lady has plenty of money, the flying snake snorted coldly, then walked towards Xiang Yang and said, It's okay, little guy. Let me hug you, from now on, I will take care of you and never let you live a poor life again. Everyone looked at the overly maternal flying snake, suddenly speechless. However, this was indeed a good solution, as Flying Snake truly had no shortage of money. Her wealth could almost be described as enough to rival a nation. Just as everyone thought the matter had come to a satisfactory end, what happened next shattered their worldview. I advise you not to come any closer, I won't be able to hold back, Xiang Yang said, looking at the voluptuous Fei Shi. Fei Shi's charming face slightly stunned, then she giggled, hee, I didn't expect Big Sister to be so charming, she actually seduced you. But it's fine, you're so handsome, if you put in a bit of effort, maybe Big Sister will agree. As soon as she finished speaking, Fei Shi reached out to pinch Xiang Yang's face, having already noticed that his skin condition was unexpectedly better than hers. It should be known that she spent hundreds of thousands every day to maintain her skin, using countless precious herbs. Xiang Yang blocked her approaching jade hand and slapped her directly. He had already warned her not to come closer, and since she insisted on misbehaving, it was not his fault. Faced with the sudden slap, Fei Shi had no time to dodge, spun around in place, screamed, and fell to the ground, unconscious. This sudden turn of events left everyone present dumbfounded, even the usually calm Lu Wuming showed a look of astonishment. What are you doing? He Xiong stepped forward, your name is Xiang Yang, right? Why do you always hit people for no reason? It's one thing to hit me, but why hit a woman? Facing He Xiong's questioning, Xiang Yang remained silent, utterly dismissive of answering him. He Xiong, don't make a fuss, Bai Hu spoke, then turned to Xiang Yang and asked, little brother, who taught you this? Bai Hu was calm at this moment. In his opinion, any irrational behavior from Xiang Yang must have some reasoning behind it. That meant he had learned something from the people in prison, leading him to believe that his actions were right. However, the people in prison had all made mistakes themselves, so they shared their regrets with him. Originally, there was nothing wrong with sharing regrets, but if all the big shots in the prison were telling Xiang Yang about their regrets, that posed a serious problem. You could say that Xiang Yang was now a ticking time bomb, you could never know when he would explode. Xiang Yang glanced at him and said lightly, old poison granny told me not to let beautiful women come near me, and their words cannot be trusted. If anyone approaches, I'll just give them a slap to remember it. Chapter 13, the prison boss showcases his power. Lu Wuming felt a headache after hearing Xiang Yang's explanation, it now seemed that his best option was a mental hospital. But given his current state, he might end up slaughtering the mental patients there. Commander, why not let him follow us? Our small team currently only has 5 people, so we are short on numbers, Ao Long suggested. Moreover, with his state, it's absolutely impossible to let him go outside. What? No way, Captain, when did you become so kind-hearted? This is a ticking time bomb, aren't you afraid your lovely teammates might lose their lives because of him? Bai Hu quickly interjected. If you say less, it will be fine. If you don't provoke him, how can he hit you for no reason? Ao Long glanced at Bai Hu and replied. If that's the case, then I'll leave him to you. Right now, there's no other way. Later, I'll see if I can send him to school to correct his mindset, Lu Wuming sighed and said. You all can leave, I want to be alone for a while. Lu Wuming rubbed his painful temples. These little rascals had never given him a day of peace. Everyone nodded and then walked out of the room. From now on, you will be my teammate, let me introduce you, Ao Long said with a smile. That big guy is called He Xiong, and the girl you knocked out is called Fei Shi. And that sharp-looking man is the gecko, as for the one you injured, he's called the lizard. As for me, they all call me the evil dragon, you can just call me that from now on. The young man smiled and spoke. Xiang Yang scanned the room and nodded, asking, do you guys not have names? Just code names? In the military squads, we only have code names. This makes future operations much easier. Otherwise, it would be bad if the enemy traced our family through our names, the evil dragon explained, shrugging his shoulders. Xiang Yang nodded, seeming to understand, then raised his hand and pointed at himself, what about me? What's my code name? Since you all have one, I should have one too. Your code name should be something you choose yourself, we can't decide that for you, the evil dragon shook his head. Xiang Yang rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face, his brow furrowed. It seemed coming up with a code name was very difficult for him, almost harder than doing good deeds. How about we call you Madman? Gecko broke the silence, speaking up first. Madman? Why that code name? I'm not crazy, do you all think I'm crazy? Xiang Yang looked up, confused, at everyone. At this moment, everyone fell silent, sometimes silence is an answer too. It's just a code name, don't take it too seriously. If you don't like it, you can choose another, the evil dragon spoke. No, this one is fine. After all, it's just a code name, it doesn't matter. Xiang Yang waved his hand, he really didn't want to get caught up in this matter, coming up with a code name was the most troublesome thing ever. The evil dragon was left speechless and could only nod. With Xiang Yang's strength, their team would definitely improve a lot, and then they would make the dragon team regret underestimating them. Oh no! Gecko shouted, his expression flustered, Captain, I almost forgot the main thing. Today is the day for the new recruits training, those rookies are probably on their way here, I need to hurry to the training. Okay, go ahead, the evil dragon nodded, but then thought of something and spoke, you should take Xiang Yang Madman with you, Lizard is out of commission, he can't establish any authority. Ah. Gecko dragged out a long tone, is this really okay? He was afraid Xiang Yang would end up killing those rebellious soldiers, that would be a loss indeed. It's fine, just go. I'll take responsibility if anything happens, the evil dragon said, then turned to Xiang Yang, Madman, in this military district, killing is forbidden, unless it's absolutely necessary, never let a life be lost. Okay, I understand, Xiang Yang replied calmly, but then silently thought, the premise is that they don't violate my principles. Seeing that the captain had spoken, Gecko could only nod helplessly. After all, only Xiang Yang could accompany him, Flying Snake had fainted, Lizard was out, and the Black Bear and the captain had tasks. Soon, everyone went their separate ways to handle their tasks. Madman, is the forbidden prison really dark? It must be filled with killing, right? Gecko couldn't help but ask. Xiang Yang looked taken aback, a strange expression on his face, he looked at Gecko and said, Why do you ask that? What forbidden prison? I'm doing very well there, someone cooks for me every day, and there are all kinds of delicious food. Uncle Helong always makes me milk tea. Ha! There's milk tea in prison. Gecko exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. This was different from the rumors he had heard. But thinking deeper, it made sense, there were important figures there, how could they mistreat them? As for Xiang Yang's confusion about the forbidden prison, that name came from their own creation, the people inside were all powerful, yet little known. Over time, it became known as the Forbidden Land. The two then went silent and headed straight to the new recruits training camp. At this moment, on the small island at the edge of Longxia country, in the forbidden prison, many elderly people were looking at the information that came to their hands. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. As expected from my student, going out and taking down the warlord. Tisk, something's not right. How did Xiao Yang go out and chop someone right away? How did you teach him, you old fool? Did you teach him wrongly? The punchmaster looked at the letter in his hand and questioned. You're talking nonsense. I taught him all good things. The self-defense tricks I summarized were for his protection. It's you who corrupted Xiao Yang. Old Knife directly refuted angrily. Alright, stop arguing. I see those people bullied Xiao Yang, so he rose up to resist. After all, what we taught him was right. Poison Granny summed it up. Exactly. Xiao Yang must have been bullied. Damn it, I'm going to contact my disciples outside and have them chop them down. Old Knife said with a face full of anger. Forget it. With your thousands of disciples, you still have the face to bring it up. If you ask me, it's about my skills. My fists probably haven't been disbanded yet, developing abroad. I'll shoot an arrow through the clouds, and they'll hurry here. The punch master clenched his fists and said. Then I have nothing to give Xiaoyang. How about I gift him a small country I won in the past? A man missing an arm spoke up. Gambler, you're pretty hidden, didn't expect you actually won a country. The old man with a black face exclaimed in shock, not expecting the other to make more money than himself as a hacker. Just by luck. The gambler replied coolly. Everyone kept promoting their own power, all claiming to avenge Xiaoyang and flatten the military district of the capital. At this moment, in the monitoring room, He Long's hands trembled. Things were really serious. He only wanted to show them that their way of educating Shang Yang had problems, but these guys misinterpreted it and even declared a rebellion. What to do? I need a solution. He Long's brain raced, almost about to start mimicking the moves of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf to come up with a solution. After all, the end of science is metaphysics. Chapter 14, What's that look in your eyes? Just as He Long was about to collapse, in a room of the prison, a frail figure slowly walked out. It was the war god of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. Alright. Everyone stop making a fuss. Xiaoyang is very safe right now, he won't have any problems, with the skills we taught him. Besides hot weapons, who else can hurt him in this world? The war god leaned on a cane and spoke slowly. Though he looked like he might fall at any moment, no one dared to underestimate this old man, because he had slaughtered a whole country. A large country at that. War god, are you sheltering the military district? Xiaoyang has suffered grievances inside. Old Knife stated frankly. Humph. As if I don't know whether Xiaoyang has suffered grievances. All those years, what you taught him was all killing techniques. Letting him hone himself in the military district is good, otherwise, how would his personality fit into society? The old man kept striking the ground. Alright, let this matter be. I guarantee he won't have any problems, everyone disperse. Cough cough cough. After speaking, the war god coughed up blood. His body was getting weaker, far from what it used to be. We taught him killing techniques, just like you didn't teach him. Old Knife, shut up. Don't make the elder angry, let's all go back to our own things. Poison Granny interrupted Old Knife coldly. Then everyone left unhappily, each handling their own affairs. Dragon Wuxuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, cast a cold glance at the monitor, then turned and went back inside. At this moment, He Long had already collapsed to the ground. He knew that look from Dragon Wuxuan was a warning. He also didn't want to hear about Xiaoyang being bullied anymore. Obviously, he had misunderstood. This time, his action was probably out of old feelings. Damn it! I hope those people don't know what's good for them, otherwise I won't be the warden anymore. He Long wiped the sweat off his forehead and spoke angrily. The message from the imperial capital reached those inmates even earlier than it reached him. After all, among them was a hacker emperor, and he couldn't hide anything at all. Moreover, Xiaoyang's personality was strange, but he would never strike out for no reason. It was certain that they had provoked him first. He was just a good kid. What was that look you just gave me? Do you look down on me? At this moment, Xiaoyang had a recruit under his foot and coldly questioned. Xiaoyang, that's enough, you need to stay calm, let him go. Wall Gecko hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, fearing that Xiaoyang might accidentally stomp the recruit to death. Wall Gecko, you'd better step aside. This is my business. Even though you're my teammate. Xiaoyang said coldly, not giving him any face at all. At this point, Wall Gecko was really speechless. Originally, both of them were getting along just fine, and the recruits were standing in a line according to the rules. At that time, he was quite satisfied, as everything was developing smoothly. Just when he announced that he and Xiaoyang would be the instructors for today, one recruit looked at Xiaoyang with disdain. He even whispered, how can a pretty boy be an instructor now? Xiaoyang noticed this right away and kicked him down to the ground, leading to the current scene. If you've got guts, let me go. What kind of hero is a sneak attack? The man underfoot struggled desperately, his face full of defiance. Let go? Sure, but if I let you go, we'll have to fight to the death, alright? It's either you die or I die, what do you think? Xiaoyang grinned, thinking himself a genius, as this way it wouldn't violate military regulations. The man's pupils slightly contracted, uncertainly asking, what did you say? Don't you know this is the military zone? You can't kill people. Of course I know, that's why I'm making you sign a death warrant. You should be grateful, if it were outside, I would have killed you long ago. Xiaoyang said viciously. The man swallowed hard, he felt the killing intent from his opponent, realizing that Xiaoyang was not joking, he really dared to kill him. So, are you going to fight or not? If not, just stay down until I'm satisfied. Xiaoyang said impatiently. I The man underfoot looked terrible, he felt like his face was thoroughly ground underfoot. I see, then just stay there obediently. Xiang Yang released his foot, then kicked the man sideways, turning him over and forcing him down onto the ground. Alright, is there anyone else who doesn't accept this? Or anyone who looks down on me, feel free to step up. I will make you all sign a death warrant one by one. Xiang Yang wore a bright smile. It was as if he was merely stating something completely normal. At this moment, the recruits present were already scared pale, no one dared to underestimate this delicate-looking young man. The killing intent around him seemed to say that he had really killed before. While Gecko was also slightly stunned, Xiang Yang's accidental actions surprisingly had such a great effect, truly managing to train this group of recruits. He was also curious where Xiang Yang's killing intent came from. Did he really kill someone? Because his own killing intent wasn't as strong as Xiang Yang's, and he had been to the battlefield. Forget it, maybe those big shots have some training methods, or maybe Xiang Yang really has killed someone. Wall Gecko privately thought. In fact, one could say they were all wrong. Xiang Yang had indeed killed before, but one could also say he hadn't killed anyone. He killed only those he imagined. In the prison he was in, there were masters of psychology and hypnosis. Every day, the killing in his fantasies had already nurtured a murderous aura within him. Welcome everyone to the Imperial Capital Military District. I believe you are all talented individuals who have come here through rigorous selection. The Gecko paused and continued, but I can tell you, this is just the beginning. Next, I will train you intensively for a week. If you endure this week, then you will be a qualified soldier, joining the Imperial Capital Military District to serve the country. Of course, if you cannot endure, you can tell me. The Gecko smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, pointing to a small bell beside him, saying, as long as you ring it, you can end it, comfortably go home. Of course, this means you also give up. Hearing this, the crowd trembled slightly. This was the purpose of their coming here. Next, I will give you a little gift. There is a tire in front, each of you will carry it and run 20 kilometers. If anyone drops the tire, they will add an extra 5 kilometers. Now, let's start. Go and collect the gifts I've prepared for you. The Gecko waved his hand and said. The new recruits hurried to get the tires, leaving only Xiang Yang, the Gecko, and a person lying on the ground. Gecko, do I need to do anything? Xiang Yang asked, feeling a bit aimless. Crazy, you don't need to do anything. The only thing to do is to make them leave, giving them mental pressure, the Gecko replied, as they had all gone through this before. Are you saying they can leave if they ring that little thing? Exactly, the Gecko nodded and said. Chapter 15, Bet Your Life? Xiang Yang nodded thoughtfully, this was too simple for him. To confirm his speculation, Xiang Yang walked towards the man lying on the ground and said, I changed my mind. Either you ring that small bell, or we have a life and death duel. What? The man lying on the ground looked incredulous. What was this? Did the other party want to force him to back down like this? Or was it just spite, wanting to bet his life just because he glanced at him a few more times? Aye. Crazy, you are wrong. All wrong, the Gecko hurriedly pulled Xiang Yang aside and said, I want them to voluntarily withdraw, not with this kind of coercion. Is it that troublesome? It's a simple matter, why complicate it so much? Xiang Yang frowned and said he still felt that his life and death method was more straightforward. Forget it, crazy. You go and busy yourself with something else, leave this to me. If there's a problem, I'll call you, the Gecko said helplessly. Xiang Yang nodded, he didn't understand the rules here, so it was better to stay quietly. If there's someone who is not convinced, call me, I'll handle it. With that, Xiang Yang yawned and went to sleep. This journey had been tiring, and he hadn't had a proper rest. Seeing Xiang Yang leave, the Gecko breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the other party would do something out of line. What's your name? The Gecko asked the rebellious man lying on the ground. My name is. Forget it, no need to say it. Wait until you stay, then tell me. Just remember that you must be careful, that person is not someone you can provoke. He truly wants to kill you, the Gecko said. Then, he pointed to the tire in the distance, you should go and train like them, but because of your excellent performance, I reward you by making you run 7 extra kilometers in front of everyone. How does that sound? Are you happy about that? The man gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes, and rushed towards the tire. At this moment, a satisfied expression appeared on the Gecko's face. He really hoped for more tough guys. After all, during this week, the chances of tough guys making it through were undoubtedly the highest, because deep down, everyone held onto a breath, that unyielding breath. Soon, evening arrived, darkness fell, and the air dropped several degrees. And those new recruits were each soaked in cold muddy water, their entire bodies covered in mud, each of them hanging a huge tire on themselves, constantly stirring their nerves in this weather. You can give up, just ring that bell, Gecko spoke, this trial won't kill you, but it might leave you disabled. Gecko's voice kept ringing in everyone's ears. At this moment, their hearts had begun to waver.
What's going on, Gecko? Has anyone given up?
Xiaoyang walked over from a distance, holding a steaming baked sweet potato, taking bites, and he had to say, the sweet potatoes in the military district were really sweet. Not yet, these guys are still quite resilient. Before Gecko could finish, voices started coming from the crowd.
I quit. I also quit.
Originally, many recruits' faith had already wavered a bit, and seeing the sweet potato in Xiaoyang's hand, it could be said that the last taut string snapped.
Oh ho, look, Gecko, many people have quit. I really came at the right time, Xiaoyang said, taking another bite of the sweet potato.
Gecko twitched at the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't come, perhaps they wouldn't have quit so early.
But this was fine, eliminating some people early.
If all these people were eliminated within 7 days, it can only be said that the quality of this batch of soldiers was poor.
Damn it, I can't take it anymore, you are abusing us.
Isn't it just a death bet?
I want to gamble my life with you.
A robust man threw down the tire in his hand and spoke angrily.
Oh?
Betting your life, Gecko, did you see that? Someone really wants to bet their life with me. Xiaoyang's eyes squinted slightly, as if he encountered something fun. Nonsense, you crazy person, don't pay attention to him, and don't agree to him.
Gecko, this is your mistake, it's their choice. If you disrupt the rules between us like this, I will be very unhappy because Grandpa Quan told me to respect every one-on-one fight.
Saying this, Xiaoyang handed the sweet potato in his hand to Gecko, then smiled at the man who had just spoken.
Come on, today we will determine our strengths and even life and death. I will give it my all, Xiaoyang said seriously.
Good. I'm afraid you won't make it. Today it's either you die or I die. Saying this, the robust man charged forward. But unexpectedly, a fist came flying and knocked him down to the ground. It was indeed the person who had provoked Xiaoyang's gaze today. Now he had a calm expression, addressing the man lying in the muddy water. Take back what you just said. What qualifications do you have to bet your life?
Hui Gu, why did you hit me?
The robust man had a confused look. Clearly, the two knew each other.
Don't talk nonsense, I want you to take back what you just said, if you don't want to die.
Feng Hui spoke word by word.
I don't want to bet my life anymore.
Cheng Bing shouted loudly, directly picking up the tire he had just thrown away, then stood still in the water, seemingly wanting to vent his anger. Feng Hui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the other party hadn't been foolish enough to ignore his words. He then took a deep breath and walked towards the nearby tire, continuing to carry it on his shoulder.
Hey! Why did you stop him from betting his life with me? Xiaoyang asked unhappily. Because he doesn't deserve it.
One day, I will personally defeat you, Feng Hui gritted his teeth and said. At this point, his legs had begun to tremble uncontrollably. Today, his training had already been a bit more than others, and just now he had also gone out of his way to teach Cheng Bing a lesson. Now he picked up the tire again, and for a moment, he had not adjusted at all. After all, his persistence relied on this fighting spirit. Xiaoyang's eyes flickered. What an interesting guy, actually daring to claim he would defeat him. Now he truly looked forward to it.
Alright, I will wait for you. I hope you won't disappoint me.
Xiaoyang picked up the sweet potato and turned to leave. There was nothing more to see here, as time was already running out. The gecko took a deep breath and glanced at Feng Hui. This guy was quite smart, and he really remembered what he said today. Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief, except for Cheng Bing, who had an expression full of unwillingness at that moment.
Brother Hui, why don't you let me challenge him?
I just can't stand his pretentious look. And today, he attacked you from behind, publicly humiliating you.
Cheng Bing said. Enough, this matter ends here. From now on, do not provoke him.
Why?
Because he really will kill you.
Don't blame me for not reminding you. Remember his nickname Madman. In the military district, every nickname is not given lightly. After finishing, Feng Hui no longer paid attention to Cheng Bing. Every word he spoke now was consuming his energy.
Chapter 16, Cut Off Your Tongue.
Many new soldiers fell silent, as they were not fools and naturally understood the meaning behind Feng Hui's words. In their hearts, they silently labeled Xiangyang as someone not to be provoked. When Xiangyang returned to his residence, he directly closed the door. This was the quarters assigned to him by the military district, and although it was not very good, it was clean and made him quite satisfied. Taking out a bell from his pocket, he hung it on the doorknob, then entered dreamland. His grandparents had taught him to remain vigilant at all times.
The next morning, Xiangyang was awakened by a loud horn, reluctantly opening the door only to see the gecko scolding the new recruits for being late by how many seconds.
Compared to yesterday, there were noticeably fewer people today. Clearly, someone else had dropped out. As noon arrived, the sun blazed high in the sky. Its scorching rays made it impossible to open one's eyes. At this moment, Xiangyang held an umbrella in one hand and ice cream in the other, joyfully enjoying himself. The new recruits running under the blazing sun instantly turned black in the face. This was simply unbearable.
Yo, who is this? Isn't it little gecko? What's up, starting to train new recruits? looking quite impressive being the boss.
At this moment in the training ground, a strange voice rang out, and a tall man approached, followed by 3 others behind him.
The gecko's expression darkened. He coldly replied, "What wind brought you here? Not staying put in your own place. What do you want here? Looking for trouble?"
When the two met, the tension was thick enough to spark a fire, drawing the attention of many new recruits, as they had never seen instructors fight before.
"Humph.
Little gecko, I won't argue with you, I'm here just to spar with you a bit, my hands are a bit itchy, let me see if your battle hero team is truly up to the name," the leading man, Long Hair, said. The gecko's face turned cold. The other side was clearly looking for a fight, and his strength was slightly weaker, meaning he had no chance of winning.
"Why are you not speaking?
Scared? If you are scared, just tell me, I can go easy on you. After all, you are part of the battle hero team," Long Hair stretched out his words. The gecko's face grew dark. He did not expect the other party to be this disrespectful. The friction between the two teams had happened long ago, and he still remembered it.
"Long Hair, don't go too far.
If you are bold, go challenge our captain, the evil dragon. Why are you trying to fight me?" the gecko said calmly.
Hee, I know I can't beat him, so I came to find you.
He's being dragged down by our captain.
I just want to ask you one question, are you in or out? If not, I'll count you in with Lizard.
As soon as Long Hair finished speaking, he felt something was off. He hadn't seen Lizard this whole time. Where did he go?
Kid, I ask you, where is Lizard?
Xian Yang kept turning his head to look behind, and then with a puzzled face, he asked, "Are you talking to me?"
"Nonsense. If I'm not talking to you, am I talking to a ghost?" "Oh, then please be a bit more polite, or I might get unhappy."
"Lizard has something to do, so I came to act as the instructor, and I'm also a member of the Beast Squad," Xian Yang said, directly finishing off the ice cream in his hand.
"Ha? You? Pooh ha ha ha." Long Hair immediately burst into laughter, then looked at Gecko and said, "You guys' team is about to disband, right? How can you let anyone in? Is it because Flying Snake has taken a liking to him? And he even told me to be polite when talking to him."
Not only Long Hair was laughing, but even the 3 people behind him burst into laughter.
"Is it really that funny?" Xian Yang asked with a straight face. "Is it not funny?"
"Kid, let me tell you," with your little build. Long Hair was about to say something when he saw Xiang Yang rush over at lightning speed, instantly appearing before him.
"Wow, so fast."
Long Hair instinctively tried to defend himself, but he couldn't keep up with the other's speed at all. In an instant, he felt pain in his shoulder, followed closely by his limbs.
This guy. He actually dislocated his limbs. Laughing, huh? Why aren't you laughing now?
Xian Yang kicked Long Hair over to the ground, his attack brutally fierce. Then he immediately placed a foot on Long Hair's chest.
"Do you want me to take your life, or just half of it?" Xian Yang's dagger kept gliding across Long Hair's cheek. "Second brother." The 3 people behind shouted, then rushed towards Xian Yang. They wanted to avenge their second brother and rescue him. Don't come over."
Long Hair shouted urgently, but it was clearly in vain. Soon, the 4 of them lay neatly on the ground, looking very peaceful.
"Now you can laugh."
"Go ahead and laugh," Xian Yang said with a smile.
Who are you? Why have I never heard of you?"
Long Hair swallowed hard. He hadn't even seen how he lost.
"You're a bit rude. I said to laugh, and you didn't laugh. You even asked me questions."
In situations like this, Xian Yang frowned. He had forgotten a bit. What should he do in situations like this? Xian Yang repeatedly tapped his forehead with his fingers, trying to make himself remember.
"Ah, I got it. Sorry to keep you waiting. Crazy Grandpa said that a true gentleman watches chess without speaking."
Interrupting someone else's thoughts is very impolite, so for people like this, we should cut out their tongues, hee.
Xiang Yang grinned, then walked towards Long Hair with the dagger in hand. "Don't worry, it won't hurt at all. Though it's my first time doing this, I'm very confident I can succeed." "Stop. You can't.
This place prohibits killing."
"Do you want to break the rules here?" Long Hair urgently exclaimed. He realized that the other person's mental state seemed a bit abnormal, like a madman.
"No, don't talk nonsense. I just cut out your tongues, not killing you."
"How could that be breaking the rules?" "It'll be over soon."
Xian Yang smiled slightly, then grabbed the other person's mouth with one hand and raised the dagger with the other, ready to start his punishment.
"Stop." Just as Xian Yang's dagger was about to fall, a piercing sound broke through the air.
A long spear shot towards him, with its tip exuding a cold light.
"Good spear, good treasure." Xian Yang's eyes lit up in admiration.
Then hurriedly dodged away. The long gun also fell to the ground nearby.
"You have clearly already crippled them. Why do you still want to take such cruel action?"
A young man in a blue robe slowly walked over. He was Long Yi, the leader of the Jelong team, with strength that was unfathomable.
"Captain, you're finally here.
This guy wants to cut off our tongues, you have to stand up for us.
Shut up. I'll deal with you when I get back, Long Yi coldly uttered.
Hearing the captain's angry tone, the four of them obediently closed their mouths.
Did I act cruelly?
No, I just wanted to cut off their tongues, not kill them. How can that be considered cruel? Xiangyang shrugged, saying, besides, I didn't even cut off their tongues, and you shot me. I want to know how this debt should be settled.
Chapter 17, Grandpa Wushwang.
Long Yi's eyes were icy, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you sure you want to settle accounts with me?
Why not? How about we have a bet? Let's see who's faster, you or me.
Xiangyang pointed at the four people on the ground and said, let's take these four as an example. We are about the same distance now. I want to see how many you can save.
What? You dare? Long Yi's face changed with realization, angrily reprimanding. Do you see that I dare or not?
Xiangyang quickly charged at the four men with his dagger. Now they were both about 4 to 5 meters away from them. Xiangyang quickly reached one of the men, grinning. He looked at Long Yi and said, you lost.
Stop.
Long Yi's long gun moved directly towards Xiangyang. With an intimidating momentum, this shot was powerful beyond measure. At this moment, Xiangyang's dagger directly stabbed towards Long Air's thigh, then pulled it out and instantly dodged away.
Ah! Long Air's scream echoed throughout the training ground. You are so bold.
Long Yi fumed, swinging his long gun and directly executing a back horse shot aimed at Xiangyang. He no longer cared who this man was. Today he must pay the price, otherwise, the Jialong team's reputation would be ruined. In a panic, Xiangyang took out the dagger and held it against his chest to block the long gun in front of him, but it was only temporary. After all, 1 inch longer means 1 inch stronger. The situation was very unfavorable for him. He could only think of ways to engage the opponent in close combat.
Don't fight anymore.
This is the military district. If you want to fight, get out and do it.
At this moment, Lu Wuming arrived, followed by Lizard and Flying Snake. Upon seeing Lu Wuming's arrival, even though Long Yi was reluctant, he still put away his long gun.
Lizard breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Xiangyang and these people in conflict, he realized it wasn't simple, so he directly went to find Long Yi to tell him his teammates were almost done for. Then he went to find the commander. As for why he didn't find the captain, he was afraid that the two teams might fight, and with Xiangyang being a madman, things would get even more chaotic.
What's going on? Long Yi, explain to me why you guys appeared here. This is not your jurisdiction, right?
Lu Wuming said coldly. Report, Commander, I just came to say hello, to promote friendship among the teams, but I came in good faith, yet the other side was ungrateful and directly injured my teammate. I was just trying to get back a little face for them, Long Yi spoke.
Lu Wuming gave Long Yi a deep look. He naturally knew the friction between the two teams was ongoing, and he could only turn a blind eye, but he hadn't expected they would run into Xiangyang, this madman, today. Xiangyang, do you have anything to say? What is going on? Lu Wuming asked. What can I say?
I have already been very merciful, not killing them is already quite good. The killing intent around Xiangyang involuntarily revealed itself, if it weren't for Grandpa Wushwang telling me that killing is not allowed in the military district. I have long taken care of them. Everyone's face changed when they heard Xiangyang's words, because they heard a name from his mouth, Wushwang Dragon Wushwang, the war god. That existence who once wiped out a country, ultimately locked himself in prison to avoid accusations and trials from various countries.
Long Yi's expression was complicated at this moment. Could it be that the strength of the opponent was because he was the disciple of Dragon Wushwang?
He had once begged him to take him as a disciple.
Alright, let's end this here. Long Yi, take your teammates back.
Your team has received a serious demerit, and if you dare to abandon your posts again, all benefits of your dragon team will be cancelled. Lu Wushwang waved his hand and said.
Okay, I understand.
Why, obviously he attacked first, we are the victims. Long Air said with difficulty, as blood continuously flowed from his thigh.
Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here?
Long Yi's gaze was cold as he spoke, then he moved his spear, piercing through the clothes of several people. He walked to the middle of the four, lifted them forcefully from the spear, and turned to leave.
By the way, what is your name? Long Yi seemed to think of something and turned back to look at Xiangyang. Madman, they all call me Madman. This is my nickname in the military district, Xiangyang shrugged and said. He wouldn't foolishly reveal his name. What if the other party found out his identity and went to the prison to hurt his grandfather and grandmother? He had to protect them well. Madman? I remember that. Long Yi murmured and turned to leave. This person is really strong. In a pure strength match, I might not be his opponent. Xiangyang sighed.
At this moment, many new recruits stood in place, as if they had heard something incredible. Did the opponent just want to kill the members of the dragon team? Was this something they could listen to? And even the commander-in-chief, whom they usually never see, actually appeared today.
What are you all staring at? Aren't you training? Or do you want to practice with me one-on-one? I'm always ready, Xian Yang looked at the standing new recruits and said. He absolutely wouldn't allow them to slack off.
After all, he didn't even have time to slack when he was training. Every day was fully scheduled, and it could be said that since he could speak and walk, his grandparents had started to specially train him. Hearing Xiang Yang's words, the new recruits grabbed their tires and ran away, even more desperately than usual, as if a fierce beast was chasing them.
Lu Wuming's mouth twitched. It seemed that letting Xian Yang train the new recruits was indeed the right decision.
This thorn was no longer visible. In the past, there would always be a few dissatisfied new recruits who would go against the instructor. After all, they were all elites from various places in Longsha country. How could they possibly submit?
Alright, you all continue training.
Come find me in 7 days, I have something to say to both of you, Lu Wuming said. Then he patted Lizard's shoulder. Keep an eye on him, don't let him cause trouble again.
After saying that, Lu Wuming left directly. Today's events made him realize that he could not let Xiang Yang leave. According to the other party's words, it is forbidden to kill in the military district, but once outside? If one could kill, then surely there would be no nonsense, right? TSK. Truly troubling. It seems I really need to arrange for this guy to learn early. His mindset must be changed, Lu Wuming thought to himself. In fact, he also felt a sense of cherishing talent. With Xiang Yang's strength, if he could be used by the military district, it would be an additional main force. Moreover, from his observation, it seemed that Xiang Yang was a well-rounded type. If those inmates really taught Xiang Yang everything, that would be too terrifying. Commander, is my master in the forbidden prison? The silent flying snake suddenly asked. Your master? The poisonous woman? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Lu Wuming said, and then a flash of insight struck him. Did you see Xiang Yang breaking your poison and that's why you're suspicious? Flying Snake nodded heavily, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. She had been searching for her master for many years. Chapter 18 I always get bullied. Back then, she clearly had used soft bone powder on Xiang Yang, but he easily broke it, which made her doubt if her master was really in prison. After all, the antidote for soft bone powder could only be prepared by her and her master, no one else could, so Xiang Yang must have some connection to her master. I'm afraid you'll have to ask Xiang Yang. I know too little about that prison, although I am the commander. Lu Wuming shook his head and said with a bitter smile. All he knew was that the peerless god of war was inside, he had no clue about anyone else, and the only ones who probably knew about that prison were Yilong and the ruler of Longxia country. Even you don't know. A look of despondency flashed in Flying Snake's eyes. Flying Snake, give up that obsession. There must be a reason your master doesn't want to see you. Moreover, she has already given you all her knowledge and... Lu Wuming paused and spoke calmly. If she appears, we will definitely not just sit idly by. After all, the incident with the poisonous woman back then was too significant. Not appearing now might be the best protection for her. Flying Snake clenched her fists. How could she not understand these principles? It's just that, she really wanted to see her master once, to ask her what happened back then. Did she really kill her whole family? If you still have doubts, just ask Xiang Yang. I have other matters to attend to, Lu Wuming said before turning to leave. He needed to find a qualified teacher for Xiang Yang to help him learn. Find Xiang Yang. At this moment, Flying Snake's body trembled. Thinking of how she, such a stunning beauty, stood before him, and he not only was unmoved but even slapped her, a wave of anger surged within her. Humph. If I'm going to find him, I'll find him, but I'm a master of poison, so I don't believe poison can't take him down, Flying Snake thought darkly. Let's see what this little junior brother is capable of. Indeed, she now believed the poisonous woman had taken him as her disciple. On the other side, everyone slowly walked away, while Xiang Yang sat on the ground with a frown, continuously sighing, as if he carried infinite sorrow in his heart. What's wrong? Why is the madman still frowning? What could possibly bother you? Gecko slowly approached and handed him a bottle of water. Xiang Yang glanced at it and took it, saying, My grandpa and grandma told me to do more good deeds after coming out, but when doing good, I shouldn't be bullied. But now, I haven't done a single good deed and keep getting bullied. I really feel useless. Gecko had a strange expression. He didn't want to talk anymore. Should he listen to the nonsense coming from Xiang Yang? The earlier part about not doing any good deed, he believed, but how could he say he was always being bullied? That was pure slander. Since he arrived, he had only been bullying others, okay? How could he be bullied by anyone else? Madman, stop overthinking. Open your eyes. You haven't been bullied, you have clearly been bullying them. Don't be sad, Gecko patted his shoulder. Don't comfort me anymore. I know in my heart that being bullied means being bullied. Then how exactly have they bullied you? Gecko, now also fired up, directly questioned him. Back then, you all attacked me for no reason. Isn't that bullying me? Then did you get hurt? Is it that you didn't, and I and the lizard aren't injured at all? It's different, Xianyang shook his head. Come on, tell me how it's different. You two are still alive, isn't that obvious?
At this moment, the gecko's eyes widened, he caught a whiff of danger.
Did the other person want to kill him? What did it mean that he and the gecko were still alive?
Xianyang clearly didn't notice the change in the gecko's heart and continued speaking to himself. Today, these few people have come, I was just about to cut off their tongues, but I got stopped. Now they only have a few broken bones and aren't injured at all.
Are you saying I'm not bullied? And it's a huge bullying.
The gecko looked at Xianyang and weakly asked, then I want to ask, why do I and the lizard have to die? Isn't it good for both of us to be alive?
Or is it something taught by your grandpas and grandmas? Huh? Xianyang looked at him in surprise. You've become smarter, huh?
You're right, my grandpa and grandma told me that if someone bullies me, just kill them directly, because most people who bully kids like me are not good people.
But I'm a soft-hearted person. Grandpa Dao also told me that after killing someone, I should see if their family poses any threat. If they do, then kill them all, even the earthworms should be split in half.
So I think I'm quite gentle, I don't think it's necessary to do that. The gecko was speechless at this moment. He didn't know how to respond to the other's words.
He shouldn't have come to chat with him, how could he talk to a madman?
No, the other party wasn't a madman. A madman is unclear-minded and doesn't know what they want to do, while Xianyang knows exactly what he wants to do, just that his actions are very extreme. So, simply put, his current state is crazy and extreme.
Why don't we call you ceaselessly crazy, instead of madman?
Why? I think madman is a good title, it just fits perfectly with my grandpa Madman in prison.
He's a big madman, so I'm a little madman, right? Xianyang said.
Then he looked at the new recruits training in the field, he felt that their training was a bit too simple. He should throw some poisonous snakes and insects on the ground to test their reaction ability. He had gone through it this way, for this reason, he had been bitten several times, and each time, it was Poison Granny who saved him.
The gecko looked at Xianyang with a bad feeling.
He hoped the other party wouldn't pull any tricks again.
That madman, you should go back, don't stay here. With me around, nothing will happen, don't worry. The gecko hurriedly said.
Xianyang looked puzzled but then nodded. Since the other didn't bother him, he was happy to relax.
Where is the cafeteria?
I want to go eat, I'm a bit hungry.
The cafeteria isn't open now, you can go over there.
There's a private cafeteria.
The gecko pointed in a direction. Xianyang nodded and set off. After walking a distance.
Soon, a large building appeared before him, and the smell of cooking wafted out.
This should be it.
I've been eating sweet potatoes to the point of almost throwing up these past few days. Finally, I can improve my diet, Xianyang complained, as he could only eat some sweet potatoes to stave off hunger while watching the new recruits every day. However, his meals were still pretty good. Compared to those new recruits and the gecko, who had only bugs and some reptiles to eat.
Chapter 19, Reinvading the Account.
Xianyang quickly walked into the cafeteria, looking at the relatively luxurious decorations inside, he nodded, truly a private cafeteria, this renovation style is extraordinary.
Hello, young man, what would you like to eat?
Everything here is freshly delivered.
A person in a chef's uniform said.
The honest middle-aged man walked over.
Meat.
I want to eat meat, Xianyang said.
Sure, please wait a moment.
Soon, a variety of delicious food was spread out in front of Xianyang, making his eyes shine with delight. Then he began to taste, and he couldn't help but say it was very delicious, although it was slightly worse than Elong's cooking, now was not the time to be picky. A table full of delicious food was quickly devoured by Xianyang.
Burp, I'm full, boss, your cooking is good, I'll come again next time, Xianyang said as he turned to leave. It wasn't early, and he was preparing to go home for a good sleep. Huh? Leaving, left? Young man, wait a moment, you haven't paid yet. The boss said, slightly stunned, could it be that he met a delinquent today? According to reason, there shouldn't be any in this era. Money?
Xianyang was puzzled for a moment, he seemed to remember that his grandpa and grandma had said that taking anything outside needed money, even for meals. He instinctively touched his pocket, only to find that he had not brought any money when he went out, not even any electronic devices, just a few tokens, which were of no use at all now.
Boss, I didn't bring money. Can I use this token to pay?
Xianyang said, taking out a token from his pocket. The remaining tokens were left in his room, he just randomly grabbed one, mainly for self-defense. This thing was made of some hard material, he didn't know what it was. The boss was slightly taken aback, the other side was trying to fool him with a broken token, what use would he have for that? Moreover, there was a gambling character written on that token, which was really not good, not impressive at all.
Young man, you aren't trying to renege on the debt, are you? Do you have a phone? I also support online payments here, the boss asked with a dark face. Xiang Yang's eyes flickered, he absolutely could not renege on the debt.
His gambling grandfather had said that one must stick to their principles and never go back on their word.
Can you lend me the computer?
Just 5 minutes is enough, I'll transfer the money to you right now, Xiang Yang said after a moment of silence. It seemed he could only activate his backup resources now.
The boss looked displeased but didn't say much, just pointed Xiang Yang in one direction. The computer is over there, you can go.
If it weren't for the fact that this was a military zone, he wouldn't let this person off so easily, he would have made him wash dishes by now. Xiang Yang sat down in front of the computer, and his aura changed completely. His fingers kept striking the keyboard. Soon, a bunch of gibberish appeared on the screen, followed by an account popping up in front of him.
Boss, how much? I'll pay you now. 300 for a small business. Xiang Yang nodded, then asked the boss for the account. Not long after, the boss's phone received a notification of 300 yuan transferred in. Alright, boss, can I leave now?
Xiang Yang said as he stretched. You can go, the boss nodded, a strange expression on his face. He didn't understand which account the other had logged into, that it took so long and was so troublesome. At this time, in a building in the center of the capital, a middle-aged man looked nervous.
Mr. Tian, it's fine, you don't need to be nervous. The other side might just be messing around. Tian Hao turned back and coldly glanced at the assistant behind him. If it's not your company, you wouldn't worry. Why did that hacker suddenly attack the company? This isn't the right time. Did you offend him? No.
President, we don't even know who he is, how could we offend him? Everyone cried out in chorus. At this moment, in the top office, all the core personnel of the company were extremely anxious. They were holding a meeting to discuss a project, and suddenly all the networks were hacked, in less than 5 minutes altogether. The speed made them directly think of one person, that was the hacker who had been infiltrating the company all along.
Humph. This is what I worry about the most. You don't know who he is, so you will unknowingly provoke him. I'm too familiar with this kind of routine. Tian Hao said.
I have read enough of these novels, where the other side is a powerful figure, and I am just the villain they continuously eat away at. Clearly, they could wipe me out in one go, but they prefer to insult me step by step. At that moment, the computer data returned to normal, directly breaking the deadlock. CEO, the company account has lost money, and it's a lot, the assistant's face changed as he spoke.
What? How much has it lost? Tian Hao asked, trembling. He knew this day would come. $300, CEO. I can't believe it lost $300? Tian Hao looked at the assistant in confusion and asked, can you say again how much was lost? Are you sure it's 300, not 3 million, or 300 million? 30 billion? No, CEO, it's just $300 lost, the assistant shook his head. Then why the hell did you say it's a lot? Do you not want to work anymore?
If you don't want to work, just get lost, there are plenty of people who want to work.
Tian Hao said angrily. His mood was already bad, and now the assistant played a guessing game with him. CEO, I'm not lying, compared to before when only a penny was stolen, $300 is already a lot and the other side left you a message, the assistant said quietly. Alright, you can go now, you all can leave, this meeting ends here.
No one is allowed to leak anything about today, otherwise, get out of the company, Tian Hao rubbed his temples and said. Then he took a deep breath and looked at the computer, wanting to see what this guy had left him. Sorry, I ran out of money for lunch, please use your money to pay.
But on the other hand, isn't your money my money?
Tian Hao's mouth twitched, he didn't understand the meaning of the other person's words.
Could it be that the other side had the ability to steal his money but chose to leave it for him to keep? And is it really necessary to make such a fuss over $300 for lunch? If they hacked into the entire company account, why couldn't they just tell him directly? Wouldn't it be better if he helped them pay? Who in the world is this? It's truly giving me a headache. I can't let this continue. If only I could trace the other side's account. Tian Hao sighed. His company's computer team had tried to trace the account, but found no way. The other side had set up hundreds of thousands of virtual accounts. Checking them one by one would take forever. Chapter 20, The Captivating Aroma. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. I hope this person won't make things difficult for me anymore, or perhaps we can meet once. Tian Hao thought, shaking his head. On the other side, Xiang Yang had returned to his residence and, as usual, placed the bell on the door, then lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. By evening, a beautiful figure tiptoed over, dressed in dark clothing, perfectly outlining her figure. He should be in this room, the gecko shouldn't have lied to me, otherwise, he knows the consequences, she thought, looking at the door in front of her. Indeed, today she needed to clarify the relationship between the other side and the venomous woman. She was well prepared today. Xiang Yang has the antidote to the soft bone powder, but that doesn't mean he has other antidotes. That brat actually dared to hit me. Today I must let you see my power, or else you really think I'm easy to bully, she said fiercely, gripping a slender wooden stick, which was the poison she made, the captivating aroma. As long as she ignited it, she didn't believe Xiang Yang would not obediently submit. Fei Shi carefully pushed open the door, but unexpectedly, the bell on the doorknob fell off. A crisp sound rang out as it fell to the ground. Not good. I've been discovered. Fei Shi's expression changed, and she quickly turned to run away. She didn't expect that Xiang Yang would be so cautious at such a young age. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't match Xiang Yang's speed. After all, she wasn't focusing on martial power. Xiang Yang dashed over and struck Fei Shi with a palm. Fei Shi sensed the dangerous aura behind her and hurriedly turned around, bringing her hands together to block, but the force was too strong, bending her arms back until they pressed against her chest, flattening her soft curves. Xiang Yang's face went cold. The opponent was indeed prepared, having stuffed cotton in her chest to lessen the impact. But the question was, how did she know he was aiming for her chest? Fei Shi was sent flying backward but quickly stabilized her position, her face showing grave seriousness. She had underestimated Xiang Yang's strength. Xiang Yang, don't hit me. It's me, Fei Shi, your teammate. Fei Shi hurriedly pulled off her mask and shouted. Now she had no choice but to reveal herself. She was genuinely afraid that this madman would kill her. You? Beautiful woman, what are you doing here? Xiang Yang paused, momentarily stunned. He remembered her clearly. He had knocked her out before, and felt guilty for a long time afterward, wishing he had held back some strength. I came to. Fei Shi's eyes darted as she looked at Xiang Yang. I came to see you. Look, it's so quiet at night, and you're all alone. I thought I'd come and keep you company. Oh, then you can go die. Xiang Yang replied simply before charging straight at Fei Shi. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood that she was lying. After all, who would come at midnight wearing a mask to talk? Gee. Wait. You've got it all wrong. Okay, actually, I didn't come to chat. I have something to ask you. Fei Shi shouted loudly. Xiang Yang ignored her explanation and threw a punch at her stomach. The reason he didn't hit her chest was simply because she had stuffed cotton there for cushioning. Puff. Fei Shi spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, disbelief in her eyes. The murd. What to do if the other party asks me why I am looking for a poisonous woman? At that time, if I say I want to find out if she killed my whole family, will Xiang Yang not kill me on the spot? Fei Shi thought to herself secretly. As for whether the other party would take a liking to me and do something inappropriate while I am bewitched, I am not worried at all. After all, from the interactions, she doubts whether the other party is a normal man. Why are you hesitating? Or have you accepted your fate? Don't worry, I will make it quick for you. I want you to promise that once I admit I am the poisonous woman's disciple, you will not kill me. Oh, what a hassle, then I might as well kill you now, so I don't have to make any promises. Xiang Yang said as he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve. He was joking. How could he be threatened by a woman? Grandpa Knife said always never negotiate with anyone, never become the weak side. If the other party disagrees, just kill them, and that's it. You, how can you be like this? Fine, I will ignite it now. At this moment, Fei Shi was almost crying from anger. She didn't understand how there could be such a person in the world. This miss has beauty, has looks, and is rich enough to rival a country, yet the other party completely ignores her. A flame ignited, and the small stick was lit, a swirling smoke slowly rising, drifting toward Fei Shi's nose. At this time, Fei Shi took a gentle breath, and her eyes instantly became dull, the charm in her hand also falling to the ground. Fei Shi, why are you here? Xiang Yang asked when he saw the right opportunity. I came to find that madman to ask about the poisonous woman. I have been looking for her for many years. I don't want to wait any longer. Fei Shi spoke in a halting manner, but it was still clear to understand. Chapter 21, Freedom Training. Xiang Yang nodded after hearing this. The purpose of the other party seemed acceptable. It was not to harm him but to ask about the grandmother. As long as the other party said something harmful to him, he would directly strike to send the other party away. Are you the disciple of the poisonous woman? Xiang Yang asked again. Yes. I am her disciple. After hearing this, Xiang Yang did not ask further. Since the other party was the poisonous grandmother's disciple, that was a misunderstanding. He didn't need to kill the other party. Thinking of this, Xiang Yang struck the side of the other party's neck, knocking her unconscious on the spot. Go back to sleep. Xiang Yang yawned. This silly woman just asks him directly, doesn't she? She had to come to ambush him, disturbing his precious beauty sleep, and her life nearly ended here. Xiang Yang turned to leave but then sighed, returning. After all, she was the grandmother's disciple, and she looked young enough to possibly be his senior sister. He should take care of her. Why is she so heavy? This woman doesn't look that fat. Xiang Yang frowned, then looked down at Fei Shi's towering chest, suddenly shocked. Could it be that this woman stuffed something sharp or heavy inside, and it wasn't cotton at all? It's better to take it out, otherwise, it'll be so tiring to carry her back.
After some time, Xiangyang carried Fei Shi back to the residence and placed her on his bed. Then, he sat down to meditate, surprised by the woman's overwhelming strength. Luckily, he held on to his resolve at the last moment.
Didn't Grandma say that outside women are very dangerous? They not only deceive but also eat people. Why does it feel different from what she said?
Xiangyang looked confused, with a puzzled expression, as he looked at the sleeping Fei Shi on the bed. A term suddenly popped into his mind: big chest, no brain. It seems he should be careful of those seemingly ordinary women, because they might be terrifyingly smart.
The next morning,
the sunlight shone on the face of the flying snake, causing her eyelashes to tremble slightly. She then slowly opened her eyes and looked around at the unfamiliar environment, her expression instantly changing. She hurriedly got up and touched her neck. There were no scars, meaning the other party hadn't killed her.
You're awake? Xiangyang's cold voice rang out. Is this your room?
The flying snake asked awkwardly, not expecting this man to be so considerate, actually bringing her to his room.
Now that you're awake, you can leave.
I didn't kill you yesterday because you are the old lady's disciple. I hope you know what's good for you and don't come to bother me again.
Xiangyang said.
The corners of the flying snake's mouth tugged into a forced smile. This man was indeed unbeatable. At that moment, she actually believed he was a warm guy.
That poisonous woman, my master, she's in prison, right? Xiangyang said nothing, only nodded. He didn't want to deal with her right now, she had occupied his bed all night. Seeing Xiangyang confirm it, the flying snake felt a slight relief.
As long as the other party was alive, she would have plenty of chances to ask her later.
Knock, knock, knock. Is the crazy person in there? I need to talk to you, it's very urgent, open the door quickly. If you don't answer, I'm coming in. Gecko's voice sounded anxiously from outside the door. Come in. Xiangyang said.
At this moment, the flying snake's face changed slightly. The other party was speaking too fast, she couldn't stop it in time. If Gecko, that big mouth, found out she was in Xiangyang's room, the whole military district would hear about it by tomorrow. There was a scraping sound, and the door slowly opened.
Gecko walked in with a serious expression. Crazy person, I need to tell you. Flying? Snake? Gecko's expression froze.
He did not understand how the flying snake could be here. She should be inside the military district right now.
Gecko looked at Xiangyang, then at the slightly disheveled flying snake, and suddenly thought of something.
His eyes gradually became strange, as if he had opened several freight trains.
Sorry for the interruption.
I came at a bad time, you two continue.
No.
You came at just the right time, Xiangyang said, stopping him. The other party could just take this woman away, and he was about to go to sleep anyway, so it was perfect timing.
Ah. Gecko exclaimed in surprise, then asked in a low voice, am I also part of your play? Get lost. Speak quickly if you have something to say.
The flying snake glared at him fiercely, knowing that Gecko definitely had not held back any of his words. Gecko, frightened, took a step back and said, it's just right you're here, the commander has issued a task for us to rescue an old man. The specific location will be discussed when we get there. Do I need to go too? Xiangyang asked. No, you don't need to.
I came to tell you that you might have to train these new recruits next.
They have 3 days before they can take the assessment.
I have to go out on a mission, so this task can only be handled by you. Got it, you can go. After hearing this, Xiangyang revealed an unwilling expression.
He just wanted to sleep for a bit, but now he had to deal with this matter.
Just thinking about it was annoying. Gecko, let me tell you.
If you dare to speak about today's events, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. On the way, the flying snake's expression suddenly became fierce as she spoke to Gecko beside her. Okay, I understand, I promise not to say anything, Gecko nodded awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable about hiding the secret deep in his heart.
For the next 3 days, I will teach you all. Gecko has some matters to handle. Xiangyang said, dark-faced as he looked at the new recruits below.
Why has the instructor changed?
Damn, isn't that the living king of hell? Crazy person, what should we do, what should we do? Brother Hui, why do I feel like he is in a bit of a bad mood? Chang Bing said weakly.
No need to feel, his mood is very bad, so get ready for the storm to come, Feng Hui said with a bitter smile. I had gradually adapted to the high-intensity training these days and felt confident about passing the assessment, but now. He felt a bit unconfident. Xiangyang looked at the whispering crowd and didn't stop them, because he really didn't know how to train them now. Troublesome. Xiangyang secretly thought, then said to the new recruits, next, you will train freestyle, just follow the way the Gecko trained you before. When the new recruits heard Xiangyang's words, they were stunned at first, then turned to ecstasy, thinking if they train like this, they could all pass the test.
Brother Hui, this madman is moral, we can just practice casually.
Cheng Bing said excitedly. Feng Hui did not fall into ecstasy, but instead looked at this madman with concern, thinking that things couldn't be so simple. The other party was crazy but not foolish, how could it be so easy for them to pass the training?
Chapter 22, Reverse Heaven and Earth. As if to confirm Feng Hui's suspicion, Xiang Yang's gaze swept over them.
You have about 20 people now, and Gecko told me this is quite cruel, every year only 5 or 6 can remain. So let's change the game, Xiang Yang said with a smile, from now on, the 5 least trained will challenge me one-on-one. Remember, it's a life and death one-on-one, and exactly on the 7th day, only 5 people will be left. However, of course, if you win against me in the one-on-one, or kill me, I will count all of you as passing.
Xiang Yang glanced at the sun, it's early morning now, the results can come by evening, so let's start now.
After speaking, Xiang Yang lay down in the open space and fell asleep, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone turned to look at each other, their eyes filled with alertness. This madman was right, the capital military district would only keep 5 or 6 people.
Now they were all competitors. Brother Hui, what should we do now? What to do? What else can we do? Hurry up and train, unless you don't want to be killed or eliminated.
Feng Hui gritted his teeth and said, this madman's rules were rather cruel, completely forcing people toward a dead end. Having said that, Feng Hui quickly picked up a tire next to him and started training.
That's right, strike first to gain the advantage, delaying would lead to disaster. By evening, it would be the cruel moment of elimination.
With one person leading, the others quickly reacted, rushing towards the tire, fearing that if they were 1 second slower, they would fall behind. At this time, Lu Wuming was in the office handling the remaining documents. He had already dispatched the Dragon and Beast teams and believed there would soon be results.
These reckless guys. Truly, for money, they dare to do anything. When the tiger doesn't show its power, do they really think I'm a sick cat?
They will be cleaned up sooner or later.
Lu Wuming rubbed his forehead and said.
In recent years, some international mercenaries abroad had become increasingly rampant, lingering in the Myanmar area for years, causing headaches for many countries. That geographical location was quite awkward, at the center of various nations, and no country dared to take action because it would affect the whole situation.
By the way, I wonder how that Xiang Yang kid is doing. Is it really okay to leave the new recruits training to him?
A worried expression appeared on Lu Wuming's face, and then he stood up and hurried to the new recruits' training ground. This was the lifeblood of the military district, and he couldn't let this kid mess it up. In his eyes, this kid's training for the new recruits could only end in 2 scenarios. The first situation was that everyone passed, setting a record for the most passes in the history of the military district. In the second situation, a person may not pass and could directly die, creating the record of the fewest passes and the most casualties since the establishment of the military district. With a restless heart, Lu Wuming arrived at the new recruit training camp, and the sight in front of him left him utterly shocked. If it weren't for the fact that this was a military district, he would suspect these soldiers were on drugs. Their expressions were so fierce, as if they were training to death or training to death.
Where is this kid?
Lu Wuming looked back and saw Xiang Yang lying on a chair, eyes closed, snoring loudly, and drooling crystal-clear drool from the corner of his mouth.
This is unreasonable, all of this is unreasonable. Why are the recruits training so hard while the instructor is sleeping?
Thinking of this, Lu Wuming directly stopped a soldier to ask, I ask you, why are you training so hard?
Get lost. Don't disturb my training.
I'm falling behind again, damn it, the 5th from last is catching up to me, I have to work harder.
Ah.
The recruit who was questioned had bloodshot eyes, as if caught in a state of madness, and simply dodged Lu Wuming to rush forward.
Did that soldier just tell me to get lost? Training like it's life or death.
Lu Wuming was now trapped in deep self-doubt.
Is this right? Is this situation correct? It doesn't seem right at all.
Taking a deep breath, Lu Wuming charged towards this lunatic named Shangyang. No, he should be called a madman. He knew that this situation must have arisen for him as well. Standing in front of Shangyang, Lu Wuming was about to raise his hand to wake him up but quickly retracted it. He felt a bit scared facing a madman.
This guy shouldn't be cranky when he wakes up, right? It's fine, I'm the commander, why should I be afraid of him? Lu Wuming gained some confidence, reaching for the handgun at his waist.
Thankfully, he brought this worldly truth with him.
Cough, cough, cough. Crazy man, wake up. Stop sleeping, I have something to ask you. Afraid that Xiangyang couldn't hear him, Lu Wuming yelled loudly.
Upon hearing the voice, Xiangyang instantly opened his eyes, with a cold gaze, as if he were a glacier from 1,000 years ago.
The good news is that Xiangyang is awake, the bad news is that he is cranky, and it's pretty severe. What do you want? Xiangyang glanced at Lu Wuming's sidearm and spoke coldly. I came to ask you, what's going on with these new recruits? Why are they training so hard? Then why are you asking me? Go ask them, how would I know? After saying that, Xiangyang directly closed his eyes.
If it weren't for Grandfather Wushuang's words constantly warning him in his ears, he would have already gone on a rampage in the military district. You. Lu Wuming pointed at Xiang Yang, almost furious. If he could find out by asking, he wouldn't have asked. After all, he was also a commander, the other party wasn't giving him any face at all. Okay. If you're not going to say it, then I'll ask myself. Anyway, I don't have anything to do for now. Lu Wuming said angrily. Then, he moved a stool, sat next to Xiang Yang, and watched the new recruits training. Time quickly passed to noon, the sun was high, and waves of heat rolled through the air, yet these new recruits showed no signs of stopping and continued to train. Don't they eat lunch? Don't they rest? Lu Wuming said in shock. Training at such high intensity, no one could stand it, although it was a devil's assessment, there should still be time left for them to rest. Just when Lu Wuming was puzzled, Xiang Yang suddenly made a sound and stretched. This guy is finally awake. Lu Wuming thought to himself, he can really sleep too much. Oh. Commander, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the office? Xiang Yang turned his head and asked with a puzzled expression. Oh, I understand, you're here to replace me, right? I knew the military district was very considerate, afraid that I would suffer. Xiang Yang punched his palm with one hand, his face revealing a sudden understanding. Commander, you do your job well, I will head back now, said Xiang Yang as he stood up ready to leave. Get back here. Lu Wuming trembled with anger, clearly feeling very upset. This kid was simply going against the heavens. Even if he is replaced, how can there be a commander to take over? The main thing is this kid is completely two different people when he is asleep and awake. He directly forgot about what just happened. Chapter 23, Crisis. Xiang Yang paused his steps as he walked out. Did the other party just curse at him? It seemed like he told him to get lost. According to what the old ladies taught in the prison, he should cut off the other's tongue. Xiang Yang glanced at Lu Wuming's gun, then looked at the guards around, shook his head, and decided to let it go. After all, he was the one who listened to Grandpa Wushuang the most. Is there anything you need? Commander, do you want me to bring you some food? I can bring food, but you have to give me money, Xiang Yang said casually. He couldn't always make that company pay, could he? At this moment, Lu Wuming clenched his fists, telling himself to hold on. The other party was just misguided, he was still a good kid. You explain to me what is going on with them? Why are they practicing so hard? Oh, you mean them? I just casually said a few words. Xiang Yang said lightly, then he explained in detail how he trained them. After listening, Lu Wuming's face showed shock. No wonder they practiced so hard, they were being forced. If they didn't train well, they would either die or be eliminated at night. Your method is feasible, but it is a bit too reckless. Let them stop, at least they need to rest for a while at noon, otherwise, they might just exhaust themselves to death, Lu Wuming said, shaking his head. He did not stop Xiang Yang, instead, he felt that the other party's approach was quite feasible. Survival of the fittest is what the Imperial military region needed, strong warriors. Xiang Yang nodded thoughtfully. After all, in this military region, Lu Wuming was the boss, he had the final say. You can rest now, the time you rest at noon does not count towards training duration, Xiang Yang shouted to the new recruits. At this moment, the new recruits immediately dropped the tires in their hands. It was as if they had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. Some people were wiping the white foam from the corners of their mouths. If Xiang Yang had spoken a second later, they would have dropped dead right there. All right, Commander, can I go now? Xiang Yang asked. Go? Go where? What will happen to these new recruits if you leave? Do you really want me to just watch? Lu Wuming asked. Xiang Yang looked at Lu Wuming in shock. Why, Commander, can't you just watch? Why must I watch? Are you being double standard? You. At this moment, Lu Wuming felt a sharp pain in his chest. After being a commander for so many years, it was the first time he had encountered someone like Xiang Yang. It was simply infuriating. This is your task. I am the boss of this military region. If I tell you to watch, you watch. There is no need for so much nonsense, Lu Wuming shouted at Xiang Yang. You shouted me, Commander, you're not afraid I will kill you? The military district has recently developed the latest sniper rifle, and I was just worried that there was no one to test it. Do you want to become that lucky one? Lu Wuming said with narrowed eyes. He now realized that reasoning with such a crazy person was useless, and he had to use fists. After hearing this, Xiang Yang snorted coldly, then sat down in a chair to watch the new recruits train. He was not afraid of the other party. It was entirely because this was a military district, a sacred place where one couldn't just kill without reason. It was very impolite. Lu Wuming scoffed coldly, then turned and left. This kid was a good material, but he had to be finely polished first. Fortunately, there was the unmatched war god in the prison who instilled some military district thoughts in him. Otherwise, today this kid might really have killed him. It seems like the task of finding this kid a teacher needs to be accelerated, Lu Wuming sighed and said. On the other side, in a primitive forest, the Beast team was facing an unprecedented crisis.
Damn it! The information is wrong.
The opponent is a top 10 international mercenary group. Black Bear wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his arm was bleeding continuously.
Stop shouting. Flying Snake, can you contact Longxia country? Gecko said seriously.
At this time, the Beast team was left with only 4 of them. The captain blocked 4 or 5 opponents by himself to cover their safe retreat.
No.
The opponent used a large signal jamming device. I simply can't send out a message. Flying Snake trembled. She didn't expect that this mission would have a flaw. The opponent dispatched many experts to encircle them, the most terrifying of whom was a man. He was vice, ranked 3rd on the international assassin list. The dragon team is probably not doing much better than us. We can only take it one step at a time now. Let's try to move towards the edge, away from their signal jamming range. Gecko sighed. Just as the 4 were ready to get up and leave, a voice came. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?
Isn't it better to stay and play with us? Your captain is waiting for you.
More than 10 men wearing skull masks emerged from the trees, with the leading man holding a strangely shaped wolf dog.
Not good. We've been spotted.
Flying Snake, you go quickly, we 3 will hold them off, hurry.
Gecko shouted.
For now, the priority was to let Flying Snake send the message, otherwise, both teams from Longxia country might perish here. Flying Snake quickly escaped. She knew that this was not the time for hesitation.
Run. Where do you think you're going?
Get them, remember to capture them alive. Ming Er smiled wickedly, I'm going to catch another little beauty. Then, a fierce battle quickly erupted in the jungle.
Although Gecko and the others had received strict training, they soon got injured under the opponent's coordinated attack.
Black Bear, with his massive body, obviously took more damage, but relying on his strength, he drove them back repeatedly.
Hiss.
At that moment, a blade flashed by, and Black Bear, caught off guard, had his arm slashed by the opponent. Blood gushed out instantly, flesh torn.
Black Bear! Gecko shouted anxiously.
At this moment, Lizard was in a more miserable state, directly tied to a tree by the opponent, enduring the whip from their hands, continuously lashing. If you 2 don't stop, your friend will be whipped to death by us, one person slowly spoke.
Gecko, you 2 don't care about me.
Just kill that guy.
Crack. Ah! Lizard cried out in pain and fainted.
Initially, he shouldn't have been captured so quickly. It was all because of that kid Shang Yang, making him get injured and unable to show his strength. Gecko and Black Bear exchanged glances and quickly grabbed the nearest man in black, saying, let Lizard go, or I will kill him.
Mingxi let out a cold laugh, wrapping the whip around in his hand, and slowly replied, do you think this trick will work on us?
Feel free to act, it's just one life for another. After saying that, he tightened the whip around Lizard's neck.
Stop. We surrender.
Gecko said helplessly, then threw the masked man away and slowly lowered his hands.
Tisk, ridiculous brotherhood.
Mingxi laughed coldly and waved his hand, directly ordering people to tie the 2 up.
Chapter 24, Flying Snake calls for help.
At this moment, in the jungle, Flying Snake was continuously fleeing. Her own fighting ability was weak, and being a woman, her strength was far inferior to that of men.
What to do, what to do?
Why is there still no signal? What kind of broken place is this? The flying serpent thought anxiously.
TSK, little beauty, don't run anymore, isn't it better to obediently throw yourself into my arms?
Ming Er's voice echoed continuously through the jungle. His tone was filled with mockery. He was not afraid that she would slip away from him because his precious pet had a very keen sense. At that moment, Ming Er was slowly following behind, enjoying the thrill of cat and mouse play. That moment made him feel like the king who controls others' destinies.
No! This way I will eventually be caught.
The flying serpent's clothes had already been torn by the branches, and the remaining fabric could only cover her vital parts. The flying serpent tore off a corner of her clothing, smeared it with her blood, and then took out a packet of powder from her bosom and sprinkled it on the fabric.
You want to chase me? Let's see if I can poison you, you beast.
With a fierce look in her eyes, the flying serpent threw the fabric away and then started to run wildly in the opposite direction. Now every second she could buy was worth it, even if there was only a sliver of hope. Ming Er was leisurely following behind. That woman would exhaust her strength sooner or later, and by then she would be his prey. Just then, the wolf dog suddenly crouched down as if it had discovered something. Before it appeared a cloth bag, confirming it was the scent its master wanted it to find. However, this thing was not human, it was an object. Helplessly, it had to sniff it to confirm the scent, but unexpectedly, this whiff made it feel dizzy. Its legs kicked out while foaming at the mouth and collapsing on the ground.
Ming dog!
Ming Er screamed and rushed over to check the situation, but found the Ming dog had already lost its breath, leaving this world peacefully.
Wretched woman! How infuriating, I will kill you!
Ming Er roared furiously and sprinted away. In the Mingxia mercenary group, dogs trained like this were very rare, a treasure-like existence, but today one had died here. If the boss knew, he would definitely punish him. At this moment, the flying serpent was running for her life, constantly searching for a signal. She understood she had no time left. If she could not make contact, the beast squad would waste this chance.
I am the flying serpent. Please respond. I am the flying serpent. Please respond.
The flying serpent shouted repeatedly until her throat became hoarse. Buzz! Just when the flying serpent was in despair, the signal device in her hand suddenly emitted a buzzing sound.
This is the command center of the Longsha National Defense Army. May I ask what is the matter?
I am the flying serpent of the beast squad. I am at the Adamu primitive forest.
The intel is inaccurate, and there is a huge power disparity between us. Requesting support.
Requesting support, the flying serpent spoke rapidly.
Received. We will inform the superiors for support shortly. You wretched woman, die for me.
At this moment, Ming Air flew over and directly struck the flying serpent on the back. In an instant, the flying serpent flew backward, blood bursting into the air until she crashed into a tree and finally came to a stop.
Calling flying serpent, please respond. Calling flying.
Before any voice could come through, Ming Air directly crushed the signal machine with a kick, his face revealing a sinister expression.
Wretched woman. I truly underestimated you. You actually managed to call for the military.
The flying serpent was incredibly weak at this moment. Her whole body felt like it was in pieces, each movement causing excruciating pain. Ming Air slowly walked towards her, then kicked her in the abdomen, but feeling unsatisfied, he delivered several more kicks. The flying serpent's face turned pale at that moment. Blood poured from her mouth like it cost nothing, and she felt as if her insides were about to shatter.
Ming Air squatted down, reached out, and pinched the flying snake's face. That's right, isn't it? Doesn't it look much better now? Let me give you some lipstick.
After saying that, Ming Air dipped his finger into the blood on her lips and spread it evenly on top.
Oh, doesn't this look so much better? What a beauty.
It's a pity I'm not interested today, so I won't enjoy you. Ming Air admired his masterpiece.
Hee hee, you're not even a real man. Of course you can't enjoy me.
I bet. You have no other function down there except for metabolism. The flying snake spoke mockingly with disdain on her face. From the moment she saw him, she could tell this guy was a weak man. She was a researcher in medicine and knew all about poison.
He must have been using drugs for years. That's why he was like that down there. What? What did you say?
Ming Air's face turned red with veins popping. His secret that he had hidden for many years was revealed by a woman. This felt like a harsh blow to his nerves. The more Ming Air thought about it, the angrier he became. He gripped the flying snake's neck tightly, wanting to kill her right then and there.
Cough, cough. I have a way to make you a normal man again, as long as you let me go. The flying snake kept hitting his arm. Haha, no need. You don't have to use this trick to fool me. I won't fall for it, Ming Air said cruelly. Even if you could, it's just 2 or 3 inches. What use is it? Even if I get cured, I'll still be ruined by drugs. If I let you go, do you know what I'll face? Do you know how many people covet my position?
Vile woman, once I return, I'll satisfy you. I'm sure many men will be interested in you. After saying that, Ming Air knocked her out, then carried her towards the camp. At this moment, the Dragon Summer Nation was shaken. 2 elite squads trained by the country had actually been captured. Their lives and deaths were now unknown.
I said, no matter the cost, bring them back to me. Those 2 squads are very important to me, do you not understand?
Lu Wuming shouted into the phone furiously. Commander, please calm down. The situation.
I don't give a damn about being calm. It's not your people dying, so of course you can be calm. Let me tell you, if those 2 squads are gone, I'll go after you. Lu Wuming angrily hung up the phone. Damn it. How could this happen?
Lu Wuming slammed the table in anger. He couldn't understand how the intelligence said they were just a small mercenary, yet it turned into this. The gap in strength was immense. The intelligence must be wrong.
Wait, it seemed he missed something. Chapter 25, Vis.
Lu Wuming forced himself to calm down. There was a situation that could explain what was happening. The intelligence he received was not wrong. A group of weaker mercenaries had kidnapped the president of Wutian Company and fled into the Adamu primitive forest, where they were taken over by stronger mercenaries. Just as Lu Wuming was thinking, the phone suddenly rang. Without hesitation, he picked it up to answer. Wuming, as the commander, you are being impulsive. The Adamu forest is not something we can attack forcefully. Its geographical location is extremely special. I think you understand. A voice of an elder came from the other end of the line, filled with strength.
All right. I understand, Your Majesty, but we can't give up on them, right?
Whether it's the president of Teng Tian Company or those 2 squads, they are both vital to our nation.
Lu Wuming trembled.
He could face anyone aggressively, but in front of the national leader, he could only express his grievances, never daring to be unreasonable, as the leader was someone he deeply respected, a person who had devoted his life to the affairs of the country. Don't worry, I will negotiate with them, and I have also sent many soldiers over for a surrounding search, the old man slowly replied, then hung up the phone. At this moment, Lu Wuming clenched his fists. He knew this was just a delaying tactic. The other party's strength was definitely unfathomable, able to make his two squads call for help. They must be one of the top 10 mercenary organizations in the world. The other side's counter-surveillance experience was certainly very high, and their combat power was beyond what they could compare to. It was likely that Longxia country would either suffer heavy losses or face a huge financial drain, prepared for the other side's greedy demands.
There must be other ways, there must be. We will rescue them. Who else do I have? Lu Wuming's pupils constricted. He seemed to think of a suitable candidate. That was the madman Xiang Yang.
The other party's combat power was on par with a dragon and could even overpower the opponent, with endless tricks up his sleeve.
But here comes the problem. If something happens to Xiang Yang, what about those people in the forbidden prison? I can't care anymore. For the country and the people. Even if those people blame me later, I will shoulder it alone. Moreover, if something really happens to Xiang Yang, it is likely that it will be those mercenaries who suffer. Lu Wuming thought to himself.
Then he stood up directly. Yes, he was going to find Xiang Yang.
This was the only way left.
Deep in the Atomo Mountains, several tents were set up here, and more than 20 people were patrolling around, holding firearms, their eyes revealing a dangerous glint.
Why hasn't Ming Er come back? Does it take this long to deal with a woman?
At this time, a bald man wearing a mask spoke. He was the leader of the Ming Kill organization, Ming Yi, with countless bloodstains on his hands. I guess he is just playing his old tricks again. He will probably come back when he's done having fun, Ming San said sarcastically. He had long been displeased with the other party being one rank higher than himself. Ming Yi shot a cold glance at him and did not speak. He was well aware of their conflict but could not be bothered to care.
Ming San, what do you mean? Just because I'm not around, you talk bad about me?
Ming Er then walked out from the nearby bushes, directly throwing the flying snake from his shoulder to the ground.
Where is Ming Quan? Why did you come back alone? Ming Yi said coldly.
Ming Er's body trembled slightly. Boss, there was a little accident this time. I didn't expect this woman to have such skills. She poisoned Ming Quan to death.
Poisoned to death? Ming Yi's tone gradually grew colder, and then? Did she send out any signals?
This. Ming Er fell silent, effectively confirming his boss's words.
Slap.
A crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air, and a handprint instantly appeared on Ming Er's face, with a trace of blood even oozing from the corner of his mouth.
Trash.
If it weren't for the special situation now, I would have killed you on the spot. I know you love to play, but I didn't expect you to be so clueless about the seriousness of the matter.
Ming Yi yelled angrily. Get lost. Get out of here now. Lock this woman up. Understood, boss.
Ming Er hurriedly replied, picking up the flying snake from the ground and then leaving, fearing that the other person might change their mind. After all, in the Ming Kill organization, except for the leader Ming Yi, the positions of everyone else could change at any time. Even his position as Ming Er had changed 3 times in 3 years, highlighting the brutality of the organization. Ming Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He knew that the more it was this time, the less he could let anger cloud his judgment. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man appeared behind Ming Yi and slowly spoke. Ming Yi, I have done what I promised you.
Now you should give me news about my sister. VES, why are you in such a hurry? I will definitely tell you, but not now.
You have to at least guarantee that I will get out alive, Ming Yi replied, turning to look at the man behind him.
Are you trying to trick me? Do you know the consequences? Visa's killing intent involuntarily released at this moment.
If it weren't for the fact that the other party suddenly found him, making him block a few people in exchange for his sister, he had been searching for her whereabouts for years.
VES, don't be so agitated. There's no need for this.
After we get out, I will naturally tell you, Ming Yi said.
Nonsense. Do you think the Dragon Summer Kingdom is easy to deal with?
Let's see what you do when they come in with large quantities of advanced weapons into the primitive forest. Tell me right now where my sister is, or don't blame me for being rude.
VES was clearly not intimidated by the other party, speaking coldly.
Ming Yi's face also darkened at this point, but then he smiled, spreading his hands and saying, really, there's no need to make this so tense.
I'll give you an address.
Your sister is there, you can go see for yourself. After saying this, Ming Yi directly threw out a crumpled piece of paper, which recorded the location of Visa's sister. I hope you're not lying to me, or I won't let you go, Visa said, then turned to leave, showing no signs of hesitation.
Watching VES leave, Ming San couldn't help but speak up. Boss, did you really send him away? If his strength could be used by us, just let him go.
Otherwise, the relationship will only get worse.
Moreover, if he really takes action, apart from me, you all will die.
Ming Yi sneered and continued, don't worry.
He will come back, and continue to work for me. Chapter 26, I meant anything. Ming San looked at the boss's strange smile and couldn't help but shiver. He knew VES would definitely come back.
He couldn't escape the boss's grasp. As expected of the boss, so resourceful and considerate. I still need to learn from you, Ming-san said with a fawning smile. Ming-yi smiled slightly, obviously pleased with Ming-san's words. Stop flattering me.
You're the only one who can talk.
After this mission, you will take Ming-er's position. Ming-san was instantly overjoyed. He had been waiting for this sentence. His efforts over the years had finally paid off, and his wish was about to come true.
Thank you, boss. I will work hard and make sure not to let you down.
On the other side, Lu Wuming had already arrived at the new soldier training ground, his brows filled with worry. He didn't know how to explain this situation to Xiang Yang, this crazy person. This lunatic completely didn't play by the rules and was very likely to reject this matter. Forget it, let's take it step by step. At that time, I will explain the pros and cons. If worst comes to worst, let him use those prison connections, Lu Wuming thought to himself. Lost in thought, he quickly saw Xiang Yang. At this moment, Xiang Yang was lying on a chair with his eyes closed, while the new soldiers below were still training with all their might, their faces revealing a mad expression.
Ha! Lu Wuming showed a puzzled look, glancing at Xiang Yang and asking, what's going on? Why are there still so many new soldiers? Shouldn't there be only 15 left? How come there are still 20? Ha! Commander, you're here? Xiang Yang was surprised and asked. To him, the commander should be a big official, so why did he keep coming here? Did he want to practice with him? You first explain what is happening here. Explain what? I'm just thinking of letting them train for now. On the last day, we will. I directly organize 15 of them, that way it will be much more convenient, Xiang Yang shrugged and said. Lu Wuming's mouth twitched. This guy is truly a genius. No wonder the new recruits seemed as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yesterday, 5 were eliminated, and today it turned to 10. This pattern continued, increasing the pressure but also providing more chances for the new recruits behind. Let's not talk about that for now. Xiang Yang, I have something to discuss with you, and I may need your help, Lu Wuming said directly, without beating around the bush. You need my help? Is there something you, a commander, can't solve? Xiang Yang replied while lying on the chair. This matter, it's not something I can decide. Here's the situation. Lu Wuming then straightforwardly explained the situation in the Adamu forest. Xiang Yang listened attentively, his face serious. After Lu Wuming finished, he nodded and sighed. This matter, why does my neck feel a bit sore? Lu Wuming gritted his teeth and stepped forward to press Xiang Yang's neck. Great leaders do not sweat the small stuff, especially since he was trying to save his beloved officers. Can you? Sorry, I can't. My grandparents told me that the lives of others have nothing to do with me, especially since this matter itself is dangerous, Xiang Yang said, a comfortable expression on his face. It's undeniable that as a commander, his massage skills are truly impressive. Not going. If you're not going, why did you ask me to massage you? When did I say I wanted you to massage me? I just said my neck was a bit sore, and then you came over, Xiang Yang replied with an astonished expression, feeling that the other party was trying to force him into something, which was too much. You. Lu Wuming took a deep breath. He knew this matter wasn't so simple. He couldn't communicate with Xiang Yang's mindset, and national righteousness didn't bind him at all. Xiang Yang, please save them. They are very important to me. As long as you speak, I will satisfy any of your requests, Lu Wuming said with a bitter smile. Xiang Yang looked at Lu Wuming's bitter expression, puzzled. He didn't understand why Lu Wuming cared so much about their lives. Isn't it better for one person to take care of himself? Save them? That's possible, but I need you to promise me 3 things. Sure. As long as it doesn't go against my principles? Lu Wuming replied happily. I mean anything. Didn't you hear me? Xiang Yang interrupted sharply, speaking coldly. Anything? That's right. If you promise me, I'll go. If not, there's nothing to discuss. Lu Wuming fell silent at that moment. The price was heavy. He would have to agree to everything the other party wanted, which could mean his own doom and he couldn't refuse? Fine. I agree, but the premise is they all must come back alive. After much contemplation, Lu Wuming gritted his teeth and said, clearly engaged in a severe mental struggle. Alright, I can't guarantee they'll be alive, but I absolutely won't let them die in front of me. Send me the location. Remember, this is a deal, and I hope you will keep your promise. With that, Xiang Yang stood up and left, needing to pack his things. After all, those people would probably be difficult to deal with. But then he thought of something and turned back. You all train well, when I come back, it will be time to challenge you. By then, only 5 will remain, remember that, Xiang Yang called out loudly to the new recruits. Then he left with big strides. The new recruits, hearing this, instantly had crazed expressions on their faces, looking at each other as if they were rivals, training even harder.
At this time, Vice's figure kept running through the mountains, the piece of paper in his hand was already in a crumpled mess.
Sister, wait for me. I'm coming, I'm going to save you now.
Vice shouted continuously in his heart. At this moment, the third-ranked supreme assassin on the killer list, Weiss, had a weakness, and that weakness was his sister. When he was very young, his sister became separated from him, and for many years, he kept searching. Just when he was about to give up, he never expected that Ming-Yi would actually find him, asking him to deal with the Beast Squad and the Dragon Squad. At that time, he directly rejected the other party, joking that the strength of the captains of those two squads was not ordinary. If it were an assassination, his chances of success would be 50%, but a direct confrontation would only be 40%. He certainly wouldn't accept a task that threatened his life, but the other party gave him an irresistible bargaining chip. He knew the news about his sister Vino. So the two joined forces to set a trap, taking down the two squads one by one. Under their combined efforts, the evil dragon was no match for them. When the evil dragon was captured, Long Yi was easy to deal with. I didn't expect them to bring my sister here too, it's almost time, almost there, Weiss thought to himself. Soon, Weiss arrived at the edge of the Adamu forest. Before him stood a wooden house, that was where his sister was being held. Weiss didn't have time to feel joy, his gaze turned to the distance, and his expression suddenly changed. At that moment, the exterior was already surrounded by the military aircraft and special forces of Longsha country. Damn it! I'll have to find another escape route with my sister. Weiss angrily punched a nearby tree, a ruthless look revealed in his eyes. Chapter 27, The Silence of the Lizard. He didn't expect the military of Longsha country to respond so quickly, but thinking about it, those two squad captains were still young, already masters of combat. In the future, they might grow to rival the war god of Longsha country. For now, I can only save my sister first. Their main target is Ming Sha, they shouldn't make things difficult for me. Weiss took a deep breath and spoke. With the strength of these troops, they couldn't do anything to him. As for the war god of Longsha country, he was currently at the border and couldn't get there in time. Escaping with his own strength shouldn't be too difficult. Then Weiss quickly walked towards the small wooden house, opened the door, and what came into view was a little girl tied to a stool, her eyes filled with fear, her face pale. Wei. Vino? Though they hadn't seen each other for many years, that blood connection feeling couldn't be wrong. He was sure the other person was his sister. Hearing someone call her name, the girl slowly raised her head and hoarsely said, "Who are you? How do you know my name? Help me." At this moment, Weiss's body trembled. He wished he could kill Ming-Yi for daring to do this to his sister. Vino, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. I'm your brother. Weiss rushed forward, directly untying the ropes and holding his weak sister in his arms, feeling her trembling in his embrace. In an instant, a bad feeling surged in Weiss's heart. His sister's current state was definitely not right. What's wrong, sister? Do you feel unwell? They gave me a shot. I'm feeling so cold. After finishing her sentence, Vino fainted, obviously suffering from poisoning. Ming-Yi. All right, you and I are not finished with this. Antidote. Weiss mumbled, he knew this matter was not so simple. The other side actually used such a sinister method to bind him. Sister, don't worry, I will definitely save you. Wait for me, you must wait for me. Weiss took a deep breath and then gently placed his sister down on the ground, taking off his coat and covering her with it. This wooden house was temporarily safe, at least there were bushes surrounding it for cover. Even if Longsha country found them, it wouldn't be a problem, they wouldn't make things difficult for a little girl. Uncle, you can just drop me off here, no need to go any further. Xiangyang slowly spoke. Huh? Aren't you sure? Don't you want to take some gear? How are you going to fight like this? A bearded man with a full face of stubble asked. Xiangyang was dressed casually, with a black bag tied around his arm specifically for holding daggers. Why can't I fight? Extra equipment will just weigh me down. Hurry up and let me down. After Xiangyang's repeated requests, the bearded man reluctantly lowered the equipment to the minimum setting, then dropped down a rope ladder. Xiangyang descended the ladder, waved at the plane, and revealed a hint of a sunny smile, signaling that he was fine. Seriously? What is the commander thinking, sending a kid over here? Isn't that just asking for death? What a shame for such a good child. The bearded man shook his head inside, fearing that the kid must have offended someone he shouldn't have. On the other side, Xiangyang was unaware of the uncle's thoughts. Right now, he felt incredibly free. Being in the military district was so stifling, he always felt bound and couldn't unleash himself. He agreed to Lu Wuming for this very reason, and those 3 tasks were just casually mentioned because he didn't want to make a losing deal. Next, I should head deeper, they must be the bad guys, right? Killing them would make their grandpa and grandma very happy. Finally, I can kill. Xiangyang licked his lips, and a violent intent emerged in him. His figure darted through the jungle continuously.
How did you all get caught too? Didn't you escape? The evil dragon looked at Gecko and the others in surprise. He had stalled for them to buy time to send a message. The evil dragon was currently fixed to an iron frame, his limbs locked in place and unable to move. Boss, this isn't our fault, the other side had cheats. They even brought a dog that followed the smell of blood right to us, Gecko said with a bitter smile. It's okay, boss, the flying snake has already escaped, we still have a chance, don't be too downhearted, Black Bear said in his rugged voice. Cough cough cough. Everyone's here, what a coincidence. Where are we? Lizard, injured all over, slowly opened his eyes and looked around. We're in the enemy's stronghold. Not to criticize you, but don't you usually lack exercise? How could you be so useless and get caught so quickly? Gecko mocked Lizard. Isn't that something you can blame me for? If it weren't for that crazy kid beating me up, would I be in this state? Lizard blushed, realizing he had indeed lost face this time. And you're still saying that? Alright, stop arguing. Everyone be quiet, let's analyze the situation and think about how to get out. The evil dragon said impatiently, annoyed that they were still bickering in such a dire situation. As the evil dragon's voice fell, the scene suddenly quieted down, everyone lowered their heads and began to think. After a while, everyone sighed, their faces showing despair. There was no way, they could only wait here to die. Huh? Boss, why are you tied to an iron frame while we are just bound by iron rings? Isn't this a bit different in treatment? Is this looking down on me? Gecko looked at the evil dragon and asked. Exactly, this is simply too insulting. Black Bear raised his wrist where the iron ring was, which was noticeably thicker, clearly to prevent them from breaking free. Lizard glanced back at the hemp rope binding his hands, and suddenly fell silent. He vowed that the other side would pay a price. They had insulted them, what did that make him? Did they completely disregard him? The evil dragon obviously noticed something at this moment, and immediately spoke excitedly. Lizard, come here quickly, let the Black Bear use his teeth to untie your rope. Rope. I can't believe you are the rope, Lizard. Then we are saved, come quickly. I thought you were also an iron ring. Yeah. The Gecko and the Black Bear spoke together, revealing a refreshing expression on their faces. It seemed that the iron ring on their hands felt pretty good now. The lizard's mouth twitched, then it prepared to slowly move forward, but found that its butt was rubbing in place and couldn't move at all. What are you doing? Are you cleaning the floor for the other side? Aren't you afraid of sparking your butt? Hurry up and come here, the Gecko said helplessly. I do want to. You come try it. The other side tied me in place with another rope, I can't move. The lizard said, its expression ugly. Then the Gecko and the Black Bear also tried and found that both of them were the same, tied in place by a rope and unable to move at all. The other end of the three people's ropes was outside the tent, there was absolutely no way. Chapter 28, do you know how to get there? The evil dragon looked at the three of them and couldn't help but sigh, how did he ever choose these three fools? If he could do it over again, he definitely would not have formed such a broken team and would have worked alone. Just wait. I hope the flying snake can deliver the message. He is the only hope of our small team now, the evil dragon said with a sigh. Just as he finished speaking, the tent was suddenly opened, and Ming Er walked in carrying the flying snake, then violently threw it on the ground, giving them a cold glance before walking out. Everyone looked at the fallen flying snake and fell into silence. It seemed that their only hope was gone. Flying snake. Big beauty, wake up, don't sleep. Under the Gecko's repeated calls, the flying snake slowly woke up, showing a bewildered expression on her face. Upon seeing the Black Bear and others, her heart trembled instantly. You are all still alive, that's great. I have already delivered the message. Just wait for the Longsha Kingdom to send rescue. Hearing the flying snake's words, excitement surged on the Gecko's face. This meant they still had a chance for rescue. The suppressed atmosphere among the crowd instantly lifted a lot, but only the evil dragon frowned. It could be said that it would be very difficult for the military to rescue them. This mercenary was the 7th ranked in the world, and his counter-surveillance awareness was terrifyingly strong. Especially with Ming Yi, the leader of the Ming Kill organization, who was ruthless and unscrupulous. If the military wanted to save them, who knows what cost they would have to pay. At this moment, Xiang Yang was constantly moving forward and soon discovered signs of a fight. Looking at the blood on the trees, Xiang Yang licked his lips. Things were getting more and more interesting. There were over 20 footprints on the ground, clearly indicating that the other side had dispatched quite a number of people. Lizard, Gecko, you have to hold on. If I get there and you are dead, then it won't be good at all, Xiang Yang silently thought, then continued to move forward. This trip had no plan, just a straightforward approach, kill gods if gods blocked him, kill Buddhas if Buddhas blocked him. Stop. Who are you? What are you doing here? After advancing for a while, Xiang Yang suddenly ran into a man in black. The two exchanged a glance, confirming they were both unfamiliar faces. Hello, I'd like to ask, do you know how to get to your base? I want to talk to your boss about something, Xiang Yang said politely. Boss. Looking for our boss? Kid, who do you think you are? Go die. Ming'er 21 sneered and immediately attacked Xiang Yang. Originally, he was already in a bad mood because his ranking in the Ming Kill organization was low, so he was sent here to patrol. He didn't expect to encounter a hot-headed fool. Indeed, looking at the other person's age, they must be an ordinary tourist, probably without any power. Solving him myself would be just fine. Just as Ming 21 was thinking this, he suddenly felt a huge force at his neck, instantly pinning him to the ground. How is this possible? Ming 21's pupils widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand how the speed of just a boy could be so fast. Why aren't you answering me? Sudden attacks are really rude, Xiang Yang said with a smile, his grip tightening, causing Ming 21's face to turn red. His legs and feet struggled constantly, his eyes bulging. This isn't good, why are you struggling? Xiang Yang's dagger danced quickly in his hand, swiftly cutting the tendons in his feet and hands, making him unable to move anymore. You better speak up. If you don't, you're going to die. Tell me where your base is. Still not talking? Your organization is impressive, your subordinates are really loyal. I'll give you a few more seconds, if you don't speak, you'll really die, Xiang Yang slowly said. At this point, the only response Ming 21 could give was the constant rolling of his eyes. He was speechless, he couldn't even say what he wanted because of the grip on his neck. Damn it! Where did this madman come from? Ming 21 tried to point with his hand, but found that his tendons had already been severed, rendering him completely powerless. Xiang Yang frowned, using one hand to forcefully twist, snapping the other's neck. I didn't expect this organization to be so tough, it seems I have to be doubly careful, Xiang Yang sighed. He never thought a mercenary organization's member would be so loyal. To protect their comrade's position, he would rather die than compromise, truly admirable. Xiang Yang glanced ahead, the other person had just walked this way, so the location shouldn't have changed. The base was probably right there. What are you doing here? Why aren't you on patrol? If the boss finds out, he definitely won't let you go. It's fine, don't worry. I sent that kid Ming 21, there won't be any problems. Let's take a break for now, let's slack off while we can, two men wearing masks were chatting. Unbeknownst to them, a young figure appeared behind them. Excuse me, brothers, can I ask where your base is? And the people you are holding, can you tell me? Who is that? The two exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning around, only to relax upon seeing Xiang Yang's young face. It turned out to be just a tourist. Kid, you are very unfortunate to have come here. Too bad you are destined to be mine today, Ming 11 licked his lips, looking at Xiang Yang's handsome face, unable to resist swallowing. Ming 10 shook his head, silently mourning for Xiang Yang for a few seconds. This boy was destined to die without closing his eyes today. Just thinking of Ming 11's disgusting preference made him tremble. Before the man could finish his words, suddenly a spray of blood burst into the air, and one person fell to the ground, disbelief in their eyes. Xiang Yang wiped the blood off his face and stepped forward, stabbing the corpse dozens of times. He had encountered a pervert, and as his grandparents said, when you meet a pervert, you must chop them into pieces. Ming 11. Ming 10 exclaimed in shock as he watched his companion die on the ground. What kind of boy is this? How could he be so terrifying, so ruthless, so perverse? Ming 10 watched as Xiang Yang continued to whip the corpse beside him. His body trembled. Over the years, he had killed many people, but he had never seen anything like this. After killing someone, they had to be dismembered. Is this right? Is this reasonable? Oh, right. I almost forgot there's still one left. Xiang Yang wiped the blood from his hands, looked at Mingshi beside him, and said, Do you know how to get to your base? Don't tell me you don't, because if you do, I'll be very angry. Chapter 29, Are you a good person? I. Mingshi was so scared he was speechless. This was too terrifying. The murderous intent in the young man's eyes seemed to drown him completely. Bang! Mingshi immediately fell to his knees, trembling as he said, Young hero, spare me. I know the way. I'll lead you. Please, don't kill me. I told you, you'd know, Xiang Yang grinned and, shifting the tone, said, but you don't need to lead me, just point the way. Mingshi trembled and said, I can point the way, but you have to spare me, you can't kill me. Ah. Before Mingshi could finish, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and it was separated from his body. Xiang Yang moved forward and covered his mouth, Shoo. Keep your voice down. We don't want others to find out. I think it's better if you tell me quickly. Otherwise, your other arm might be gone, and you won't be able to point the way. Mingshi nodded frantically, gritting his teeth through the pain, and raised his other arm to point in a direction. Is this direction reliable?
Mingshi nodded, his eyes filled with pleading.
He didn't want to die.
He was still young, and he had so much life left to live. If it's reliable, then you can live, Xiangyang said, then released his grip and turned to leave. Just as Mingshi let out a quiet sigh of relief, his body shuddered. The demon had returned.
Why had he come back? Was he not going to let him go?
I forgot to ask, are you a good person or a bad person?
Can you tell me? Xiangyang asked seriously.
Mingshi was stunned by the question.
What did this mean? Was he a good person or a bad person? Wasn't that obvious?
Clearly, he was the bad person. The other person must want him to speak the truth, to test whether he was lying. I'm a bad person, young hero, Mingshi said with difficulty. His arm was still bleeding.
If this kept going, he might not make it. A bad person? Alright, then die. Bad people must die. Xiangyang raised his dagger and was about to strike. I was wrong. I'm a good person. I'm a real good person. I'm not a bad person. Mingshi quickly spoke, terrified that if he didn't speak fast enough, the dagger would fall. A good person? Yes, I'm a good person. Oh, then you should die even more.
Since you're a good person, you should go down and keep your friend company, so he won't be so lonely.
With that, Xiangyang's knife fell, cutting through Mingshi's throat, shocking him with a final look of confusion.
Looking at the two bodies on the ground, Xiangyang smiled in satisfaction. Today, he had done 3 good deeds. He had killed 3 people. Looking at their team, there were probably still more than 10 people left.
It seemed he could do many more good deeds today.
With that thought, Xiangyang made his way toward their base, his dagger flashing with a cold gleam. Meanwhile, deep in the dense forest, more than 10 members of the Mingxia organization gathered together. Their faces were serious as they continuously checked their equipment.
Boss, I finished surveying with the drone. The Dragon Summer Kingdom has surrounded us.
We can't escape now, Ming San said with a solemn face. Ming Yi nodded, his face filled with anger. If it weren't for Ming Er, the useless one, he wouldn't have ended up in such a passive situation. Now, all they could do was take things one step at a time. Tell the brothers to get ready. Constantly surveying the surroundings, if someone comes, we will kill them, they definitely won't dare to use large-scale weapons, Ming Yi spoke. The Adamu Primitive Forest is internationally recognized as a protected forest, no country is allowed to destroy it, or else they would definitely be condemned by various nations. This is now their advantage.
Everyone nodded in agreement. Where are those 2 useless ones, Ming 10 and Ming 11? Where did they run off to? Ming glanced around and asked.
It's important to know that prior to the 15, all were elite fighters of Ming Kill, always on standby without a moment to lose. Boss, those 2 should have gone on patrol, Ming Er said.
Go send someone to call them back. I need to start arranging the next steps. Ming Er nodded and then went off to make arrangements.
At this moment, Xiangyang slowly walked along the footprints on the ground, only to find 2 more people ahead, also wearing masks, just like the 3 he had killed. This time, Xiangyang didn't waste any words and directly charged with his knife, showing no mercy, his figure flickering.
Who are you?
As the 2 were about to pull out their handguns, they suddenly felt a chill at their throats, blood surged uncontrollably, and the 2 collapsed to the ground. Glancing at the handguns on the ground, Xiangyang casually picked one up, wiped it with his hand, and continued walking forward.
This is the reason he didn't bring firearms, he could obtain them from his enemies, why make things complicated?
Furthermore, in this deep forest with so many hiding spots, cold weapons were much better than hot weapons.
What's going on? Are those 2 still not back?
A bad feeling arose in Ming Yi's heart, something must have happened, or else they would surely have returned by now.
Boss, should I send more people? Ming Er started to say. No need.
Now tell everyone to stay put, something may have happened, a strong expert might have appeared in this deep forest, Ming Yi said coldly as he shot a glinting look at Ming Er. He seriously suspected this guy was a traitor, not only passing information to the Dragon Summer country but also getting his beloved dog killed. Moreover, continuously sending people out felt like spreading their combat strength too thin. Most importantly, Fei Shi had returned completely unharmed, with only a bit of blood on him.
To know they are mercenaries, they kill without blinking, and in the wilderness, how could such a stunning beauty leave him indifferent?
He seemed suspicious. After this mission, it seemed he couldn't let him stay.
Ming Yi's eyes turned fierce, he would rather mistakenly kill than let anyone go. After all, that feeling of danger being so close was utterly unpleasant.
At this moment, the members of the beast team in the tent had desolate expressions, they carefully analyzed the current situation and found the chances of the military successfully rescuing them quite bleak.
Damn it, it's over.
Unless that war god steps in, we're done for, Baihu said helplessly. We don't need that war god, it could be enough for a strong person to kill them, Fei Shi spoke slowly.
You say it lightly, but I saw those people. They are obviously from the Ming Kill Organization, the International 7th Mercenary. Where can we find someone who can kill them in existence? By whose voice got lower and lower, he seemed to have really thought of someone, that is, the madman, to be precise, that crazy person. Forget it, not related by blood. How could that madman come to save us? I bet the commander would find it hard to communicate with him, Lizard said, shaking his head. No. He will come to save us, he definitely will, because there are people here he cares about. By who suddenly seemed to think of something and became excited. People he cares about? What could a madman care about? Black Bear asked in confusion. Could it be that since he fought with him last time, they felt a kinship? Unwilling to let myself die here. The lizard, too, was puzzled. Could it be that the other person couldn't let go of him? After all, they were strangers who had just met, and he was the first person the other encountered when arriving at the military district. Gecko, shut your mouth. If you dare to say anything crazy, I will tear you apart. The flying snake's face changed, and he spoke harshly, as he knew what the other was about to say. Flying snake, forgive me, but at this point, I can't hide it any longer. I must speak out, or else everyone will lose hope. With that, the gecko took a deep breath and said, Flying Snake and the madman have a thing. I saw them in the room together that day. What? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that these two had gotten together. Wasn't it said that kid Xian Yang was not interested in women? If that's true, then we have hope. We've seen the madman's fighting power. Dealing with these people should be no problem. The evil dragon pondered for a moment and said, Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. Xian Yang and I have nothing going on. I ended up in his room that day by accident. He won't come to save us. There's no reason for him to save us. Flying Snake's words were like a cold shower on everyone. Now they had no hope left at all. Just as everyone fell silent, gunfire suddenly erupted outside. Who fired a gun? It seems someone has broken in. I heard the sound of bullets hitting flesh, the gecko said with a serious expression. Everyone revealed a look of disdain. What bullet hitting flesh? It was clearly the sound of a scream. Someone had been hit. Outside, chaos reigned as members of the Underworld Kill Organization looked around, unable to find the source of the gunfire. The others were moving too quickly, giving them no chance to react. With a fierce look in his eyes, Ming waved his hand and said, Everyone find cover. Don't get too far away, or the enemy will pick us off one by one. Upon hearing this, everyone scattered, but just then, gunfire rang out again, and Ming-san was hit in the chest, collapsing to the ground. In that direction. Shoot! Ming yelled, directly firing at a specific direction. A flurry of gunfire erupted, ruining the surrounding bushes. Xian Yang was hiding behind a tree. Although the enemy's attacks were intense, he was not harmed at all. Thankfully, his grandfather, Wu Xuan, had taught him everything about firearms in prison. There are 8 bullets left in the gun, which means I can take 8 more people with me. It's time for my performance. I haven't felt this in a long time. Xian Yang's lips curled up slightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, he was excited, the thrill between life and death. Boss, did we shoot him dead? With such dense fire, he should be shot to pieces. Yeah, I think. Another barrage of gunfire erupted, and before Mingzhou could finish speaking, his head was pierced. Everyone, charge. Kill him. I refuse to believe he has many bullets left. Ming roared furiously, realizing that if this continued, he would eventually be exhausted. The enemy's cover was too good. Hiding behind a tree, he couldn't hit him at all. Moreover, the enemy's marksmanship was far superior. It was clear they had received special professional training. Upon hearing their leader's orders, everyone looked grim but dared not defy him and could only slowly move forward. What are you waiting for? Go boldly. If anyone dies, I'll give their family 50 million for burial. Ming shouted, his face filled with rage. The power of money is indeed strong, and fierce expressions appeared on everyone's faces as they rushed towards the ancient tree. Then, the gunshots rang out, and members of the Death Kill Organization fell to the ground one after another, each shot hitting their forehead. As the bullets ran out, Xian Yang took out a dagger from his pocket. Now it was time for his hunt. The remaining members of the Death Kill Organization had reached the tree, slowly approaching with handguns in hand, sure that their opponent was out of bullets. Ming Wu, determined, thought to himself, although their marksmanship was good, their fighting power wasn't that strong. Capturing the opponent should be easy. Forget it. Fortune favors the bold. Ming Wu roared and ran directly towards the ancient tree. Just then, Xian Yang's shadow suddenly burst out, leaving everyone no time to react. In an instant, he severed Ming Wu's wrist tendons, snatched the handgun, and while he was unprepared, placed the dagger directly against his neck. Don't shoot. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your teammate will survive, Xian Yang said coldly. The Death Kill Organization immediately dared not move recklessly. After all, Ming Wu held a high position among them. Xiangyang smiled, they wouldn't dare shoot, but he would. As he thought this, he raised his arm and shot the closest person in the head. Fire! Kill him! What are you hesitating for? What's there to hesitate about? Mingyi shouted angrily before shooting Mingwu in the arm. Mingyi's marksmanship was clearly not that good, merely hitting Mingwu's arm. TSK, it seems your boss doesn't take you seriously, that's quite pitiful, but don't worry, I'll make them keep you company. Xiangyang said lightly. Then, gunfire continued to ring out as Xiangyang used Mingwu's body as a human shield behind the tree. After a rain of bullets, Mingwu was left covered in wounds while Xiangyang only had a few bullet grazes on his arm. Everyone switched to cold weapons. Mingyi drew the knuckles from his waist and put them on his hands, charging forward. He could no longer stay calm, this boy must die. There were a total of 21 members in the Death Kill organization, and now only 6 remained. Their losses were severe, not to mention all the effort put into training these people, now all in ruin. I will kill you. I must kill you. Mingyi murmured repeatedly. The remaining 5 took out their preferred weapons, surrounding Xiangyang, and a chaotic battle broke out instantly. With swift footwork and agility, Xiangyang cleverly dodged their attacks each time, and the dagger in his hand was as if it had eyes, moving skillfully. Soon, those 5 were covered in wounds, while Mingyi, due to his own strong skill, had no injuries on him. Who are you? How come I've never heard of you in Longsha Nation? Xiangyang remained silent, his assault growing more intense. Answering questions would only distract him and disrupt his rhythm. Damn! Where does this madman come from? Is the depth of Longsha Nation truly unfathomable? Mingyi lamented. Although the 6 seemed to have the advantage in numbers, they couldn't do anything to the opponent. Each attack was scattered, unable to unleash their full power. Moreover, as the opponent's movements shifted, their subsequent attacks nearly ended up injuring their own people. Chapter 31, The Fatal 13 Blades. Soon, the numbers on the battlefield continued to dwindle, with 6 attacking Xiangyang, only 3 remained, while the others had either their throats cut or their tendons severed, losing combat ability. No! This can't continue. Mingyi's eyes turned cold as he immediately ordered. You all get away from me. Let me handle him alone. Hearing the boss's command, everyone hurriedly scattered, for they truly did not wish to face this madman anymore. This madman seemed to take pleasure in killing, laughing while he attacked them, and with each kill, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Run! Where are you running? Xiangyang locked onto one person and began to chase, determined that they all must die here today. Boss, save me! Mingxi shouted loudly. Why the hell are you running this way? You're so far away, how can I save you? Mingyi clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Xiangyang's speed was incredibly fast. In an instant, he reached Mingxi. Without the restraint of 5 others, and with the vast difference in their strengths, Mingxi was instantly killed by Xiangyang. The remaining few quickly ran towards Mingyi, wishing they could grow another pair of legs. But alas, Xiangyang was too fast. In a very short time, he caught up and killed them all with swift strikes. Only Ming-Er stood trembling behind Mingyi. Now, only this one person was left, and the Mingsha organization was down to just the 2 of them. I didn't expect you guys to play this game too. What game? Mingyi frowned. Of course, it's the game of the eagle catching the little chick, but I wonder if your strength can protect your little chick, hee hee. Xiangyang darted forward, the dagger in his hand moving swiftly, heading straight for Ming-Er behind Mingyi, the target both precise and obvious. Seeing the dagger approaching, Ming-Er's face turned pale, and he grabbed onto Mingyi's clothing, yanking him fiercely towards himself. Caught off guard, Mingyi was pulled over, and Xiangyang's dagger pierced straight through his shoulder. Ah! Mingyi howled in pain. Xiangyang looked at the dagger embedded in him and quickly pulled it out, saying apologetically, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect to attack the wrong person, nor did I think you would risk your life to protect him. Let's start over. Start over, you bastard. Mingyi covered his wounded shoulder, a fierce look appearing on his face, and he swung his fist hard at Ming-Er's temple. Caught completely by surprise, Ming-Er received a heavy blow and fell to the ground, his pupils dilating and twitching. I knew you were a traitor long ago, you ingrate. After all these years of taking care of you, you actually helped someone plot against me. Mingyi spat bitterly. Indeed, after Ming-Er's recent actions, and this time using himself as a shield, Mingyi had come to genuinely believe he was a traitor. Xiangyang tilted his head in confusion, thinking, if the little chick is dead, how can the eagle catch the chick? Does it mean changing to the eagle eating the hen? How could you kill him? He's your teammate. Stop playing games with me, he is the traitor sent by your dragon summer kingdom. Don't think we don't know. Mingyi roared. Xiangyang was stunned. Ming-Er was one of their own, how could he not know? Did Lu Wuming not tell him that they had actually killed him? He had promised Lu Wuming he wouldn't let them die before him. You truly deserve to die. You made me break my word. Do you want me to dismember you, or tear you apart?
Xiang Yang wiped the dagger in his hand and charged forward. The two began a fierce confrontation, fists and daggers clashing violently. Xiang Yang's moves were strange and varied. Sometimes he withdrew the dagger to strike with fists, and other times he switched to fist techniques, leaving Mingyi unable to defend himself. Death was just a matter of time.
Damn it! Damn it! Where is that bastard Weiss? Doesn't he care about his sister's life? Mingyi thought angrily. Whether it was his prayer that worked, a curved blade suddenly cut through the air. A buzzing sound emerged, breaking through the air. Xiang Yang hurriedly raised the dagger in his hand to block. A great force surged, causing the dagger to fly out of his hand, and the curved blade also changed its trajectory, flying back to a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Ha! A foreigner?
I didn't expect to see one here, Xiang Yang said in surprise, having often heard his grandparents talk about such things in prison. His grandfather even told him to find a foreign wife in the future because they were beautiful and easy to trick.
He had remembered that deeply back then.
Xiang Yang carefully examined the man before him, then seriously said, "Hey, kid, I'm your father. Hurry up and help me kill this man in front of us, or I won't want you anymore."
What did you say?
Weiss's face turned red, clearly furious.
No one had dared to insult him like this in so many years. Did the other think he was a fool?
He was younger than him, yet he dared say he was his father. Seeing the anger on the other's face, Xiang Yang felt disappointed and shook his head. His grandfather had lied to him. It was not easy to deceive this guy. He was not foolish at all.
Could it be that I used the wrong method? Only girls are easy to deceive? This trick doesn't work on guys, Xiang Yang thought silently.
It's fine. I was just testing you to see if you were foolish, Xiang Yang said immediately as he saw the other staring at him, waving his hand.
Weiss,
hurry up and team up with me to kill this kid. He's a bit off. All my subordinates have been killed by him.
Mingyi shouted in anger.
What? Weiss exclaimed in surprise. The strength of Mingyi's subordinates was nothing to scoff at. They had all been killed by the opponent. Weiss stood rooted in place, his years of assassin instincts warning him that the person in front was incredibly dangerous. A moment's carelessness could mean his own death.
Weiss, hurry up and take action, or you can forget about getting the antidote for your sister.
Only I know the location of the antidote.
Mingyi threatened.
At this, Weiss's expression changed slightly. Indeed, it was poison given to his sister by the opponent.
After killing him, give me the antidote.
Okay. As long as we kill him, I'll give it to you, Mingyi said with a cruel smile. The two instantly teamed up and rushed towards Xiang Yang. Right now, Xiang Yang was unarmed, the best time to take his life. Watching the two charge at him, Xiang Yang slowly picked up the long knife on the ground, the very weapon used by one of Mingyi's assassins earlier.
Why must you two do this? Wouldn't it be better if you let me live a little longer?
Let me show you my self-created deadly 13 blades.
Each blade aims for your life.
The moment Xiang Yang gripped the long knife, his demeanor changed, his gaze sharp as if he were a waking beast.
Look at my blade.
Xiang Yang's knife technique was bold and unrestrained, the knife energy sweeping in all directions, making it hard to believe that such a frail body could wield the long knife like this. In an instant, Weiss and Mingyi were stunned in place, unable to even approach Xiang Yang.
Mingyi, explain this to me. Who exactly is this kid, and what exactly is going on?
Weiss gritted his teeth and said.
Explain? What the hell do you want me to explain?
Where would I know where this madman came from? I've heard of the war god of Longxia country, but there's no one as abnormal as him. Mingyi's face darkened, he truly could not understand.
Could it be that this boy was a secret weapon sent by Longxia country?
But that was impossible. This boy seemed to be a master of every weapon, a level of mastery comparable to a grandmaster.
Why aren't you two coming over?
Since you won't come, then I'll come. I still have a few moves left to show with my deadly 13 blades. Come, let me take a few swings, hee hee. Xiang Yang slowly walked towards the two, the long knife scraping against the ground, making a continuous sound. The sound of Sasa echoed, like deadly notes.
This, you go? He's coming. Why don't you go? I'm good at assassination, not fighting head-on.
You fight him, I'll support you.
Vis said angrily. That Mingyi must think he's a fool.
Right now, Xiang Yang was clearly not right, in an extremely excited state. Whoever went was just looking for death. At this moment inside the tent, the beast team was listening to the noise outside.
Gecko, what did you hear? Didn't you say your ears are great? Lizard asked.
I'm not a listening ear, I can't hear everything. But from my guess, there must be a fight outside. Someone is definitely coming to rescue us, Gecko slowly replied.
Is it that group of turtles from the Jelong team? Black Bear wondered.
Just when everyone thought it was highly possible, Evil Dragon spoke. Come on, I saw them when I came.
They were locked up next to us.
Lomi is worse off than me, his pants got beaten off.
What? His pants are gone.
Black Bear looked shocked. This is too tragic for him, he's lost his dignity.
Looks like I'm still a bit better off.
While the five were guessing who attacked the Ming killing organization, suddenly the tent was opened, and a figure, covered in blood, flew in, looking utterly miserable.
Nowhere to run.
I said today I must tear you apart, slice you into pieces, and dismember you. Xianyang rushed in under the astonished gazes of everyone, holding a long knife, heading straight for Mingy.
Kid. Stop. I can give you wealth, endless wealth.
That old guy next door has a lot of money, I can give it all to you, I don't want a penny. Also, there are his latest research results, I can give you all of them, as long as you spare my life. Mingy wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly begged for mercy.
Xianyang, kill him for me.
I'll bid twice of what he offers, no matter how much he offers, I'll double it. Flying Snake said fiercely, she had never been afraid of anyone when it came to wealth.
Mingy's face darkened. How could he have forgotten that venomous woman? She was also a wealthy one. Could it be that he really was going to meet his end here today? Why isn't Vis making a move yet? Did he really run away and abandon his sister? Mingy thought anxiously.
He had just agreed to stall for Xianyang while he looked for an opportunity, but instead, Xianyang swung 3 knives and nearly destroyed him, and with the 4th, he directly appeared here. Kid, let's talk. Mingy saw the long knife about to fall and hurriedly begged for mercy, but soon a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Yes, he saw Vis quietly appear behind Xianyang.
As a professional assassin, Xianyang exposing his back to the opponent was undoubtedly the most dangerous move. Vis's expression hardened, and the curved knife in his hand aimed straight at Xianyang's neck, ready to strike. Be careful. Quick, dodge. There's someone behind you.
The beast team's faces changed, and they shouted loudly, but clearly it was too late.
The distance was too close for Xianyang to turn around and resist. Ah!
A scream echoed throughout the tent, but it was not Xianyang, it was Vis who flew out directly, teeth scattered on the ground. Mingy was stunned, he was really confused by this situation. Just now, Vis was about to succeed, but this guy Xianyang pulled back, swung the knife hard in a circle, and hit the back of Vis's face directly. Xianyang turned around in confusion, seeing the already fainted Vis, silently cursed himself for encountering a scam, something his grandparents had warned him about. This situation was the most terrifying. First, he needed to see how many people were around. If there weren't many, then he would kill them all. Then hurriedly escape, leaving no trace. Thinking of this, Xianyang glanced around and nodded. There were a total of 6 people, not too troublesome. Then Xianyang raised his long knife and swung it at Mingy. This time no one stopped him, directly slicing down to take his head. Then he swung the long knife, severing his limbs. He had said that the opponent must be torn apart, even if there were no horses, the necessary rituals still had to be observed. Boss. I feel like the madman is not right, just now his gaze at me seemed like he wanted to kill us. Gecko swallowed. Yeah, this guy is dead but still has to be dismembered, he won't evolve from a madman into a freak, right? Black Bear also spoke up. Don't panic. What are you all panicking for? Just a small scene, Evil Dragon slowly said. Now, they felt that being with Ming was safer than being with Xianyang. Little Gecko, I originally promised Lu Wuming to rescue you back, but unfortunately, you saw what you shouldn't have seen, Xianyang said, gripping the knife. Gecko was confused at this moment, he didn't understand what the other was saying. What did he see? He saw nothing, right? It was just ripping Mingy into pieces, what else was there? Madman, you misunderstood, I didn't see anything, don't worry. Gecko hurriedly shook his head in denial, joking, even if he saw something, he had to pretend he didn't. Otherwise, who knows what strange thoughts Xianyang's unique brain might be thinking, he completely couldn't understand. Didn't see. Xianyang lowered his head, pondering, in this situation, an extra witness was certainly good. And you all? Didn't you see me knock him flying? Xianyang pointed at the fainted Vis. Chapter 33 I don't believe. Didn't see anything, we saw nothing. That's right, you didn't hit him at all, he was just fishing for pity. Everyone spoke one after another, their faces showing serious expressions. They were really afraid that if Xianyang was unhappy, he would chop them down. Looks like I misunderstood you all. Xianyang revealed a smile, his long knife moving to directly cut the rope from Lizard's body. As for the iron rings on the others, he would likely need keys to open them. Lizard turned his wrist, showing a smile of having survived a disaster he had not expected he could survive, and he now had a clear recognition of Xianyang's strength, both mad and terrifying. Then Lizard found the key from Mingy's severed limbs and released the locks from the others. Thank you, Xianyang, I didn't expect you would come to rescue us, we owe you big this time. Evil Dragon patted his shoulder and sighed. No need to be polite, I just did it casually, after all, you all also paid the appropriate price, I didn't save you for nothing, Xianyang said lightly. By now, Lu Wuming should fulfill the promise he made to him. From now on, he owes him 3 things that must be completed. Reward. The Beast Squad members looked slightly stunned, then they all looked at Flying Snake at the same time. Their thoughts were unspoken. They didn't expect that Flying Snake had sacrificed so much to save them, giving herself up.
Sister Snake, you've worked hard. I didn't expect you to go this far for us. Gecko wiped the non-existent tears from his eyes. Shut up. Nothing happened between me and Xiang Yang. I said it before, nothing happened between us. Flying Snake coldly spoke, then looked at Xiang Yang. What did the commander promise you, or what did you get him to agree to? You guessed it, but unfortunately there's no reward. Xiang Yang scratched his head, grinning. I got him to promise me 3 things before I came to save you. Upon hearing this, Evil Dragon fell silent. Unexpectedly, this time they brought trouble to Lu Wuming again. Xiang Yang felt no sense of belonging to the military district and would definitely not help for nothing. Forget it, let's talk when we get back. Let's go free the Jiaolong team, the Evil Dragon said. Everyone walked out of the tent and looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, sinking into silence. Could a single person really do this? One person defeated more than 20 others, annihilating the opponent, and it was an international rank 7th mercenary organization. What are you staring at? Xiang Yang asked in confusion, then his face showed realization as he said, I understand now. No wonder you can go to the battlefield for missions. Your minds are indeed extremely meticulous. After speaking, Xiang Yang picked up the gun on the ground and shot each of the fallen people lying on the ground. What are you doing? Lizard asked. What do you mean, what am I doing? Weren't you just suggesting this? To see if they are still alive, blaming me for not finishing them off, Xiang Yang slightly frowned. Lizard looked at the gun holes in the heads of the members of the Underworld Killers organization and fell into silence. Could they still be alive with their heads blown through? They were shot in the head. The Evil Dragon took a deep breath. Let's go rescue Jiaolong and the others. Right, let's hurry. I want to see if what the captain said is true, whether Long Yi really lost his pants, Gecko said excitedly. Then everyone opened the nearby tent and saw the Jiaolong team tied to a wooden frame, with Long Yi in the middle particularly eye-catching, wearing only a pair of shorts, his body covered in wounds of various sizes. As if noticing someone approaching, Long Yi struggled to lift his head and said, Don't be wishful thinking. I will never agree to any of your demands. If you have guts, just kill me. Evil Dragon? Long Yi's eyes widened. How could this be? How could they possibly appear here? He had been captured. He could not believe that Evil Dragon could defeat both Ming Yi and Weiss together. So the current situation was obvious. The opposing side had betrayed the country, joining the Underworld Killers organization just to survive. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in Long Yi's heart as he cursed, You bunch of bastards. I knew you were unreliable. A group of turtles hiding their heads, cowards and weaklings, actually lost all dignity just to survive, joining a mercenary organization. I am truly ashamed for you. The members of the Beast team were directly dumbfounded by Long Yi's scolding. They came to save him out of goodwill and ended up being cursed at. Just as everyone was puzzled, they heard his following words and instantly understood. This kid thought they were traitors to the country. Oh, are you not afraid of death? Really not afraid that I will kill you? Gecko said, suddenly excited, with a fierce expression. A man who fears death is not a true hero. Unlike you, I'll just bet that you softies don't dare to kill me. Come on. I'm asking for death. Long Yi stretched his neck and shouted. Gecko couldn't help but laugh at Long Yi's expression. Although they were competitors, he admired Long Yi's character, loyal to the country and would never betray no matter what. The members of the Beast team also broke into smiles, having escaped death. Such jokes instantly lightened the oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, the Evil Dragon waved his hand and gestured to confess, All right, Long Yi, we were just joking with you. Thanks to Xiang. Who was so arrogant just now? I have never heard such a request in my life, asking for death? Xiang Yan walked in holding a knife, his eyes shining. He could do a good deed again, and it wasn't too difficult. The expressions of the Beast team members stiffened. Oh no! How did they forget about this ancestor? This guy is really stubborn. Every day he thinks about doing good deeds, but none of his good deeds are actually good. At this moment, the gecko was the most uncomfortable. If I had known, I wouldn't have joked around, and now things have gotten out of hand. Long Yi's mouth trembles at this moment, he feels a killing intent sweeping towards him. The moment he sees Xiang Yang, he knows the evil dragons haven't betrayed the country, they might have been saved by this madman, but now he seems to be in a new crisis. Who is seeking death? Where is he? Just now, I remember he was shouting quite happily, and I will help him fulfill this wish. Xiang Yang scans the room with his gaze. Madman, this is all a misunderstanding, nobody wants to die, we were just joking, could you put away the knife? The gecko quickly explains. Xiang Yang turns to look at the gecko and utters 3 words, I don't believe. Chapter 34, The Man Who Dares to Strike the Wind. I heard it all just now, that person was clearly seeking death, his voice was so passionate, how could it be fake? You can't erase a person's wish to die. Fengchen says with righteous indignation, then looks at the dragon squad tied to the pillar, who was seeking death just now. Step forward quickly, I'll fulfill his wish. The dragon squad lowers their heads, falling silent, they dare not report their captain. As long as everyone remains silent, this matter will pass. Long Yi's mouth twitches slightly, remaining silent and devoid of the momentum he had earlier. This madman really dares to cut him down. Why is no one speaking? Don't push me to go wild. If you don't admit it, I will kill you all. Xiang Yang points his long knife at them. It was me. I was the one who said it, I was just joking, don't take it too seriously, Long Yi struggles to say. At this point, not admitting is not an option, his teammates are terrified. Didn't expect it to be you. Xiang Yang glances at Long Yi and says indifferently, no wonder you wanted to seek death, turns out it was because your exhibitionist nature was discovered, so you would rather die than live. Don't worry, I'm a professional at killing. Wait. I said I was joking, Madman Xiang Yang. Calm down, I really was joking. Long Yi hurriedly speaks up. Yeah, Xiang Yang, you need to calm down, don't you want to do good deeds? I have good deeds for you. I have lots of good deeds, the gecko quickly interjects, trying to stabilize Xiang Yang. What good deeds can you let me do? Xiang Yang turns back to question. I, for example, helping an old lady cross the street, the gecko blurts out. What? Then I might as well just go and chop him up, you're just making it worse for me. Xiang Yang's eyes become even firmer. Grandpa and Grandma told him, never help, otherwise, he might go bankrupt. The gecko is stunned wide as the killing intent from the other side seem even more serious now. Xiang Yang, you can't kill him, he is a good person who has done a lot of good deeds. If you kill him, all the good deeds you do will not be able to make up for it, Flying Snake slowly speaks. Hearing Flying Snake's words, Xiang Yang indeed falls silent and puts down the long knife, since this is the case, he can't act. However, just to be safe, he still has to ask the other party a few questions. Tell me, what good deeds have you done? I have done. Long Yi at this moment is close to tears, he has no idea what to say and doesn't know what the standard is for judging good deeds. I know. I remember the last time someone peeked at Long Yi bathing, he went up and gouged out the other person's eyes, the gecko slowly says. Everyone present reveals expressions of disbelief. Is this even considered a good deed? This is completely the behavior of a madman. That's right, this counts as a good deed, for dealing with such peeping toms, you should gouge out their eyes. Let him never peek again. Xiang Yang nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Long Yi with an eager look, asking, is there more? Everyone. The gecko smiled, he truly was extraordinary. Just from interacting with Xiang Yang, he knew the other party's style was extreme, very extreme. Having now set an example for Long Yi, he believed the other would understand how to respond. Long Yi took a deep breath. It was just about twisting facts and lying, that was easy. Back then, someone blocked my path, and without a second thought, I knocked him down to the ground, then kicked him hard a few times. After finishing, Long Yi glanced at Xiang Yang with uncertainty, but found the other looking at him with satisfaction. This made Long Yi even bolder. Back then, someone interrupted me while I was speaking, I directly pulled out his tongue. I also remember one time when someone gave me a strange look, I just slapped him. I remember one year when I was smoking, halfway through, the wind blew half of it away. I couldn't stand it and just tossed the cigarette away, then started blowing wind right there. I wanted to take back what I had lost. Long Yi exclaimed, feeling parched at that moment. He had a feeling now, a feeling of being utterly ruthless, as if he should step on the dogs by the roadside in the future. Everyone swallowed hard, looking at Long Yi with admiration. This guy was invincible, truly invincible. But would Xiang Yang really believe it? This was a bit too absurd, especially the last one, which was simply ridiculously absurd. The beast squad glanced at Xiang Yang, discovering that his gaze toward Long Yi had changed, no longer filled with killing intent but replaced with respect, his body trembling uncontrollably. Good. Well said. Simply a great person. I actually wanted to kill you, I'm truly sinful. From now on, I must learn from you and strive to be a great person like you. I'll untie you right now, great person. Xiang Yang snatched the key and directly unlocked the chains binding the members of the Jelong squad. Great person, tell me who beat you up like this. I'll go get revenge for you. Xiang Yang shouted angrily, hardly believing who had bullied a man daring enough to blow wind like this. Cough cough cough. No, it's fine, it was just a little accident, no need to make such a big deal, Long Yi awkwardly waved his hand. All right then. If you ever have difficulties, you must tell me. I will help you. Xiang Yang said earnestly. Long Yi nodded. His head ached a little now. He definitely needed to adjust his state when he got back, otherwise, he would truly become what Xiang Yang thought of as a great person. Everyone respectfully made way for Long Yi. From now on, this man was a god, when ruthless, even his own character seemed to vanish. The tent was opened, and Long Yi looked at the corpses all over the ground, glancing again at the harmless-looking Shang Yang, uncertainly asking, did you do all this? Yeah, I did it all. Compared to you, I feel like I haven't done well at all. It was clearly an opportunity to do good, yet I messed it up.
Shang Yang sighed, I should have been like you and whipped them to death with cold water.
No need to be that extreme, just letting them die like this is actually pretty good, Long Yi said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Why did he feel like Shang Yang was inspired by him, as if some hidden attribute had been triggered, becoming more crazy, irritable, twisted? At this moment, everyone also shuddered, quickly moving further away from these two madmen, as the danger level of Long Yi and Shang Yang increased geometrically. Chapter 35, Where did Shang Yang go? Shang Yang, actually, you don't need to do too many good deeds. Just do a few things, Long Yi couldn't help but remind. He was really afraid that the other party would go astray. Why? Isn't it good to do more good deeds? Xiang Yang asked. No reason. It's just that things can go too far in reverse. Anyway, you should just listen to me and don't do too many good deeds, Long Yi said, finding an excuse. Xiang Yang seriously nodded his head, firmly remembering his words. After all, he was a good person who would never deceive him. Alright, you two stop chatting. We should go now, or the Dragon Xia country's army will attack, the evil dragon spoke, then glanced at Long Yi. How did you end up like this? Where are your pants? You got into a fight and lost your pants? Long Yi's face instantly turned red. He didn't want this either. Back then he and his team were exploring deep in the forest, and then, he didn't know how it happened, but he got an upset stomach. He found a place to solve it. But he didn't expect that just then, Ming Sha actually attacked, and he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. To save his teammates, he had no choice but to tear his pants and fight them in his underwear. Of course, such an embarrassing thing could never be told to the evil dragon and the others, or they would laugh at him for a lifetime. What do you know? The humidity in the jungle is too high, wearing pants would affect my combat power. I did it on purpose, Long Yi said. I believe you, nonsense, the evil dragon rolled his eyes at him. This kind of lie could fool Xian Yang, but it wouldn't trick himself. Boss, what to do with this man? Kill him or take him back? Lizard carried Weiss from the tent and threw him on the ground. The evil dragon looked at the man in front of him, revealing a look of caution. He had heard from Mingsha's people that this guy was third on the killer list, with terrifying strength. Keeping him alive might be a disaster. Kill him, the evil dragon said flatly. Xiang Yang frowned, the other party was injured by him. Killing him now might not be very good. At least wait until he wakes up to kill him, otherwise, it would be too suffocating for him to die without knowing. He should at least know he died. Don't kill him. Spare his life and take him back, maybe he can be useful to us, Long Yi hurriedly stopped him. Long Yi, are you crazy? The other party is a killer, a heartless killer. Tell me how he can be of use to us, not backstabbing us would be good enough, the evil dragon said impatiently. Long Yi glanced at him, use your brain. Why would he risk offending the Dragon Xia country's military to work hard for Ming Sha? Do you think Ming Sha can afford such a reward? You mean he has something on this person? The evil dragon's eyes flashed as he spoke. You're not too dumb, Long Yi said. When I was captured, I overheard their conversation. It seems Ming Yi found this man's sister, using her to blackmail him into working for him. So we just need to control his sister. So now we need to wake him up and see if we can get some information. If he stays the same, killing him later is not a problem, Long Yi shrugged. The evil dragon nodded after hearing this. Everyone gathered their things and was about to head back when the evil dragon kept looking around, feeling like he forgot something. Long Yi was also turning his head repeatedly, a hollow feeling swelling in his heart. He also seemed to have forgotten something important. After exchanging a glance, the two exclaimed in unison, "Oops! We forgot the mission target." Then the two hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, search carefully. Is there any trace of an old man? That is our mission for this trip." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly began to search. Finally, the black bear appeared with an old man in front of everyone. "Boss, I found him. This guy has already passed out, clearly tortured badly." The evil dragon glanced at him and touched the man's pulse with his hand. Fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he had breath, it was good. Otherwise, their trip would have been in vain. "Let's go. We are returning," the evil dragon said, waving his big hand. At that moment, Weiss opened his eyes drowsily and struggled to say, "Save my sister. Please, you must save my sister. Here is the address, you have to save her." After finishing his words, he fainted again. Xian Yang's strike had clearly messed up his nerves. If it weren't for the persistence in his heart, he would not have been able to wake up briefly. The dragon glanced at the note in the man's hand, a strange expression showing on his face. This situation was going too smoothly. He was still worried about where to find the man's sister, and now the pillow had come right to him while he was napping. Evil dragon, go to this address and rescue the man's sister. Xian Yang and I will take these two back first, then we will regroup, the dragon said. The evil dragon nodded. Although the two had friction in the past, after what had happened, it could be said that they had cleared their misunderstandings. Then, everyone left this primitive forest. At the edge of the forest, many armed troops were ready, preparing to enter the depths of this dense forest. At that moment, the commanding general's face showed a serious expression. The order from above was that they must rescue the two teens and the CEO of Wutian Company at all costs. After investigation, they found out that the other side was the 7th-ranked mercenary group in the world. Capturing them in this dense forest would certainly come at a great cost. The general waved his hand, set off. As the many troops marched forward, Dragon and Xian Yang came out from the depths of the forest. At this moment, in the military district, Lu Wuming was pacing back and forth in his room. He couldn't afford to be anxious, it was a do-or-die moment now. If even Xian Yang fell there, he would have to explain a lot. As the saying goes, what you fear will come to pass. While Lu Wuming was worried, he received a phone call. It was He Long from the forbidden prison. Seeing this, Lu Wuming hurriedly answered the call. Commander, where did you send Xian Yang? Now the old folks here all know about it and want you to explain where he is, He Long's anxious voice came through. What? Lu Wuming was stunned for a moment. How could this be possible? How did they know so quickly? Could it be that there were undercover agents in the military district? How did they know? Commander, you sent Xian Yang out through the network system, applying for the dispatch of the aircraft, and we have a hacker emperor here. He Long exclaimed loudly. He couldn't help but be anxious. When he woke up today, this group had directly surrounded him, all with unfriendly expressions, directly questioning him where Xian Yang had gone. If he didn't come up with a reasonable explanation, they were going to flatten this forbidden prison. Commander, quickly tell me where you sent Xian Yang. I need to give them an explanation, He Long urged again. Now these old folks only wanted a position from Xian Yang. Left with no choice, Lu Wuming had to tell him the truth, everything about the task he sent Xian Yang on. He Long listened quietly to Lu Wuming. During the time he didn't say another word. Indeed, his heart had already died, it was completely cold. Chapter 36, Who died? He Long? He Long. Why aren't you speaking? Commander. I hope that next year on this day, you can burn me a little paper, just as a thank you, He Long cried out. He Long, keep them calm. Xian Yang should be fine and will be back soon, tell them to wait patiently. He Long took a deep breath and hung up the phone. The commander told him to keep calm. How could he stay calm in front of all these old monsters? They were so clever they could eat him up without leaving any bones behind. Lu Wuming looked at the hung-up phone and rubbed his aching temples. He had underestimated Xian Yang's position in their hearts and didn't expect them to receive news so quickly. I can only hope that Xian Yang can come back safely, otherwise, things will really go from bad to worse, Lu Wuming said helplessly at that moment. What he could do now was wait and hope for good news from that side. He didn't know if his prayers had worked, but the phone beside Lu Wuming suddenly rang. At that moment, in the forbidden prison, many fierce-looking old men stared intently at He Long. He Long. What did you find out? Where exactly did Xiao Yan go? Don't tell me you don't know. Old Dao shouted angrily. He was closest to Xiang Yang, and if anything happened to his prized disciple, he would truly go crazy. Seniors, please calm down. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? He Long forced himself to remain calm. For now, he could only try to buy some time. What's the good news? Old Dao asked. I know where Xiang Yang has gone. And the bad news? He went to the primitive forest to fight with mercenaries, and it seems to be the international 7th-ranking organization, the Underworld Killers, He Long said slowly. What? Many of the big shots raised their voices in shock. What the hell is going on? Who is the current military district commander? How could they send him to such a dangerous place? Don't they care about us? Old Dao shouted furiously. That's right, it's the international 7th Underworld Killers. They don't blink when it comes to killing. You guys really are so at ease, the poisonous chimed in. He Long, give me your phone. Hurry up, I hope it's not too late. If anything happens to Xiao Yan, I won't let this go with you. Old Dao stretched out his hand. Indeed, the only plan now was to contact forces from the outside to rescue Xiao Yang. He hoped it wasn't too late. He knew the primitive forest well, and hot weapons were practically useless there. Senior Dao, calm down, you need to stay calm. The commander is already thinking of a way, and with the skills you taught him, Xiang Yang will be fine, He Long tried to persuade him. If he let old Dao contact the forces from outside, things might escalate to a huge crisis.
Just thinking about thousands of people with knives meeting with the Longsha military made him shudder.
I don't have time to waste with you. I know Xiaoyang's character, he's so obedient and kind. How could he deal with them? Can he kill someone?
I'm scared Xiaoyang might have already encountered an accident.
I'll say it one last time, give me the phone. Old Dao raged, his whole body radiating authority. I.
He long displayed a difficult expression, slowly pulling the phone out of his pocket, ready to hand it to old Dao.
Just then, the phone beside him suddenly rang. He long grabbed it like a lifeline and hurriedly answered. Really? That's fantastic. Okay, Commander, I understand.
He long hung up the phone with an excited face and said to everyone, Xianyang is back safely, and he has made a great achievement by killing all the members of the underworld killers. When many of the big shots heard this news, they stood there dumbfounded.
Xianyang killed someone?
I told you Xiaoyang would surely turn the dangerous situation into safety.
As for killing, it must be that those murderous scoundrels were too wicked. Forced little Yang to have to resist, Lao Dao said seriously. That's right, I think Lao Dao is right. I know this child, little Yang, so kind that he could even kill. He must be feeling extremely pained now, the poisonous woman said with a worried look. Humph.
It's all your fault for making little Yang go to that primitive forest.
Would such a thing even happen otherwise?
Fist Master said coldly.
You seniors are correct, but overall, Xianyang is safe now, right? Shouldn't everyone be at ease?
He long said with a smile on his face, I will report your concerns to those above.
Now, everyone should go back and rest.
He long spoke, feeling that he really couldn't provoke these ancestors. Although little Yang is fine, this matter cannot be brushed aside, Lao Dao said, then directly snatched the phone from Yilong's hand and began dialing a long unmade call. On the other side, Xian Yang and others returned to the military district, each face bearing a smile, Xian Yang closely following behind Long Yi, his admiration nearly overflowing. Lu Wuming was waiting at the military district's gate, watching as the two squads returned safely, finally relieved. Reporting, Commander, we have successfully completed the mission, living up to expectations by bringing back President Feng. Long Yi waved his hand and directly ordered his subordinates to bring over the unconscious Feng Wutian. Good, very good. This time it was my fault, I didn't expect this news to be wrong.
You must have suffered. Lu Wuming patted Long Yi's shoulder and then looked at Xianyang.
He found that the other person was not looking at him at all, but was staring at Long Yi with eyes filled with admiration, which left him puzzled.
Thanks to you this time, Xianyang.
You can tell me anything you want, and I will try my best to meet your requests, Lu Wuming said, since Xianyang's achievement was substantial.
Regardless of saving two squads, just bringing back Feng Wutian, the president of Wutian Company, was of immense importance.
This person held many advanced technologies vital for the development of Longsha country.
Forget it, I don't want anything. Since I didn't fulfill my promise this time, let's lower our agreement a bit. You can promise me two things, Xianyang waved his hand. You didn't fulfill the agreement. Lu Wuming's heart suddenly jolted. Could it be that he didn't save everyone? Did two squads suffer casualties this time?
Thinking about this, Lu Wuming hurriedly looked around, noticing that no one was missing. Instead, there were a few more people, still two foreigners, seemingly a brother and sister.
Who died? Lu Wuming asked with confusion. Isn't it obvious?
Your internal traitor is dead, supposedly one from the underworld killer organization. Their leader had him killed, I couldn't save him, Xianyang shook his head inside.
Chapter 37, The Best Actor Gecko.
Lu Wuming was taken aback by Xianyang's words, puzzled since he didn't recall placing any internal traitors in the underworld killer organization.
When did this happen? Could it be that I really placed an internal traitor and then forgot for some reason? Lu Wuming frowned and thought. At this moment, the two squads also showed doubtful expressions, looking at Xianyang and asking, Madman, what does that internal traitor look like?
Where did he die? Tell us. Appearance, kind of looks like he deserves a beating, died right next to your tent, Xianyang pondered. She suddenly pictured a figure in his mind, that of Ming Er. As for why he was viewed as a traitor, perhaps it was because he not only killed the underworld dog's servant but also brought himself back unscathed, which raised Ming Yi's suspicion. Then the flying snake took a deep breath and slowly spoke out his guess. Those present showed strange expressions, no wonder they were intact when they saw the flying snake. Although the flying snake's appearance couldn't be compared to a big star, it was still the kind that looked good, especially that fiery figure. Xianyang said happily, so I can say I fulfilled my promise.
Now, about the three things you promised me. It seems I can't hide it from you any longer. Lu Wuming looked at Xianyang and quickly interrupted, a look of sorrow appearing on his face.
Ming Er has been our undercover for many years in Longsha country. He hid for us all these years. Just when he was about to enjoy a good life, he ended up dead.
I've let him down. Lu Wuming's mournful voice echoed in everyone's ears.
The members of the Beast Squad and the Flood Dragon Squad twitched at the corners of their mouths.
They felt the commander could act a bit more convincingly. This poor acting was simply too exaggerated. Lu Wuming shot a fierce glare at the two squads, as if saying, "You won't help me? You'll have it worse." Xianyang's 3 requests could cost him his life. This act had to go on. That's right, the commander is right.
Ming Er, that kid, I know him, he's a hero.
Back in the day, the two of us talked heart to heart, but now, woo woo woo.
Gecko took the lead and started crying loudly, his acting reaching a level worthy of an actor. Everyone thought, good heavens, this guy should really be an actor. Even Lu Wuming glanced at him, nearly believing his words. He decided to give this kid double the allowance this month. I didn't expect that person to be so important to you. This is my fault, let's do it this way. You agree to 2 things for me, after all, rules can't change.
Xianyang sighed.
I didn't think Ming Er was so important. I should have just killed them all from the start, then cleaned up the evidence, and later saved the Beast Squad and Flood Dragon Squad. Then it would be a dead end. I could just say I didn't see Ming Er.
Lu Wuming's face immediately brightened. Thankfully, it worked. 3 requests turned into 2. How's the training for the new recruits going? Who's training them now that the Madman is gone? Gecko suddenly asked.
Don't worry, they can train themselves. Today is just the last day. I'm going to eliminate 15 people now, Xianyang grinned. No need, they have all passed, so you two don't have to worry.
Lu Wuming said helplessly. This time the training was the one that accepted the most people. They could have given up on their own, but Xianyang's rules gave them infinite hope.
They stubbornly persisted for several days, with no one dropping out. Now every one of their eyes was filled with madness and cruelty like a crazy person. Even Lu Wuming felt a bit intimidated by the sight.
They passed? Wasn't it said that only 5 or 6 could pass? It's fine, Commander, I can help.
Xianyang said seriously.
No. Really, no need, Xianyang.
You go pack your things. I've invited a very famous old professor, my teacher back then, and I want him to teach you some knowledge.
Knowledge? What knowledge? My grandparents taught me knowledge already. Is there really a need for him to teach me? Xianyang resisted. No way, absolutely not.
Only he can teach you, then I can trust you to stay in the imperial capital. Otherwise, you'll only stay in the military area for your whole life.
Lu Wuming said unyieldingly. Xianyang reluctantly nodded. He regretted coming back.
The military district is too dull. It's even more comfortable than a primitive forest, where I can kill whoever I want without any boredom. Lu Wuming watched Xianyang leave and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this guy agreed. He was already prepared to persuade him. Who are these 2 people?
Commander, let's go back and talk.
The situation might be a bit complicated to explain, the gecko said helplessly.
Lu Wuming glanced at Weiss and then nodded.
At this moment, in a closed room, Weiss slowly opened his eyes, looking at the unfamiliar environment, his heart unchanged. He raised his hand to touch his painful face and felt bitter inside. After being an assassin for so many years, it was the first time he felt helpless from someone else.
Right. My sister. Weiss hurriedly got up and shouted at the iron door, "Is anyone there? Come quickly."
Stop shouting already, why are you yelling so loudly? The gecko said, scratching his ear with a disdainful look.
Are you one of the evil dragon's men? Where is my sister? Did you go to save her? She's poisoned.
I know your team has a girl called Flying Snake, who is good at using poison.
I beg you, save her. Weiss said anxiously, speaking very quickly. Not a buddy? Are you mistaken?
You're a prisoner, how can a prisoner make requests? The gecko replied. If you can save my sister, I can agree to any of your demands, Weiss said with difficulty.
Really?
Then you first take a puff of this. Our commander wants to ask you some questions, the gecko said, taking out a bag of powder and handing it to Weiss.
Seeing this, Weiss showed no hesitation and directly inhaled the powder in front of him. Enough already. Have you become addicted?
Leave me some, this is good stuff for saving your life, the gecko hurriedly interrupted, suspecting this guy had done drugs before since he inhaled the amount for 3 people in one go.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
Weiss instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to muster any strength. Seeing this, the gecko directly opened the door and picked Weiss up in a princess carry. I didn't expect you to be so light, looks like you pay attention to your diet, the gecko said.
Can you not hold me like this? I feel so awkward, how about you carry me on your back?
Weiss said, feeling extremely embarrassed, as he had never been held by a man like this before.
Hey! You're not happy about it? Do you know how many people want me to carry them, and I still don't want to?
Don't take advantage and act all coy, the gecko loudly replied. At this time, everyone in the military district looked at the two.
Chapter 38, I am always available. Soon, the two reached the commander's office, and the gecko directly said, "Commander, he's awake. I brought him over, you can ask."
Lu Wuming turned around to look at the two and couldn't help but rub his forehead. He shouldn't have let this weirdo come.
How could it look good for two men to do a princess carry in public? Put him on the sofa.
I can't ask him like this, and I'm sure he doesn't want to be held like that either, Lu Wuming said. The gecko grumbled as he finally placed Weiss on the sofa and stood beside it, knowing that his team was the least busy, which is why they sent him to complete this task.
You're Weiss, right? The third on the International Assassin Leaderboard.
Tell me why you helped Ming Sha attack us this time.
Is it just because your sister is in their hands? Lu Wuming questioned coldly.
That's right, my sister is in their hands, and I have no choice, Weiss replied helplessly.
I know what you are worried about. Yes, we assassins will do anything for money, but I guess you've investigated me, and didn't you find that I have never struck against Longxia country?
Lu Wuming nodded, as this was also his point of confusion. Moreover, the other party spoke Longxia's language very well, completely without that foreign accent.
Because my mother is from your Dragon Summer Nation, I didn't take action against you before, but this time is an exception.
They have my sister, I'd rather offend your Dragon Summer Nation than not act, because she is my only family.
I've been searching for many years. Wow. So you actually have Dragon Summer blood. I really underestimated you.
So, your father is a foreigner, and he and your mother. The gecko said in astonishment. My father is a beast, he forcefully took my mother back then, and in the end, my mother gave birth to me and my sister. She treated both of us very well.
But, one day that man came.
He took my sister and me away and killed my mother. He discovered my talent and trained me to be an assassin, and at that time, my sister also vanished.
Weiss said blandly, as if talking about something very ordinary.
I see your emotions are very stable, I have reason to suspect that you are lying, Lu Wuming looked at Weiss. What I said is all true, if you don't believe me, you can investigate. I think with your status, this may be difficult, but it shouldn't be beyond you.
As for why I'm stable emotionally, it's entirely because.
Weiss revealed a cruel smile and continued, I killed him.
Lu Wuming frowned, why does it feel like there are too many lunatics in this military district?
This Weiss doesn't seem very normal, but he's certainly much better than Shang Yang.
Should I use him for the Dragon Summer Nation or not?
Lu Wuming fell into deep thought. The opponent's strength is undoubted, being third on the international assassin list speaks volumes. Your sister has already been saved, do you think you will live or die?
That depends on whether you dare to use me.
If you dare use me, I can naturally live.
If you don't dare use me, then I'm dead.
Weiss said calmly, and at that moment, he also relaxed his heart. It was good that his sister was alive.
Ha, you're very interesting. Gecko, bring out the antidote. Give it to him. Not the commander. I can't take him on. Gecko said, wide-eyed.
Stop talking nonsense, if you suspect a person, don't use them.
If you use someone, don't doubt them.
I believe he won't act against me, Lu Wuming said confidently. Gecko, hearing this, had a face full of helplessness and directly placed a small bottle under Weiss' nose. Weiss gently inhaled, feeling the lost strength in his body returning, stretching his numb shoulders, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. As expected of the commander, what courage!
What insight! I thought you would leave some backup, it turns out I really underestimated your noble heart.
Don't worry, you cured my sister, I will repay you, after all, you have placed so much trust in me.
Commander, are you looking for me? At this moment, a lazy voice came, and Shang Yang's figure walked into the room.
Weiss's face stiffened, glancing at Lu Wuming, he just knew. The biases in people's hearts are truly a mountain.
What happened to the saying about not suspecting those you use?
Gecko also gave Lu Wuming a thumbs up. He could only say that the commander truly is remarkable. Experience speaks volumes. He indeed has a backup plan, and it's a trump card.
Shan Yang looked at the three in confusion. Why was everyone silent as soon as he entered? Was his imposing presence that strong? Xiang Yang, you're here.
Come over, I happen to have something to say to you. Lu Wuming quickly walked towards Shang Yang, then patted his shoulder. I didn't call you over for anything, it's just that the study arrangement has been finalized. Later, I'll tell you the address, and you can go. After saying this, Lu Wuming turned to Weiss with an apologetic expression.
Weiss, don't misunderstand, this is truly just a coincidence. Rest assured, I didn't know that Shang Yang would come over now.
Weiss nodded helplessly.
In someone else's territory, what can you say?
You can only obey, and right now, this young boy truly scared me, his strength was just too abnormal.
Commander, Xian Yang turned to Wei Si, do you want me to help you kill him?
I heard he is an assassin and definitely a bad person.
At this moment, Wei Si shivered, it was over, was this guy really targeting him?
His life was in danger. Cough, 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 Xiang Yang, calm down, you don't need to kill him. Don't worry, Commander, I'm confident. I can take him down in 5 moves, Xiang Yang said seriously. Upon hearing Xiang Yang's words, a surge of anger rose in Wei Si's heart. Who does he look down on? To take me down in 5 moves? That would only be if I didn't fight back. If I put in my all, I could last at least 20 moves before he could defeat me. What? Are you not convinced? Xiang Yang immediately asked upon seeing his expression. That's right, I am not convinced. You couldn't take me down in 5 moves. Wei Si retorted. Then how about we have a practice match? If you don't defeat me, I will kill you. And if you do defeat me? Then it means you're not good enough, I'll kill you in 5 moves. Xiang Yang said with a smile, so, do you want to compete? Wei Si's expression froze. Regardless of what happens, it seems he was doomed. What was there to compete about? Alright, stop messing around, Xiang Yang. He has already joined us, he has turned from a bad person into a good person. You should not harbor any killing intent towards him, Lu Wuming advised. Ah? He has become a good person? Well, okay, but if I ever get to kill you, just let me know, Commander, I'm always free. Xiang Yang's face showed disappointment. Alright. If he really can be killed, I will tell you. Now go find your teacher, you and he can learn how to become a good person, Lu Wuming said seriously. At this moment, he secretly felt delighted. This trip was indeed worth it for Xiang Yang. Now Wei Si had surely joined the military district, and with a lunatic like Xiang Yang around, anyone thinking of betraying them would have to think twice about their own life. Chapter 39, The Skyblade Sect. Wei Si now trembled. What did the other party mean? Was he trying to intimidate him? Did he really think he would be scared of this boy? He was an unparalleled assassin. He could clearly tell the other party he was indeed threatening the right person. Xiang Yang, hearing Lu Wuming's words, suddenly brightened up. That teacher is really amazing? Can he teach me how to do good deeds and become a good person? Of course not. Can I lie to you? He is currently in the military district. I will have Chi Quan take you over shortly, Lu Wuming assured. After saying this, Lu Wuming directly called Chi Quan in, gave him some instructions, and sent them both down while he smiled at Wei Si. Wei Si, which team do you want to join now? The other teams are too weak, only the Dragon and Beast teams are worthy of your status. Choose one. I choose the Dragon team. Wei Si replied without a second thought. It was a joke, he didn't even need to think about it. The Beast team had that lunatic. If he went there, wouldn't that be asking for death? I didn't expect you to have already made your choice. Alright, you can go now. From now on, you will be part of my Longsha kingdom. Lu Wuming extended his hand. Wei Si glanced at it and then extended his hand, their palms pressed tightly together. As Wei Si walked out of the office, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He didn't expect his assassin career to end like this. Now, he was also a man with a position. In fact, from the moment he found his sister, he had thought of quitting. After all, his sister was just an ordinary person, and he was an assassin. The two of them wanting to live a peaceful life was simply too difficult. Now it was fine, he had joined Longsha Kingdom, and his mother's country resolved all his worries. As for whether there would be trouble from quitting without permission, he didn't need to worry at all. After all, his skills were taught to him by that so-called father, whom he had already killed, so he was operating solo in the assassin organization. Quitting the assassin's life had no impact on him. As for the international assassin rankings, they were just empty titles to him. He only wanted to live a peaceful life now. It seemed he still needed to show himself, otherwise, this military district commander wouldn't let him see his sister, since he didn't trust him at all now. At this moment, on the other side in Myanmar, this was a paradise for mercenary organizations and assassins. There were no rules, no restraints, it was a lawless area, extremely chaotic. The news of the annihilation of the Ming Kill mercenary organization had already reached Myanmar. Right now, the most terrified were the guards left behind by Ming Yi in the base established by Ming Kill, as they were here to protect the wealth. Even though the news of Ming Yi's death had come, no one dared to take action here. After all, the guns and ammunition here were real, and it was easy to defend but hard to attack. The location was excellent. Lord Mingyi is dead. I think we should protect the young master well, and look for an opportunity to make a comeback. This place is absolutely safe right now, one elder said gravely. You say it easily, but the young master is only 14, we can't wait for over 10 years, right? By then, who knows how many will still remember the Ming Kill mercenary group, Zhao Feng said helplessly. He was the only master here, his strength only second to Ming Yi, and he was responsible for protecting this place. Forget it, forget it. Let's stabilize the situation first, the elder waved his hand, adding more wrinkles to his aged face. Brother! Bad news. Someone has attacked. A bloodied man rushed in a panic. What? How outrageous. Who are they? I don't know, they each wore white scarves, wielding long knives and attacked anyone they saw. We are no match for them. Where are the guns? Shoot.
Are you all pigs? Zhao Feng roared. We can't shoot, they flew in, the man said with a bitter smile. They flew in? Zhao Feng's pupils widened in disbelief, then he hurried out to check. At this time, Zhao Feng arrived in the yard, and it was already a river of blood. Figures in white flew into the sky, each wielding a long knife, like white reapers. Damn it! How could this happen? Zhao Feng shouted in anger, then grabbed a long knife beside him and charged forward, engaging in battle with one of the white-clad men. Who are you? Why do you want to come and destroy our mercenary group? Zhao Feng, already covered in wounds, knew he couldn't hold on for long. He just wanted to know who was behind this. We are the Tian Dao sect, the master has commanded. Everything about the Ming Kill mercenary group must be erased, the white-clad man said coldly, then the cold gleam of the long knife flashed, and Zhao Feng's head fell in an instant. With Zhao Feng's death, the entire base turned into a hell. From women to children, none were spared, they were all brutally slain. Report! Deputy Master, the task is complete, a man wearing a scarf knelt down and said. The middle-aged man beside him said with a serious expression, as long as it's done, let them retreat. Yes, sir. Then, one by one, large catapults were quickly dismantled. They had relied on these to break into the enemy's camp. The middle-aged man glanced at the camp in front of him, his gaze showing no emotion, just helplessly sighing, when will the master return? You left me such a large sect, then went off to enjoy yourself. In front of him stood a middle-aged man, who was Old Knife's disciple, Knife Dragon. After Old Knife took him in, he passed on all his skills before disappearing, leaving Knife Dragon alone to manage the vast Heaven Knife sect. For years, in order to avoid raising suspicions from the outside, he had been hiding, until a few days ago when his long-missing master actually called him. And the first thing he said was, to have him wipe out everything belonging to the Dark Death mercenary group, and then he hung up the phone. When he tried calling back, the other party had already blocked him. Looking at the master, who hadn't contacted him for a long time, coming right in and asking him to kill, what could he do? He could only indulge this wish. As for whether the outside world would find out, he was completely unconcerned. In these years, the strength of the Heaven Knife sect had developed enough and didn't need to hide. Forget it, forget it. As long as my master is alive, let him enjoy his old age. Any problems, as his disciple, I'll clear them all away for him. A look of dominance appeared on Knife Dragon's face, his life belonged to his master. If it weren't for his rescue back then, he would have long starved to death on the streets. Moreover, at that time, it seemed like his master didn't disappear without reason. Chapter 40, Xianyang's Answer. Old you, I trouble you. This child really has some big issues, he needs your guidance. He has been in prison for many years, and his thoughts have become somewhat extreme, Chi Quan said respectfully to the elder beside him. It's nothing. Since it's that brat Wu Ming's request, naturally, I will teach him well. You can rest assured, Yu Wenhua rubbed his graying beard and smiled confidently. That's good, old you. Thank you, Chi Quan smiled slightly, then looked toward the door and said, Xianyang, you can come in now. Old you has agreed to teach you, so you must perform well. Xianyang walked into the room, looking at the kind-eyed old man before him, quietly wondering inside if such a friendly person could really teach him well. After all, his grandparents had been quite strict. In their words, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. But perhaps he just didn't understand the other party. After all, he came to learn and didn't want to say too much. Xianyang could only bow respectfully and say, please, sir. I hope you can teach me how to be a good person. Yu Wenhua looked at the youthful young man before him, showing a puzzled expression. This was the so-called extreme-minded young man that Lu Wuming spoke of? He didn't look like that at all. In his eyes, the other was a polite young fellow, with no trace of danger at all. How could such a good student be described like that? Chi kid, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? This is the person I'm supposed to teach? Yu Wenhua asked in confusion. I'm sure it's not a mistake. Old you, it's him. You just need to bring his thoughts back on track, Chi Quan replied. Also, I will send a few people over to protect you, in case of any unexpected events. Nonsense. If you send people over, how can I teach? What will this young man think? Yu Wenhua said with displeasure all over his face. But your safety. You don't need to worry about my safety. Now all of you leave, I want to have a good talk with this young man. Yu Wenhua immediately issued the expulsion order. Chi Quan had no choice, this was a literary master-like figure, even the commander had to show him respect, and he could only walk out the door. You few stay at the door. If anything happens inside, be sure to rush in and save old you at the first moment. Understood? Chi Quan instructed the two special forces soldiers. Yes, sir. Chi Quan nodded, but feeling somewhat uneasy, he decided to look for Evil Dragon or Dragon One. After all, that kid could be a bit frightening when going crazy. At this moment in the room, Yu Wenhua and Xianyang stared wide-eyed at each other, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into embarrassment. What is your name? Xianyang. Old man, can you teach me how to be a good person? I feel like I'm still lacking a bit.
Xiangyang humbly asked for guidance.
Be a good person? Ha ha ha. Yu Wenhua laughed at Xiangyang's innocent appearance.
Just look at how pure this child is, yet he was judged as a dangerous factor by that rascal Lu Wuming.
Xiangyang looked at the old man who was laughing heartily, and his fists couldn't help but clench. Is he making fun of me? Surely not, then what is this laughter? Do I need to cut out his tongue?
Xiangyang, being a good person isn't hard, you just need to wholeheartedly want to do good.
Don't pay too much attention to it deliberately.
For example, if someone is in trouble, you can help them, and that's already a good deed. Yu Wenhua gently guided him, knowing after so many years of teaching how to lead a discussion.
Oh? Old man, can you give me an example? How should I do a good deed? Xiangyang asked eagerly. Yu Wenhua nodded.
It seemed his teaching was effective. The boy's character was acceptable, and it looked like today he could correct the boy's thoughts.
Ahem, for example, if you see an injured person by the roadside, what should you do? Yu Wenhua looked at Xiangyang with a smile. I could choose to turn a blind eye, right? No, you can't.
You must go up and help him because he is asking for your help. You should provide assistance. Yu Wenhua frowned. This boy indeed had a bit of a problem, but it was manageable. The problem wasn't too big.
Excuse me, old man, how is he injured? Does it matter? Yu Wenhua was taken aback. It matters, very much.
Xiangyang said seriously. He has a leg injury, but it's not serious, and there's a hospital right next to him. Yu Wenhua thought for a moment and said.
The answer to this question was obvious.
He just wanted Xiangyang to take the man to the hospital and get his leg treated. This would prove that he did a good deed, and then he could praise him and continue the lesson. Thinking of this, Yu Wenhua smiled with satisfaction, taking a sip from the tea on the table.
Ha, after so many years of teaching, he still couldn't fix this kid? Leg injury?
Xiangyang rubbed his chin, then confidently gave his answer. I would knock him out, then cut off his whole leg, and finally tie it up with rope to bandage it. And to prevent him from screaming, I would cover his mouth.
Put. Yu Wenhua spat out the tea he had just sipped. He then looked at Xiangyang, wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth.
This boy is unusual indeed. Lu Wuming presented him with a huge problem.
How about it, old man? Isn't my answer perfect?
Xiangyang said with a grin. This was knowledge combined from his grandfather and grandmother's teachings.
Ahem, Xiangyang, why don't you take him to the hospital? Why should I do that? What's in it for me to take him in?
I would just waste my time, and he could even frame me, Xiangyang earnestly explained.
But you can't just cut off his leg. I'm helping him.
Long pain is worse than short pain. If I cut off his leg directly, then he won't get hurt anymore, Xiangyang shrugged.
And what if his head is injured? Then chop off his head too. Yu Wenhua.
Now he suddenly felt very tired. This wasn't just radical thinking, this was clearly a twisted murderer.
Xiangyang, I can clearly tell you, this is wrong. Your answer is completely incorrect. I advise you to think carefully about your answer again.
Yu Wenhua's expression was serious as he picked up the ruler in his hand. Today, for the peace of Longsha Kingdom, he must correct the other person's thoughts.
Think carefully. Xiangyang lowered his head.
Then, as if he thought of something, he slowly spoke under Yu Wenhua's expectant gaze. I understand, the old sir is right, I really answered wrong just now. I should have just killed him directly and found a deserted place to dispose of him, to prevent him from causing me trouble. Also, I need to see if anyone around saw it. If someone did, I would take care of them as well.
How about that, am I right?
Old man, old sir, Xiangyang asked excitedly.
Chapter 41, Why are the flowers so red? Yu Wenhua's body trembled uncontrollably. The other person's words were right? Absolutely not.
This kid must be a reincarnated god of death. Not only does he want to kill someone, but he also wants to kill everyone nearby. Besides, what did this kid just call him? Old man, right? Although the other party quickly retracted his words, he still heard it.
Xiangyang, why do you insist on killing him? Isn't it better to save him?
Yu Wenhua suppressed the anger in his heart. As a literary master, he must stay calm. After all, the other person is just a teenager.
Why should I save him? What's in it for me?
Besides, if I kill him, it's all your responsibility. I already said I could not save him, but you insisted on making me save him, so the responsibility is on you, Xiangyang said with a frown. He doubted whether the old man in front of him was a professional. He seemed to completely not understand what doing a good deed meant, even worse than Long Yi, who was a great person. He seriously suspected Lu Wuming had been deceived by him.
Nonsense.
This is pure nonsense. You're young and not learning well, you actually learn some evil ways.
Who taught you this?
Yu Wenhua, furious, pulled out a few whiskers and turned to Xiang Yang to reprimand him. In his eyes, this boy was simply hopeless. Not only did he not realize he was wrong, but he also pushed the blame onto himself.
Xiang Yang squinted his eyes and looked at Yu Wenhua coldly. Old man, are you scolding me?
You are a bit ungrateful. I see you are a fake. You clearly don't understand how to teach people.
Okay. Yu Wenhua directly said 3 good words. Looking at the increasingly angry Xiang Yang, he showed no awareness of the seriousness of the problem and continued to provoke him. What? Do you still want to hit me? I tell you. Even Lu Wuming would respectfully call me teacher. Hit you?
You think too simply. Xiang Yang picked up a chair beside him, then kicked it fiercely, breaking the leg, pointing at Yu Wenhua and saying, do I even need to hit you?
You, don't come over here.
Yu Wenhua looked at Xiang Yang, who looked fierce and menacing, and couldn't believe the other party really dared to make a move. At this moment, Xiang Yang didn't care about so much. What this old scammer taught him was complete nonsense. It was not as good as what Long Yi taught. He became angrier and directly picked up a wooden stick and swung it toward Yu Wenhua's face. With this swing, he definitely wanted to show the other party why the flowers were so red.
Xiang Yang, stop. Calm down and don't move. Otherwise, we'll shoot.
Suddenly, the door of the room was kicked open, and 2 soldiers holding submachine guns pointed them at Xiang Yang, threatening him.
At this moment, the fear in their eyes showed that they truly couldn't believe he dared to move. It really proved Qichuan right.
At this time, the wooden stick was only a few centimeters away from Yu Wenhua's head, and at the critical moment, Xiang Yang held back his strength. Xiang Yang turned to look at the 2 and grinned. Do you believe that I can kill this old guy before you shoot?
Xiang Yang, don't act impulsively.
Killing him will do you no good, and you'll get shot down in a flurry of bullets.
I admire your courage in speaking. Do you believe that if I kill him, you can't kill me?
Just with your submachine guns at close range, I can easily dodge your bullets, Xiang Yang said confidently. The 2 exchanged a glance, both shocked by what they saw in each other's eyes.
Dodge bullets? Submachine gun bullets? This person must be joking, right? Even the great war god might not be able to do that. We don't believe it.
Very well, you don't believe it, huh?
Actually, I don't believe it either.
You 2 have won your bet, Xiang Yang shrugged, putting down the wooden stick in his hand. The confidence trick taught to him by his grandpa seemed to not be working after all. But then again, tricks must be based on reasonable rules. Xiang Yang sat back down on the stool, looking at Yu Wenhua with an easygoing expression.
All right, old sir, you can continue talking now. I'm all ears.
Yu Wenhua wiped the sweat from his forehead. He regretted agreeing to Lu Wuming's request a bit. Just now he almost lost his own life here.
It's fine. As a literary master, I don't believe I can't deal with a young lad.
Besides, with 2 special forces soldiers here, I don't believe he will do anything to me. Yu Wenhua thought to himself.
Xiang Yang, let me ask you.
You say I deceived you, and that what I taught you isn't good.
So in your eyes, what is a good thing? How should one be a good person?
Yu Wenhua questioned, getting ready to prescribe some medicine to the illness.
Xiang Yang leaned back on the stool, crossed his legs, and said disdainfully, so you're here for advice.
Then listen carefully. Doing good should start by solving problems from the root. Before helping others, check if your own safety is at risk to prevent any unfavorable situations. And let me tell you, in the entire military region, I only recognize Dragon One, the leader of the Jiaolong team, as a true good person.
He's someone I admire. Yu Wenhua was dumbfounded by Xiang Yang's words.
This young man's thinking was already in an extreme state. Moreover, he knew Dragon One personally. He was one of the greatest soldiers, but what did he mean by truly good person? What has Dragon One done to make you admire him so much?
Oh, there's so much. Let me casually tell you one.
Back in the day, someone accidentally saw Dragon One bathing.
Without hesitation, Dragon One gouged out that person's eyes.
Just look at this demeanor, this agility is unmatched. To prevent others from peeping, he directly solved the problem at its root.
Of course, that's not all. There's also.
At this moment, Yu Wenhua was holding onto the table, or else he would have fallen down. He seemed to have heard a shocking secret. He remembered that Dragon One was quite upright. How could he have turned out like this?
Looking at Xiang Yang's vivid recount, it didn't seem like a lie. At the door, the 2 soldiers had their mouths agape. Is this really true? Is this something they can hear?
Dragon One is the idol of most people in the military region. His marksmanship is stunning. But behind the scenes, he's so crazy.
Especially when he gets angry.
Goodness, when he gets furious, even the wind dares to be hit.
So, old man, after hearing about these good deeds, has it overturned your perception? You feel that what you did before was all wrong? Xiang Yang asked with a grin. Yuenhua did not answer Xiang Yang immediately.
He silently took out a few heart-saving pills from his pocket and popped them into his mouth, then tremblingly picked up the cup to take a sip of water.
Yuenhua calmed his inner thoughts. Did you just make this up, or did you actually see Dragon One do these things?
I didn't see it, but this is what he said to me himself. The Beast Squad can testify for me, they all heard it. Xia Yang began to speak.
Chapter 42, You're very brave.
Yuenhua gasped at this moment.
Could it be that he really misjudged Long Yi before?
So, do you still think what you taught was right?
If it weren't for my unwillingness to leave, I could go back, Xia Yang yawned and said. Yuenhua waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave.
Such a student could not be taught at all. If it were just a problem of thought, he could still give it a try, but the other party's strength was terrifyingly strong. Just from the fact that the other person kicked a solid wooden stool into pieces, he could see that the opponent's strength was definitely not ordinary.
Xia Yang saw that the other party agreed and immediately got up to walk outside.
Unfortunately, Long Yi and the evil dragon arrived at the same time. They were called by Qi Quan. When the two of them heard that the literary master was teaching Xia Yang, their eyes were filled with shock, and they hurried over. Just based on the other party's stubborn nature, they were truly afraid the master would get beaten up.
Oh? You two are here too?
Xia Yang said with surprise written all over his face, then directly grabbed Long Yi's arm. Good man, hurry up and tell this old guy how you did good deeds back in the day so he can see how much he misguides his students. Yuenhua watched as Xia Yang led Long Yi over, and couldn't help but step back, fearing the other might punch him. At this moment, Long Yi also looked bewildered. But seeing Yuenhua's fearful eyes, he instantly understood something. Xia Yang was probably spouting something he made up.
Good man, hurry up and say it. Just talk about the things you did before, be bold. Xia Yang waved his hand.
Are you saying you were lying to me back then?
Xia Yang said coldly in a low voice.
Long Yi's heart skipped a beat. He felt that if he admitted to lying to Xia Yang, his head and body would be separated in the next second.
There's no way that was lying to you, it's just inconvenient to say here.
After all, there's an old saying in Longsha country, do good deeds without leaving a name, Long Yi said with difficulty. Then he looked at the evil dragon with pleading eyes, almost writing "save me" on his face. The evil dragon shrugged and took a step back, indicating that he was powerless. After all, it was he who bragged in the first place, and now the retribution was here. When this literary master went back and talked about it.
Just as the evil dragon thought, Yuenhua's face changed at this moment.
He didn't expect Long Yi had really done such things. It seemed he had to speak to Lu Wuming about this kid. Xia Yang nodded in satisfaction, then grabbed Long Yi's hand and walked outside. Passing the evil dragon, he said, tell the commander I'm not going to learn from this old guy anymore. I'm going to learn from Long Yi, I feel what he teaches is right. After saying that, Xia Yang led the love-struck Long Yi out the door. The evil dragon let out a sigh of relief after the two left, then seemed to think of something and hurried to Yuenhua's side to explain the whole situation. At this moment, Yuenhua's heart was racing. This visit to the military district was even more thrilling than a roller coaster.
So, are you saying that Long Yi only said that out of necessity?
Yuenhua asked. The evil dragon nodded, then glanced at the two soldiers behind him and waved his hand, indicating they could leave. The two soldiers hurriedly walked out when they saw this. They had long wanted to leave this place, afraid that if they heard something they shouldn't, their lives would be ruined.
No way, kid, are you trying to deceive me? You two are the kings of soldiers, right?
Still young soldier kings.
How can you two be afraid of an ordinary teenager?
Looking at his physique, he probably can't even withstand a slap from a black bear, Yuenhua asked.
The evil dragon's face flushed red. It was indeed a bit embarrassing.
They had been dominant in the military district, thinking themselves to be extraordinary heroes, but only when Xiang Yang arrived did they realize there are always people stronger and better. Old you, don't underestimate his age, and don't underestimate his appearance.
Together, Long and I might not even be his match.
This kid develops in every aspect.
Any weapon in his hands is like that of a master, the evil dragon sighed.
Moreover, it was he who destroyed the Dark Kill mercenary group. The military district said we took them down to cover it up, the evil dragon added with a sigh.
Hearing the evil dragon's words, Yuenhua did not say another word.
He grabbed a ruler and rushed out.
Good job, Lu Wuming, you left such a mess for me.
Originally, he thought the opponent was just a delinquent teenager, but it turned out he is a human weapon.
Meanwhile, Lu Wuming's expression was extremely serious.
Just now, news came from Myanmar that the base of Dark Kill was bloodily washed out by a group calling themselves the Heaven Blade Sect.
Heaven Blade Sect.
How did this organization suddenly appear, and they even bloodily washed out the Dark Kill base?
Lu Wuming thought secretly. Just after Dark Kill was destroyed, this side was also bloodily wiped. With knives. Heaven Blade Sect. Could it be because of Shang Yang? Lu Wuming had a bold guess in his heart.
The Heaven Blade sect was once popular many years ago, with immense power, wielding long blades while dressed in white, causing countless countries distress. But then, for some unknown reason, the leader suddenly disappeared, causing the Heaven Blade sect to fractal. Yet, it eventually stabilized, seemingly relying on his disciple.
Although Shang Yang had never used a knife, the timing was just too coincidental.
Moreover, the Heaven Blade sect had been hiding for so many years with no reason to strike against the base of Dark Kill, and they didn't take any of the supplies.
Could it be that the leader of the Heaven Blade sect is in that prison? Lu Wuming boldly speculated. At this moment, he had a heavy headache.
Back then, he did not support the king in establishing that forbidden prison, yet it was established anyway. Over the years, how many big shots have been locked up inside? He had no idea. It could be said that as long as they didn't want to live anymore, they could spend their remaining lives in there. This ultimately led to the creation of this ticking time bomb, Shang Yang.
Just as Lu Wuming was lamenting, the phone beside him suddenly rang. Who could be calling at this time? Lu Wuming frowned and answered.
Only to hear an old yet vigorous voice on the other end.
You are the commander of the military district in the capital, right? I am Shang Yang's grandfather. You can also call me Old Blade, they all call me that.
Lu Wuming's mind buzzed. The good news was that he guessed right, this person was indeed standing up for Shang Yang to destroy the Dark Kill base. The bad news was that this person had come to him, seemingly seeking to question him.
Old Blade. Senior, I wonder what you need from me. Lu Wuming feigned ignorance and asked. Don't play dumb with me.
You don't need to thank me, it was merely the destruction of a small base.
I know you are a smart person, so you should have figured it out.
I'm calling you just to say, don't let Xiao Yang go to such dangerous places in the future.
He is a good child, our hope. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Old Blade said, his tone displeased.
Lu Wuming's pupils shrank, and he took a deep breath. Senior, you brought Shang Yang here, and I have to assign him tasks. Moreover, this kid is talented.
I don't want to bury him, especially since he has some issues in his thoughts that I must correct.
Lu Wuming's palm was slick with sweat.
That's right, this was his true feeling, he was the commander and couldn't let the other side be so rampant. Just when Lu Wuming thought the other side understood him and would compromise, a voice came from the other end of the phone after a long pause. Kid, can't I swing a knife?
You're pretty brave, huh? Chapter 43, Xian Yang going to university?
At this moment, Lu Wuming fell silent. The tone of the other party seemed to be provoking him. As the commander of the Huaxia military region, he couldn't back down. Senior, I know your power is huge, but our army is no pushover, it's the era of hot weapons now.
Your threats mean nothing to me. Kid, you're really arrogant, I admire you, how about we give it a try? Let my forces outside clash with your army and see who's stronger.
At this point, Old Knife was laughing in anger. Over the years, his intimidation factor had decreased quite a bit because he hadn't stepped out.
Old Knife, can you do it? If not, let me.
I still have tens of thousands of disciples outside, I can just fight him to the death. The stuff I stole back then is still overseas, it looks like I can't return it to them. I might as well keep it for little Yang as a night pot. At this moment, sounds came from the other end of the phone, and Lu Wuming's face immediately darkened. If it were just one person, he could handle it, but if so many came, it would probably spell unprecedented disaster for Longxia Nation. Everyone, be quiet, let me talk to him, Long Wushuang said at this moment.
Everyone stepped aside to clear the way.
Senior Wushuang, I hope you can discipline him, if it weren't for you, I would really want to chop him right now.
Do you think I'd been jealous all these years?
Old Knife revealed an unhappy expression. He respected Long Wushuang, but that didn't mean he was afraid of him. Long Wushuang said nothing, just nodded, picked up the phone, and said, how do you call yourself a commander? At 20, I could accept your words as youthful recklessness, but you're already in your 40s or 50s. As commander of the military region, I hope you know what's important. We have already discussed the next arrangements for Shang Yang. This little guy has never experienced university life from small to large. Let's find an opportunity to send him to university to let him adapt.
Lu Wuming clenched his fists and sighed. I understand, Senior Wushuang, I will make arrangements.
Then he hung up the phone, his face showing a bitter smile. The power he had held for these years had indeed made him lose himself a bit. If it weren't for Senior Wushuang holding him back just now, he might have ended up in direct opposition to the big boss of the forbidden prison. The stable situation in Longxia Nation might also be shaken because of his impulsiveness. At this moment, in the prison, Long Wushuang's aged face revealed a worried expression as he turned to Old Knife and said, Little Knife, I apologize for him, I hope you won't take this to heart.
Senior Wushuang, what are you saying? How could I hold a grudge against a child?
I was just saying words in anger earlier, Old Knife rushed forward to say. Long Wushuang nodded, then leaned on his cane and left.
Poisonous woman, how much longer can Senior's body hold on?
At most, 2 more years, the poisonous woman shook her head and said.
Long Wushwan was the first to come in and could be said to be their big brother.
Over the years, he had taken good care of them. Every time there was a conflict among them, he had resolved it. Since Shang Yang arrived here, Long Wushwan had proposed that everyone pass on all their skills to him to see if they could cultivate some little monster for the future. They were not fools, they naturally knew what Long Wushwan was thinking, but they just didn't want to say it outright.
Besides, they also genuinely liked Shang Yang. At this moment, Xian Yan and Long Yi were sitting in the room.
The two began to talk incessantly. Xiang Yang, I tell you, don't easily kill people in the future.
Just maim them.
The purpose is to let them feel the guilt in their hearts, that's how you do a good deed.
Brother Long Yi, what you said makes so much sense.
It's much better than what that old guy said. Xiang Yang admired, his eyes shining. At this moment, Long Yi was dry in the mouth, but his eyes flashed with wisdom. He seemed to have found a way to guide Xiang Yang, but this method had to be done step by step, simply put, it was to fool him. After his relentless efforts, it could be said that he finally changed Xiang Yang from wanting to take lives to wanting to cripple people, which was a significant leap. There was only so much he could do, hoping that no one would provoke Xiang Yang in the future.
Xiang Yang, I can't believe you're here. I've been searching high and low for you. The commander sent me to tell you he's arranged your enrollment.
Pack your things, the capital university starts in 3 days, and you will report with the freshmen.
Ji Quan said breathlessly, clearly having searched the entire military district. Going to university? Going to university?
Both Long Yi and Xiang Yang exclaimed at the same time, their expressions quite different.
Long Yi's face was filled with shock. With Xiang Yang like this, wouldn't he first beat up the teachers and then shit on the principal's head? Xiang Yang was then full of curiosity, he knew about universities.
Grandma and Grandpa had told him that university was a lot of fun, where he could meet many friends and numerous beauties.
I'm not saying, Commander, are you crazy? You let Xiang Yang go to university. While his age is right, but don't you think his abilities don't match? The evil dragon spoke. At this moment, 2 squads gathered in the commander's office, chattering away.
When they learned that Xiang Yang would attend university, they were utterly taken aback. How could the commander dare to do this?
All right. Everyone shut up. Lu Wuming roared, and the crowd instantly fell silent. Do you think I want him to go? I'm also left with no choice.
If anyone has an opinion, go argue with the Forbidden Prison and the Invincible War God.
If you win, Xiang Yang won't need to go.
Lu Wuming spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and fell silent.
Once the Invincible War God spoke, what else could they say?
Although he was in prison, a single word could have his disciple, the current war god of Dragonxia Nation, beat them up.
So, Commander, do you have any plans? Let's take it one step at a time.
I will inform the principal of Capital University to keep an eye on it. Lu Wuming waved his hand.
As long as no one provoked Xiang Yang at the university, there should be no problems, and with so many beauties in university, he didn't believe Xiang Yang wouldn't be moved.
Once Xiang Yang had a crush on a girl, that would be a good start. They could use that to change Xiang Yang's mindset after all, the power of love was great. Hearing this, the others could only nod, it was the only way out. At this time, as the center of everyone's discussion, Xiang Yang was in the room, continuously selecting weapons.
If he was going to university, he had to establish his reputation.
His grandparents said they were school bullies back then, and he couldn't fall behind, he had to become a school bully as well.
Chapter 44 Lu Feng. As everything settled, Xiang Yang's university matter became a done deal. On the 3rd day, the day of freshman registration, the 2 squads and Lu Wuming waited together at the military vehicle for Xiang Yang. Why isn't he here yet? He wouldn't have forgotten, right? Impossible, I've already reminded him.
He shouldn't forget, he said he had to pack some things, Gecko said.
What does he have to pack? Didn't he just bring a single bag when he came? Feisha asked in confusion.
Everyone, stop talking, Xiang Yang is here, but his gear looks a bit strange, Heixiong said as he rubbed his eyes. The crowd instinctively looked over and saw Xiang Yang carrying a big green bag, surrounded by various weapons, confidently walking toward them with a long knife in hand.
Lizard, are you sure you told Xiang Yang to go to college? Not to, chop people? Lizard swallowed hard and said. I definitely told him.
Lizard was also completely taken aback by the sight before him.
Xiang Yang, what does this mean? Why are you bringing all this stuff?
We're taking you to school, not to fight, you can't bring these things, Lu Wuming said.
Can't I bring them? Then why did I prepare for so long? Can't there be any flexibility?
Xiang Yang said reluctantly, these were essential weapons for him to become a school bully.
No flexibility. All these things are strictly forbidden, including your dagger. You have to hand them over to me, and I will keep them safe for you, Lu Wuming said firmly.
After saying that, Lu Wuming stepped forward and took off all of Shang Yang's gear, then started searching his clothes, finally confirming that he posed no danger before he sighed in relief.
Alright, you can get in the car now, Lu Wuming said.
Looking at his empty body, Xiang Yang suddenly felt speechless. He didn't want to attend this college anymore, nothing was left for him.
Pfft, Xiang Yang, don't be downcast.
You will meet many friends inside, you need to get along well with them. Here, sis will give you something good, Feisha said, patting Xiang Yang's head.
This time, Xiang Yang unusually didn't retaliate, just a flash of confusion in his eyes.
Feisha took out a golden card from her clothes and handed it to Xiang Yang. This is a subcard, directly connected to my MasterCard. You can freely use the money inside, no need to feel bad. Xiang Yang nodded after hearing this and solemnly put the card away. Got it, thank you, sis Snake. Then he turned to look at the others, the meaning unspoken. Since Feisha had given something, they should at least give him a little too, otherwise it would be too ungracious. Seeing Xiang Yang's gaze, the others scratched their heads awkwardly. This group of rough men knew how to wield weapons but didn't have anything to give.
Even if they did, Xiang Yang couldn't take it with him, and they weren't as rich as Feisha. Ahem, alright Xiang Yang, get in the car.
These guys have nothing to give you, but if you need help, you can contact them, they will come to help you, Lu Wuming said. Lu Wuming handed a phone to Xiang Yang. This has our contact information saved in it.
You can contact us anytime, right? You should know how to use it?
Lu Wuming asked. After all, Xiang Yang had been in prison for so long, he might not be familiar with electronic devices.
Xiang Yang took the phone and glanced at Lu Wuming, then started operating it with both hands, his fingers sliding rapidly, making it impossible to see what he deleted.
Only Lu Wuming's expression changed slightly. He had just ruined the surveillance settings. This phone was specifically designed for monitoring Xiang Yang.
So, Commander, do you think I can use it? Xiang Yang smiled.
Ahem, sure, you're doing fine, very good, Lu Wuming said awkwardly.
Xiang Yang waved to everyone and then got onto the military truck.
Just as the vehicle started, Lu Wuming suddenly squeezed in.
Commander, why are you coming too? Xiang Yang asked in confusion.
It's nothing, I'm going with you to see how the Imperial Capital University has developed over the years, Lu Wuming said casually. In reality, he was completely worried about Xiang Yang going alone. It was much safer for him to accompany him.
Say hello to the president of Imperial University. When you arrive at university, you don't have to do anything, Xiang Yang. Even if you don't attend classes, it's fine. I've arranged everything for you, just stay for 4 years and that's enough. You don't need to take any exams, Lu Wuming earnestly said. Then what do I go to university for? Have fun. You can play whatever you want. Didn't Fei Shi give you money?
Spend it freely, buy whatever you like, Lu Wuming replied. He truly didn't want Xiang Yang to attend classes. Ueno's own teacher almost beat him to death, saying this was how he repaid the teacher, pushing him into the fire pit. At that time, he didn't understand what was happening, but after learning the truth, he realized.
Xiang Yang's theory almost drove his teacher mad, and while arguing, he even got physical.
Imperial University, as the grandest and most prestigious university in Longsha country, meant that most of the students here were from wealthy families, and many were the children of high-ranking officials. At this moment, a luxury car stopped at the campus entrance, and a young man with green-dyed hair stepped out of the vehicle.
TSK, is this Imperial University? I wonder if the girls here are pretty, Lu Feng said with a wicked smile, his eyes constantly scanning the surrounding female students.
Young master, your father went through a lot of trouble to bring you here.
You should tone it down, otherwise, your father will be angry. An old man came down from the car, continually advising him. I know, no need to nag. You're really annoying, Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, but then suddenly thought of something and turned to the old man. Was it you who secretly let that girl I was with go? Don't you know I wasn't done having fun?
Young master, that girl was just a worker, her life is very hard.
Why make things difficult for her?
Moreover, you don't need just one, the old man said with a bitter smile. He knew that the girl was quite pretty and came from a poor family like himself, so he felt pity for her.
You think you're so kind, old man.
Here I am, becoming the bad guy, Lu Feng's gaze turned cold.
Do you know?
If it weren't for you being a dog raised by my dad, I would have taken care of you long ago. How have you lived until now? From now on, mind your own business, otherwise, you know the consequences. After saying that, Lu Feng turned and walked away, heading straight for a senior sister wearing black stockings, exactly his type. A new student needed help, and the senior sister should lend a hand. The old man sighed and then ordered people to bring out the luggage. As a steward of a powerful faction, he felt powerless in this situation.
Chapter 45, Can you kill at Imperial University? Senior sister, could you help me? I don't know how to get to the dormitory.
I'm a new student registering here, Lu Feng said to the beauty in black stockings, his eyes revealing desire. Li Qingruo's pretty face turned slightly cold, looking at Lu Feng with increased disgust. This guy had been staring at her legs since he arrived, like a pervert, and he had green hair too.
Sorry, Junior. I have something else to do. You can go by yourself, it's probably that way.
Just walk straight, and you'll get there. Li Qingru forced a smile and pointed in a direction. Lu Feng's lips turned up slightly, he liked this feeling. It was boring when a girl threw herself at him. He had already observed this woman for a long time, and she looked like a girl from an ordinary family.
Senior sister, that's a bit too cold, don't you think? It's not nice to treat me this way. I'm a new student, he said. How about this, senior sister? I won't let you help me for free. If you guide me there, I'll give you $5,000. How does that sound? Lu Feng's lips curled, refusing to believe this woman wouldn't bite.
Li Qingruo's face grew colder and colder. If it weren't for the principal asking her to come pick someone up, how could she possibly come here?
And to meet such a pervert, what did she think she was? $5,000 is impressive?
Sorry classmate, you should find someone else, the person I'm waiting for has arrived. Li Qingru turned to leave, heading straight for a handsome young man. Now she just wanted to shake off this pervert, just finding anyone would do. As for the principal saying she should wait for a military vehicle to arrive, she still hadn't seen it until now.
Don't your military district's vehicles get timely maintenance? Do they not check for gas?
Xiang Yang looked speechless. Thankfully they were close to Imperial Capital University when they ran out of gas, otherwise he might have had to run there. I didn't expect to suddenly run out of gas. I've been too busy with too many things recently, but it's fine, we are here now, Lu Wuming spoke, looking around. He had instructed the principal of Imperial Capital University to find someone to pick them up, preferably a young and beautiful person, someone who would catch Xiang Yang's eye at first sight.
Commander, how do we proceed next? Or can we just go in directly? Xiang Yang asked helplessly.
Just wait, someone will come back to pick us up, Lu Wuming said seriously. At this moment, Li Qingru saw Xiang Yang's face and couldn't help but brighten up. What a handsome young man, much better than that earlier guy, just right to help her block that disgusting thing. Classmate, I finally found you, let's go, I'll take you to the dormitory, Li Qingru smiled as she approached. Xiang Yang's expression slightly paused, his eyes continuously sizing up the other person. Her looks were beautiful, with starry eyes and curved brows, and she didn't look easy to mess with. It would be better to keep his distance. Sorry, we are waiting for someone, so we won't trouble you, Xiang Yang refused without thinking. This reply completely stunned Li Qingru. As the famous campus belle of Imperial Capital University, she had actually been rejected today. Could it be that her looks had no charm to men anymore? At this time, Lu Feng also walked over, but he had brought several bodyguards in black, and his expression became even more arrogant. Senior sister, I think the other party doesn't need your help. If he has matters, my bodyguards will help him. You should send me to the dormitory, Lu Feng said arrogantly. He didn't believe he wouldn't get what he wanted today. If it weren't for the fact that he thought the other person looked decent, he would have left long ago and sent someone to kidnap her, to see how she could still act so proud. Classmate, I've said, my person has arrived. Can you just stop bothering me? If you keep this up, I will report this to the principal and say you are harassing me. Li Qingru said impatiently. Although she came from an ordinary family, it didn't mean she had no connections. The principal of Imperial Capital University was her teacher, and there were not many in this Imperial Capital who could provoke her teacher. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's face indeed changed. He was a rich kid, but he wasn't stupid, naturally knowing which people to provoke and which not to. He glanced deeply at Xiang Yang, then snorted coldly and turned to leave. Lu Xiao, you are giving up? Not going after that woman, one of the shifty-looking men beside him spoke. He was one of Lu Feng's lackeys. Everything Lu Feng had done over the years was connected to him, every time he advised him, and any woman Lu Feng took a liking to would appear in his bed the next day. Give up? The word give up doesn't exist in my dictionary. That woman might know the principal of Imperial Capital University. This matter cannot be rushed, it has to be done slowly. Lu Feng licked his lips and spoke. Although the Lu group's power in the Imperial Capital was not weak, it was still slightly inferior to the principal of Imperial Capital University. Li Qingru saw the other person leave and finally let out a slow breath. Over the years, she had seen many people like that. If it weren't for her teacher protecting her, she would have long been eaten clean, with no bones left. Okay, little guy, you go check in there. I'll wait here for someone, Li Qingru said to Xiang Yang. Although Xiang Yang had rejected her, she was not angry at all. The boy looked like a sunny and cheerful young man, extremely well behaved. How could she possibly act the same way as him? At that moment, Lu Wuming was continuously observing the young girl in front of him. With her black stockings, short skirt, and long legs, her appearance was indeed among the most outstanding at the entrance of the Imperial Capital University. Could she be the one sent by Zhang Xiaotian to meet them? Is the little girl sent by Zhang Xiaotian to receive you? Li Qingruo's eyes widened in surprise. How did he know the principal's name? Moreover, judging by his imposing aura, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. That's right, it was the principal who sent me.
Are you two the people the principal asked me to pick up? Li Qingru asked. Could it be that she casually found someone to be a shield and happened to get it right? That's right, take us to find him. I need to tell him something, Lu Wuming nodded. Then the three of them walked into Imperial Capital University. One could only say that it truly lived up to being the most bustling university. The size was astonishing. To get to the principal's office, they had to take an electric cart. 3 yuan each. Li Qingru directly scanned the code to pay, giving away 9 yuan in total. Along the way, Xiang Yang looked outside curiously. So this is what university looks like. It doesn't seem too special. Miss, can I ask you something? Xiang Yang looked at Li Qingru. You can ask, Li Qingru replied, a bit dazed. She hadn't expected Xiang Yang to suddenly talk to her. She thought he was an introverted person. Is it okay to kill someone at Imperial Capital University? I want to take care of that green-haired guy from earlier. Do you think that's possible? Xiang Yang asked seriously, feeling very displeased with the way that green-haired guy looked at him. If it weren't for the crowd at that time, he would have gone up to eliminate him directly. Chapter 46, Lu Wuming, I want to be an official. Can you kill an Imperial Capital University? Li Qingru's heart suddenly trembled. What was this kind of talk? Is it so casual to kill people now? Seeing the serious expression on Xiang Yang's face, which didn't seem like a lie, she spoke up, killing is against the law. Not only is it not allowed in Imperial Capital, but it's also not allowed in the entire Longxia country. Didn't you know that? Oh, I see. That's a bit troublesome then. I guess I'll just wait for an opportunity to seriously hurt him, Xiang Yang said, feeling distressed. Xiang Yang, be honest. You're here to study, not to fight and kill. You need to tone down your temperament. Your grandparents asked you to behave and finish these 4 years of school well, Lu Wuming interjected from the side. He had to speak up. If he let the conversation go on, he would be driven crazy. Starting off by telling a little girl that he wanted to kill someone? Who wouldn't be scared to hear that? Xiang Yang nodded after hearing this. He still needed to listen to his grandparents. Since they wanted him to finish university, he would finish, but he still intended to be the school bully. By the way, keep a distance from me, otherwise, I worry I won't be able to hold back, Xiang Yang said, glancing at Li Qingru's black stocking-clad legs. Hold back? Are you this straightforward? Or is it my charm that's too great and mesmerizing the little brother? Li Qingru covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. She had already taken Xiang Yang's earlier words as a joke. After all, he was younger than her. Where would he find someone to kill? Little girl, you should keep your distance from him. When he says he can't hold back, it might be that he can't hold back from slapping you. He's a bit resistant to feminine charm, Lu Wuming quickly said. Upon hearing this, Li Qingru's face changed, and her gaze darted to Xiang Yang's palm, noticing that his hand was slightly trembling. It seemed like the next second they were about to start fighting. Frightened, Li Qingru hurriedly scooted to the side, thinking, what kind of strange people are these, always wanting to kill and fight at the slightest thing? Lu Wuming sighed and looked at Xiaoyang, I'm not blaming you, but what will you do in the future if you go on like this? Are you planning to stay single your whole life? Look at how badly you scared the young girl. Senior, women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Besides, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. That's the lesson my grandpa and grandma taught me, Xianyang said seriously. Alright, everything you say makes sense. Just behave yourself and be honest in university, Lu Wuming waved his hand, not wanting to talk with Xianyang anymore. As for his marriage issue, he would mention it to those old folks later and let them worry about it. The tram arrived, and the three got off. Led by Li Qingru, they came to the office of the principal of the Imperial Capital University. Teacher, I have brought the people you asked me to pick up. Li Qingru smiled slightly as she knocked on the door and spoke. At this moment, an old man sitting in the office chair quickly stood up after hearing that. Xiao, you've worked hard. Come in too and rest for a bit. I have another task to give you. Old Zhang, you're really putting on airs now. I come here and you don't even greet me. Aren't you giving me no face at all? Lu Wuming strode in with big steps, a strong aura of authority spreading from him. Ayo, Commander, please don't make things difficult for me. You asked me to make special arrangements for this boy to privately attend university, and you don't know how much trouble that has caused. I'm overwhelmed right now, Zheng Xiaotian said with a bitter smile. Once a hole was opened, it couldn't be closed. Now everyone thought that with power and money, anyone could enter Imperial Capital University. These past few days, his phone hadn't stopped ringing, all from his friends or people with some status calling him. Humph. I'm just arranging for one person. What's the big deal? Just tell them that I, Lu Wuming, am backing this person. If they have any opinions, they can come and find me. I'll practice with them a bit, Lu Wuming said with a cold shout.
It wasn't boasting. In this imperial capital, there was no one he feared except the national leader himself, of course, not counting those old monsters in the forbidden prison.
With your words, I feel relieved, Zhang Xiaotian smiled slightly and spoke. All he wanted was this verbal promise from the other party. Then he looked at Xiang Yang standing to the side. So, this was the boy who made the commander care so much? He didn't seem to have anything special about him.
Old Zhang, I'm telling you, just make sure he doesn't cause trouble in your school.
Whatever he does, you don't have to care. He doesn't even need to attend classes. Just pass him in exams directly.
When the time comes, give him a graduation certificate and that's it, Lu Wuming spoke slowly. That was the reason he came, to make everything clear and settled.
Commander, this is a bit difficult for me, not attending classes, not taking exams, and still passing directly. What will others think? This is a top-level institution.
Zhang Xiaotian tactfully refused. Even if the other party held great power, he couldn't agree to this. As long as you agree, I will double the financial support for your school next year, Lu Wuming promised.
This. Zhang Xiaotian was a little tempted. The annual expenses of Imperial Capital University were astronomical.
If the sponsorship increased a bit more, it would ease a lot of his pressure.
All right, I agree. Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said.
He didn't want to do this, but the offer was too good. At the same time, he was incredibly curious about this boy. Just who was he, to make even the stingy Lu Wuming be so generous? Also, there are a few words I need to tell you. Lu Wuming pulled him to his side, his head leaning close to Zhang's ear. If this guy wants to kill someone, you must tell me right away. Don't take it as a joke, because this guy really dares to kill. Just treat him as Weiss, who is ranked 3rd on the international assassin list. You know how dangerous it is.
Zhang Xiaotian's heart shook. Is he that terrifying? He looks just like a young boy. He single-handedly killed the entire underworld killing organization. His thoughts might be a bit extreme.
Commander, stop with the subsidies.
Can you just take him back? My school can't accommodate such a big Buddha. Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly spoke. What are you panicking about? It's settled then.
Don't worry, he usually won't make any excessive demands, just keep an eye on him.
Lu Wuming reprimanded.
Damn, he knew this double subsidy wouldn't come easily. After all this time, it turned out to be a wait for him here. At this moment, Li Qingru was shocked. What had she just heard? The commander of the imperial capital was actually right in front of her, escorting this young boy. This suddenly sparked her curiosity about Xian Yang, and she turned to ask, did you come from the military district?
That's right. Then did you achieve great merit in the military district? Li Qingru asked again.
I don't think so. Xiang Yang shook his head. He didn't even know what would count as great merit.
Do you have any official position? Like a major or something? Li Qingru continued to ask. No, is this really important?
Of course.
This is an honor.
If you become a general, that would be ever more impressive, but it currently seems you aren't. Li Qingru shook her head regretfully. She initially thought she had met a young war king.
Xian Yang nodded, stood up directly, and said, Lu Wuming, I want to be an official.
I want to be a general, please arrange that for me.
Lu Wuming. Li Qingru. Zhang Xiaotian, N. Chapter 47, Little Friend, Wait. I have another female disciple. Everyone was shocked by Xiang Yang's words. Is it this easy to become an official now? Just say it and it's done, and it's even becoming a general. Zhang Xiaotian glanced at Lu Wuming, his eyes seemingly saying, is this what you call not too much? Today wants to be a general, don't tell me in a few days it's going to be the principal? Xian Yang.
You can't just become a general like that, you need some merits first. The evil dragon and the others worked hard for many years and only got to be a brigadier general.
Lu Wuming took a deep breath and said slowly. Is it very hard? Aren't you the commander? You should be able to do it, right? Besides, you promised me 2 things. Are you going to go back on your word? Xian Yang said. It is possible, but I don't want buts.
If it can be done, then do it for me. Consider this the first thing. Since the evil dragon is a brigadier general, then I should be the same as him. I'm not picky.
Xian Yang insisted.
Lu Wuming wanted to continue to argue, but seeing the look in Xiang Yang's eyes, he swallowed his words, leaving just one line, I'll try my best, and then turned to leave.
This place couldn't be stayed in any longer.
If he didn't leave soon, the other party might make some excessive requests again. Zhang Xiaotian watched as Lu Wuming nervously left, his mouth twitching. The other side was quite fast to run away, leaving this mess for him.
Ahem, Xian Yang, right? I am the principal of the Imperial Capital University.
If you have any matters, feel free to talk to me, I will try my best to help with what I can. Zhang Xiaotian coughed and said. Xian Yang nodded and said a thank you, then his gaze kept glancing at the chessboard on the desk.
Little friend, are you also interested in chess?
Zhang Xiaotian's eyes lit up, and he said with great interest, he was quite an avid chess fan. It's okay, my grandfather taught me a few moves, but I lose every time.
Xiangyang shook his head. Is that so? Then how about you play a game with me? If you lose, you must listen to my words in this imperial capital in the future. Zhang Xiaotian smiled and said.
The little guy can't even handle himself. With decades of chess experience, grasping his opponent is simply effortless. Okay, but what if you lose?
Xianyang said. Lose?
If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me, whatever you say goes.
Great. If you lose, I want your life. What? Zhang Xiaotian was shocked. Is the opponent really this serious? Betting life, is he just bluffing or does he have it all planned? Do you really want to bet life? Can we change the stakes?
That's fine too, let me kill someone at the Imperial Capital University if you lose.
Must you be so cruel, my friend? Can't we find a softer option? How about wealth or something else? Zhang Xiaotian wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xianyang's face showed a conflicted expression. Without betting life, how can they even play?
Grandpa Crazy had said that when playing chess, one must wager their life, otherwise the game loses its atmosphere.
Teacher, can I leave now?
Li Qingru asked weakly. She felt so unsafe here. This handsome young man is really a bit scary. The Major General said it's serious, playing chess means betting life.
You can go, Xiaro.
I'll send the stuff to your phone later, Zhang Xiaotian said.
Got it.
Senior, if I lose, I want her.
I want you to give her to me.
Xianyang pointed at Li Qingru, his eyes shining. Not being familiar with this place, having a guide is nice. As for whether the opponent is dangerous, I've already observed, the opponent is surprisingly weak, posing no threat to him at all.
What?
Zhang Xiaotian looked at Xiangyang. He really is just a kid, loves pretty girls. Ahem, Xiaro, don't leave just yet, stay and play some chess with us, Zhang Xiaotian said, putting his pride on the line to control Xiangyang.
Ha? Teacher, you really want to use me as a bet? Li Qingru blinked. Don't worry, Xiaro will be fine, don't you trust my abilities?
Seeing her teacher's confidence, Li Qingru breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, with so many years of chess play, how could the teacher lose to a boy?
Teacher, go ahead. I support you. Li Qingru said. Then Xiangyang brought over a stool, and their match officially began.
Xiangyang looked casual, every move seemed to be under his control. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaotian was furrowing his brow, going from relaxed at the start to drenched in sweat, every move requiring a long period of thought.
I say, Principal, can you be quicker? Xiangyang said impatiently. Just a moment, just a moment.
I'll find the way soon, Zhang Xiaotian said, and then, as if realizing something, his eyes suddenly lit up, quickly placing a piece down. Yes, right here.
After thinking for so long, is this the result?
Xiangyang dropped a piece down, claiming the first victory, leaving the opponent without a chance. Principal, you lost, according to our bet, from now on, she is mine, Xiangyang said while glancing at Li Qingru. At that moment, Li Qingru's beautiful eyes flashed.
The principal actually lost. Is he joking with me?
Young friend, I indeed lost this round, but I still want to have another match.
Another match? Then what will your stakes be? Xianyang frowned.
I have another disciple, also a girl, very good-looking, Zhang Xiaotian said, pulling out a photo from the drawer and handing it to Xiangyang. In the photo, the girl was in a lab coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, definitely giving off a mature vibe. Li Qingru's first glance at the photo felt wrong.
Isn't this her senior sister?
She heard she's about to graduate, a true beauty at Imperial Capital University. What's the use of her? I only want one, Xiangyang said displeased.
Ah.
Young friend, she is very excellent, just play a match with me, consider it accompanying this old man, how about that? Zhang Xiaotian pleaded.
Xianyang's mouth twitched, and he nodded. All right, is your bet still the same?
If I lose, I will listen to anything you say, or do you want to change it?
No.
No need to change, it's still this one.
If you lose, you just have to listen to me, Zhang Xiaotian waved his hand to reject.
Li Qingru smiled and shook her head at this moment. As expected of the principal, he was truly cunning, he only needed to win once, and then he could make Xiangyang obediently return everything to him.
After some time. All right, senior, you lost. According to our agreement, she belongs to me now.
Just let her come to me later, Xiangyang said lightly. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the chessboard, feeling a sense of self-doubt for the first time. Why was it always just a little bit short, just a bit? Seeing Xiangyang about to leave, Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly spoke up. Wait, young friend.
I want to gamble again.
I have another female disciple, she's quite beautiful and one of my proudest disciples. I want to bet her with you. Saying this, Zhang Xiaotian took out a photo from the drawer, in which a beautiful woman in uniform was holding a teaching stick, giving a lesson.
Chapter 48, Li Qingrou's Misconception.
At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were red, his face was grim, indeed, he had lost his composure.
He couldn't believe he couldn't win against an inexperienced kid. No. I'm not playing with you anymore.
You're too weak, you're not my opponent, Xiang Yang shook his head.
Besides, what's the use of so many women? 2 are enough.
No, young friend, you must gamble with me. This time, I will put in all my strength, Zhang Xiaotian insisted relentlessly.
Xiang Yang's expression turned displeased, this old man just wouldn't stop.
He had already said he wouldn't gamble anymore, yet he kept pushing women onto him. Li Qingru looked at the photo in her teacher's hand, her eyes widened.
Wasn't this her and her senior sister's mentor?
Over the years, she had taught all of her courses, while Zhang Xiaotian could only be considered a guide.
Young friend, 3 times is the limit. This is the last time, if I lose again, I will really accept it.
Zhang Xiaotian said with reluctance written on his face.
Alright then, the last time, what is your bet? That's right. No more words, young friend, start now.
This time I want to recover everything I lost. Zhang Xiaotian's old face hardened, the sharpness in his eyes revealed that he was about to unleash all his strength.
Young friend, please, just one more round. I have another disciple. A girl?
I don't have any girls left, he is a boy, but he is honest, hardworking, and as long as you win against me, he will be yours.
You can gamble with me one more time, Zhang Xiaotian held onto Xiang Yang's arm tightly.
Senior, I'm not betting anymore, I have to go eat, Xiang Yang said.
No.
Young friend, if you don't gamble with me today, I won't let you leave.
You can go, but, at least leave me a few. Zhang Xiaotian cried.
Senior, I am giving you 3 seconds, let go quickly, or the consequences will be severe.
I am about to get angry. No. I won't let go.
Zhang Xiaotian directly refused, determined to get some female disciples back today, especially Li Qingru, she was still a young lady. At this moment, Xiang Yang had already secretly clenched his fist, 3 seconds quickly passed, and without hesitation, he struck directly at the old man's eyes.
Ah!
A scream escaped Zhang Xiaotian's lips, proving that he was indeed a qualified teacher. Even with one eye turning into a panda eye, he still held onto Xiang Yang's hand tightly, refusing to let go.
Stop! Xiang Yang, how can you hit the principal? What you did is wrong.
Li Qingru scolded from the side. She didn't expect her teacher to lose so quickly, let alone lose 3 rounds in a row, and each round faster than the last.
Eventually, all 3 of them lost completely, a total defeat. Shut up.
You are my person now, if you dare say another word, I will beat you. Xiang Yang said, his cold tone striking deep into the heart. Li Qingru's face changed, and she stepped back in fear, wondering how this guy's aura suddenly became so terrifying.
Do you not know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young?
Sorry, my grandparents only taught me to rely on their age. After saying this, Xiang Yang glanced at Zhang Xiaotian and calmly spoke, as a scholar, you should know that if you lose, you must admit it.
Even after getting hit, you must stand straight. Do you really think you are doing the right thing now? If you continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid I will cripple you next.
Zhang Xiaotian fell silent after hearing this, slowly lowering his hands away from Xiang Yang's arm. Yes, how could he, a respected person, throw a tantrum in public?
Since you're fine, I will take my leave, Xiang Yang said.
After speaking, he took Li Qingru's hand and walked out the door, mumbling at the doorway, I thought you were so amazing, but you're really weak and just like to play around.
What a waste of my time.
After saying this, Xiang Yang kindly closed the door for her. Only Zhang Xiaotian was left standing in place, silently grieving. He felt he had let down his 3 female apprentices. At this moment, Li Qingru was pale, feeling doomed, having fallen into the hands of this perverse man. Surely, there would be no good days ahead.
Xiao Rou, right?
Now, lead me to where I live, Xiang Yang said, releasing his grip with a commanding tone.
Live where?
Li Qingru was shocked, this was too fast. The other person had just defeated her and wanted to go to that kind of place, it was too impatient.
I can't right now.
Besides, I am not an easy woman, although you defeated me, you are at most my teacher.
It is impossible for us. Li Qingru stated firmly, thinking it better to clarify things now.
The other party could either kill her, or she would never obey him.
What are you talking about? Is it so difficult for you to take me to where I live? Xiang Yang asked with an odd expression.
He felt a bit regretful, thinking maybe he had won a fool back. This couldn't be right, after all, she was a college student.
Educated, at least.
Li Qingru's face turned red. How could she not realize that it was her who misinterpreted the situation? The other person had no such intentions towards her at all. Then, Li Qingru brought Xiang Yang to the boys' dormitory entrance and hurriedly said, you just live here, ask Auntie for the key, and she will give it to you. After that, she ran away in a panic, feeling far too embarrassed to stay. Xiang Yang shook his head. Women's thoughts and behaviors were truly strange, and he found it hard to understand. Looking at the dormitory in front of him, Xiang Yang directly walked inside. He had never lived in such a multi-person apartment. It should be quite fun. The one distributing the keys was a plump woman with a smiling face, constantly surveying various male college students. Whenever she spotted a wealthy and good-looking one, she would chat with them while handing over the keys. "Hello, I'm here to pick up my key." "My name is Xiang Yang, please give it to me," Xiang Yang said expressionlessly. The woman looked up at Xiang Yang and her eyes immediately brightened, silently thinking, what a handsome young man. After being here for so long, she finally met someone she was satisfied with. "Young man, you look quite handsome. Do you want to add my contact information?" "You'll definitely need me during these 4 years," the woman said with a smile, her eyes continuously sizing up Xiang Yang. "No, please just give me the key." "Young man, why are you so oblivious?" "It's just adding a contact," the woman said, unwilling to give up. She had made quite a bit of money in recent years through this line of work. "There are not many university students who are good-looking and have little money. Later, I can introduce them to jobs, and I can take a cut from it." Chapter 49, A Brutal Beating for the Gossiping Lady. "As for those with money, I can introduce them to some fun places, and I can also gain quite a bit from it." Clearly, Xiang Yang's ordinary appearance shows he is someone without money, but he is still pleasing to the eye, a handsome young man that anyone would like in this era. At that time, I can introduce him to some special clients. Over the years, she had already connected with people outside. Just working with a casino could instantly bankrupt a university student, leaving them with no choice but to pay back with their bodies. "I told you I won't pay more. Hurry up and give me the key." Xiang Yang's face darkened. He disliked the other person's gaze, thinking they were something. "I won't give it to you. What can you do to me? You have no respect. Who do you think you are? I spoke to you kindly, and you still use that tone?" The lady stood with her hands on her hips, revealing a look of disdain in her eyes. "Do you believe I can make your 4 years in college a living hell in this dormitory? Just a nobody." Xiang Yang's eyes turned cold. He clenched his fist angrily and smashed the glass in front of him, then grabbed the chubby woman's collar and pulled her out. The dense glass shards immediately cut several wounds on her body. "Why you? What are you doing? Help! Murder! Murder!" The lady's eyes widened in terror. After so many years here, she had never seen such a scene. "He just shattered the glass. Remember, this is double-pane glass. How could he do this without drawing blood? Is his skin made of iron?" "Shut up!" Xiang Yang furrowed his brow and angrily scolded her, then threw her with an over-the-shoulder toss. Her large body crashed into the heating pipe, instantly spraying murky water all over, drenching her like a soaked chicken. "I'm done for. Someone, help! A madman has come to our campus. He wants to kill. Hurry, please." The lady was shouting incessantly. She felt like several of her ribs had broken. Each movement sent a sharp pain throughout her body. "This kid must be a madman. If I don't swindle him out of everything he has, these years have been for nothing," the hefty lady secretly vowed. Looking at her shouting, Xiang Yang couldn't help but feel annoyed. This woman really doesn't know when to shut her mouth. What are you going to do? Don't come over. Someone, help me, chase him away. What are you all staring at? The lady kept kicking her legs, trembling as she watched Xiang Yang approach her. At this moment, her screams had attracted many people. The first-year students looked confused and shocked, not knowing what was happening. Some of the older students, especially those from poor families, showed a look of delight. This old woman had scammed them for years, and they were among the luckier ones. Some had already started selling themselves to pay debts. Slap! 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the apartment. Xiang Yang struck one after another, his eyes showing no emotion, as if the woman in front of him was not human. "You dare to hit me! Slap! Do you want to die? Slap! 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 I was wrong. I was really wrong. What do you want? Please stop. I can't take it anymore." The lady was now in tears, with her cheeks visibly swollen. Seeing her plead for mercy, Xiang Yang stopped swinging his hands. This woman's mouth was indeed too loose. It was good that he hadn't pulled her tongue out already, yet she still dared to threaten him. Seeing that Xiang Yang finally stopped, the lady couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "If this keeps going, I might really be killed alive. Where is my key?" "Ah." On the table, the old lady trembled as she spoke. Xiang Yang nodded, then walked to the counter, saw the bunch of keys on the table, and directly took them all, following the shards of broken glass. "Which one is mine?" This one." The old lady slowly took off the key and handed it to Xiang Yang. She absolutely did not dare to anger this madman. After all, this was the capital university, and he had just beaten her like this.
Thank you. Xiang Yang accepted the key and politely said thank you.
Then he thought of something and slowly stretched one arm back. After gathering strength, he directly slapped forward with great force. The powerful blow deformed the other person's face, and several translucent mineral-like substances sprayed out from her mouth. The old lady's eyes widened, and she directly fell down. Yes, she was knocked out. Thanks, but I hope you don't talk so much in the future and keep your mouth shut.
After finishing, Xiang Yang wiped his palms, took the keys, and swaggered away.
The crowd watched Xiang Yang leave, then looked at the old lady lying on the ground, unable to help but swallow hard. This guy seemed a bit too fierce, directly beating someone like that.
Who is this guy? Is he really that fierce? Isn't he afraid of being expelled from school?
Fighting at Capital University is a big taboo, a new student sighed.
The senior students also silently sighed.
Although they admired Xiang Yang, there was no denying that he had really caused big trouble. This woman had connections in the school, and she was linked to those big shots in the underground casinos outside.
The senior students silently mourned for Xiang Yang for a few seconds, then turned and left.
At this moment, the old lady lay on the ground, dirty water from the heating system splashing on her, filled with a strong smell of copper, extremely unpleasant. The onlookers all showed disgust on their faces and kept their distance from the old lady. At this time, Xiang Yang went up the stairs and slowly took out his phone to call Lu Wuming. He wanted to focus on studying during these 4 years. He couldn't let this woman disturb him. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Wuming's helpless voice came through. What's wrong, Xiang Yang?
Didn't I say that the major general position isn't something to just give away? Can't you give me a few more days? I'm not calling you about that. I need you to solve a problem for me. I just hit a loudmouthed woman, and you handle it. I think she's the dormitory supervisor. I don't want to see her again. After finishing, Xiang Yang hung up the phone, calmly put it away. He believed Lu Wuming would help him solve this issue. If not, then he would take care of it himself, making sure that this person disappeared from the world. On the other side, Lu Wuming stared at the hung-up call, directly falling into silence. He had a strange feeling. Who was the commander here, him or the other party? Why did it feel so natural that the other party commanded him, without any sense of incongruity? Forget it, let's help this kid solve the problem. What did he just say? Sounds like he hit someone.
Lu Wuming's pupils shuddered as he realized something was off. The other person had actually beaten someone, and it was the dormitory supervisor. It was only the first day, and in just a few hours, that guy had already caused such trouble for him.
Isn't it a problem to send him to school now?
Lu Wuming silently chuckled bitterly, then took out his phone to make a call. Yes, he had no choice but to comply, otherwise, he really worried that Xiang Yang would cause more trouble. First, he needed to find someone to investigate this dormitory supervisor.
If there was anything wrong or any criminal activity.
That's easy, just revoke the other person's position and make them leave, or go further and send them to jail. If nothing else is going on, I can personally arrange another job for her, just as a way to compensate her. Xiang Yang really doesn't let me rest easy, every time I have to clean up after him.
Hey! Old Zhang, it's Lu Wuming. I'm calling you to handle a little matter.
Xiang Yang looked at the key in his hand, with the number 501 written on top. It's obvious he lived on the 5th floor, so he headed upstairs. Soon, he arrived at the door of his dorm. He found that his dorm room door was actually open. Clearly, his roommates had arrived earlier than him. Xiang Yang slowly walked in and saw 3 people busily tidying up his bed. The dorms at Imperial Capital University are all quad rooms, with private bathrooms, which can be said to be quite luxurious. The 3 seemed to notice someone arriving and all looked toward the door. The last roommate has finally arrived, our 4 brothers are finally gathered. At that moment, a relatively skinny guy said with a smile. He was the first to arrive at the dorm and had an open personality. That's right. I didn't expect that he's a handsome guy, even if he's a little worse than me, another man with a more sleazy look chimed in. As for the last person, he was a dark-skinned, sturdy man, scratching his head continuously, with an honest look on his face, clearly a straightforward person.
Welcome, new roommate.
I'm Lu Zhuangzhuang, I hope we can get along well, the strong man said with a shy smile.
Xiang Yang looked at the 3 of them and smiled slightly, realizing this was his first time making friends. It should be very interesting. Hello, everyone.
My name is Xiang Yang, and my hobby is doing good deeds.
Doing good deeds?
At this moment, Lin Fei, the skinny guy, looked puzzled. He had never seen anyone introduce themselves like that. However, taking one look at Xiang Yang's sunny and handsome face, it was clear he was a bright and cheerful young man. Though such a personality is great, it might make him an easy target for bullying. Since everyone is here, I'll announce something. Lin Fei cleared his throat and then jumped off the bed with a big smile. We're so fated, why not become brothers here? Good, good, good. I think Brother Fei's suggestion is great, after all, it's 4 years, we must swear brotherhood.
Pan, the rather sleazy-looking man, said. I'm okay with it, I'll listen to you guys, Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a silly smile. Xian Yang nodded, okay. I also agree. You are the first friends I've met from childhood to now, I'm willing to swear brotherhood with you. After saying that, Xian Yang solemnly stretched out his palm into the air, and the others quickly stepped forward to place their hands on top. Lin Fei looked at Xian Yang and secretly sighed, just as he thought, Xian Yang was too easy to bully. He had hardly any friends growing up. The group then exchanged oaths and arranged their order based on age. Lin Fei was the oldest, Pan second, Lu Zhuangzhuang third, and Xiang Yang, being the youngest, was placed last. Fourth brother, do you often get bullied? Don't worry, big brother will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, I will make them pay. Lin Fei said solemnly, patting Xiang Yang's shoulder. Big brother. You're so nice to me. How did you know? They have been bullying me since I just arrived in Imperial Capital, Xiang Yang said with a touched expression. He really recognized the right big brother. His life in the military district had been tough, they often looked for trouble with him, and he couldn't do anything about it. It was simply too painful. Just as Xiang Yang was thinking about whether to tell his big brother about his experiences, suddenly he heard Lin Fei's voice. Fourth brother, why did you come here empty-handed? Did you bring nothing? What about quilts and bedding? And what about toiletries? Lin Fei asked in confusion. Xiang Yang shook his head, he didn't know he needed these things, and no one had informed him. Lin Fei saw the difficult look on Xiang Yang's face, and his heart suddenly ached. His fourth brother had been living too hard, it was so tight that they couldn't even afford bedding. Fourth brother, don't say anything. Leave it to your big brother. It's just bedding and toiletries, it's just small money for me, I'll buy it for you. After speaking, Lin Fei was afraid Xiang Yang wouldn't believe him, and directly took out his phone to show his balance. 6 digits of white numbers shone brightly before everyone's eyes. Wow, brother Fei, you're so rich, you actually have hundreds of thousands. Pan was the first to speak. Lu Zhuangzhuang also saw so much money for the first time, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but swallow. Sai, I had planned to keep a low profile, to interact with you as an ordinary person, but, now for my fourth brother, I can't help but reveal it. Lin Fei covered his head with one hand, looking at the dormitory ceiling at a 45-degree angle, with a face full of deep feelings and sighs. Big brother, I actually have money, you don't need to spend on me, Xiang Yang said seriously. Nonsense. Fourth brother, don't be stubborn at this time. Big brother said he would help you, and he will definitely help you. The expenses at the Imperial Capital University are not small, you can't handle it, Lin Fei reprimanded. Lu Zhuangzhuang and Pan both nodded in agreement, they had all done their homework before coming here, and the expenses here were indeed frighteningly high. I really have money, if you don't believe me, I can show you, Xiang Yang said, then directly took out the golden card that Fei Shi had given him. Although he didn't know how much money was in it, Fei Shi had told him to spend it freely, so it should be considerable, right? Oh. Fourth brother, your card is a bit dazzling, how come it's different from mine? Pan said first. That's right, fourth brother, you didn't get a fake card, did you? Lu Zhuangzhuang asked worriedly. The two kept studying Xiang Yang's card, while Lin Fei silently moved a stool, walked in front of Xiang Yang, and seriously said, Come. Brother Yang, sit down, from now on you are my brother, and I am your little brother. Ha? Brother Fei, what are you doing? The three were immediately baffled by Lin Fei's actions. Chapter 51, Fourth Brother, Watch Out. Lin Fei looked at the puzzled expressions of the two and took a deep breath to explain, our fourth brother is not an ordinary person. The card in his hand is a unique card from Longxia Bank, limited edition worldwide, if you don't have assets of hundreds of billions, you can't even get this card. Ha? Lu Zhuangzhuang and Pan stared in shock at the card in Xiang Yang's hand, they never expected him to be so wealthy. Dear mother, if I had this much money, how many cows could I buy? Returning to the village would definitely make me look impressive. Lu Zhuangzhuang swallowed hard. I say Zhuangzhuang, you are too unambitious. With so much money, why buy cows? You should enjoy a wonderful life, don't you want to experience the life of heaven and earth? Pan said with a look of disappointment. After that, the two reluctantly returned the golden card to Xiang Yang, although the stuff was good, it was ultimately his, and they still understood boundaries. Xiang Yang looked at the expressions of the few people and felt confused, it was just a little money, wasn't it? Why all this fuss? It was just money, in his eyes, it wasn't much use, this thing was too easy to get, he still had a backup hidden energy source. I don't know what to buy, you help me buy it. I won't let you help for free, I will give you money, don't worry. Xiang Yang handed the golden card to the two, take what you need when the time comes, I also don't know what the prices are. Lu Zhuangzhuang and Pan looked at the card in their hands. In an instant, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, after all, this was several hundred billion. Neither of them had ever seen so much money in their lives. Although the two were tempted, they still held back and said, "Fourth brother, what are you talking about? Helping you is what we should do, we absolutely won't take your money. I told you both to take it, so take it. No more nonsense. Go buy what you need, just take 50,000 each as a running fee. If you think it's too little, talk to me again." Xian Yang was extremely imposing at this moment, an unhappy expression on his face. Others must give something back for helping them. This was the principle taught to him by his grandparents. Seeing Xian Yang's determined attitude, the two could only nod in agreement. At this time, Lin Fei wasn't so eager, he was just a rich guy and didn't really lack money. Soon, Xian Yang sat alone in the dormitory while Panin and Lu Zhuangzhuang were busy helping him handle and buy various things. Xian Yang and Lin Fei wanted to help but were refused by the two, and after receiving this money, they really felt guilty about doing nothing. Before long, the morning was spent cleaning up the dorm, and it could be said that it was all thanks to the two of them. The four sat at the dining table eating takeout. Damn! Our campus flower in the capital has a boyfriend? My heart is shattered into pieces. Panin suddenly shouted, a sad expression on his face. The other two came over directly, only Xian Yang quietly enjoyed various delicious foods. It must be said that this junk food was truly satisfying, and drinking this happy water felt so good. Little brother, can you find out who this guy is? I want to stab him 1,000 times. Lin Fei said angrily, the campus flower was his goddess. Absolutely sacred and inviolable. There are pictures. Let me see, Panin said, clicking into his social media pictures, where a familiar figure appeared before the eyes of the three, with Li Qingru silently following behind him, acting just like a devoted follower. Hee, this guy is quite handsome. He looks a bit like our fourth brother, both have delicate faces, no wonder he attracts girls, Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a simple smile. No way, third brother. Is it possible that's fourth brother? Panin said speechlessly. Suddenly, two murderous gazes turned straight to Xian Yang, and well-meaning Lu Zhuangzhuang followed the two, though he didn't know what was happening. There's a killing intent. Xian Yang frowned, quickly turning to see the three's gazes fixed on him. What do you three want? Fourth brother, you really have some skills. Silent but powerful. Tell us. How did you win over the goddess Qingru? If you don't give us an explanation today, you know the consequences. After speaking, Panin symbolically clenched his fist, producing a crisp sound. That's right, what second brother said is true. Lin Fei's eyes were fiery, for she was his goddess. Absolutely sacred and untouchable. Xian Yang's expression was serious as he looked at the two, realizing his grandparents were indeed right, women are a significant factor influencing brotherly feelings. If you want to come at me, then I won't hold back. Stop bragging. Do you really think you can take on both of us? Panin scoffed coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Xian Yang didn't respond, he just looked over at the steel pipe he had just bought to air dry clothes, picked it up, and without hesitation, bent it with both hands, bending it back and forth until it broke, leaving him with two pieces in hand, much easier to handle. Come on. Fourth brother, that's where you went wrong. We were just joking, you can't take it seriously. I was just confirming the relationship between you two, and now I see you're a good match. Panin swallowed hard, hurrying to say. Who wouldn't be afraid after seeing Xian Yang perform such a feat? Bending a steel pipe with bare hands. Who isn't scared? How can I not believe it? Your expression just now was. It's all Big Brother's fault. He urged me on, fourth brother, I have long found him displeasing, today I must stand by your side. Pan Ani said resolutely. To prove the truth of his words, he directly stood beside Xiang Yang, even Lu Zhuangzhuang at this moment quietly moved closer to Xiang Yang. You two, such ungrateful guys, just because the opponent has a bit of strength you get scared. Lin Fei angrily pointed at the two. Then Lin Fei took a deep breath, looked at Xiang Yang, spread his hands in front of his chest, and slightly bent his legs. Suddenly, his whole demeanor changed, as if he truly had the aura of a great master. Fourth brother, you need to be careful, I have learned a few tricks, your brute strength won't work on me. Watch out. Ada. Fourth brother, do you see my strength? Not bad, you can use a bit more strength, I didn't expect Big Brother's massage technique to be so superb, Xian Yang said while feeling the steel pipe in his hand. As long as you're satisfied, that's good. After Lin Fei said this, he silently wiped the blood from his nose tip. That's right, he had just made a move, and the situation was quite tragic. If he hadn't begged for mercy at the last moment, he would probably have ended up as a photo. He really doubted if Xiang Yang had practiced, he got hit so badly that he didn't know how to fight back. Goodness, a punch from Xiang Yang sent him flying. If it weren't for a soft cushion nearby to absorb some impact, he might have ended up in the hospital today. Chapter 52, Are you all afraid of me? Lu Zhuangzhuang and Panin were shivering at the side, it was really scary, they had never seen such powerful strength in a person, enough to send someone flying. Second brother, third brother, what are you two doing? Why are you shaking like this? Is it too cold?
You can turn on the air conditioning, Xiang Yang frowned and said.
Not cold, fourth brother, you don't need to worry about us. The two quickly waved their hands.
Xiang Yang shrugged indifferently, if they weren't cold, so be it. He hadn't intended to use such heavy hands, after all, he could feel that Lin Fei didn't have any ill intent. But Lin Fei's moves just now were indeed something. He had thought the other party was really strong, so, in a moment of excitement, he had used a bit of force. Thankfully he held back a little at the end, otherwise, this guy would probably be headed for the emergency room. Second and third brothers, get me a cup of water. Big brother is a little thirsty, Lin Fei said, his throat a bit dry after the intense battle. Lu Zhuangzhuang and Pan exchanged looks, choosing to ignore him, sitting on the bench, lost in their phones.
Lin Fei's expression darkened. Did these two not take him seriously? Big brother is calling you. Get him a cup of water. What are you frozen for?
Xiang Yang said with no expression.
Got it. Yes.
Big brother, here's your water. The two instantly handed the cup of water to Lin Fei. Looking at the cup in front of him, Lin Fei suddenly felt that his status in this dormitory was no longer secure. It seemed the position of dormitory leader was a false title. Lin Fei sighed, still taking the cup and drinking a big gulp. His heart was filled with sorrow. Not only had he lost his brotherly prestige, but he had also lost his goddess.
Goddess, I'm sorry.
Lin Fei silently cried out in his heart. Big brother, just drink water, why are there tears in your eyes? Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a puzzled expression.
Don't ask too much, Xiao Lu, you don't understand a man's pain. Pan shook his head and sighed.
At this time in the academic affairs office, a fat woman sat on a chair, her whole body filled with the smell of copper, with an angry expression on her face. I don't care. Zhou Tian, you must expel this student and give him a major demerit. Let him compensate me for my mental distress. Calm down, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. At that moment, a greasy man said helplessly, as he was handling his affairs when this woman suddenly rushed in, smelling terrible, her face swollen, he almost didn't recognize her.
What explanation?
I tell you, you must deal with that little brat severely. It's best to make him roll out, then I will have people outside finish him off, the woman said fiercely. This was the first time she felt such a huge humiliation.
This is simply too much.
Now, just thinking of that person, her face ached faintly, that young man was simply a madman. Zhou Tian, we are two grasshoppers tied on the same rope. If you don't help me, I will expose everything you've done over the years.
The woman, in her frenzy, didn't care about anything else. You idiot.
I said I would help you, can you just lower your voice? Zhou Tian said angrily. This woman spoke without thinking, not worried about ears on the wall. Then Zhou Tian picked up the phone and started dialing. He wanted to see who this student was that dared to act recklessly in Emperor Capital University. It was truly lawless. He couldn't wait to see him in front of him and how he would act so arrogantly then. Inside the dormitory, it was peaceful. Everyone was busy on their phones, when suddenly Panin exclaimed, wow, someone beat someone up today at Emperor Capital University, and it's even the dormitory manager. I heard it was quite intense, almost beating the person to death. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two rushed over. They had to get the scoop. They didn't expect so many fresh events in just one day.
Fourth bro, aren't you coming to take a look? Panin asked.
Forget it, I'm not interested in that. Xiang Yang shook his head. What was so surprising about someone getting beaten? Besides, he had beaten someone himself today, and it seemed it was also the dormitory manager.
The few of them stopped talking and opened a video.
In the video, a handsome young man was chatting with the woman, then suddenly threw a punch, shattering glass, and dragged someone out, then proceeded to beat him on the ground. The three swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock. That person, if they weren't mistaken, seemed to be their dear fourth bro. Was their fourth bro this violent? He started fighting at the slightest disagreement, and he really didn't hold back, knocking the woman's teeth out.
What are you looking at me for? Do I have something on my face? Xiang Yang asked, raising his head.
No, we just feel you're different from before, even more domineering and handsome. The few of them spoke in unison, then they all took a few steps back, as if they had befriended someone extraordinary.
Xiang Yang frowned, seeming displeased. Are you all afraid of me?
The three nodded, then as if remembering something, shook their heads in unison. No, fourth bro, how could we be afraid of you? We just think you're very domineering.
Really?
More real than gold. All right, Xiang Yang no longer dwelled on the matter, nodded in agreement. Just when they were talking, suddenly the dorm room door burst open. An arrogant voice came in. Who is Xiang Yang?
Come out and go with me.
Several security guards in uniforms entered the room, continuously scanning the crowd, then their eyes fixed on Lu Zhuangzhuang, and directly spoke. You are Xiang Yang, right?
You know you've caused trouble?
Come with us, don't make us take action.
Ha? I am not Xiang Yang, Lu Zhuangzhuang cried.
What?
You're not?
The leading security guard frowned. According to their understanding, Xiang Yang's strength was huge, having pulled a 200-pound woman out through a window. He must be a strong man.
What do you want with me? You are Xiangyang? The security guard looked at the young man in front of him, his face full of disbelief. He doubted whether the information he received was fake, wondering how someone with such a physique could have beaten that woman. I am. What do you want with me? If there's nothing, please leave. I need to rest, Xiangyang said impatiently. He had been extremely busy all day, without any time to rest. Are you deaf? I said to come with us. You have committed a crime. You hit someone at the capital university. Today you are destined to be expelled. The security team leader said angrily, clearly having never seen someone so arrogant. Oh? So, I hit that gossiping woman, and now I'm being expelled, is that it? Xiangyang spoke calmly. He never felt any sense of belonging to Capital University anyway. If he was expelled, so what? But he really didn't like their attitude. They were calling him over so arrogantly as if he owed them something. Kid, hurry up and come with us. Your expulsion is a done deal. Don't make us get rough, the security team leader said, clenching his fists, a twisted smile on his face. Over the years, they had done a lot for Zhou Tian. The dean of the academic affairs office was a significant official, and every time they did his dirty work, they reaped considerable benefits. Go with you? Alright, I'll go with you right now. Xiangyang smiled slightly, picked up the iron rod he had broken from the table, and charged forward. If he didn't beat these guys into a cripple today, then these years of living would be in vain. Then, the sounds of fighting echoed through the dormitory building, with cries of anguish that drew open the doors of many other dorms. What they saw would be unforgettable for life, a young man chasing 4 security guards and beating them up. The scene was incredibly bloody and terrifying. Lin Fei and the others were trembling in their dorm, wanting to stop Xiangyang, urging him to calm down, but they simply couldn't intervene. It was too brutal, with one guard's nose already disfigured. Before long, the 4 security guards were neatly kneeling on the ground, each of their faces showing shades of purple, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Xiang, Grandpa Xiang, please show mercy, don't hit us anymore. If you hit us more, we'll really die. We can't take it, the previously arrogant security team leader cried out, tears streaming down his face. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly this boy rushed up and gave them a beating. They thought the 4 of them could easily subdue him, but he was too vicious. You say if I stop hitting, I should stop? Then wouldn't I lose face? Xiangyang waved the stick in his hand and spoke coldly. Then what do you want? The security team leader stammered. What's your name? Zhao Wu. Alright, you go get a stool. I want to lead the charge, didn't he tell me to come over? Then I will go. Xiangyang said with a cold expression. He wanted to see who dared to expel him. After all, he had just finished a chess match with the principal, and he didn't believe anyone at Capital University had a more powerful background than his own. The 4 looked at each other. They understood Xiangyang's meaning. Making them carry a stool around campus was a bit too ostentatious and too embarrassing. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? After saying this, Xiangyang slowly raised the stick in his hand and brought it down directly. We're willing. We're willing. Ah. The security team leader Zhao Wu cried in pain, looking at the iron rod falling on him, a resentful look on his face. I've already agreed, why are you still hitting me? Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Then why did you hit me the hardest out of all 4? Zhao Wu took a deep breath and spoke slowly, feeling that he was the most bruised and battered among the 4, without a single uninjured place on him. I told you you're an idiot and you don't believe it. You're the boss, so if I don't hit you, who should I hit? Besides, you were the most arrogant just now, and I can't stand you. Xiangyang said with a mocking smile, then raised the iron rod in his hand and brought it down again. Originally things were fine, but now I can't stand this guy again. He really has a face that deserves a beating. Soon, a striking scene appeared in the dormitory building, where 4 battered men were carrying a bench on their shoulders, on which sat a handsome young man. That was Xiangyang. As the saying goes, standing high allows one to see far. Xiangyang truly felt a sense of looking down on the mountains, as if an ancient king was surveying his domain. You guys be careful, don't drop me, or I'll make you pay. Even though it was the hot summer, Xiangyang spoke the coldest words pouring down upon the heads of the 4 men. Had they known this, they wouldn't have come. The appearance of the 5 soon attracted a crowd of onlookers who quickly took out their phones to start taking pictures, as this scene had truly shocked their worldviews. Xingro, come out, there's something good to see outside. There are 4 security guards carrying a boy on campus. At this time, a girl by the window said excitedly. She was Li Qingrou's roommate, and the 2 were studying hard for their upcoming graduation exams. Both of them were exceptionally talented, winning scholarships with ease, and were considered campus beauties, with countless admirers. Xiaofei, stop messing around. I haven't finished my homework yet, there's nothing to see, it's just some rich kid's prank wanting to draw attention on campus, Li Qingrou's clear voice rang out. Ah. No way, Xiaoro. If it were really like that, why are those 4 bruised? The one in charge looks like our security team leader Zhao Wu. Xiao Fei said in disbelief.
And the boy sitting on the chair is a handsome young man, and it seems like they're heading to the academic affairs office, Xiao Fei continued.
What?
Li Qingruo immediately stood up and hurried to the window.
The combination of the handsome young man and the academic affairs office made her think of one person, the troubled youth Xiang Yang.
That's right, Xiang Yang's mental state had already earned him the label of a problematic teenager in Li Qingruo's eyes.
Xiao Fei watched her anxious friend and wondered if her good friend liked someone who was both handsome and a bit domineering. It's really him. What's this guy up to again?
I have to report to the teacher quickly, Li Qingruo thought secretly, then hurriedly took out her phone to call Zhang Xiaotian. The teacher had told her that if he did anything unusual, she must call him immediately.
At this moment in the principal's office, Zhang Xiaotian was overwhelmed. He was already in a bad mood from losing 3 students, and now Lu Wuming was calling him to deal with issues with the dormitory manager because Xiang Yang had hit someone. He swore he had never been this busy before, and now he just had to see if that dormitory manager had problems. If not, then things would be quite serious for Xiang Yang.
While Zhang Xiaotian was deep in thought, the phone beside him suddenly rang.
Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Teacher, I need to tell you, I just saw. Okay. I understand, Xiao Rou. I will handle it.
You did great.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiaotian's face turned extremely ugly. What does Xiang Yang want? He really is out of control. Chapter 54 I should just kill her.
At this moment, Xiang Yang swaggered into the academic affairs office, holding the iron rod with great power.
Well. I'm here. Translated_content. Can we go down now? Zhao Wu spoke in a low voice.
There was no other way, he was truly afraid of this guy now.
We've arrived? Since we've arrived, then let him come out. I want to see who wants to see me, Xiang Yang said indifferently.
Please don't make things hard for us. That person has a high official rank, I can't even call him by name, Zhao Wu said with a bitter smile on his face.
So troublesome. If that's the case, then lead the way. I want to see who wants to see me and even wants to expel me, Xiang Yang said.
Then Zhao Wu walked in front to lead the way.
After a while, the two of them arrived at the door of the Director of Academic Affairs office. Director Zhou, I've brought the person you wanted, Zhao Wu knocked on the door and said.
Tell him to get his ass in here.
I want to see who dares to commit violence inside the Imperial Capital University. Zhou Tian shouted angrily.
This woman had been causing trouble from the very beginning, but he just couldn't punish her, because she held quite a lot of dirt on him in her hands. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let lust cloud my mind. If I had just kept that thing down there under control, none of this would have happened, Zhou Tian regretted silently in his heart. At first, he really didn't have that kind of thought, but he couldn't resist the wear and tear of time. His own wife had long since aged and withered, completely incomparable to the fresh and pretty university girls now. That's what led to all the mistakes later. This woman kept sending girls into his arms, and from then on, he had weaknesses in her hands. At this moment, Zhou Tian only felt a nameless fire burning in his heart.
He couldn't do anything to that old woman, but could he not deal with a student?
In this Imperial Capital University, he was like a high-ranking official. The door slowly opened, and walking in was Security Captain Zhao Wu, his face full of injuries, barely able to squeeze out a slight smile.
Who are you? Where is Zhao Wu? Zhou Tian looked at the person and was filled with surprise. Director, I am Zhao Wu. You are Zhao Wu? Zhou Tian had a face full of disbelief. How did he end up like this?
Even if he had fallen down, it couldn't have become like this.
I heard you were looking for me. What's the matter? If there's nothing, I'm leaving. Xiang Yang walked into the room and stretched lazily as he spoke.
Zhou Tian looked at him, his eyes slightly cold.
This was the lawless student? He actually acted like this upon seeing him, didn't even offer a basic greeting? Zhou Tian, it was this bastard who hit me.
Expel him now, then make him pay for my medical bills.
I want him dead.
The dorm aunt was completely crazy at this point, her eyes blood red.
Her current state was all thanks to him. Zhou Tian ignored this madwoman, only looked at Xiang Yang coldly and asked, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Beating someone up in the university, no matter the reason, you must bear responsibility. Explanation?
Xiang Yang scratched his ear and said disdainfully, I live this kind of life, why do I need to give you an explanation? If you want one, fine, the explanation is, I didn't like her, so I hit her.
Is that a problem? You. Zhou Tian trembled all over from anger.
He had never seen a student like this.
Not only did he not show any remorse, he was even unbelievably arrogant. I now declare you expelled. Tell your parents to come and pack your things.
Also, you will be fully responsible for her medical expenses, Zhou Tian shouted angrily.
Why? Why should I pay her money? Xiang Yang asked in confusion. Then, as if thinking of something, he continued, Oh, I get what you mean. Because she's still alive, so I have to pay. If that's the case, then I'll just kill her. After saying that, Xiang Yang rushed toward the doormat. The murderous intent on his body was released involuntarily, and his entire presence became extremely fierce. What? Zhou Tian's pupils shrank. What was this boy trying to do? Did he hear wrong just now? Someone actually wants to kill. Help, help me. Zhou Tian, you bastard, what are you doing? He's going to kill me. The old lady's face was filled with terror. She could feel that the other party really wanted to kill her. You, stop. Zhou Tian hurriedly stepped forward to grab Xiang Yang's arm. As a result, he didn't grasp the other's arm, but his own arm was tightly grabbed by Xiang Yang, whose hand was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him to break free. He couldn't understand how the other person, who was just a young man, could have such great strength. You, let me go. Zhou Tian said anxiously. Why? Why do you want to stop me? I'm solving the problem at its root. As long as I kill her, she won't suffer anymore, and I won't have to pay for medical expenses, Xiang Yang said, looking at Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian was panicking. At first, he didn't believe the woman's words. Even if the other party was crazy, how crazy could they really be? But now it seemed this was truly a person who would stop at nothing. But upon further thought, if the other party really killed that woman, it might not be a bad thing for him. This way, his shameful deeds wouldn't be known anymore, and that madman, Xiang Yang, would definitely be sent to jail. Thinking of this, Zhou Tian was extremely excited and directly said, Can you let me go first? I don't care about your business. At this moment, Zhou Tian felt like his wrist was about to be crushed. Just when he thought the other would let him go, a cold voice rang in his ear. I didn't like your tone just now. I originally wanted to deal with her first before dealing with you, but it seems the order needs to be changed now. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Tian felt a sharp pain in his arm, and a powerful pulling force instantly surged, followed by the sound of bones breaking echoing in the room. The intense pain nearly made Zhou Tian faint. He never expected that the other party would suddenly turn on him. Ah! Shoo! Don't scream, you'll disturb the neighbors. Xiang Yang made a shushing gesture, pressing one hand directly over Zhou Tian's mouth, then executing a downward side kick that knocked him to the ground. Don't be afraid, it'll all be over soon, it won't hurt at all, Xiang Yang said with a wicked smile, slowly raising his fist and bringing it down heavily towards Zhou Tian's head. Perhaps it was the critical moment of life and death that triggered a person's potential. Zhou Tian instinctively twisted his neck to dodge the incoming punch. The spot where Xiang Yang's punch landed had already created a fist-sized pit. It was important to note that the tiles in his house were vitrified, and the floor was concrete, yet the other had made a pit with a single strike. If that punch hit his head, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn, why did I call this madman over? Who will save me? Zhou Tian's eyes were filled with terror, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 55, Given You Face? Seeing his fist dodged, Xiang Yang's face showed an ugly expression. He had indeed become complacent during this time to be avoided like this, and logically speaking, this punch should have cracked the opponent's skull. Why did you dodge? This makes both your mood and my mood bad, and that's quite unpleasant. Xiang Yang once again raised his fist, a devilish smile spreading across his face. Come on, be good, don't dodge this punch. I'm going to send you to the Western Paradise for a little vacation. Seeing Xiang Yang raise his fist again, Zhou Tian's face turned pale instantly, and he couldn't hold back the yellow liquid flowing from below, immediately filling the room with a foul odor. Zhao Wu, you bastard, come save me. I raised you, what are you good for? Zhou Tian shouted in a tremble. At this moment, Zhao Wu stood at the door, not daring to step forward at all. Jokingly, if he went over, wouldn't he be torn to pieces by this madman? Just as several people were locked in a stalemate, Zhou Tian thought he was about to lose his life on the spot when an old, angry voice came through. Xiang Yang, what are you doing? Hurry up and let him go, this is a university, not a place for you to mess around. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the horrific scene inside and immediately felt his pupils shrink. He had originally doubted Lu Wuming's words. After all, how vicious could an 18-year-old delicate boy be? But seeing it today completely reshaped his understanding. Principal. Save me, please save me. He's a madman, he's going to kill me, Principal. Zhou Tian was now like a drowning man grasping at a straw, shouting frantically, his writhing body mixing with the yellow liquid beneath him, creating a disgusting scene. Oh, Principal, you're here. Just wait a moment, let me deal with this first, then I'll talk to you, Xiang Yang said, looking up with a grin. Xiang Yang, didn't you hear me tell you to let him go? If you kill him today, you will face criminal charges, and at least you'll be spending a long time in prison. Zhang Xiaotian reprimanded angrily. Even though Xiang Yang was brought by Lu Wuming, he would not allow him to be so arrogant. Hearing Zhang Xiaotian's words, Xiang Yang's smile slowly faded. Had he been too nice to this old guy lately? Killing someone and going to prison?
He had spent 18 years in prison, he wasn't afraid of that.
Going back to prison was like coming home for him.
Xiang Yang slowly released his clenched fist, stood up gradually, and coldly looked at Zhang Xiaotian. I see you are a scholar, so I respect you, calling you a senior in principle.
But now don't push your luck, I won't let this person go. What can you do to me?
You, what did you say? Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened. This was the first time someone dared to speak to him like this. A surge of anger immediately rose in his heart.
Fine. Xiang Yang, I don't believe you dare to move. If you dare to kill him, I will make sure you pay for it. Zhang Xiaotian was so angered he laughed, wanting to see how Xiang Yang would dare to act.
Alright, Xiang Yang replied expressionlessly, simply uttering 2 words, then lifted his right foot and stomped down fiercely on Zhou Tian's chest. Instantly, Zhou Tian's chest visibly caved in, the sound of broken bones echoing throughout the classroom. Zhou Tian's eyes widened, blood uncontrollably pouring out of his mouth. He felt as though all his organs had been smashed by Xiang Yang's kick.
What?
Zhang Xiaotian watched Xiang Yang in shock, the other truly dared to kill.
Damn, how did he forget?
This guy was a madman, and his threats were completely useless.
So, principal, how does the sound of broken bones sound? Should I give you another one?
But it might be the last time, as he seems to be on the verge of collapsing. Xiang Yang shook his head regretfully. Then he lifted his right foot, preparing to stomp down again.
Wait.
Xiang Yang, calm down, I apologize for my previous words. I will go outside to make a call, find someone to come talk to you.
In the meantime, please don't do anything reckless.
Zhang Xiaotian quickly spoke up. Now, the situation had developed beyond his control. He could only let Lu Wuming come to help, or else it would truly lead to a murder.
You want me to wait?
Fine, first you have to break one of your arms, then we'll see, Xiang Yang said calmly, clearly displeased with the old man's earlier words.
What? Break my arm, are you crazy? Zhang Xiaotian looked on in disbelief.
Just now you told me to take action, now seeing things aren't right, you want me to stop.
In this world, are things really so easy? Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Xiang Yang mocked.
You?
Zhang Xiaotian was instantly choked up, he didn't know what to say.
He was truly afraid that if he continued to argue, the other party would directly kill him.
Fine. It's just an arm, right? If I mess it up, then so be it.
Zhang Xiaotian glanced around and saw the steel pipe that Xiang Yang had just thrown down. Gritting his teeth, he picked it up and smashed it down hard on one of his arms.
Ah!
Zhang Xiaotian screamed, it was excruciating. At his age, he had never endured such pain. Looking at his aching arm, Zhang Xiaotian suddenly felt a sense of dread. After this strike, it hadn't been messed up at all, just swollen, which meant he had to do it again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian tremblingly picked up the steel pipe from the ground again.
Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble?
Let me help you. Xiang Yang stepped forward, grabbed one of Zhang Xiaotian's arms, and with a slight twist, dislocated the entire arm from the shoulder.
Alright, now you can go call for help. But I can't wait long, so you'd better hurry.
Xiang Yang shrugged and continued, also, your arm can heal, but it needs to be quick. If you wait too long, it might leave after effects.
Zhang Xiaotian wiped the fine beads of sweat off his forehead and quickly turned to leave.
He had to contact Lu Wuming quickly and get this madman dealt with. Either put him in jail or make sure he never gets out. Closing the door of the academic affairs office, Zhang Xiaotian glanced at Zhao Wu and said, you stay here and watch closely.
Make sure Xiang Yang doesn't run around. If anything happens, report to me immediately.
Okay, principal.
Zhao Wu promised, though his legs trembled uncontrollably.
He had never expected to encounter such a madman in college, the fighting power was simply beyond that of a normal person. Thankfully, he had begged for mercy in time, or he would have turned into a black and white image by now. Hope this disaster leaves this university soon, or life will truly become unbearable. Zhao Wu thought bitterly, looking at the principal who had lost an arm.
Chapter 56, The Truth.
Zhang Xiaotian hurried back to his office and quickly picked up the phone to dial. Soon the call was connected.
Hello? Old Zhang, has the matter been resolved? How's it going? Does that dormitory administrator have any criminal record? Lu Wuming, damn it. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a commander. What a mess. Tell me right now.
You need to hurry over here, Xiang Yang is going to kill someone on campus.
Zhang Xiaotian roared into the phone, not caring about the other person's identity anymore.
What? Lu Wuming was surprised and hung up the phone immediately, turning to Qi Quan and said, prepare the car right now, we're leaving. At this time, in the academic affairs office, Zhou Tian was groaning on the floor, his eyes beginning to glaze over, the blood at the corner of his mouth had already clotted.
Don't come any closer. I'm begging you. Spare me.
I can introduce you to many beautiful women, they're all very pretty.
Don't kill me.
The aunt's body pressed against the wall, her eyes filled with terror. She originally thought Xiang Yang had forgotten about her, but he still noticed her.
I asked, why are you so annoying, woman?
I hit you, and you went to find someone for help, I understand, but the people you found are really weak.
Xiang Yang shook his head, so you should accept the outcome of your failure, shouldn't you?
Xiang Yang showed no mercy, picking up the iron rod from the ground and began to wildly swing it at the ant, with no techniques at all.
No matter how he hit, he could hit accurately.
The ant's large body could be said to bear all the damage.
In the academic affairs office, the sounds of horrific screams echoed.
Zhao Wu trembled outside the door, not daring to open it and take a look. It was a joke to approach someone so ferocious, doing so was like sending his head to the guillotine.
It's okay, it's okay.
That woman has so much fat, she won't die anytime soon. As long as she holds on until the reinforcements arrive, it'll be fine, Zhao Wu secretly told himself. At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian hurried over, followed by a remarkable man whose presence radiated authority.
What's happening? How's it inside? Lu Wuming asked first. They're fighting inside.
Zhao Wu said weakly.
What? Hurry and open the door.
Lu Wuming shouted, kicking the office door open, and shouted, Xiang Yang, stop it now. Xiang Yang halted his swinging stick upon seeing the newcomers and grinned, oh, Commander, you're here.
So that old man who went out to look for someone is talking about you? Lu Wuming's expression was complicated. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble here? Why don't you listen?
I didn't cause trouble, they provoked me first. I can't just stand there and do nothing.
That's not my style.
Plus, it's a rainy day to beat kids, it's boring to wait for you, Xiang Yang shrugged and said. You. Lu Wuming was instantly at a loss for words, he understood that reasoning with this madman was useless. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, Lu Wuming sighed, get these two to the hospital, quickly. As soon as Lu Wuming finished speaking, 3 or 4 men in military uniforms entered the room ready to take the people away.
Wait.
Xiang Yang squinted, Commander, it's a bit rude for you to come and take people from me. Xiang Yang, I don't know what grudges you have with them, but you need to let it go.
You can't kill anyone here at the capital university, if you do, the consequences will be severe. You wouldn't want to disappoint your grandpa and grandma, would you? Lu Wuming took a deep breath and said. He had no other way and could only use those big shots from prison to scare Xiang Yang.
Upon hearing Lu Wuming's words, Xiang Yang indeed stopped obstructing, he just silently watched as the two were carried away, a strange flicker passing through his eyes.
Lu Wuming, take him back. This capital university can't accommodate him.
He's created such a big mess on his first day, Zhang Xiaotian said, holding his dislocated arm.
Old Zhang, this was just an accident, Xiang Yang needs to stay in the university, Lu Wuming replied, lowering his head. Do you know what you're talking about? This is a higher education institution. Now, Xiang Yang indiscriminately beat 2 people into the hospital.
Tell me, how can he continue studying here, how can he earn respect?
Zhang Xiaotian shouted angrily, one of his arms was taken this time, what about next time? Would it take his life directly?
This. Xiang Yang, hurry and apologize to Principal Zhang, and restore his arm while you're at it, Lu Wuming signaled and said. At this moment, Xiang Yang stood still, his eyes showing a cold gleam as he slowly spoke, I won't study at this capital university anymore, I don't think it's necessary.
You see? I told you, Commander. This guy isn't suited to stay here.
Since he doesn't want to be here, let him go and don't keep him around, Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly said.
In that case, then.
Commander, this is the information we've gathered about that woman, please have a look. At this moment a guard rushed over to speak. Lu Wuming nodded, then took it out, he certainly had many contacts in the capital and could effortlessly investigate these matters.
Since Xiang Yang doesn't want to stay, then fine. Afterward, let's give those 2 a little compensation. Lu Wuming sighed.
Then he looked at the documents in front of him. The more he looked, the more shocked he became, and soon he was so angry that his whole body trembled and his face turned pale. Good, good, good. It's really a mercy to those girls that Xiang Yang didn't kill them. Lu Wuming tightly gripped the documents in front of him, then looked at the puzzled Zhang Xiaotian and directly slapped the documents on his face.
Zhang Xiaotian. This is the Emperor Capital University you manage, you really are something. I see this is not an institution of higher learning, but rather your school's leader's backyard, is it? Are you all here to pick brides? Lu Wuming roared.
Zhang Xiaotian picked up one of the documents to check it, and it clearly listed the various crimes committed by that woman. Not only did she use her connections in the school to harm female students by sending them to entertainment venues, but sometimes she even delivered them to some leaders of the school, acting as their protection, and Zhou Tian was one of them. What stood out the most was that several students had already chosen to commit suicide because they were unable to repay their debts, and these debts were due to gambling and drugs. In the end, the school covered up the reason for their suicides by claiming it was due to excessive study pressure, and all traces of it were erased by the school's leaders. It can be said that this has already formed a gray industrial chain.
Chapter 57, Desperate Zhong Wan.
Zhang Xiaotian looked at the report in disbelief. He never expected such a thing to happen during his term.
Zhang Xiaotian, what else do you have to say? Is this really the kind of people you manage? Do you still have the face to say this is an institution of higher learning?
Lu Wuming's face was ashen. The kind of person he hated most in his life was someone like this, corrupt and using their immense power to do whatever they wanted. I didn't expect it to be like this. I am willing to accept any investigation, and I will clear these people one by one, Zhang Xiaotian said with a bitter smile, knowing that he might not even keep this principal position now.
Commander, it's bad.
There's a female student outside, charging in with a knife, aimed directly at those two. Our people are trying their best to stop her, a guard rushed in to report. Both Lu Wuming and Zhang Xiaotian's expressions changed, and they quickly ran outside to see a relatively cute girl holding a fruit knife, with a look of determination on her face, ready to kill Zhou Tian and the plump woman. At that moment, several guards were holding her back but didn't really bind her since she was just a student, and even more, a female student. They really couldn't bring themselves to be rough.
Get out of the way.
I want to kill him. This has nothing to do with you. I don't want to cause trouble for anyone, Zhou Wan said, despair written all over her face, tears streaming down uncontrollably.
Calm down, classmate. Put down the knife, let's talk it out, we will help you, the guards urged. What do you know? You don't understand anything at all.
None of you can help me, my life is already ruined, completely ruined, Zhou Wan shook her head, biting her lip, clearly on the brink of collapse.
If you keep blocking me, I won't be polite to you. Anyway, I don't want to live anymore.
After saying that, Zhou Wan rushed forward with the knife, but it was utterly futile. The guards easily subdued her, pinning her to the ground, unable to move.
Why? You don't go after the bad guys, yet you make things difficult for a weak woman like me. Is this your power? Protecting your own?
Zhou Wan exclaimed, raising the knife to her neck, but was stopped by the guard who swiftly took the knife away from her.
Calm down, student. If you have something to say, you can tell me. I am the principal of this school and I will do my best to ensure justice for you.
Zhang Xiaotian slowly spoke. It's fortunate that it's class time now, and the academic office is located in a quieter area. It's still in the hallway, so the impact isn't too big, and it can be suppressed.
Principal.
Zhou Nuanyuan trembled, her face pale, her condition was obviously not right. At this moment, the security guard was suddenly shocked, grabbing her arm and rolling up her sleeve.
He saw many tiny puncture marks all over her smooth arm. Drug use. It really is the reaction of someone who does drugs.
The security guard's pupils contracted. He had wondered why she was wearing long sleeves in the middle of summer, and now he understood that she wanted to hide the needle marks on her body.
Zhang Xiaotian's face turned ugly.
A student from Imperial Capital University was actually using drugs. Although it might be coerced, it was still an undeniable fact.
You're actually using drugs. Do you know what crime this is? Have you not considered your parents? Tell me why this happened, or are you being forced?
Zhang Xiaotian spoke, trying his best to protect her at this moment.
I don't want this either, but they forced me. I woke up like this, it's all because of them. If it weren't for them, how could I have become like this?
Zhou Nuanyuan shouted loudly, then slowly recounted her story. She had gone to a bar to do part-time work with a friend, and because of a strange guest's preference, she drank a lot of alcohol. She hadn't wanted to drink, but that person said, 500 for a bottle.
She compromised.
Her family background was not good, and getting 500 was already a significant income for her. After that, she drank 5 bottles in a row, and her consciousness gradually blurred. When she woke up again, she found her whole body aching, and there was a new puncture mark on her arm. It was only later that she learned it was drugs. When the cravings hit, she could hardly bear it. At that moment, the fat woman appeared in front of her, telling her to accompany Zhou Tian. Just one time, and she could relieve some pain. Under the attack of the drugs, she lost her consciousness and could only obey her words. Just like that, she was with a greasy man for the first time. At that time, she hadn't thought about doing anything extreme. She still held hope for life. After all, this is Imperial Capital University. As long as she graduated smoothly and found a good job, she could forget all these things. But her thoughts were beautiful, and reality was cruel. She had underestimated these people. When her drug addiction flared up again, she realized her life was ruined. Just like that, that woman had her accompany one man after another. Today she came to kill them. Then, she would commit suicide. She wanted to end this filthy life.
Lu Wuming couldn't help but clench his fists. These are truly a bunch of beasts. If he didn't pull them out by the roots, he wouldn't deserve to wear this military uniform. Zhang Xiaotian, you don't need to worry about this, I will be in touch. I will have a complete and thorough purge at Imperial Capital University. Lu Wuming coldly spoke. Zhang Xiaotian nodded with difficulty, he could only obey now. Don't be fooled by Lu Wuming calling him old Zhang, that was just because of his age. Lu Wuming was a military district commander and a commander-in-chief, with a single word, he could make him resign. Alright, student, I understand your situation, and I will ensure justice for you. They will face legal consequences. Lu Wuming stepped forward and waved his hand, signaling the officer to let her go. Forget it, Zhou Nuanyuan managed a tragic smile, like a withered rose. Could you do me a favor? This is a request from a poor person of mine. Okay, go ahead, Lu Wuming took a deep breath. Zhou Nuanyuan looked at Lu Wuming's sidearm, a smile appearing on her lips, meaning unspoken. No way, absolutely not. Lu Wuming refused outright. What's impossible? I wish for death, can't I? You tell me. Will those two die? With their connections, won't they be released after a few years in prison? Zhou Nuanyuan laughed self-deprecatingly. This. Lu Wuming fell silent, he didn't know if these two would receive the death penalty. After all, there was still some lack of evidence, and they hadn't directly participated in the drug activities. Moreover, Zhou Nuanyuan was confused from drug use, so it was possible she had done it voluntarily. Chapter 58, If you don't kill me, I will kill him. Looking at the silent Lu Wuming, Zhou Nuanyuan gave a tragic smile, she knew it would be like this. All the talk about evil people getting their comeuppance was nonsense, good people don't live long, and disasters last for 1,000 years. Lost for words now? I know you're a big shot, but so what? The final result is still the same, Zhou Nuanyuan's eyes carried a sense of death, just kill me. If you don't kill me today, I will commit suicide later, and aren't you afraid of my revenge on society? Lu Wuming felt a sudden shock in his heart. This girl might have had her mind twisted gradually, after all, she had suffered so much, and it was a miracle she had held on until now. Lu Wuming's gaze was complex, his hand unconsciously moved toward the sidearm, but unexpectedly, he didn't touch the gun but felt a palm instead. Instinctively, Lu Wuming turned around, seeing Xiang Yang looking at him with a smile, slowly speaking, "What's the matter? You, the commander, refused to deal with evil people, and now you want to deal with an ordinary person? Or are you in cahoots with them? Nonsense." Lu Wuming's face changed slightly, Xiang Yang was actually trying to put a hat on him. Xiang Yang ignored Lu Wuming and slowly walked towards Zhou Nuanyuan, who was trembling on the ground, clearly the drug craving was starting to kick in. Seeing the handsome young man in front of her, Zhou Nuanyuan felt no waves in her heart. To her, he probably was one of them. "Hello, classmate Zhou Nuanyuan, I want to know if you have any money?" "Any amount will do," Xiang Yang said with a smile. Money? Does he want to take her money? But theoretically, he shouldn't since she had nothing valuable left except this body. I don't know why you're asking this. I don't have much money now, I only have 5 yuan left in my pocket. If you want it, take it, Zhou Nuanyuan said, trembling as she pulled out the money. In the capital, there was hardly anything that could be bought with 5 yuan. This was given to her by her mother when she went out, and she had kept it until now. Since she was nearly dead, keeping it was pointless, so she thought to give it to the boy if he wanted it. Xiang Yang took the money from Zhou Nuanyuan's hand seriously, then grinned and said, "Great. I have accepted your money. According to my grandpa, that means taking someone's money to help resolve their troubles. I will handle those two for you, so you better watch closely." After speaking, Xiang Yang went straight towards Zhou Tian and the old lady. At that moment, they were lying on a stretcher, completely unable to move, their whole bodies feeling like they were about to fall apart. I'm willing to go to prison, hurry, stop him. He's a demon, don't let him get close to me. The old lady's expression was terrified, she was covered in scars, and who knew what she had gone through in that room. Xiang Yang had beaten her for a whole hour, now, she didn't have a single good spot left on her body. Xiang Yang, calm down, the situation can be handled properly. All of you stop him. Lu Wuming finally reacted. The opponent wants the lives of these two people. At this moment, Xiang Yang could not hear his words and walked straight ahead. At this time, several guards reacted and directly surrounded Xiang Yang, then rushed at him all at once. Xiang Yang's gaze turned cold, he took a step back, then clenched his fist with one hand, his entire presence becoming overwhelmingly fierce, directly knocking several of them to the ground in just a few moves. Lu Wuming watched the guards lying on the ground in pain and howling, his heart startled, how could he have forgotten this kid's combat power? No. He absolutely cannot let this kid kill anyone here, otherwise, it will cause big trouble, especially with people watching. Xiang Yang, if you don't stop now, I will shoot. Lu Wuming said coldly as he picked up his handgun.
At this time, Xiang Yang had already walked in front of the two people. Looking at the unconscious Zhou Tian, he directly stepped on Zhou's arm, and immediately a cracking sound echoed along with Zhou's wails.
Lu Wuming, do you really think your gun is useful?
After saying this, Xiang Yang raised his foot and stepped on Zhou Tian's other arm.
Do you believe that after you shoot, I won't necessarily die, but I bet you definitely won't live? In the military district, I am giving you face, do you really think I am afraid of you?
Xiang Yang's voice kept rising, his icy words seemed to freeze one's soul. Lu Wuming's face turned ugly, he did not expect Xiang Yang to say such words.
Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted?
Xiang Yang, this is not a prison.
If you kill someone here, think about the consequences.
Even if I shoot you dead on the spot, it is reasonable and legal, Lu Wuming said coldly. Alright, I'll give you a chance, if you don't shoot and kill me within 3 seconds, I will kill him.
Xiang Yang said indifferently.
Then he directly bent down and grabbed Zhou Tian's neck, lifting him up with a force that was astonishing. At this moment, Zhou Tian's face turned pale, his eyes bulging, his chest sunken in, his legs continually struggling in the air, his hands already disabled by Xiang Yang, hanging weakly down. Xiang Yang looked at Lu Wuming and slowly uttered one word.
1. Lu Wuming's fingers trembled, unsure if it was out of anger or fear. 2.
Sir, you must shoot quickly, at least break his legs, or he will really kill someone here, the old lady hurriedly spoke up. She did not want to die here. If Zhou Tian died, would she be next?
3.
At this point, Lu Wuming slowly lowered his handgun, secretly sighing.
Xiang Yang absolutely cannot be moved, not even a broken leg can be allowed, otherwise, not to mention the military district, even the imperial capital university is likely to face an unprecedented disaster. Those old lunatics in prison have many disciples and followers, one command from them, and they would not hesitate to commit suicide. If they knew he shot Xiang Yang, they would probably go crazy. Since Commander Lu gives me this face and doesn't shoot, then if I don't kill someone for excitement, it just wouldn't make sense. Xiang Yang licked his lips, then forcefully twisted, directly breaking Zhou Tian's neck.
Xiang Yang released his hand, and Zhou Tian's body fell to the ground with the force of inertia, with his eyes wide open, clearly dead and unable to close his eyes.
Ah! 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 He has killed someone. Are you all just going to watch? Aren't you from the military district? You just let him kill?
I tell you, I do not deserve the death penalty. The old lady's pupils quivered. If she weren't injured all over, she would have run away long ago.
Didn't I say before?
You are really annoying, Xiang Yang said, rolling his eyes, then turned around and slapped her, the powerful force sending the old lady from the stretcher to the ground.
Chapter 59.
Cherish your life. Zhou Nuanyuan looked at the boy suddenly appearing before her. He seemed like a light in her life, helping her see the hope of living again. Moreover, she never expected that he would actually dare to kill.
Wasn't he afraid of the so-called commander shooting him?
If a gunshot went off, his life would be over.
It's okay, this boy should come from a remarkable background.
If he really gets put in jail or sentenced to death later, Zhou Nuanyuan's eyes filled with determination as she thought quietly, then I will die in his place. Anyway, this body of mine is already dirty. Zhou Nuanyuan continued watching the scene before her, and the pain from her addiction seemed to lessen significantly.
Xiang Yang, you've already killed one person, isn't that enough? The other person should be dealt with by me. I've given you face, shouldn't you give me some in return? Lu Wuming took a deep breath and slowly spoke.
Xiang Yang looked at Lu Wuming as if he were a fool, and spoke in confusion. I say, Commander, what kind of nonsense are you talking? I've only just killed one. Hey, have you heard of double happiness arriving?
Double happiness arriving.
Xiang Yang, you can't go further down this wrong path.
If it's too late, I can't save you.
Lu Wuming looked at Xiang Yang, speaking word by word.
This was the imperial capital, although those in prison were powerful, what if? Could they arrive in an instant?
Xiang Yang smiled widely, completely unconcerned about Lu Wuming's words.
Killing one is not enough for double happiness, of course, it should be two.
After saying that, Xiang Yang's expression hardened as he directly raised his foot and stomped down on the chest of the hefty woman, the powerful force visibly caving in her chest, perhaps due to her massive flesh. After the stomp, the obese woman merely cried out in pain and then spat out a mouthful of blood, not dead at all.
Oh? She's not dead, then I can only say I'm sorry.
Then Xiang Yang aimed at the same spot and stomped down several more times, showing no mercy until the hefty woman no longer wailed and had no breath left. Only then did he stop his descending foot.
Phew, this is truly a tiring job.
Xiang Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead and then smiled at Zhou Nuanyuan. Classmate, the task is complete, I'll take the $5 now. Zhou Nuanyuan's expression froze for a moment, his words totally catching her off guard, but then she reacted, he was helping her.
Thank you. Zhou Nuanyuan quietly said.
Lu Wuming watched the two's dialogue, his expression slightly cold.
Things had really escalated, Xiang Yang killing in public, and even though he was the commander, he might not be able to withstand it. Xiangyang, now that you're done, you should come with me. Lu Wuming said. Xiangyang nodded, sure, I can leave any time, but before I go, I have something to say to Zhang Xiaotian. Without caring whether Lu Wuming agreed or not, Xiangyang walked directly over and grabbed Zhang Xiaotian's arm, forcefully lifting, instantly restoring the dislocated arm to normal. Zhang Xiaotian moved his arm about, looking at Xiangyang with a complex expression. He didn't understand what the other wanted from him. I helped you restore your arm, so according to the rules, you should help me with something, Xiangyang spoke in an unrefusable tone. WH. What favor? Zhang Xiaotian asked, hoping this madman wouldn't make a request that was too unreasonable. Xiangyang pointed at Zhou Nuanyuan on the ground. I need her to go to school, at least finish at the Imperial Capital University. And of course, she needs to kick her addiction. I believe you can do it. All right. Zhang Xiaotian nodded with difficulty, having no choice but to agree to this madman's request. After all, this girl was also a poor thing. Helping her go to school wasn't a problem, but kicking the addiction might be a bit harder to manage. Xiangyang saw the other party nodding in satisfaction, then turned to Lu Wuming, signaling that he could leave with him. Life well, everyone must cherish their own life, their life cannot be trampled on at will, Xiangyang slowly said as he passed by Zhou Nuanyuan. Then Lu Wuming and Xiangyang both left, leaving only a few people standing in place, dazed. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the two corpses on the ground and quietly sighed. Things were quite troublesome now, a pile of mess was waiting for him to clean up. However, these two people deserved to die. He could only say Xiangyang did well in killing them, but the price might be a bit high. Zhao Wu, go deal with these two people, Zhang Xiaotian ordered. Ha? Zhao Wu was stunned for a moment, then weakly asked, Principal, should I bury them alive, or just burn them to destroy the evidence? I told you to notify their families to come pick up their bodies, and let them know what crimes these two committed, so they can take heed. Zhang Xiaotian angrily reprimanded, wondering how such a fool could exist in their school. Okay, Principal. After you handle this, you don't need to come back anymore, just go where you should go. Why Zhao Wu was about to argue, but seeing Zhang Xiaotian's gaze, he held back his words. It seemed the principal had already guessed that he was involved in many wrongdoings for Zhou Tian, which was why he was expelled. Thinking of this, Zhao Wu's heart shivered. This could be a kind of protection. If that young man was fine this time, once he returned and discovered what he had done in the past, he might just kill him on the spot. At the thought of Zhou Tian's death, Zhao Wu trembled all over, hurriedly placing the two on a stretcher and taking them away. After handling them, he had to escape quickly. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Zhou Nuanyuan, who was lying on the ground, and asked, Can you get up? If you can, come with me, I will help you overcome your addiction. I hope you can endure it. Of course, if you can endure it, then the promise I made to that madman won't count. Zhou Nuanyuan came to her senses, looking at Zhang Xiaotian's aged face, recalling Xiangyang's words, and suddenly forced her weak body to stand up. I will control myself, even if I feel like dying, I will quit this thing. Principal, you can do whatever it takes. Zhou Nuanyuan's face was resolute, her voice strong. Very good, come with me. If you succeed, I will pay your tuition for the next 4 years. After speaking, Zhang Xiaotian turned and walked away, while Zhou Nuanyuan quietly followed behind. Though Zhou Tian's and the obese woman's deaths were seen by only a few, the power of rumors was terrifying. This incident spread quickly, causing quite a stir. After all, murder is a crime, especially murder in a prestigious university like the Imperial Capital University. At this moment, Dorm 501 was in chaos. When they found out that the fourth brother had taken down the head of the academic affairs office and the dormitory manager, their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could they possibly have such a powerful person as a brother in arms? Chapter 60, If You Let Little Young. Big brother, do you think our fourth brother will come back? Pan sighed. Lin Fei shook his head, sorrow filling his face. He hadn't expected that within just one afternoon, the fourth brother would leave them, having sworn brotherhood in the morning and gone in the afternoon. Good people have a way of being protected by heaven. The fourth brother should be fine. After all, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions, he is not an ordinary person, Lin Fei said after a moment of silence. But he killed someone, and in public no less. Do you know how serious this crime is? I heard it could lead to the death penalty, Panin expressed his worries. There's nothing we can do now. If it comes to that, let's set up a memorial tablet for the fourth brother. Just send him on his last journey. Lin Fei wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, Lu Zhuangzhuang scratched his head, picked up 3 fruit knives from the table and handed them to the two, while keeping the last one for himself. What are you going to do, you silly Zhuang? Panin looked at the fruit knife in his hand, lost in thought. What else can we do? We'll commit suicide together, go down and accompany fourth brother. We agreed. We don't seek to be born on the same day, but we do seek to die on the same day, Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a serious expression. The men in their village were known for their decisive words. Once said, they would follow through without hesitation. Come on, my two good brothers, you both go ahead and die first, then I'll collect your bodies and die afterwards, Lu Zhuangzhuang passionately invited. Lin Fei and Panin exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw confusion. Is this right? Is this really right? They had just paid respects that morning, and by afternoon, someone was gone. Silly Zhuang, I don't think it's necessary. Fourth brother isn't dead yet. What if he's alive? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? Lin Fei slowly spoke up. Exactly. I think the big brother is right. We don't need to rush. Besides, I, with my handsome looks, can't just die like this. Isn't that a bit too much of a loss? Panin kept nodding, seemingly in agreement with Lin Fei's words. Oh, is that so?
Lu Zhuangzhuang's eyes revealed a thoughtful look, then as if he realized something, he slowly put down the fruit knife and scratched his head, smiling foolishly.
If that's the case, then let's not die for now. We'll wait until fourth brother dies before we die.
Seeing that Lu Zhuangzhuang, who had been so stubborn, finally chose not to seek death, the two let out a sigh of relief. This guy was hard to handle, and if things went wrong, he might end up stabbing them, making them accompany Xiangyang. The two exchanged a glance, seeming to reach a consensus. If Xiangyang died, they must not let this silly Zhuang know, or it would really be over. On the other side, Xiangyang and Lu Wuming returned to the military district.
At this moment in the commander's office, Lu Wuming's face was extremely grim.
If Xiangyang had killed someone and no one witnessed it, they might have been able to resolve it. But now it was seen, and it spread, that made things a bit troublesome.
Compared to Lu Wuming's anxiety, Xiangyang appeared much calmer.
He leisurely drank the tea on the table, smacking his lips in satisfaction. No wonder this was what the commander drank, it was truly extraordinary.
Xiangyang, now that you've killed someone, what are your plans?
I can only try my best to protect you.
I don't need your protection.
It's fine, if worst comes to worst, I can just go back to the forbidden prison. I kind of miss Grandma and Grandpa, Xiangyang shrugged. Having been in the capital for several days, he had gotten a good sense of the rules here. Although he didn't know how powerful his grandparents were, he was sure he could protect himself. Seeing Xiangyang like this, Lu Wuming sighed helplessly. What could he do? Now, he could only talk to those old men in prison, otherwise, things would get really difficult. Thinking of this, Lu Wuming picked up the phone and began to dial. As the conversation progressed, his face gradually became worse, then shifted to helplessness. After a while, Lu Wuming slowly hung up the phone, looking at Xiangyang with a complicated expression. He really owed this little ancestor from his past life, it seriously felt like he was losing his life over it.
How is it? Can I leave now and return to Grandma and Grandpa's side?
Xiangyang asked excitedly, there were too many rules here, and he felt uncomfortable staying.
Leave my foot. You can go back and rest for a while, pack your things, and tomorrow, I'll send you to Capital University for school, Lu Wuming said irritably.
Ah?
School again? Isn't it that I can't go to school unless I kill someone? Xiangyang said, unwillingly.
I said you can, so you can, Lu Wuming replied, continuing, also, this time when you go back, keep a low profile, don't cause me more trouble, my little ancestors, or I really won't be able to handle this anymore. Lu Wuming smiled bitterly, his tone carrying a hint of pleading.
Alright, I got it. It's just killing someone, what's the big deal?
At worst, I just won't kill from now on, Xiangyang said, looking at Lu Wuming with a helpless expression.
Lu Wuming nodded, recognizing that Xiangyang making such a concession was impressive, he had little expectation left. Then I'll leave, Xiangyang said, stretching and preparing to go.
Wait. I have a question for you, Lu Wuming suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, you knew about the crimes these two committed, so you acted and crippled them, right? Lu Wuming asked hopefully, if this were true, it would mean Xiangyang was not just a reckless fighter who picked on whoever displeased him, but a person who fought against evil and had a sense of justice. No, I just simply couldn't stand their arrogant behavior, Xiangyang shrugged, innocently. Xiangyang's words splashed like cold water on Lu Wuming's head, indeed, he had hoped too highly of him.
Forget it, you can go. I have no more questions. When you return to your place, don't wander around, got it?
Got it. Xiangyang was already out the door, his voice slowly fading in, clearly a bit tired of Lu Wuming's nagging. Watching Xiangyang leave, Lu Wuming rubbed his aching temples, thinking of how to face those old-timers in Longxia Nation, who were a bunch of reckless elders, extremely stubborn and always adhering to the rules. These big shots really have given me a tough problem. Lu Wuming chuckled bitterly, the previous conversation had gone very smoothly, and he felt like he had been crushed all the way. Essentially, what they said could be summarized as: if you bully Xiaoyang, we will personally go out and bring him back. If you let Xiaoyang come back, we will personally go out to get him. If you let Xiaoyang. In short, although there were no threatening words, the threat in their tone was almost tangible. Chapter 61 Four Great Elders. In the end, it was the trouble of the Dragon Wusher war god that helped him resolve the issue and reminded him that Xiangyang must go to this university, and that the two people he killed were truly deserving of it, not a big deal. Just look at the demeanor of the Wusher war god, it's no surprise that he once wiped out an entire nation. When it comes to killing, he was so relaxed and casual.
Commander, something bad has happened.
The elders know about your bringing this murderer, Xiang Yang, back to the military district. They are in the conference room and demand an explanation from you. Shi Quan rushed in, panic-stricken.
All right, I know. I'll go over now.
These old-timers are really not easy to deal with. Lu Wuming rubbed his aching temples, stood up, and put on his clothes to leave.
You kid are not bad.
After just a few days, your leg muscles have developed so much, Lu Wuming said as he passed by Shi Quan, raising an eyebrow, unexpectedly impressed that this kid still loved to exercise.
Commander, you're joking.
Shi Quan replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, unknowingly beginning to curse in his heart. His position was already not easy, and with Xiang Yang's arrival, he felt even more exhausted. Running back and forth in the military district, it would be strange if his leg muscles didn't develop. Now he felt like he could win an award if he participated in a marathon.
No way, this is the confidence Xiang Yang has given him.
Lu Wuming nodded, not getting too tangled up in this matter. The top priority now was to meet these old men, and there would definitely be a battle of words then. On the other side, Xiang Yang had already arrived at his residence, and it felt just like coming home, as he had become quite familiar with this military district. Just as Xiang Yang was about to unlock the door, he heard a familiar voice from behind.
Xiang Yang, how come you're back? Didn't you go to school? Why are you here? At this moment, Wall Gecko looked puzzled, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that he was imagining Xiang Yang because he missed him? It shouldn't be, right? Xiang Yang left, and he could still wake up laughing in his sleep.
Xiang Yang turned back and found that his guess was right. Wall Gecko was calling him. I got into a bit of trouble in the capital, so Lu Wuming brought me back.
How come you're here? Isn't this a new recruit training place? Xiang Yang asked.
I came to grab some things and just happened to stop by, Wall Gecko replied, then felt something was off. You got into trouble?
That shouldn't be. Lu Wuming is a commander. What kind of problem can he not solve?
Plus, there's the principal of the capital university. I also think it was making a mountain out of a molehill. I didn't do anything too serious, just killed 2 people, and Lu Wuming got all nervous and brought me back. Xiang Yang sighed, looking despondent. I said, it's just killing. Wall Gecko's expression changed, his body trembled, and his voice shot up a few octaves. You killed someone, and not just anyone, but 2 people.
And at Capital University?
Yep, even you find it hard to believe, right? It was just 2 people, and they let me come back, Xiang Yang said seriously, as if he had suffered a great injustice at that moment. It's unbelievable. I just think it's incredible that you can stand here unharmed, Wall Gecko said, his lips twitching.
Killing someone at a university could lead to being shot, okay?
But now Xiang Yang still stood here like nothing had happened, safe and sound. Wait a minute, today seemed to be Xiang Yang's first day of school. In just a day, he killed 2 people. If he stayed longer, everyone might be dead.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Xiang Yang tilted his head slightly and asked.
No problem. What are your plans next?
I think the commander might not be able to protect you. After all, killing someone at the university has huge consequences. Wall Gecko frowned. He had already thought out a way for Xiang Yang to escape, planning to send him abroad. After all, with his skills, he would definitely be a big killer overseas. I don't have any plans. I just want to go inside, sleep for a bit, and then wait for Lu Wuming to take me to Capital University tomorrow, Xiang Yang said nonchalantly, looking at Wall Gecko, wondering why this guy was so jumpy.
You're going back to school. You killed someone, and there's nothing wrong? Didn't the commander say anything?
Nope, he just told me to stay put, and tomorrow he'll take me to school. Xiang Yang shook his head. At this moment, Wall Gecko's brain was almost overheating. He didn't expect the commander to genuinely support Xiang Yang.
But could he really keep it together? Those old geezers were not easy to deal with.
But speaking of it, the commander's guts were indeed big. Even after all this, he dared to send Xiang Yang to school.
Was he not afraid that Xiang Yang would bring back the principal's head to liven things up? Ah, Chio.
Zhang Xiaotian at that moment rubbed his nose. It's really strange who was thinking about me. Could it be that madman? When Zhang Xiaotian thought of this, his body shook for a moment, but quickly calmed down. The other party shouldn't appear at the school. After all, the crime of murder is not small.
Hold on. You just have to get through this wave, and the road ahead will be easier. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Zhou Nuan Nuan, who was wearing a sports vest.
At this moment, Zhou Nuan Nuan was tied to a huge metal frame, a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth, her eyes trembling, her whole body shaking, and sweating profusely, clearly suffering immense pain. That's right, she was going through withdrawal. At this point, in a room in the military district of the imperial capital of Longxia country, 4 elderly men sat in a row, their faces serious as they looked at Lu Wuming.
Lu Wuming, I see you've grown wings. Hand over that boy quickly. How could he kill someone in university? Do you know what kind of terrible impact this has caused?
An old man with a scar on his face angrily spoke. He was one of the elders, Zhang Feng.
Elder Zhang, I've already explained. Xiang Yang is the boy in question. There were reasons behind the incident. I've looked at those people's backgrounds, they deserve to die. So Xiang Yang is innocent, Lu Wuming defended himself. Nonsense. Even if they committed crimes, they don't deserve death, it should be left to the law to judge, not for him to kill. At this point, a red-faced old man spoke. But Xiang Yang has also accomplished something, during that mission in the primitive forest. Lu Wuming had no choice but to mention the incident where Xiang Yang killed the Ming Kill mercenaries. After all, he had been hiding the fact that Xiang Yang had done something commendable, worried it would cause a stir in the military district, but now, to protect him, he had to bring it up. The four elders were suddenly taken aback upon hearing this. Zhang Feng, the scarred elder, looked at Lu Wuming. Lu kid, do you think we old folks are fools? Or have we become muddled? He just turned 18, how could he kill a group of ruthless bandits? Chapter 62, The Deterrence of Long Wuxuang. The red-faced old man's temper flared even more. He slammed his palm on the table. Lu kid, listen, you want to shelter that kid called Xiang Yang? No way. And killing the Ming Kill mercenary group, why don't you say he's some big shot's grandson? And even if he is a big shot's grandson, we still need an explanation, otherwise, the rules of Longxia country will be completely destroyed. The red-faced elder pointed at Lu Wuming, his body trembling with rage, clearly very upset. Lu kid, hand him over, if not, we will definitely tell the lord of the state about what happened here, and then it won't be up to you whether you want it or not, Zhang Feng said with a cold glance. You've worked hard to get to your current position, I'm sure you don't want to lose it. As the head of the four elders, Zhang Feng's threatening words resonated harshly in Lu Wuming's ears. Although they had no military power, they were the main figures in governing the country, thus being granted the title of elder by the lord of the state, and facing Lu Wuming, the commander of the military district, they naturally were unafraid. Lu Wuming's face darkened. These old geezers were really tough to deal with, and what he said was the truth. Xiang Yang had indeed done a great deed, yet in their mouths, he had become someone he was covering for. Thinking of how he, a military district commander, was being threatened by these old folks, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up in his heart. He never backed down on the battlefield. Why should he cower before them? Lu Wuming took a deep breath, slammed the table, and stood up. His gaze turned cold, a powerful aura burst forth from him. Today, I declare here that I will protect Xiang Yang, no one is allowed to touch him. And I want him to continue attending classes at the Imperial Capital University. I trust you have no objections, and I won't allow you to have any. Lu Wuming's gaze swept continuously over the four elders. At this moment, the four elders looked at the furious Lu Wuming. Suddenly, a shockwave struck my heart. Is this still the military district commander we know? How dare he speak to us this way? In terms of seniority, he should at least call me an elder. Lu Wuming, are you serious? Zhang Feng asked, eyeing Lu Wuming with uncertainty. You really want to protect this kid? I have no objections, but you can just wait for your position to be revoked. Zhang Feng slowly stood up, and the three elders behind him followed suit, their faces filled with discontent. They had lost count of how long it had been since anyone dared to speak to them like this. You all can leave. Aren't you just going to find the national leader? If you want to go, then go. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Lu Wuming mocked with a smile. Let me tell you, the war god Long Wuxuang has spoken. If anyone lays a finger on Xiang Yang, he will personally come out of seclusion to have a good chat with you all. As soon as Lu Wuming finished speaking, the few of them suddenly halted, especially Zhang Feng, who shuddered as if he had thought of something terrible. Lu, kid, are you trying to scare me? Long Wuxuang has been missing for many years, right? Besides, I've heard he's in some remote prison. How could he possibly know that boy? Zhang Feng responded, turning back. Do you think I have nothing better to do? Why would I waste my time fooling you? You can leave any time you want. If Wuxuang finds out, it won't be my problem. Lu Wuming shrugged, his face indifferent. What he said was no lie. During their earlier call, the war god Wuxuang had told him that when necessary, he would use his name, stating that if anyone disrespected him, he would ensure that person never had any respect again. Lu Wuming looked at Zhang Feng, smirking. The other elders might only slightly fear Long Wuxuang, but this old guy was terrified to his bones. Because that scar on his face was indeed cut by Long Wuxuang. He remembered that this old fellow was acting just like now, clashing with Long Wuxuang. As a legendary war god, he had a notoriously explosive temper. How could he tolerate such insolence? He directly drew his waist knife and slashed at him. It was said that if the national leader hadn't intervened back then, this old guy might have lost his life. That scar stretched directly to his neck. After slashing the man, Long Wuxuang sheathed his knife and approached the national leader, stretching his head forward and saying, the national leader can kill or punish as he pleases. I can't stand this old fellow. If he dares to utter another word of nonsense in front of me, I will kill him. At that time, the national leader could only shake his head helplessly and give Long Wuxuang a light punishment.
If he truly dared to do anything to Long Wushwang, the soldiers outside might not touch him, but they would definitely tear those elders apart. Zhang Feng's face turned iron blue, the scar on his face twitching along with the muscles, looking extremely terrifying as he stared at the chair beside him.
Zhang Feng turned around and sat down.
That's right, he didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to risk his life over anything related to that guy. The other three saw that their leader had sat down and also found a place to sit. It seems the elder agrees to have a good talk with me now. Lu Kid, even if he has something to do with Long Wushwang, this matter cannot be let go. The death penalty can be avoided, but hard labor is inevitable.
He cannot attend this imperial capital university.
Zhang Feng waved his hand and said. This was his only dignity, otherwise, who would believe that he had truly feared Long Wushwang?
Elder Zhang Feng, I have said that Xiangyang has made contributions. Moreover, attending school was personally arranged by war god Long Wushwang. I believe you will not disagree, right?
You should think carefully. Lu Wuming smiled knowingly at Zhang Feng, radiating confidence.
Zhang Feng's fists tightened slightly, gritting his teeth and saying, I just remembered. He really should go to school. After all, he just turned 18. What about his killing?
What killing? He was clearly eliminating evil and bringing peace. Those people deserved to die. If I were there, I would have killed them too. Zhang Feng said solemnly, his face serious beyond words. I didn't expect Elder Zhang to be so righteous.
I truly admire you,
Lu Wuming sighed, genuinely impressed by the other's thick skin.
This is what I should do.
If there's nothing else, we will leave, Zhang Feng said, getting up as he didn't want to stay there for even a second longer.
Gee. Wait a moment, Elder. Actually, I have one more thing.
Xiangyang has made such great contributions, and I want to bestow upon him a position.
What do you think?
Lu Wuming quickly asked, his eyes turning as he had an idea. Today, taking advantage of Long Wushwang's reputation, he wanted to accomplish what Xiangyang had requested from him back then.
Chapter 63, You Must Take Responsibility for Slenderme. Zhang Feng's lip twitched, then he forced a smile and said, It's fine, but what position does he want? I will arrange it for him.
Oh, it's nothing much, just a major general.
I think it's not a big deal for an elder like you, Lu Wuming waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank, the other party was simply asking for too much. How dare he bring this up? Major general? Lu Wuming, let me tell you. That kid wants to become a young general.
Elder, Senior Long Wushwang asked me to tell you, don't forget the pain after the wound has healed, Lu Wuming interjected quickly. That kid wanting to become a major general is not impossible to negotiate, but the process may be complicated. Although he eliminated Ming Sha and made great contributions, it can only be counted as a task, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said, swallowing the words he wanted to say.
It's not just complicated. I believe with the elder's ability, it will definitely succeed. I await your good news.
I'll take my leave now, Lu Wuming said and slammed the door, fearing Zhang Feng would refuse at the last moment. The sound of the door closing echoed in the ears of the four elders.
Brother, are you really going to help that Xiangyang become a major general? Didn't we come here to punish him? The red-faced elder couldn't hold back and spoke up. What else? What do you want me to do? Should you fight Long Wushwang?
If you win, I won't agree to him. If you lose, then I'll buy you coffin money, Zhang Feng said back, annoyed. The remaining three lowered their heads upon hearing their elder brother's words. Fighting Long Wushwang was no joke, it was practically signing their own death warrant. On the other side, Lu Wuming walked out of the room, feeling invigorated. He finally understood the feeling of having a powerful backer, that was confidence. He now just wanted to shout, this is really freaking awesome. Next, it's easy to handle. I will completely overhaul the Imperial Capital University. As for Xiangyang's killing, we will say it's for the people, after all, those two deserve to die, Lu Wuming thought to himself. As long as he dealt with these four old geezers, everything else could be settled with the military district's backing. At this moment, in a room on the top floor of a building, the scene was a mess, with various clothes scattered on the floor. On the bed, a green-haired man embraced a relatively pure-looking girl.
Young Master Lu Feng, now that we are like this, can you fulfill your promise to me?
The pure-looking girl slowly spoke, her eyes trembling, and there were tear marks on her cheeks.
Of course, my little beauty. Don't you know who I am?
Don't worry, your father's matter is in my hands. Just wait for good news, Lu Feng leered with a sleazy smile, giving her a slap on the bottom as he continued.
You can go back now, put on your clothes.
The pure girl nodded, breaking free from Lu Feng's embrace, and stood up to put on her clothes. Looking at the bloodstain on the bed, the pure girl trembled her eyelashes, immediately turned her head, and slowly walked toward the door, her steps heavy, clearly still not recovered. Lu Feng watched the departing beauty, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He liked this feeling, as if he were choosing a concubine. But as beautiful as she was, he still preferred the girl he met at the school gate. That was the type he liked, a perfect figure and a youthful, stunning face. Just thinking about it made him unable to hold back.
Brother Lu, I have checked what you asked me to investigate.
A lewd-looking man walked in. He was Lu Feng's most proud lackey, Sun San.
It's good that you found out. So, what about that woman? Does she have a relationship with the president of the Imperial Capital University? Lu Feng asked, standing by the window.
Yes, Brother Lu, that woman is called Li Qingru, and she is indeed one of the president's disciples, but it's just on the surface. There's no real master-student relationship, it's just a title, Sun San slowly replied. Moreover, Li Qingru comes from an ordinary family, there's no significant background. No real master-student relationship. Lu Feng covered his chin, as if thinking of something amusing. Sun San, when the military training starts, gather a few people to help me teach someone a lesson. Just remember not to kill him, just cripple him. The goal is to lure that woman out, Lu Feng said. The person he spoke of was Xiang Yang. Although he didn't know whether there was a relationship between him and Li Qingru, their conversation at the school gate made him very unhappy. He didn't believe that if the man was nearly beaten to death, Li Qingru would not show up.
Understood, Brother Lu.
Sun San's face showed a fierce smile. Clearly, this wasn't his first time doing such a thing.
By the way, Brother Lu, do you like the girl I arranged for you?
Sun San rubbed his hands, looking obsequious. Not bad, pretty good, Lu Feng replied with satisfaction. Right, just return her father later. As for the money she owes, let her pay it back slowly.
If she can't pay it back, you should understand. I understand, Brother Lu.
I'll go make arrangements, Sun San said with a lewd smile.
Lu Feng nodded, signaling that he could leave.
Walking out the door, Sun San's face showed a joyful expression. Every time Lu Feng ate meat, he could savor a bit of the soup. He had liked that girl for a long time, and although she had already been played by Lu Feng, he didn't care. The next morning, it was the same familiar scene. Two small teams got the news that Xiang Yang was going back to school again and specially came to see him off, also to confirm whether Xiang Yang truly had no issues with killing.
Soon, Lu Wuming and Xiang Yang appeared in front of everyone.
So crazy man, you're going back to school again, the evil dragon was the first to speak.
That's right, I'm going today. I didn't expect you all to come see me off again.
Don't worry, I'll miss you. I'll come back to see you when I have time, Xiang Yang said with a sigh, feeling surprised that they cared so much after he had only killed a few people. It seemed he had indeed killed the right people.
No need to come back.
We might not be in the military district, just focus on your studies, and tone down your character, don't kill indiscriminately anymore, the gecko said, shaking his body.
Kill indiscriminately?
I'll tell you, little gecko, you have to be responsible for your words. I only kill bad people. If you defame me, Xiang Yang raised his head, looking at the gecko with a fierce expression.
Oh, look at my mouth, I really can't speak.
Right, crazy man, you are right to kill, you kill only bad people, the gecko said, pretending to hit his own mouth.
Xiang Yang nodded in satisfaction and waved at everyone, then directly got into the military vehicle. Chapter 64, Commander, I want to kill someone.
The two teams felt relieved when they saw Xiang Yang get in the car. This guy finally went to university, otherwise, they really couldn't stand him in the military district.
They couldn't beat him, and reasoning well, they definitely couldn't beat him at that either.
Commander, in my life, I've never asked you for anything, now I just hope you can let this guy go to school properly and not come back without a reason, Bibbit said, holding Lu Wuming's hand.
How can you be so ungrateful?
That crazy guy saved your life, Lizard said unwillingly at that moment.
Oh, then you can accompany Xiang Yang in the future.
I'll take care of all your tasks, Bibbit said faintly.
No way.
Lizard refused without thinking.
I have to do my own tasks. I don't need anyone's help. Otherwise, I'll feel uncomfortable.
Bibbit rolled his eyes at the other person. He was too embarrassed to point out that the trembling legs, if pushed harder, could turn into propellers and take off.
Alright, stop messing around.
I need to send Xiang Yang to the capital university, Lu Wuming said, moving Bibbit's hand away.
He also didn't want Xiang Yang to come back, but could he really decide that? Seeing that person's character made him uneasy.
After Lu Wuming finished speaking, he opened the car door and got in. As the vehicle started, Xiang Yang looked outside and sighed. I didn't expect everyone to miss me so much, especially Bibbit even cried, and Lizard's trembling legs clearly showed he was sad and unwilling to let me go.
Lu Wuming's mouth twitched.
What Xiang Yang said was correct, they all guessed wrong.
It wasn't that they missed you? They wished you would stay far away. Xiang Yang, I'm sending you to school this time, and I have no other requests. I just need you to stay well for 4 years, okay? Please don't kill anyone again? Lu Wuming advised. Commander, you're really annoying. I said I understood.
I won't kill randomly, don't worry, Xiang Yang said seriously.
Then what about last time? Didn't you kill those 2 people? That last time doesn't count, it was an accident I couldn't control. Those two were looking for death anyway. Xiang Yang shrugged his shoulders, lamenting. Lu Wuming remained calm.
He was already used to Xiang Yang's responses. At least he had made some progress this time by giving himself an explanation.
If it were in the past, he might have just said, I killed them, what's there to explain?
Xiang Yang frowned, he seemed to think of something. He seemed to have forgotten about a green-haired turtle. That guy was his #1 target to take down.
Commander, I want to kill someone.
Lu Wuming's heart suddenly sank, and he turned to look at Xiang Yang.
My little ancestor, who annoyed you this time? Who do you want to kill?
You know that person, the green-haired one at the school gate. I don't like the way he looks at me, Xiang Yang said with a hint of killing intent on his face.
No. You can't kill again. This reason is clearly unreasonable. He just glanced at you and you want to kill him?
Lu Wuming refused without thinking. He never expected Xiang Yang to be so vengeful. Just a glance from someone made him explode. Xiang Yang lowered his head and thought carefully. The other person made sense. It was no wonder he was the commander, thinking things through. Moreover, combining what Long Yi told him, he could just injure the person and make him feel his mistake.
I understand now, old Lu.
Don't worry, I won't kill him, Xiang Yang said with a smile. Lu Wuming immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. This kid was still quite reasonable. Just when he thought this matter could pass, Xiang Yang's next words made his heart leap to his throat. Then I'll just dig out his eyes. Then he wouldn't have to look at people with such disgusting eyes anymore.
Lu Wuming.
On the other side, enjoying a beautiful woman's massage, Lu Feng suddenly felt a chill in his body, as if something bad was staring at him. This feeling was truly uncomfortable.
What's going on? Could someone be trying to set me up?
Lu Feng thought to himself, but soon he dismissed this idea.
In this imperial capital, he feared no one. What danger could threaten him?
While Lu Feng enjoyed the massage, Sun San walked over with an ugly expression, leaning in to whisper in his ear.
Lu Gu, something happened.
The person you asked me to deal with, his name is Xiang Yang. He was taken away by the military and might not come back to school.
Whom? Taken away? Why? It seems he killed someone.
He apparently murdered a matron in the dormitory, and also a director from the academic office.
This is a big deal, he might not come back. Sun San explained. Murder? And in the Imperial Capital University?
Lu Feng's eyes revealed disbelief. The other party's courage was a bit too great. This wasn't just not coming back, it was for sure he wouldn't return. In that case, I'll have to find another way to get Li Qingru.
This kid is lucky, otherwise, I would make him regret it.
Lu Feng waved his hand and continued, You can go now, I need to get busy with my own matters. After saying that, Lu Feng stood up and embraced the massage girl as he walked into a room, while Sun San left with a flattering expression. Little did they know, the Xiang Yang they were both thinking about was also thinking of them at that very moment, and was on his way to Imperial Capital University. The military vehicle stopped at the entrance of Imperial Capital University, drawing the attention of many passers-by. After all, vehicles with official backgrounds were not uncommon at this school. As everyone's gaze turned, Xiang Yang stepped down from the vehicle, followed closely by Lu Wuming. The two were heading straight for the principal's office. Yes, he was going to help Xiang Yang restore his student status.
That old guy, Zhang Xiaotian, surely thought Xiang Yang wouldn't come back.
Lu Wuming rubbed his temples. In the car, he had really battled with his words.
Finally, through his relentless efforts, Xiang Yang relented.
If that green-haired kid looked at him with that kind of gaze again, he would dig out the other person's eyes. At that moment, Lu Wuming had agreed on the spot. He had no choice but to agree. Xiang Yang's clenched fist clearly indicated to him that if he pushed any further, he would definitely become a national treasure. At this time, people on the road who recognized Xiang Yang showed shock on their faces. They thought they would never see Xiang Yang again, especially since he had killed 2 people.
Old Lu, their gazes at me seem quite surprised. Is there something on my face? Hee, don't think too much. You appearing here is enough to surprise them. Lu Wuming chuckled. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office. Without being polite, they pushed the door open and walked in. Old Zhang, how did you end up like this? Where's your hair? And what's with those dark circles under your eyes? Lu Wuming looked at the old man in front of him, a look of astonishment on his face. Compared to before, Zhang Xiaotian's hair had not only turned much grayer, but he had also noticeably lost a lot of hair. His face had many more wrinkles, and those huge dark circles made it seem like he had been beaten up. Chapter 65, Old Zhang, get up, the ground is cold. Seeing the newcomers, Zhang Xiaotian showed a weary expression, silently feeling bitter inside. He had been extremely busy lately. Ever since Lu Wuming left yesterday, he had not had a moment of rest. Not only had he checked every teacher and high-ranking staff member at Imperial Capital University, but he also looked into the list of students who were wronged. Not only that, he had to constantly check on Zhou Nuan's situation.
Now, he could say that he had reached a critical moment, where a small mistake could lead to eternal damnation.
Commander, you are here.
This table has the investigation list, which is filled with high-ranking officials who have committed crimes over the years. They will be handed over to you to deal with, Zhang Xiaotian said, his lips cracked, pointing to another document on the table.
This is my inspection report. During my tenure, such things happened, and I have a responsibility.
Lu Wuming looked at Zhang Xiaotian in front of him, sighed and said, well, this responsibility is not all on you. After all, being in a high position, you cannot attend to everything. So, there's no need for the report. I will handle these people personally, don't worry.
Zhang Xiaotian, upon hearing this, showed a look of gratitude on his face.
He didn't expect Lu Wuming to understand him so well, still speaking for him at this moment.
That means this principal must really do a good job in the future. Since the commander has said so, then I can rest assured. I promise that I will be even more.
Old Zhang, let's save the sentiments and promises for later. I have something to tell you, but of course, this matter is not a big deal for you. Lu Wuming coughed and slowly began to speak.
Zhang Xiaotian showed a puzzled expression. What could Lu Wuming want to tell him? Could there be something a commander couldn't handle? For some reason, a bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Commander, just tell me. As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely handle it.
Zhang Xiaotian said, gritting his teeth firmly. Lu Wuming's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out his hand behind him and said, Xiang Yang, you come in quickly, don't stand outside. Principal Zhang has already agreed for you to return to school. As the words fell, a familiar figure appeared in front of Zhang Xiaotian amidst his shock and disbelief.
This person was someone he could dream about.
Although he had only been at school for a short day, this boy had already given him an unforgettable experience for a lifetime.
It was truly not easy to have such excitement at his age. Hello, Principal Zhang, I'm back again.
I didn't expect us to meet again, Xiang Yang said with a big grin. I didn't expect we would meet again either, Zhang Xiaotian said with a bitter smile, and then looked at Lu Wuming and said, so, Commander, what you want from me is to let Xiang Yang go to school. Lu Wuming didn't speak, only silently nodded.
This was truly too cruel for Zhang Xiaotian.
Zhang Xiaotian received Lu Wuming's answer, took a deep breath, stood up, smiled at Xiang Yang, and said, that young friend, I need to talk to the commander for a bit.
Can you step out?
Don't worry, it will be quick. Xiang Yang glanced at the two, feeling puzzled, but still stepped out. He didn't even need to think to know what Zhang Xiaotian wanted to say, which was simply some words of gratitude to Lu Wuming for sending such a good talent to him.
From Zhang Xiaotian's trembling body, he could tell. This old Zhang, it's just praise for me. Why make me step out? What's there to be embarrassed about? It's just helping him get rid of a few pests.
I didn't expect that doing good in this school would be so easy. I am really a great person, Xiang Yang sighed. At this moment in the principal's office, as Xiang Yang closed the door behind him, Lu Wuming finally spoke, Old Zhang, go ahead, what is the matter?
Commander!
Zhang Xiaotian shouted, then took a quick step towards Lu Wuming, bending his legs immediately, performing a beautiful slide kneel, and kneeling in front of Lu Wuming.
Oh, Old Zhang, what are you doing?
Quickly get up, the ground is cold. Lu Wuming was shocked inside, the other party was already so old, yet he was kneeling down for him.
No. Commander Lu, I hope you can take back the order.
Let Xiang Yang go with you. This imperial capital university really can't accommodate this big Buddha. Zhang Xiaotian's tears flowed down his face, he truly wanted to live a few more years.
Old Zhang, don't do this.
Get up first, we need to talk properly. Lu Wuming tried hard to help Zhang Xiaotian up, but the other party's will was too firm, even if he struggled to lift him, he remained kneeling in midair. If you don't take him away, I'll stay kneeling here.
Old Zhang, why do this? Kneeling like this isn't a solution. I'll get you a cushion, that way you won't get cold. Lu Wuming said. Zhang Xiaotian's expression was blank. The commander's attitude was really resolute. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Wuming came not intending to take Xiang Yang back.
Not to mention whether the two teams from the military district would agree, even those big shots in prison were beyond his means. Old Zhang, you can rest assured, Xiang Yang's mental state is fine. It's just that his thoughts are a bit extreme. I've already guided him, so don't worry.
Lu Wuming patted his chest and assured.
Are you sure?
Zhang Xiaotian looked disbelieving.
Of course.
You still don't believe me?
I'm the commander of the military district.
Why would I lie to you? Lu Wuming had an unhappy expression.
Zhang Xiaotian did not argue back but got up and walked to open the door, speaking to the outside, Xiang Yang, I have a question for you.
If someone stands in front of you and curses at you, what will you do? Do I even need to ask?
Of course I would cut out his tongue, with a mouth so foul, he's clearly no good.
Xianyang turned to look, speaking excitedly, "What's wrong, principal? Someone is cursing at you? I can help you kill him." "No need, young friend. You just rest for now. I will finish talking with Commander Lu soon."
After saying this, Zhang Xiaotian immediately shut the door and then knelt down again without saying another word. Lu Woming's mouth twitched. He truly did not expect such a situation. How could he persuade him? Unless he changed the principal, but the problem was that no one was more suitable than Zhang Xiaotian. He was rich in knowledge, had a long history, and most importantly, this old guy almost understood Xianyang. His psychological endurance was strong. So today, he had to make this old principal, Zhang, agree. He nearly let that guy Xianyang go off track. "Old Zhang, let me tell you." After a long and heated discussion between the two, in the end, the principal of Imperial Capital University, Zhang Xiaotian, announced a new school motto. Xianyang has made a huge contribution to the school's harmonious environment, timely stopping Zhou Tian's malicious behavior. Therefore, everyone must respect Xianyang as they would themselves. Do not provoke him. Chapter 66, I have a way to awaken the big brother. Lu Wuming had already driven away. The new school rule he announced was his final option with Zhang Xiaotian. As long as no one provoked Xianyang, things would likely be fine. At this moment, Xianyang was walking alone on the road, heading straight to his dormitory. After all, he needed to find a place to stay, and he had paid for that new dormitory. He hadn't lived there even for a day before being kicked out. Xianyang walked into the student apartment and found that many people looked at him with more respect and fear. Respecting him he could understand, but what was the fear about? Was he really that scary? "It seems like I've lost my key." "It's all those two damn things' fault, I hit them too hard and tossed the key out." Xianyang frowned. Now he had to apply for a new one, which was really troublesome. Thinking of this, Xianyang walked towards the dormitory administrator's window. The glass that was shattered yesterday has now been renewed, and the ant has also changed into a thinner woman. "Hello, Aunt, I lost my key, and I would like a new one. Do you have any extras?" Xianyang blinked and revealed a faint smile on his face. "How did you lose the key that was given out yesterday? You students are always losing things day after day, and I don't even want to say anything about you." "Just a moment, I'll help you look for it," Zhang Suweifan complained. She then picked up her reading glasses and put them on, her vision gradually becoming clearer, and she saw a person standing in front of the window that she was very familiar with. She clearly knew how she came to be the dormitory administrator. It was entirely because of a young man, and that young man was standing right in front of her. At this moment, the thin ant, Zhang Suweifan, was about to cry. How could this disaster have its eyes on her again? She saw that video from yesterday. It was simply too brutal. The other person, with such a hefty figure, was turned into that state. With her being so weak, wouldn't she just be turned into soup? Now, she even suspected that the other party had a grudge against dormitory ants. Given her tone just now, the other party probably wouldn't care, right? "Xiang Yi, may I ask which dormitory you live in? Is it convenient for you to tell me?" Zhang Suweifan asked weakly, too nervous to even remember the roster of each dormitory. Xianyang looked at Zhang Suweifan with a puzzled expression. "Why are you calling me Xiang Yi? Am I that old?" "I'm only 18, it wouldn't be right for me to be your grandpa, and why are you standing so far away from me?" I have a bit of social anxiety. If you don't like that title, I can change it." "Xianggo is also fine." Zhang Suweifan swallowed her saliva and said. "Is it the title? Then it's no problem. Your way of addressing me is quite special. I live in 501, please help me look for it." Xianyang nodded, not expecting to be called grandpa, where in prison, he was usually called grandson. "Here you go, this is your key." Xianyang nodded, took the key, thanked her, and went upstairs. At that moment, Zhang Suweifan just collapsed onto the ground. It was simply too terrifying. Just the sight of that young man smiling at her felt like he was coming for her life. She vividly remembered Zhou Tian and the death of the hefty woman, hearing that they died indescribably miserable, unable to rest in peace. She thought the other party wouldn't come back. After all, he had killed 2 people, which made a huge impact. But today, it seemed that the other party's background was probably not small, and his power exceeded her imagination. It seemed she had to be careful from now on, otherwise, the next one to be replaced would be herself. Xianyang stood in front of the door, looking at the tightly shut door, secretly thankful that he had just taken the key. Skilled, he inserted the key into the lock and then pushed open the door, only to hear the sounds of fighting from inside. "I said, second brother, what are you doing? Why don't you heal me a bit? If you heal me, I won't die. I have the highest economy, let me kill freely." Lin Fei sat next to the computer, exasperated. "Brother, I'm embarrassed to say this, I looked at your record, and my blood pressure has shot up. I dare bet that after going out, your output won't even be as high as mine as support. And you still want me to heal you? Do you deserve it?"
Pan said disdainfully. Big brother, second brother, don't argue, it's okay, this game can still be won.
I believe I still have a bit of strength. Lu Zhuangzhuang's simple voice suddenly quieted both of them. Not for any other reason, but because the overall score was 38-30, and Lu Zhuangzhuang had single-handedly killed 30, they both didn't dare to argue back.
Big brother, what game are you playing? Is it fun? Xian Yang looked at Lin Fei's computer screen and asked. Of course it's fun.
I'm playing jungle this round, Lin Fei said. I'm the one driving this, I'll tell you. Lin Fei's voice abruptly stopped, a chill suddenly surged through him, and he stiffly turned his head, discovering that familiar face.
Ah.
Lin Fei shouted loudly, then, unsure if it was because of the shock, he fainted directly.
What the hell are you shouting about? Are you seeing a ghost?
Pan turned his head reluctantly to look, only to see Xiang Yang smiling at him.
Once again, a ghostly wail echoed.
It can be said that Lu Zhuangzhuang was the calmest in the entire dorm, still playing his game. As the victory screen appeared, he also ended the game.
Fourth brother, you're back. I was so worried about you, I thought you wouldn't return. Lu Zhuangzhuang turned around with a happy face. Why wouldn't I come back? Because big brother and second brother said you killed someone, you might be going to prison or even face the death penalty.
Lu Zhuangzhuang scratched his head and smiled foolishly.
Killing someone might lead to the death penalty? Grandpa and Grandma never told me about that, and it seems I haven't faced the death penalty, so could it be?
Xiang Yang's eyes lit up, he seemed to understand, as long as he killed bad people, he wouldn't face the death penalty.
Don't worry, I'm fine, see, I'm just fine. And I killed bad people, so relax. Xiang Yang smiled, then looked at Pan. Second brother, have you caught some sickness? Why is your leg shaking non-stop?
I am fine, I'll just rest for a bit, you go and help your big brother, I feel he might have fainted from fright.
Pan's face was pale as he slowly spoke.
Fortunately, my mental strength is stronger, otherwise I'd be lying on the floor with Lin Fei. I never expected my fourth brother to come back, which is undoubtedly like the sun rising from the west.
Don't worry. I've learned a technique that will definitely wake big brother up. Xian Yang replied slowly.
He then walked to Lin Fei's side, raised both hands high, and rapidly brought them down, beginning to slap Lin Fei's face fiercely. The crisp slapping sound echoed throughout the room.
Chapter 67, A Burst of Joy. What the hell, fourth brother?
Stop it, if you keep slapping, your big brother will need false teeth. Pan's eyes widened as he hurriedly shouted to stop him.
Isn't Xian Yang really trying to assert his authority by aiming to slap his big brother to death?
His big brother's teeth were visibly wobbling.
Even Lu Zhuangzhuang, who was usually simple-minded, trembled at this moment and hurriedly asked, Fourth brother, where did you learn this technique? Isn't it a bit too cruel? This method isn't allowed?
Xiang Yang got off Lin Fei, looking puzzled. But this is a technique I learned from Grandpa, logically it should be able to wake someone up.
Fourth brother, may I audaciously ask where your grandpa is now? What exactly does he do? Pan asked weakly.
Oh, he's in prison, as for the work, I don't know. Xiang Yang replied, he once said that he scared a guy during an interrogation so much that the guy fainted, and when he went up to slap him, the guy woke up. So, I thought my method might work. At this moment, two swallowing sounds echoed in the room, and Pan and Lu Zhuangzhuang silently hugged each other, not expecting fourth brother's grandpa to be so extraordinary, looking like a former boss of the underworld. Fourth brother, please stop, you should use another method. The correct way is to cross your hands on your big brother's chest and give him first aid.
Of course, mouth-to-mouth is also possible. Pan said seriously.
Then the three of them gathered around, looking at Lin Fei's wobbly teeth, they resolutely chose to perform CPR.
Who will do the pressing?
Xiang Yang asked, this was the first time he had heard of such an interesting method of saving someone.
I'll do it.
I usually do farm work, I'm pretty strong, and I know a little about this, Lu Zhuangzhuang said as he rolled up his sleeves.
Xiang Yang and Pan nodded, stepping back to give the space to Lu Zhuangzhuang.
Ha! Lu Zhuangzhuang spat symbolically into his hands, then rubbed his palms together and pressed down on Lin Fei's chest.
Lin Fei's chest rose and fell continuously with the force of Lu Zhuangzhuang's broad palm.
Go for it, strong Zhuan. Big brother is going to wake up. Pan exclaimed, his face showing excitement as he watched Lin Fei's trembling eyelashes.
That's right, Sangu, you gotta keep going.
If it doesn't work, I can take over, Xiang Yang said calmly.
Hearing this, Lu Zhuangzhuang moved even faster, looking over to the side and noticing that Lin Fei's eyelashes were shaking more violently now.
He understood that they were very close to Big Brother waking up.
Big brother, wake up for me.
Lu Zhuangzhuang shouted, then tightened all his muscles and pushed down with all his might, only to hear a crisp crack in the air. In an instant, under the shocked gazes of the three, Lin Fei woke up, and it was quite a fierce awakening. If it had to be described, it was with very wide eyes. A little later, the three stood at the door, watching as the ambulance took Lin Fei away, their expressions each showing something different. Panan's face showed a complex look. He could only say that Big Brother was indeed impressive, specifically coming to this dormitory to block disasters. Within just 2 days, he ended up in the hospital, but he was still quite resilient. Lu Zhuangzhuang's face was full of guilt. He didn't expect his older brother's bones to be so fragile, and he hadn't even used much force, yet the village cows had all been saved like this by him. Xiang Yang watched the ambulance drive away. He had said it would have to be him to do it. Their two methods weren't suitable. Although his slap method was hard on the teeth, at least it wouldn't land them in the hospital. The three of them sighed in unison and returned to the dormitory. Any passing students saw them and immediately made way, especially when they saw Xiang Yang's face. They quickly ducked out of the way. At this moment, the new dormitory lady was hiding under the table, and only after the three returned to the dormitory did she dare to come out trembling. It was just too scary. How long had it been since Xiang Yang returned to the dormitory, and so quickly he had drawn blood? At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the hospital would be overcrowded. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, when Zhang Xiaotian learned of this matter, he hurriedly called Xiang Yang to inquire. They had indeed exchanged contact information, and he was truly afraid of this little ancestor. Soon the call was connected.
This thing wasn't done by you?
Alright, I understand the situation, no problem, just have fun, Zhang Xiaotian sighed in relief and hung up the phone. He didn't expect this matter to have no connection to Xiang Yang. That was a relief. At this moment, the atmosphere among the three returning to the dormitory suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Panan, who usually talked a lot, also stopped speaking, afraid that if he said something wrong, the fourth brother would turn and slap him.
By the way, what game were you all playing just now? Was it fun?
Xiang Yang was the first to break the silence and asked.
It was fun.
Of course it was fun. This game has been around for many years, but my teammates were too weak. I couldn't carry them, otherwise my rank would be much higher, Panan said excitedly. Clearly his love for the game had surpassed his fears.
Really? Then I also want to play. Can you download it for me? What game is it? It's a 5-person team battle game.
I told the fourth brother, you probably won't have my level. I have been practicing as a marksman for many years. Wait a moment, I'll show you how to play, Panan said eagerly.
Panan picked up his phone and went online, glancing at Lu Zhuangzhuang. Silly Zhuang, do you want to play?
Fourth brother still has to wait a while for the download to finish. Let's give him a demonstration. No, you guys go ahead and play. Lu Zhuangzhuang looked out the window, sadness written all over his face. Indeed, he hadn't yet recovered from the sorrow of his elder brother's passing.
Alright, I won't bother you then.
Then Panan began his match. Not long later, seeing the big word defeat on his screen and checking his record, his mood instantly dropped. He should have played with silly Zhuang instead.
Second brother, you.
Fourth brother.
That was just an accident.
Those on the opposing team are just noobs. Let me give you another demonstration. Soon after, Panan was kneeling on the ground, his face a mix of unwillingness and sorrow, looking up to the sky and shouting angrily, why do this to me?
Heaven gave me a handsome face but didn't bless me with perfect skills. Is it a crime to just want to have some fun? Second brother, I can help you. You just want to have some fun, right? Leave it to me.
Xiang Yang patted Panan on the shoulder, then took his phone and started making all kinds of moves.
Here. Second brother, hurry up and enjoy, it'll be too late if you wait. Huh?
Panan was confused as he took the phone back, and then instinctively pressed the start button. As the match was successfully found, he quickly entered the game.
Wow. This feels amazing. Panan saw the shooter's figure on his phone almost fill the entire screen. The most important thing was, he was the top earner in the game, his money was practically endless. Chapter 68, Invincible War God Challenges a Madman. The smile on Panan's face gradually turned maniacal. Every hit from his shooter dealt crits worth hundreds of thousands. What could the opponents even do? They simply couldn't compete. I'll carry this match, sing loudly and call my name. Ha ha ha. Panan typed out and sent the message.
Below, the replies were all a bunch of question marks, and then the screen showed that the opposing team had surrendered. They surrendered so quickly, that's boring. Looks like I'm just too strong, a satisfied look flashed across Panan's face.
How about it, second brother? Did you enjoy it? Xiang Yang asked. So enjoyable, fourth brother. I didn't know it could be done like this. Come on. Help second brother enjoy it one more time.
Sure, but second brother, you need to change accounts, Xiang Yang grinned.
Change accounts?
Panan looked puzzled, but soon he realized something was off. He saw his game suddenly crash, and when he tried to log back in, he found he was banned for 20 years.
I've been banned? Fourth brother, what's going on? You better give me an explanation.
Panan trembled, holding his phone, with tears in his eyes.
What do you want me to explain?
You used hacks, of course you got banned.
Weren't you the one who said you wanted to have some fun? I made it happen.
Xiang Yang shrugged and said.
Having some fun, is that the kind of fun I meant? Pan cried. Isn't it?
If you say so, then it must be. Pan walked to the window, standing next to Lu Zhuangzhuang. If he weren't afraid of Xiang Yang, he would have rushed up to fight back already. This was just too much.
Second brother, don't be sad.
I'll help you recover after a week, Xiang Yang said.
Ha? How will you help me? This is a company ban. So what? If I say I can, I can. Actually, I could do it right now, but it might attract their attention.
After all, your old information is still in the company's database. It's hard for me to delete it right away, Xiang Yang spoke slowly. Pan shivered. His fourth brother was actually a hacking expert. If he had these skills, why come to school?
Or was he just here to experience life?
In that case, I'll have to trouble you, fourth brother, just do your best.
Honestly, I'm not too upset about it, Pan said slowly, but his expression gave him away. This game isn't that hard, I'll give it a try.
Xiang Yang picked up his phone and began a series of actions, registering his identity and logging into his account, then started a match. Pan lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. He admitted that Xiang Yang was excellent, but in terms of gaming, it's not something that happens overnight, it's about talent. Soon, in disbelief, Pan watched as Xiang Yang won one match after another, becoming increasingly skilled at his moves. This is boring, it doesn't seem that difficult, Xiang Yang shook his head and complained. At this moment, Lu Zhuangzhuang walked over, equally shocked by Xiang Yang's flashy moves. He never expected their fourth brother to have such skills, even better than his own. Quickly, a line of text appeared at the bottom of the phone screen, catching everyone's attention.
Invincible War God, kid, you keep killing me, are you looking for death? Do you believe I can kill you?
You must have never seen a tough guy.
Xiang Yang glanced at it lightly, then replied, I don't believe it. Invincible War God, oh, you're quite arrogant. People like you can only be tough online, in real life, you're not even worthy to stand in front of me. If you have the guts, let's meet up and have a one-on-one, let's see if I can beat you. Xiang Yang slowly put down his phone and turned to the two, asking, do you guys have a computer? Someone wants to challenge me, and I'll see where he is.
I'll fulfill his wish. Use mine, it's just booted up, Pan said. Xiang Yang nodded and walked to the computer, his fingers moving quickly, lines of garbled text appearing before everyone, then a person's information page was pulled up.
Li Xing, freshman at the Imperial Capital University. Hometown. Oh. I know this guy, what a coincidence, isn't this just the guy from the dorm next to ours,
Lu Zhuangzhuang was about to say something but was covered by Pan's hand. Although Pan acted quickly, Xiang Yang still heard him. The adjacent dormitory was the most peripheral one in 501, the answer was clear.
Fourth brother, don't be impulsive, the internet is the internet, and reality is reality.
Don't bring it in, it's not worth the loss, Pan hurriedly stopped him.
Second brother, what are you talking about?
It was him who demanded a one-on-one with me, besides, look at his tone, it's very tough, he's definitely someone who is trained. I love sparring with experts. Xiang Yang pointed at the phone screen in front of him, that person was still furiously typing.
Invincible War God, why aren't you talking? A one-on-one?
Are you scared? You don't even dare to challenge me online, in real life, I can beat you to a pulp.
Second brother, did you see that?
It was him who asked for this, it wouldn't be polite if I didn't agree. Don't worry, even though he's strong, I believe I can win, Xiang Yang said seriously. The other party called himself Invincible War God, it seemed he had to take this seriously. Pan sighed helplessly, he had given up. There were people wildly testing limits on the edge of self-destruction, what could he say?
You can't save someone like that. Xiang Yang slowly walked out of the dormitory.
Third brother, let's call the ambulance back, otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be too late to save him, Pan said. This was the only thing he could do. Lu Zhuangzhuang nodded. Brotherly, you're at it again, passionately spouting off, your skills are improving, someone next to him teased. It's just okay, didn't expect this kid to be quite smart, standing still like that, clearly, he's been conquered by my intimidation, Li Xing said while fixing his messy hairstyle. At this moment, dressed in patterned clothes and bright red underwear, he appeared so unrestrained. The others laughed a little and stopped talking, after all, it wasn't their first time seeing Li Xing cursing someone online, anyway, the other party couldn't come after them. The scolding had happened. Just when everyone was laughing and chatting, suddenly there came a sound of banging. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the dormitory door shaking violently. Before long, a fist mark appeared on it, followed by footprints that showed up as well. What is going on? Am I still dreaming? Could it be that demolition team is here? One person swallowed hard and said. Then the iron door of the dormitory could no longer withstand the heavy blows and was kicked open with a bang, swaying on the doorframe as if it would fall down at any moment. Invincible War God Yang Xing, I'm coming. Didn't you say you wanted to challenge me one-on-one? Let me see how brave and strong you are you ready for a fight to the death? Xiang Yang rubbed his reddened fist, his face cold. His gaze swept over the surroundings, finally landing on a man in red shorts, as he was the only one playing a game. Chapter 69, his face slapped my hand, it hurt so much. Yang Xing's roommate blinked his eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Invincible War God? Isn't that Yang Xing's game name? As everyone looked at Xiang Yang's face, they were suddenly startled. The more they looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this the invincible campus bully who had killed 2 people? Although Xiang Yang had only been at Imperial Capital University for a short time, what he had done was known to all, famously recognized as the school's most ruthless bully. Yang Xing is looking for you, we'll go out first, you have a good chat with Brother Yang, we won't disturb you. Everyone hurriedly ran out, barely taking time to put on their shoes, joking that if they stayed a moment longer, their little lives would be in danger. Xiang. Brother Xiang, what do you want from me? Yang Xing struggled to stand up, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Didn't you call me here? I saw that you were quite brave with your words, so I specially came to fight you. Don't worry, we'll stop when it's enough. Xiang Yang clenched his fist, making a crisp sound. By the way, what amount of yellow paper do you like? I'll burn it for you later. Yang Xing felt darkness take over his eyes, almost fainting. He was just boasting, never expecting to encounter the real thing. What kind of matchmaking mechanism is this? Was it trying to take his life? Brother Xiang, I was joking, don't take it seriously. Spare me, I don't want to die yet. I'm still a virgin. Yang Xing put his hands together in a pleading gesture. You're being modest, aren't you? I saw your words, the invincible war god, how fierce. Xiang Yang glanced at Yang Xing's trembling legs. Look at you, you're already shaking with excitement at the thought of fighting me. No more nonsense, ready to take my hit. After saying that, Xiang Yang's hand transformed into an eagle claw and rushed towards Yang Xing. It's murder. Yang Xing shouted in panic, quickly picking up a chair and throwing it. Then, taking advantage of the moment Xiang Yang dodged, he bolted towards the door. Run? Where do you think you're going? Running in the middle of a fight is not a good habit. With a swift motion, he grabbed onto Yang Xing's red shorts and yanked him back, throwing him onto the bed. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Don't kill me. Yang Xing kept begging. Kill you? Why would I kill you? I just want to teach you a lesson. I thought you'd be a real king, but it turns out you're just a loudmouth. Xiang Yang angrily slapped Yang Xing across the face. Do you know how much time you're wasting like this? Clap. Invincible war god, huh? Clap. Clap. You wanted me to come and challenge you, right? Wanted me to beat you up, right? Xiang Yang slapped again and again, showing no signs of stopping. He was still quite kind-hearted after all. As Long Yi had said, the goal was to make them fully realize their mistakes. After his loving guidance, this guy should think twice before boasting in the future. Classmate, please stop. Do you know what kind of behavior this is? At that moment, a female nurse stood at the door, quickly intervening to stop them. The ambulance is here? Xiang Yang glanced at the trembling Yang Xing below him, smiled slightly, and said, You kid are lucky. I didn't expect you to enjoy a first-class service today. Xiang Yang slowly got up and looked at the female nurse with an innocent face, saying, You're just in time. Please take this person away. He seems to be crazy, hitting my hand with his face. It hurts so much. You must stand up for me. A clever glint flashed in Xiang Yang's eyes. Since the rules at the Imperial Capital University are so numerous, he would take advantage of a loophole to find a suitable reason for action. Although he didn't have to explain much, returning to the military district every time was really too troublesome. The nurse's face darkened. Did the other party take her for a fool? Hitting someone's hand with his face? What kind of excuse was that? We're going to take the person away. As for your situation, you can talk to your school later, the nurse coldly snorted, then waved her hand. A few people appeared behind her and brought over a stretcher. Sweat appeared on the faces of those few people. They hadn't expected the workload to be this heavy. After such a short time, they had to come over again. Xiang Yang stepped aside and showed a calm expression. He was not afraid since he was in the right. Teaching the other party to be a good person and realizing their mistake, not ruining him, was already the greatest kindness he could offer. As the matter came to an end, Xiang Yang clapped his hands and returned to the dormitory, laying down on his bed and falling into a deep sleep. Panin and Lu Zhuangzhuang saw this and kindly closed the door for Xiang Yang. Then the two headed straight for the principal's office, not for any other reason, but to ask for a dormitory change. It was too dangerous to be with the fourth brother. Yang Xing's roommates returned to the dormitory one after another. Looking at the shaky door in the messy room, they sighed silently. They had already said that Yang Xing should behave a bit, and now, well, he had faced the consequences. Clean up a bit. As for the door, I'll report it to the school and have them fix it, the person in charge sighed and said. He had thought if he had known, he wouldn't have taken the role of dorm leader. At that moment, students just returning from the 5th floor saw the door of Yang Xing's dormitory, their eyes revealing shock and confusion.
Which brave soul did this? So fierce? So many fist prints, is this someone majoring in boxing?
Meanwhile, in the principal's office, 2 figures were kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with pleading expressions.
Principal, please let me change dormitories. I beg you. My 4th brother is just too fierce. That's right. I'm the only child in my family. I don't want to die young. Zhang Xiaotian rubbed his aching forehead.
He was processing documents when these 2 rushed in, and upon seeing him, immediately knelt down. If one didn't know better, they might think these 2 were here to conspire against him. However, the way they were kneeling seemed familiar, as if they didn't do it as smoothly as he did. You 2 get up first. Clarify who your 4th brother is?
Is he really that scary?
Zhang Xiaotian said with a frown. He knew about the dormitory conflicts. Every year someone would come to him to request a change. Our 4th brother is named Xiang Yang, both said in unison. Zhang Xiaotian's pupils contracted upon hearing this, and he sighed. Well, then this matter is not your fault. He is indeed quite scary.
So, Principal, do you agree? I do not agree. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head. He was joking, how could he agree? Currently, university dormitories are relatively empty, and he couldn't just assign him to the teacher's apartment, right? The consequences would be unimaginable. With someone like Xiang Yang, seeing a teacher without giving a punch would be good enough, and could one expect him to greet the teacher?
Moreover, these 2 were already familiar with Xiang Yang's character and were indeed the best match as his only companions. The most important goal now is to keep the 2 of them calm and comfortably stay in the dormitory.
Chapter 70, The Big Benefits for the Big Brother. When the 2 heard the principal's words, their hearts sank. Could they be destined to die in this imperial capital university?
They were still young, their bright lives had just begun.
Principal, how about giving us a quick end?
Panin said, covering his heart, with a face full of sorrow.
Cough, cough, cough. Well, my dear brothers, fellow students, I think you can consider it from another angle. You 2 have gained a big advantage.
Zhang Xiaotian coughed and spoke.
A big advantage? That's right. Think carefully, when Xiang Yang came to your dormitory, what benefits did you gain?
Zhang Xiaotian looked at the 2 with a slight smile, knowing that now, as long as he was confident, they would be the ones getting tricked. Hearing the principal's words, the 2 indeed fell into contemplation. It was true that they had gained benefits. They had received 50,000 yuan just for doing a little work for Xiang Yang.
Principal, we did gain benefits, but that's enough. Think about it, danger and profit coexist.
You can't catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den.
Kids, do you want to achieve success? Do you want to live unremarkably in college for your entire life? Don't you want to be someone admired by thousands?
The 2 exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes, they saw a sense of unwillingness. That's right, they were both children of poor families, why not take a chance?
Zhang Xiaotian noticed the expressions of the 2, and his heart rejoiced.
He just needed to turn up the heat a bit more, and these 2 would be fully tricked. He was just 1 step away from success. I think you should have seen Xiang Yang's strength.
Isn't he just a free bodyguard?
You 2 are his good brothers. If something happens, won't he help you?
So, you 2 have hit the jackpot. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep breath, looked at the 2, and said loudly, tell me. Do you still want to change dorms? Do you want to give this great opportunity to others? Panin's body shook.
He felt incredibly powerful now. As long as he gained Xiang Yang, it seemed like he could conquer the world, and becoming strong was just around the corner.
Principal, I've made up my mind, I will not switch. I want to share a dorm with my 4th brother. I want to achieve success. I want to be someone great. Me too. I won't switch either. I want to bring glory to my village, and then marry a beautiful wife. Lu Zhuanzhuan's eyes seemed to light up. Zhang Xiaotian nodded with satisfaction, admiringly saying, these children can be taught. Since that's the case, you 2 go back. By the way, the ambulance just came again. What happened? Or did they forget something when picking up Lin Tian? Zhang Xiaotian asked the 2 who were about to leave.
It's nothing major, our 4th brother just beat up someone from the neighboring dorm, but they should be fine.
I heard they just lost a few teeth. Panin replied over his shoulder. What? Beat someone up again? Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened. It had only been a few hours. He took a moment to calm his restless heart and slowly spoke. This time, what was it about? This time it was completely an accident, mainly because
Panin immediately recounted the incident involving Xiang Yang, without any embellishment.
After listening, Zhang Xiaotian was silent for a moment, then looked at the two and said, "You go back and make Xiangyang write a reflection for me, any number of words will do, and tell him to play less games, it's not good for his physical and mental health." "Got it, Principal, if there's nothing else, we'll get going." Zhang Xiaotian waved his hand, he felt completely exhausted and needed to rest for a while. On the way, Lu Zhuangzhuang and Panin showed joyful expressions, not expecting they could gain such a huge opportunity. "Silly Zhuang, what car do you think I can drive with this charisma?" Lu Zhuangzhuang scratched his head, carefully looked at Panin, and seriously said, "Second brother, I don't understand cars, but I feel your charisma could totally drive our village's tractor, that would definitely look cool, all the women from 10 miles around would be completely enchanted by you." Hearing this answer, Panin's mouth twitched, he shouldn't have asked Silly Zhuang. "Silly Zhuang, this isn't your fault. When I succeed in the future, I'll take you for a ride in a sports car to broaden your horizons." Panin patted the other's shoulder. Lu Zhuangzhuang nodded honestly, he also believed there would be such a day. "By the way, you said Big Brother gained some benefits? It should be said that with Xiangyang as a lucky star, shouldn't he get the most benefits?" Panin suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. Lu Zhuangzhuang's eyes sparkled, his rare intelligence taking over. "Second brother, I think Big Brother gained some unusual benefits. He's in the hospital now, so he doesn't have to participate in tomorrow's military training. I heard that this year's military training is pretty brutal." Panin nodded in agreement, so it turned out that Yang Hang also lucked out. On the other side, at the hospital closest to the Capital University, Capital Hospital, there were two men in a private room with shockingly similar symptoms, their heads swollen terribly. Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes, with a look of confusion on his face. He seemed to see his deceased great-grandmother waving at him, as if he were about to join her. Hiss. As Lin Fei moved, he felt a great pain all over his body. Looking down at the bandage wrapped around his chest, he instantly felt bewildered. "How did I wake up looking like this? What on earth happened? Big Brother wakes up." Lin Fei's mind echoed this phrase, it seemed to be Silly Zhuang who said it, and then he lost consciousness. Cough cough cough, damn it, I should have known better than to anger that madman. What bad luck, just playing a game, and I ended up offending that madman. Yang Hang also woke up at this moment, he felt his face incredibly swollen. He clearly remembered that Xiangyang slapped him 666 times, one slap after another, and he had absolutely no strength to resist. "Hello, brother, I'm Lin Fei from Dorm 501. Can I ask how your face ended up like this?" Lin Fei smiled, revealing a perfect set of teeth, while the rest had disappeared. The other symptoms were remarkably similar to his own, so asking would help him understand how he ended up like this. Yang Heng turned to look at the side, finally noticing that there was another person next to him. The two exchanged glances, feeling a sense of mutual recognition. Due to their swollen faces, the two looked almost indistinguishable from each other. "Don't mention it. It's all because of that mad." Yang Heng was about to speak, but suddenly felt something was off. "The other guy was from Dorm 501, isn't that where that madman lived? If he said anything bad about that madman now, wouldn't he be beaten to death when he got back?" As for calling the police to settle the score, that was something he wouldn't even dare to think about. What a joke, he wasn't a fool, that guy had killed two people and faced no consequences. Who would believe he had no background? Chapter 71, Writing a Self-Reflection? Cough cough cough, this matter is a long story. Yang Heng's face showed a thoughtful expression. "That day I got into a fight with your roommate, Xiangyang. I crazily slapped his hand with my face, it was a fierce battle, I slapped him 666 times in total." Lin Fei rolled his eyes upon hearing the recount, blinking in disbelief. Using his face to slap someone, he couldn't believe that was the reason. However, after hearing what he said, Lin Fei also roughly understood how his face ended up swollen. "It is probably a sun-facing fan, and boldly guessing, it's as if I fainted, and Xiangyang used an extremely ancient method to wake myself up. Then the second brother and third brother couldn't stand it anymore and prepared to give me a CPR, but an accident happened here. What the hell is happening to my chest? Could it be that the silly third brother messed me up? Brother, what's wrong with your face? Did you argue with your roommate? Did you slap your face with your hand? No, I'm not that cruel. I fainted, and my dear roommate did this to save me," Lin Fei said with a serious look. Yang Xing looked at Lin Fei with a strange gaze. "Did the rescue bring me to the hospital? That's just too impressive, is this the legendary resurrection method?" Then the two of them fell into silence. At this time, in the dormitory, Xiangyang's life was quite comfortable, his second and third brothers kept serving him, although he didn't know what happened, but enjoying it was enough. "That fourth brother, Principal Lao Deng wants you to write a report about the incident of sending Yang Xing to the hospital," Panin said. "Report? How do you write this thing?" Xiangyang frowned, this old Deng really knows how to pose a challenge. "I did a good deed and now I have to report to him? It's easy to write, just write down what happened and what you realized, it's fine, no word limit," Panin said with a cheerful smile, handing a pen and paper to Xiangyang. "All right." Xiangyang picked up the pen in his hand,
and his whole demeanor changed as he began to write.
Panin was shocked. Fourth brother's handwriting was not bad, it could be described as exquisite, but the content was a little weird.
To summarize, I was not wrong. That guy came up and slapped my hand with his face. I couldn't stop him at all. I hope the principal can be fair to me. Just forget about the medical bills. I only need him to apologize to me. Also, I hope the principal won't make my good deed public. Helping the lost person find their way back is my duty.
I'm done. What do you two think? Is there anything that needs to be added? Xiangyang turned back to look at the two.
Nothing, fourth brother, there's nothing to add. You've written it so well that it can't be even better. If you add more, I'm afraid that old Deng might need emergency treatment. Panin shook his head, sighing.
Alright, I just did a good deed, no need to be so excited, Xiangyang sighed.
At this time, Lu Zhuangzhuang rushed back from outside, holding 4 sets of clothes. I've brought back the clothes we need to wear for military training tomorrow. Try them on to see if they fit. If not, I can go change them, Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a silly smile. Xiangyang nodded after seeing it. He knew about the military training. It was almost like the basic training for new recruits in the military district, just a simplified version. Thank you, second brother and third brother, you take such good care of me. I don't really have much to repay you, so I can only do something ordinary, and give you some money. 50,000 each is enough, right? Xiangyang sighed, realizing he had nothing except money now.
Hearing Xiangyang's words, the two trembled and knelt down. Second brother and third brother, what are you doing? Xiangyang questioned in confusion. Don't call us brother.
From now on, call us second and third brothers. From now on, you are our benefactor.
If fourth brother, you don't mind, we can all worship you as our godfather.
Panin wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. It's no wonder he was so excited. He had just come to the imperial capital for a few days and had already earned 100,000. This was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of.
Xiangyang was completely stunned by the two of them. Is it really so abstract to come to the capital for a few days?
Either call yourself master, or make yourself an adoptive father. The culture here in the capital is quite complex. It seems I still need to learn a bit. There's no need for adoptive father, you two, get up.
I'll just try on this outfit.
Xiangyang slowly spoke, then picked up the clothes on the table and put them on. At 185 centimeters tall, Xiangyang looked striking and heroic in this military training uniform. The two immediately gave a thumbs up, unable to find words to describe the perfect man before their eyes.
As night fell, all the doors in the 5th floor were closed, and everyone slipped into dreamland.
Only one dormitory door creaked, with visible fist marks left behind.
Dorm leader, when will our door be fixed?
It's a bit cold.
Soon, brothers. I've already reported it to the school. Just hang in there a bit longer. Otherwise, let's take Yang Hang's blanket and share it.
With that, everyone nodded in agreement and hurried down to clear Yang Hang's bed, leaving only a cold wooden plank behind. In the principal's office, Zhang Xiaotian looked at Xiangyang's inspection report, his face turning red, then pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This little rascal could have at least written something, but now he's giving me this nonsense.
What kind of report is this?
It's clearly the criminal process of a wrongdoer. In this report, he saw no sense of remorse, only grievances and pride in doing good.
This is outrageous.
Forget it, I should just help him write it, or else I can't explain to those students and teachers. Zhang Xiaotian sighed, not expecting that at his age, he still had to write an inspection report, and the key point is that he didn't even do any of this. Glancing at the papers Xiangyang had written, Zhang Xiaotian fell silent. He couldn't even begin to imitate that handwriting.
Lu Gu, good news. Xiangyang is back, and we can implement our plan again.
I've already bought off some people to ensure there's not a trace of connection to you. Sun San said with a flattering expression.
He's back? Looks like this kid has a bit of background.
Lu Feng, lying on his bed enjoying a massage, opened his eyes wide when he heard Sun San's words. He thought the guy wouldn't come back.
What background? Can you find out?
I can't find anything, it's as if he just appeared out of thin air. Sun San shook his head.
Alright, let the plan proceed as usual. Just as long as it's not connected to me.
Lu Feng said indifferently. To him, this guy was just finding a scapegoat to cover himself up. He had done this type of thing before.
Chapter 72, How Do You Want to Die?
Hearing his older brother's orders, Sun San nodded immediately.
After all, what if the other party had some background?
It was still nothing compared to his older brother. The next morning, while the freshmen were lost in their dreams, a sudden sound of gongs and drums erupted, followed by the dormitory doors being opened one by one.
Stop sleeping. What time is it? Get up and train.
Today is your first day of military training, you must have an unforgettable experience. A strong man in military attire shouted from downstairs with a loudspeaker, his eyes sharp. At his command, the soldiers behind him immediately scattered.
Ah! I'm not awake. What are you doing?
Big brother.
I'm not wearing pants. Don't lift my blanket, please.
Faced with the confusion and pleas of many freshmen, the instructor showed no signs of compromise. Their motto was to obey orders. Soon, several floors of freshmen hastily dressed in military training uniforms rushed out of their dorms, each wearing an expression of fear. The other side was too brutal. They saw with their own eyes a guy who woke up in a bad mood being subdued by this group of instructors in just a few moves, unable to resist at all.
Once the captain gets to the third floor, it will be almost over. There are only the fourth and fifth floors left.
Very good. Continue to strive to have them appear before me within half an hour. The burly officer Zhongpeng spoke.
Okay.
A twisted smile appeared on the instructor's face. Bullying these newcomers was simply stress-free.
What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?
Panin opened his eyes drowsily. It seems to be new recruit training they are catching people, Lu Zhuangzhuang replied, who had just returned from washing up. Their village had no habit of sleeping in.
What should we do? Should we wake up fourth brother? He probably isn't in a bad mood, Panin said.
Lu Zhuangzhuang shook his head as well. Neither dared to go forward. It would be a joke if they got it wrong. They would have to accompany their big brother. Just as the two were in a stalemate, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a voice rang out, "New recruit military training starts now.
Get out quickly. Whoever is last will be punished to run 5 kilometers. You two are not bad. You actually got up.
Since that's the case, hurry up and get out." The instructor nodded to the two, showing a satisfied expression. Then he glanced and saw a man lying on the bed, fast asleep. Heh, sleeping in at such a young age is not a good habit.
Let me correct this bad habit for you, Chen Xiao said with disdain on his face.
Hey, big brother.
We can just go out, you don't need to wake him up.
Otherwise, the consequences might be very serious. Panin stepped forward and took out a cigarette from his pocket to offer it. Chen Xiao looked at the cigarette straight away, grabbed it, and threw it on the ground, coldly saying, "Bringing cigarettes to military training and bribing the instructor, 10 points deducted."
Ah? Panin's eyes widened in shock. No way. Points are deducted just like that? That's too much.
You should know that the military training assessment at the Imperial University has a total of 100 points, and 60 is passing. If you fail, it could affect graduation.
What? Hurry up and get out. The consequences might be very serious. Do you think I grew up being scared?
Chen Xiao shouted angrily. At this moment, Panin was also fired up, directly pulling Lu Zhuangzhuang's hand and heading outside. Now he even hoped fourth brother was in a bad mood and could beat Chen Xiao up. How dare he deduct his points? Chen Xiao saw the two had already gone out and revealed a hint of a smile, not expecting to encounter such a clever one who started by bribing the instructor. It truly was interesting.
Let me see what the consequences really are.
Saying this, Chen Xiao directly lifted Xiang Yang's blanket and then raised his foot to kick him in the butt. However, Xiang Yang rolled over and got out of bed, wearing a cool short-sleeved shirt and light-colored shorts. He didn't have the habit of sleeping naked.
Oh? You actually dodged. You've got some skills, huh? Seems like you've trained before. Get dressed quickly and stand in line. You're probably the only one left, you know? Chen Xiao shouted. Though his kick missed, he still felt unfazed. After all, in his view, it was simply basic awareness. Xiang Yang did not respond to him, his face extremely cold. His mood was very bad. Really very bad. How do you want to die? What do you mean how to die? Before Chen Xiao could react, he saw Xiang Yang rushing towards him like an arrow released from a bow, his fist heading straight for his chest. So fast. Chen Xiao was startled and quickly crossed his hands to defend himself. The two of them soon collided. At this moment, Chen Xiao felt an immense force traveling through his arms, and then a numbness appeared. He could feel that if this kid used a bit more strength, his arms might be rendered useless. How is this possible? Chen Xiao was filled with shock at this moment. He seemed to understand what the consequences those two people were talking about. Xiang Yang's face grew colder. After one punch, he raised his foot and kicked towards Chen Xiao's abdomen, showing no mercy at all. Put. Chen Xiao tasted sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, then his whole body flew back until he crashed against the railing outside the house, coming to a stop. Right now, he felt his abdomen churning like a storm, painful beyond words. Chen Xiao. What happened to you? The remaining instructors saw their teammate fly out and were frozen in place. This was completely wrong. How could waking up a new student lead to such serious injuries? You all come over and help me. There's a freak here. This is not the kind of strength a new student should have. Chen Xiao coughed out a mouthful of blood. That kick nearly took half his life. At this moment, Xiang Yang charged forward again with momentum. Just then, more than a dozen instructors also rushed over, blocking in front of Chen Xiao. Is this kid the one who injured Chen Xiao like this? Are you kidding? The crowd was full of confusion. How could someone who looked harmless be so dangerous?
Soon they would learn what danger truly was. Xiang Yang was like a fierce tiger, every move was powerful. It could be said that one punch took down one soldier, and in no time, many soldiers lay on the ground, lost their fighting ability. Xiang Yang slowly walked towards Chen Xiao, looking down at him with a condescending gaze, then his hand transformed into a claw, grabbing towards his neck, slowly lifting him up and moving him outside the railing of the 5th floor.
Stop. Let him go.
Calm down, fellow student.
If you two have any grievances, we can negotiate. Captain.
Something's gone wrong here. Chen Xiao is about to be killed by a boy. At this time, Panin and Lu Zhuangzhuang had already come downstairs. Looking up at the sound, they saw a figure suspended in the air on the 5th floor. His face was flushed, and his legs were trembling incessantly, clearly struggling to hold on.
Chapter 73, You Can't Go In.
Both were stunned by the sight before them. They had expected Xiang Yang to be fierce, but they never imagined he would be this ferocious, directly holding an instructor and throwing him into the air. Damn, 4th brother, please don't go crazy at this moment. Although I want you to teach him a lesson, he doesn't deserve to die.
Panin's heart raced. If he killed the instructor, things would become a huge mess.
At this time below, as the captain, Jiang Peng also saw this scene and felt a tightness in his heart. What was going on? It felt like a dream. How could a boy have such great strength? This was a professionally trained instructor, and he was just being held like this. Moreover, it seemed that all the instructors who went into the 5th floor had been laid down by him alone.
Where is Zhang Xiaotian? Get him over here right now and tell me what the hell is going on. Isn't this military training? How could there be such a person?
Jiang Peng looked angrily at the side and shouted. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian was fast asleep at his desk, completely unaware of what was happening outside, various papers scattered around him. In order to write a check report for Xiang Yang, he had spent all night imitating handwriting. In the end, it ended in failure, and he collapsed exhausted on the desk and fell asleep.
Ah, I slept so well.
Zhang Xiaotian stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes. Today seems to be the day for those new students' military training. I need to give a speech, got to prepare. Zhang Xiaotian got up to tidy himself up a bit, but then it seemed he remembered something and stood there blankly. He seemed to have forgotten about someone. It seems that Xiang Yang also belongs to the new students. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian quickly pushed the door and left, hoping there was still time, otherwise, it would be the end.
A good military training day was about to turn into a slaughterhouse. Principal Zhang, so you are here.
Hurry and come with us. There is a new student who is acting strangely. He has taken one of our teammates hostage, and the situation is urgent. A soldier spoke quickly upon seeing Zhang Xiaotian. Then the two hurriedly ran, and the soldier found Zhang Xiaotian too slow and simply carried him on his back, running swiftly toward the dormitory building. For the sake of Grandpa Wushuang, I'll give you a chance to explain.
Why did you disturb my sleep? Why did you suddenly attack me?
Xiang Yang's eyes were cold, and his grip tightened. At this moment, Chen Zhao's eyes were blood red, continuously patting Xiang Yang's arm. He wanted to speak but couldn't. This crazy person was gripping his throat.
Still not talking? You really have guts, refusing to explain even when given a chance? Xiang Yang's palm slowly loosened. Stop it. If you are holding his throat, how can he speak? You at least have to let him go, otherwise, he can't explain, someone nearby urgently interjected. Hearing that person's words, Xiang Yang nodded slightly. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Alright, now you can speak. Why did you suddenly attack me? I was just trying to sleep and didn't provoke you. Xiang Yang lifted him and placed him on the dormitory balcony, then tidied up his clothes. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. Grandpa Wushuang told me that the military district people are all good people. Although Chen Xiao had a strong psychological quality, after experiencing such an event, his legs involuntarily softened a bit. This boy was a bit dangerous, he definitely couldn't trust his words. Hadn't he done anything to himself yet? Just waking him up almost scared the soul out of him. I was just trying to wake you up since military training is starting. Chen Xiao spoke slowly. Waking me up? Then why were you lifting your foot to kick me and pulling off my blanket? Xiang Yang looked disbelieving. They all got up this way, I didn't expect it to be different with you. All like this? Don't they have any temper? It seems they are really easy to talk to, unlike me, I get a little restless right after waking up. Xiang Yang sighed. He really needed to hold back a bit, his morning mood was quite intense, and even though he had some anger in prison, he was subdued by his grandpa and grandma. Chen Xiao was now at a loss for tears. Were they really easy to talk to? That was just because of their lack of strength. If they all had power like Xiang Yang, he probably could just go wash up and sleep. Alright, since we clarified, it will be easy now. Let's go down for military training, Xiang Yang said with a smile, completely different from just a moment ago. You could say his morning mood came quickly and left just as fast. By the way, you guys attacked me first, I was just instinctively defending myself. I think you won't have any objections, right? Xiang Yang looked at the people lying on the ground and spoke. No objections. Everyone shook their heads. Their faces were now red. What objections could they have? After so many years of training, they couldn't even beat a teenager. It was already embarrassing enough, especially since they had cooperated and still failed. That's good, if you had objections, it would be very troublesome for me to handle this, Xiang Yang sighed in relief, nodding. Everyone was immediately puzzled by Xiang Yang's words. What did he mean by very troublesome? Why did they feel a chill around their necks? Then Xiang Yang took the lead, and the soldier carried Qin Shao following behind. At this moment, the place downstairs was already boiling with excitement. Even though Xiang Yang only held Qin Shao outside the 5th floor for a very short time, a small number of people still saw it. In their hearts, they had already labeled Xiang Yang as the school bully, someone absolutely not to be messed with. Zhang Xiaotian had now arrived in front of the dormitory building, looking extremely pale. He hadn't eaten anything in the morning, and after being jostled by the soldiers all the way, his stomach was already churning. What is Captain John's situation now? What has happened? Are your team members okay? Zhang Xiaotian raised his head to look at the dormitory building, not seeing Xiang Yang's figure, and his heart suddenly tightened. What if it was already over? Did he arrive too late? I don't know. We need to take people in immediately. We absolutely can't let him act recklessly. What exactly is going on with that person? Did a mercenary organization break in from your school? Zhang Peng frowned and said. He had just seen that Qin Zhao's condition was not optimistic. The opponent's combat power was probably terrifyingly strong, and he didn't know whether the few moves he learned from the Beast Squad's evil dragon would work. He is not a mercenary, and you absolutely must not go in. Never. Even if you do go in, you must not use force. Zhang Xiaotian quickly intervened, worried that if they clashed with Xiang Yang again, the situation would become serious. Chapter 74, The Wind Howls, the Yushui River is Cold. Zhang Peng squinted his eyes and looked at the anxious Zhang Xiaotian and asked, Principal Zhang, what do you mean? Can't use force? The other side has beaten my teammate into that state, and today you actually want to protect him? Captain Jiang, please calm down. I'm not protecting anyone. I'm just afraid that if you go in, you might also be captured, Zhang Xiaotian spoke helplessly. Clearly, he was protecting the other side. How could it be considered protection? Even if it were, it was protecting him. Am I unable to defeat him? Zhang Peng asked in confusion. I've been to the battlefield, and I admit the other side has some strength, but I don't think I would be defeated quickly. I feel like you're underestimating me. I'm not underestimating you. If you can wipe out the Mingxia organization all by yourself, I will allow you to kill him. It would be even better if you can beat him into submission. I'll cheer for you from the side. Zhang Xiaotian said seriously. After hearing this, Zhang Peng's expression slightly froze, and he finally sneered, Isn't it just wiping out the Mingxia organization? What's so difficult about that? Wait a moment, I'll go in and have a good chat with him. It's not my style to use force against students. Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly after hearing this. Is this it? He thought the other side would be tough enough to really stop Xiang Yang's madness. At this moment, Zhang Peng's inner thoughts were extremely complicated. He was considering whether to contact the military district in the imperial capital to handle this situation. The young man before him was indeed Xiang Yang. He had heard about him and his name was Thunderous. Although it had been reported that the Mingxia organization was eliminated by 2 small teams, he knew very well that the military was hiding something. As for why he knew about Xiang Yang, it was entirely because he had sparred with the Beast Squad's captain, Evil Dragon, in the military district. The opponent's attack speed was extremely fast, and he couldn't even see the opponent's moves clearly. Sure enough, he was defeated in just a few moves. At that time, he sighed and said, In today's era, among the younger generation, Evil Dragon's strength can be considered extraordinary. At that moment, he thought Evil Dragon would be humble and admit it, but that was not the case. The other side just sighed, showing a wry smile, shaking his head and saying, If we count that madman, I might not be. He is simply terrifyingly strong. Then Zhang Peng learned some information from him and sighed, thinking about when he would encounter such an extraordinary talent. Today, not only did he encounter it himself, but his soldiers also exchanged a few moves with the opponent. Zhang Peng shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and directly said, You all wait here, I will go in and see what the situation is. After Zhang Peng finished speaking, he resolutely walked inside, giving off a feeling of the winds blowing coldly in Yushui. Zhang Xiaotian, watching this, couldn't help but wipe his eyes, not knowing if he was moved or if it was just a yawn revealing itself due to waking up not long ago. At that moment, Xiang Yang and others walked out from the dormitory door, followed by numerous soldiers, forming an extremely grand lineup. Ha! So many people. Xian Yang looked at Zhang Xiaotian in confusion. Old dang. Principal Zhang, why are you here? Are you also here for military training? I just came to take a look, that. Xian Yang, are you okay?
Zhang Xiaotian slowly turned to look behind him.
I'm fine, what could happen to me?
It's just that you all should hurry up and send him away, or else he might have a problem, Xiang Yang pointed at Chen Xiao and said. Zhang Peng glanced at Xiang Yang, then hurried forward to check Chen Xiao's injuries, finding that he was still breathing, and immediately relaxed. As long as he was alive, it was fine. He had learned from the evil dragon that this madman did whatever he liked, completely acting on his own preferences. You all take Chen Xiao to the hospital, the rest with minor injuries stay with me to train the freshmen.
Zhang Peng took a deep breath and said, no matter what, military training couldn't fall behind.
Many instructors nodded upon hearing this, then began to assign their respective teams, resulting in a very awkward situation where no instructor chose the team Xiang Yang was in.
Who is going to lead this team?
Zhang Peng scanned the crowd and said. Numerous instructors continuously shook their heads, unable to teach them at all.
Humph. It's just a student, how can he be that hard to teach?
Zhang Peng snorted coldly.
How about you, team leader?
You can teach him alone, and we can handle the rest, one of the instructors who hadn't been assigned a team weekly suggested. Zhang Peng's face stiffened. No wonder these were his soldiers, they really had nothing to say about him.
All right.
I will teach, the rest is up to you, Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and said, then looking at Xiang Yang, ahem, this year's military training will be taught by me, what do you think?
Sure, I have no problem with that,
Xiang Yang nodded, then followed Zhang Peng and left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiang Yang leave. Although he was very young, the pressure he gave was not small at all. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian simply said a few words with his hands behind his back and then left, casting a deep glance at the direction where Xiang Yang and Zhang Peng had departed, his eyes revealing respect. Captain Zhang Peng is truly a hero. Due to the large size of the Imperial Capital University, many instructors were called from the Imperial Capital Military District for military training, and Zhang Peng was in charge of Xiang Yang's dormitory building.
Instructor, where are you taking me? Wait a moment and you will know. Zhang Peng waved his hand. He was also contemplating how to handle Xiang Yang. What could he teach him? Should he teach him some self-defense knowledge? Or combat skills?
It seemed none of that would be useful, as he felt anxious just from seeing the opponent's fighting capacity.
The key issue was that he couldn't train him like a freshman. If he kept making him stand at attention, what if the opponent got unhappy? What would he do then? That. Xiang Yang, what do you want to learn?
Zhang Peng simply threw the question at him.
Me?
Xiang Yang's eyes showed contemplation, then he looked up at Zhang Peng. I want to learn some killing combat techniques. I always feel like I'm lacking in that area. How about you teach me?
Cough cough cough. Zhang Peng was instantly choked.
The other party's request was a bit difficult for himself. Killing skills are not easy to teach, after all, I strike too hard.
What if I hurt you? How about I teach you some ancient poems instead?
It can help adjust your temperament, Zhang Peng said, his eyes lighting up.
Now he could preserve his prestige and teach the other party. It was simply perfect. No.
I can recite ancient poems already, my grandparents teach me every day. I think killing skills are better, they can protect me. Xiang Yang shook his head and said.
How about this, let's have a sparring match. This way, I can see my shortcomings.
You don't need to hold back, and I won't hold back either.
How does that sound? Zhang Peng.
Chapter 75, Great. Zhang Peng looked at Xiang Yang with a face full of resentment. The other party really thought highly of himself, asking him to go all out. Why not just kill him directly?
Xiang Yang, little brother, I don't think that's necessary. What kind of scene would it be for us to fight?
It would look bad for others to see. After all, I am an elder, Zhang Peng refused with a serious expression. All right then, Xiang Yang said, disappointed as he shook his head. He originally thought he could learn a lot of knowledge.
Zhang Peng, why are you here? Aren't you in charge of military training? Aren't you supposed to be watching over your team? Is this batch of students giving you a headache?
At that moment, a man walked over from a distance. He was thin, but his height was terrifying, like a pole, looking at Zhang Peng with confusion. Get lost, move aside and don't bother me, go further away. Zhang Peng's expression changed as he spoke. He naturally knew this person, they could be considered friends, but the person's biggest characteristic was being combative, always wanting to fight strong opponents.
Why are you so angry today? Did this student provoke you, or are you going through menopause?
Bai Feng walked to Xiang Yang's side and was about to put his hand on the other's shoulder. I don't like a stranger touching me, Xiang Yang frowned and sidestepped.
Oh?
You kid are not simple, Bai Feng suddenly became interested.
What if I touch you anyway?
Bai Feng reached out, trying to touch Xiang Yang, moving incredibly fast.
Bai Feng, don't.
Jiang Peng shouted, but it was already too late. Xiang Yang's eyes turned cold, and he quickly grabbed the opponent's palm with even faster speed, then struck with an elbow attack toward the other. Bai Feng was stunned by this sudden attack, enduring the hit with pain shooting through his chest.
Killing technique.
Bai Feng felt a jolt of fear. He could clearly sense that the other party was deadly serious. If it weren't for his height advantage, this strike would have directly hit his heart. Bai Feng's expression became serious as he quickly threw a punch to retaliate, but Xiang Yang dodged again. Another wave of pain hit his chest as he looked down to see Xiang Yang's fist heading straight for him. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed in the air, as Bai Feng's hand was broken by Xiang Yang. Completing these moves was seamless, and Xiang Yang didn't pursue the attack but calmly stepped back a few steps and said, "I told you not to touch me, and now look what's happened, your hand is broken.
I hope you learn a lesson."
Bai Feng covered his broken arm and started sweating coldly. He could feel that if the other party truly wanted his life, he would have been dead long ago. The previous 2 attacks on his chest were held back.
"Instructor, if there's nothing else, I'll leave." "There's no point in staying here, after all, you can't teach me anything," Xiang Yang said, turning around and leaving without any hesitation. He thought it was better to take a nap than to waste time here with them. "Old Bai, are you alright? I told you to get lost, but you didn't listen to me. And now look, you got beaten up. You should be grateful to be alive." Zhang Peng walked over. With a sigh, he opened his mouth and spoke. "How would I know that was your meaning? You tell me to get lost without any hint. Who can understand what you mean? Can't you give a look?"
Bai Feng replied irritably, then looked in the direction where Xiang Yang had left, his eyes revealing heat.
"Who is that person?
I feel he is so strong, even stronger than the evil dragon.
His speed is too fast, I can't see how he strikes at all."
Bai Feng slowly spoke, eager to challenge the strong, having fought against the evil dragon. "He is the boy the evil dragon mentioned, the one who annihilated the Underworld Killers organization."
"What?"
Bai Feng turned to look at Zhang Peng, his voice several pitches higher.
"So young? And why does he have such strength to come to university?"
Bai Feng questioned. "Maybe it's a little hobby of his, after all, he is at the age for school." Zhang Peng sighed, not understanding at all why the other wanted to attend university.
"Lu Ge, I found the person, we can mess him up any time. As long as he shows up for military training, those guys will move."
Sun San interjected from the side. "Good, handle it promptly," Lu Feng nodded, wearing military training clothes at the moment. Since he and Xiang Yang were not in the same major, they lived in different dorms and knew nothing of what had just happened. "Don't worry, Lu Ge, you just focus on military training. I promise I'll help you get the beauty in the end," Sun San leered as he spoke.
Then he quietly left, heading towards Xiang Yang's dorm. Where is he? Could it be this brat isn't coming for military training? Is he using his connections? Sun San scanned the area but couldn't find Xiang Yang's figure.
"I say, San Gu, where is he? If this keeps up, we'll have to leave." "This sun is really hot," a burly man behind him impatiently said. "What's the rush? You won't lose your money in the end, just do your job well, and I'll pay you double."
Sun San scolded.
The dozen or so burly men behind him fell silent upon hearing this. They were originally idle men outside society, eager to beat someone for easy cash, and besides, this wasn't their first time doing such a thing. After all, even if the police came, they wouldn't take much responsibility.
How serious could it get just for beating someone?
At this moment, Sun San also began to feel distressed. He hoped all his meticulous preparation wouldn't go to waste like this.
"Are you looking for someone?"
"I know a few people in this school. Even if I can't find him, I can get Zheng Xiaotian to help you."
"Get lost, don't bother me."
Sun San snapped, already irritated and annoyed that someone dared to trouble him at this time.
"I was kindly trying to help you, and you cursed at me?"
Xiang Yang said coldly, noticing he had encountered quite a few bad people since coming to Daido University.
"Why can't you understand? I said I would let you." "Xiang Yang?"
Sun San turned to look at the handsome young man in front of him, disbelief in his eyes, almost as if fate had brought him there effortlessly.
"Since you're here, don't blame me for being rude. It's him."
Sun San took a step back and spoke to the dozen burly men beside him. He knew the other's strength from the video. The fact he could pull that hefty woman out from the glass indicated he had some skills.
"Kid, don't blame us for being ruthless, you can only blame yourself for being so valuable." The burly men charged at Xiang Yang, evil smiles creeping onto their faces.
They were no strangers to fights, having beaten up people before, so this was second nature to them. However, to their surprise, Xiang Yang began to laugh, his smile even more twisted than theirs.
"Great, wonderful. None of you are getting away today."
The leading burly man, seeing Xiang Yang smile. I felt a chill in my heart. How did it feel like their identities had been swapped?
Chapter 76, The Demon Shangyang.
"Big brother, why does this kid feel a bit sinister?"
"Yeah, why do I have the feeling we are surrounded by just him? Nonsense. What are we afraid of? Are 10 of us scared of a kid? Each of us could knock him out with one punch. The muscular man in the lead shouted angrily. He then looked at Xiangyang with a cold face. After years of fighting, how could he allow a young boy to almost intimidate him today? I'll go first. You guys follow, break his legs, and then we can all share the money. The muscular man declared, then charged at Xiangyang like a tank. Today, he would show this young man what cruelty meant. Xiangyang smiled widely. There were 10 of them, plus that slimy man made 11. He could do 11 good deeds, and he was sure his grandparents would be very happy to hear about it. As the muscular man charged at him, Xiangyang just slightly sidestepped to avoid the attack, and then with a powerful left hand, he struck directly at the man's chest without holding back. Damn! The muscular man's eyes widened. He could feel something in his chest cracking. Don't ask him why, just know he was sent flying. Big brother. Are you okay? The others gasped, rushing forward to assist their big brother. Don't move. I think my bones are broken. You guys don't need to worry about me, just go and kill that kid. Hurry. The leader waved his hand urgently. Okay, big brother, don't worry. I promise he will pay. A few of them immediately took out daggers, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Today, they would not only ruin the kid's legs but also break his hands. Before they could react, Xiangyang charged at them, a cold smile on his face. Kid, you will die. Ah! My hand! In an instant, Xiangyang snatched a dagger from one of the strong men and then cut the tendons in his hand. He quickly did the same to the others, severing their tendons with sharp precision. Dealing with these people posed no pressure for him, it was like hunting children. Soon, all 10 muscular men lay on the ground, screaming in pain. At this moment, Sun San trembled, completely exceeding his understanding. Was this really a person? One person taking on more than 10, not only unharmed but also knocking them all down. No! I need to run quickly, otherwise, this madman will turn his attention to me. Sun San thought to himself. Just as he was about to run, he heard Xiangyang's icy voice from behind. I think it's better if you stay right there. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you won't die. Upon hearing this, Sun San immediately stopped his steps. Their position was extremely remote, with no cameras around. He had carefully chosen this location for Xiangyang, only to find it had become his death warrant. Seeing that his reaction had been effective, Xiangyang nodded in satisfaction. The man was obedient, otherwise, he might genuinely have to kill him. After all, if a living person didn't comply, they would have to become a dead one. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer truthfully, okay? Xiangyang waved the dagger in his hand as he approached the leading muscular man. You can ask, the leading man swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. Why did you attack me? Because Shu. Xiangyang quickly covered the man's mouth, the dagger in his other hand already stabbed into the man's thigh. Sorry, your answer came too slow. I'm not quite satisfied, Xiangyang grinned, then pulled out the dagger and continued to look at the strong man. Next, you need to answer quickly, understand? The leading strong man's body trembled, frantically nodding his head. He regretted taking this job. This was not a young man you could easily deal with, he was clearly a demon. Very good, what is my name? Xiangyang said with a slight smile. I don't know. The leading strong man was about to cry. He was just there to beat someone up, essentially just a thug. The employer told him who to hit, how could he know the other's name? Don't know? You suddenly attack me without knowing, you really are not a good person. Xiangyang's expression grew cold, and then he fiercely stabbed the dagger into the man's thigh again. This time, to prevent the man from shouting, he had already covered the man's mouth first. Woo. At this moment, the strong man's body trembled, constantly rolling his eyes back, and finally just passed out. You fell asleep before I finished asking, that's a bit rude, or are you pretending to sleep? Xiangyang tilted his head in confusion, and then to verify the truth, he pulled out the dagger and stabbed it into the other thigh. Finally confirming that the man had no reaction, he shook his head in disappointment. Next, it's your turn. We were wrong. I beg you, spare us. It was all him. It was all him who made us do it. He said if we broke your legs, he would give us a fortune. The remaining few all pointed fingers at Sun San. This person was simply too terrifying, they vividly remembered the fate of their big brother. They did not want to suffer a few more cuts for no reason. Aren't you all a gang? You actually sold out your employer. What you did. The remaining 9 felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing Xiangyang's words. Could it be that he was an extremely righteous person? The type that couldn't stand them doing such things. Actually, we What you did is simply amazing. I didn't expect you to find your way back and do a great good. Xiang Yang's eyes sparkled as he praised the 9 people. Ha? Do a good deed? Us?
The 9 looked at each other in confusion. They saw bewilderment in one another's eyes.
They didn't know what good deed Xiang Yang was talking about. Could selling out their employer also be a good deed? Seeing their reaction, Xiang Yang silently nodded.
It seemed he had saved a few more people, turning them from bad people into good ones. You did well, not letting your employer continue to do bad things, and you revealed him. Plus, you made him take the blame for you. After all, people who have no strength but still cause trouble deserve to die.
The few nodded, though what Xiang Yang said was convoluted. Nodding was enough for now. As long as it didn't concern their issues, it was fine. But then again, I haven't forgotten that you attacked me. How about this?
You can stab yourselves once, consider it a penance.
Ah?
They had already sold out their employer, and now they had to stab themselves?
That seemed a bit unreasonable. What, do you want me to help you?
No, we can do it ourselves. We wouldn't dare trouble you. The few hurriedly waved their hands. Then one person raised the only remaining palm and fiercely stabbed it into his own thigh, while the other palm had already been severed by Xiang Yang.
Chapter 77, Bewildered Zhang Xiaotian. Xiang Yang looked at their response and nodded in satisfaction.
Being able to recognize their mistakes and correct them was good. Today was another day of doing good deeds. By the way, don't make a sound, or you'll disturb me, and then I'll be unhappy.
If I'm unhappy, then you will. Xiang Yang slowly spoke.
After hearing this, the few instantly understood and quickly covered each other's mouths. Don't let them make a sound, after all, it's going to end with a stab anyway. The sooner it's done, the better. I can't be like the big brother, stabbing several times in a row. Sun San looked at the miserable state of the others, his face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect things to be this bad. If they were suffering so much, then surely, as the mastermind behind this, he would be torn apart.
I seem to remember you. You're the one with the green hair sidekick, right? I didn't go looking for you, yet you came looking for me? Xiang Yang said lightly.
If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to Lu Wuming. Grandpa and Grandma were right, cut the weeds and root them out. If I don't solve the trouble will surely come looking for me.
Xiang Yang, this is all a misunderstanding.
I just came over to say hello, Sun San stuttered, his voice trembling.
Say hello?
So, you brought so many people just to say hello, right?
Or is this your unique way of greeting? Xiang Yang responded.
This.
You don't need to say anything. I understand.
Your way of greeting is quite special, let me learn it, Xiang Yang said coldly, then grabbed the other's collar, lifting his frail body up, and then began slapping him fiercely. Under this storm of attacks, Sun San's face quickly swelled up, his head was spinning, and eventually, he lost all feeling in his face.
Tell me where the green-haired one is?
Green hair? What green hair? At that moment, Sun San was dazed and shaking all over.
He had no idea what the other person was saying.
It was just too terrifying, simply too terrifying.
I said green hair. Who sent you? Why can't you understand me? Why do I have to waste so much time with you, a good-hearted person?
At this moment, Xiang Yang was in the worst mood possible. Why did people always come looking for trouble? It seemed he had to become a school bully soon, he must establish his reputation. I'm saying green hair, green hair, green hair. Xiang Yang kicked Sun San several times, making him roll his eyes back. I know now, he is over there. Sun San finally managed to extend his trembling hand, pointing to a place. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Xiang Yang's methods were not just interrogation, they were sheer torture. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why waste my time? Truly unforgivable, Xiang Yang said coldly, and then, under the terrified gaze of the other, he directly broke Sun San's limbs. This way is good, it lets you realize your mistakes while ensuring you can't do bad things in the future. Xiang Yang nodded with satisfaction at his work. Next, he should go deal with that green-haired one. The other party was so eager to see him, of course, he had to satisfy him. Xiang Yang turned to leave, but then thought of something, stopped, and turned back to the group saying, you guys go to the principal's office and clearly confess your crimes. Also, bring that useless one along. You should know how to speak later.
Understood, brother, we got it.
Don't worry, the few burly men swallowed hard and replied. After hearing this, Xiang Yang nodded, letting these people explain themselves to Principal Lao Deng, otherwise, that old Deng would call him again and annoy him.
At that moment, Zhang Xiaotian was comfortably leaning on the office sofa.
For him, this was a rare moment of peace. Xiang Yang had already let Jiang Peng hold him back, he must cherish this hard-won time. What should I do? How about playing some chess? Zhang Xiaotian contemplated, then looked at the chessboard on the table, shook his head immediately. The games against Xiang Yang had left him traumatized. Forget it.
I'll just drink some tea and read the newspaper. Zhang Xiaotian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then he picked up the tea, blew on it, and began to taste it. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and about 10 strong men appeared in front of Zhang Xiaotian, blood flowing from their thighs, the most noticeable being a lewd man who was constantly spitting white foam from his mouth. You must be the principal, right? Hurry up and catch us, there's no time left, and please call an ambulance for us. One of the strong men knelt down and cried out. Put. Zhang Xiaotian sprayed a mouthful of tea directly on the strong man's face. He now doubted whether he was dreaming or if his office had some kind of strange aura. Why were there always bizarre things happening lately? Who could understand? He was minding his own business, and suddenly about 10 strong men barged in, all injured. Fortunately, he had already been tempered by Xiang Yang, able to accept anything that happened and quickly calm down. The strong man wiped the tea off his face, showing no anger, only fear. If that young man was so terrifying, then this old man before him must surely be someone of great power. After all, the older one gets, the more unfathomable they become. Who are you? Why did you barge in and ask me to call an ambulance? Zhang Xiaotian took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. A young man sent us to find you, we've committed crimes, hurry up and arrest us. The strong man lamented, then confessed all the crimes he had committed over the years, about how he had bullied the elderly, bullied children, and collected protection fees. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian's expression shifted slightly. Their situation seemed like one that should go to the police station. If a police officer got hold of them, it would be an outright achievement. But for him, it wasn't without benefits. Wait, a young man. This made Zhang Xiaotian think of an old acquaintance, the big shot Xiang Yang. I have understood your situation, you stay here for now, and I will send someone to handle you later. Zhang Xiaotian waved his hand and said, then looked at the foam-spewing Sun San. Is this person the same as you? Zhang Xiaotian frowned and asked, looking at these few people, they obviously didn't look like a group. Just by their little stature, they were just about managing not to be extorted for protection fees. He is not like us, but he might have committed even more crimes than we did. After saying this, the strong man directly slapped Sun San, angrily shouting, the boss is asking you a question. Speak out your crimes. Don't just sit there like a mute. Chapter 78 Shu. Don't make a sound. At this moment, Sun San was stunned from the slap, his mind completely in chaos, directly recounting what he had done, but he didn't betray Lu Feng. After all, in his subconscious, as long as Lu Feng was safe, he could live. After hearing Sun San's account, Zhang Xiaotian's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect the person to be such a beast, having committed so many heinous acts. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian directly picked up the phone on the desk and dialed one of the numbers. Hello? Old Wang, I have a few big fish in my office, come and handle them, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After speaking, Zhang Xiaotian hung up the phone. That's right, he was just calling the head of the police station in the capital. After all, professional matters should be handled by professionals. You all wait here, someone will come to handle you later, Zhang Xiaotian said coldly. He had lost any good feelings for these people. At the same time, he was secretly wondering, could it be that Xiang Yang knew about the crimes committed by these men and sent them to him? If that's the case, Xiang Yang wouldn't be without benefits at the capital university, huh? At least safety is guaranteed. Little did Zhang Xiaotian know that he was overthinking it. Xiang Yang had summoned a few people to confess their crimes, wanting them to reveal why they had assaulted him without reason. After all, those dealing with him were all bad people, and he was completely unaware of anything else. By the way, where did the boy you mentioned go? Do you know? Zhang Xiaotian turned and asked at the door. He went that way, it seems like he's looking for someone. One of the sturdy men pointed in a direction and spoke. Zhang Xiaotian's face instantly changed upon seeing this. Wasn't that the direction of another area for new student military training? What was Xiang Yang going there for? He wouldn't be getting himself into trouble again, would he? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly walked out the door, constantly praying in his heart that Xiang Yang would not go crazy at this time. If that happened, no one could stop him. At this moment, Xiang Yang, following Sun San's guidance, had already arrived at Lu Feng's training ground. Classmate, who are you looking for? Why are you running around instead of staying with your team? One of the instructors noticed Xiang Yang and asked in confusion. Oh, I'm not running around, I just came to find someone. You all can continue with your work, you don't need to mind me, Xiang Yang said lightly as he scanned the area. Lu Feng's green hair was very eye-catching in the crowd, and Xiang Yang quickly noticed it. Green hair, I'm coming over, why aren't you coming out? Or should I come over to invite you? Xiang Yang spoke slowly. Lu Feng had also noticed Xiang Yang at this moment. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Logically, Sun San should have succeeded by now, and the opponent's limbs should be disabled. Why was he unharmed and standing here? But this was no longer within Lu Feng's scope of thought. The fact that the other party called him green hair was something he could not tolerate. Lu Feng stepped directly out of the line, his face displaying a rebellious look. At this moment, the instructor nearby was not pleased. This was military training.
and the two were completely disobeying orders. I don't care what you two are doing, this is military training. Immediately return to your respective teams. Sorry, but I can't comply, I'll just talk to him for a bit and leave. It won't take long, Xiang Yang coldly replied. I don't like being ordered around, so from now on, you should stop talking, otherwise, I will get angry. The soldier's pupils constricted. Was it just his imagination? He sensed a heavy killing intent from this youth, he had actually killed before. You don't need to worry about this person, just immediately go back to your training team. At this moment, Bai Feng rushed over and quickly spoke to the instructor. All right, Captain, the instructor said, looking deeply at Xiang Yang before turning to leave. How is your injury? I didn't expect your physical condition to be this good, Xiang Yang looked over and commented. I still owe it to you for being merciful. I don't know why you came over, I can help you solve it, Bai Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. There was no other way, facing Xiang Yang, this madman, he felt pressure, after all, he was a person whom two elite soldier teams feared. It's nothing, I just came to find someone. You go and do your own thing, don't worry about me, Xiang Yang shook his head and slowly walked towards Lu Feng. Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, it was just to find someone, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Xiang Yang's height was relatively tall among boys, and Lu Feng stood in front of him looking somewhat shorter, the two locked eyes. Those people were sent by you, right? I want to ask why. I've already agreed to let Lu Wuming off, so why do you still want to seek death? Xiang Yang spoke indifferently. I don't know what qualifications you have to say that to me. Let me off the hook? You know how laughable that is? From when I was little until now, no one has ever dared to say that to me, Lu Feng's mouth curved into a mocking smile. Although he didn't know how Xiang Yang managed to escape from Sun San and the others, he remained unafraid. With his own strength, he didn't believe Xiang Yang would dare to do anything to him. Although the other party had some background in the military district, that didn't mean he had none. So, does that mean you've admitted it? That's right, I admit it, it was me. I'll tell you this, you were lucky to escape this time, but next time, it might not be so easy. Lu Feng stretched out his hand, fingers spread, and grinned, you can't escape from my 5-finger mountain. Xiang Yang glanced at him indifferently, then quickly reached out to grab Lu Feng's palm. Ha? What are you doing? Lu Feng was suddenly shocked, and when he tried to break free, he found the other party's strength was immense. His palm felt like it was gripped by an iron clamp, causing excruciating pain. Unable to do anything, Lu Feng instinctively raised his other hand to strike Xiang Yang, but in an instant, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He could feel his arm had been broken by the other party. Before Lu Feng could scream, Xiang Yang quickly covered his mouth. Shoo! Don't make a sound. If you talk, things will get complicated. It's not good to attract others' attention, do you understand? Xiang Yang said seriously. Lu Feng's eyes shook, and he nodded. For the first time, he felt fear from a person. He could feel that the other party really would kill him. Very good. You're doing well. Now let's talk about your 5-finger mountain issue. Xiang Yang looked at the palm he was holding and spoke. You say I can't escape from your 5-finger mountain? Well, I don't believe it. Let's solve the problem from the root. Solve the problem from the root. Lu Feng trembled, his mind echoing Xiang Yang's words. He didn't understand what the other party meant. Soon, in Lu Feng's shocked gaze, Xiang Yang slowly began to twist his index finger backward. At that moment, Lu Feng finally understood the meaning of the other party's words. He was going to break all 5 of his fingers. No. I beg you, don't do this, I was wrong, I shouldn't have messed with you, please let me go. I can give you a lot of money, my family is very rich, if you want power, I can give you that too. Lu Feng spoke rapidly, continuously begging Xiang Yang. His tone was no longer threatening, in his eyes, the other party was a madman, someone who didn't care about any price or consequences. Xiang Yang seemed to not hear Lu Feng's words at all, his mouth curving into a smile as he muttered, you should relax, pain is a very normal thing. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. We'll solve the problem from the root soon enough. No. If you do this, I promise I'll. I told you not to shout, not to speak. Why don't you listen? If you keep this up, things will get difficult for me. Xiang Yang's gaze grew cold, and in an instant, he applied force to break Lu Feng's index finger. To prevent him from shouting, Xiang Yang immediately grabbed his throat. Lu Feng's eyes were constantly trembling, his face filled with fear. The pain from his hand and arm made it impossible for him to scream. In his eyes, Xiang Yang now looked like a demon, locking his throat, rendering him unable to move. Now, you have to promise not to make a sound. I've decided to play a game with you. As long as you endure without screaming when I break all 5 of your fingers, I'll let you go. Xiang Yang smiled at Lu Feng, of course, if you scream, it means the game is over. I'll have to make you permanently silent. What kind of person can keep quiet forever?
Xiang Yang said, then directly released his palm. Lu Feng indeed did not scream loudly at this moment, his eyes filled with endless panic. He wanted to call for help, but as soon as he thought of Xiang Yang's words, he held it back. He couldn't die, he hadn't enjoyed enough of life yet, how could he die? Since that's the case, let the game begin. Xiang Yang smiled slightly, then began to break Lu Feng's fingers one by one. It must be said that Lu Feng's willpower was really impressive, although his face was pale and his lips had been bitten through, he still held on without making a sound. Xiang Yang looked at his masterpiece, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "That's right, do you think I can escape from your five-finger mountain now? Are you talking? How could you not talk?" "I still prefer your rebellious tone from earlier," Xiang Yang asked with a frown. Please let me go, I have completed your task." "What task? This is just a game, and I'm asking you a question? Do you think I can escape from your five-finger mountain?" Xiang Yang's face showed dissatisfaction, this person was really rude. You can escape, I beg you, let me go, I don't want to die." At this moment, Lu Feng no longer cared about his dignity and directly knelt down to Xiang Yang. All he wanted was one thought, to leave alive. As long as he left, with his connections in the capital city, he could easily deal with the other person and repay his suffering double. Xiang Yang looked at the kneeling Lu Feng, his face revealing indifference. It turned out that the other had given in so quickly, and that was truly boring. He had thought the other person's bones were tough. "You think I can escape, but I feel like it's still a bit lacking. Should I kill you?" Xiang Yang's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, but soon he seemed to think of something, his eyes brightened as he spoke. "Considering that you played along quite well, I'll spare your life. But I must remind you, you only have 7 days to live, so in these 7 days, find a way to survive." Xiang Yang smiled slightly, patted the other's shoulder, and then left gracefully. Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhang Xiaotian also arrived, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. It was the first time he felt how painful it was to build such a large university in the capital. "Principal Zhang, what are you here for? Are you also here to watch our new recruit training?" Bai Feng looked at Zhang Xiaotian with confusion. He could only say that Principal Zhang was indeed admirable. To come running just to watch the new recruit training showed how much he valued his students. First don't mention this, has Xiang Yang come here? Where is he now?" Zhang Xiaotian said, panting. "Oh, so you're looking for him? He's over there, chatting with a student." Bai Feng pointed in a direction and said. "Don't worry, I've seen it, they are chatting quite well," and they shook hands, clearly old friends who haven't seen each other for years. Moreover, I saw that boy tremble with excitement when he saw Xiang Yang, his eyes brimming with warmth. I haven't seen such deep friendship for a long time. Hearing Bai Feng's words, Zhang Xiaotian was stunned in place. Could it be that he had misunderstood Xiang Yang? The other was just here to find his friend. If that's the case, then that would be best. Wait. Zhang Xiaotian's heart tightened, he seemed to have overlooked an important thing. According to what he learned from Lu Wuming, Xiang Yang had lived in prison since childhood. Where did he get friends? Old friends he hadn't seen in years? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian wanted to find Xiang Yang, but when he turned around, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Xiang Yang, the two of them staring at each other. From each other's eyes, they saw a look of confusion. "Hey! Principal Zhang, why are you here? We really must be fated, why are you wherever I am?" Yang Yang said. At this moment, Bai Feng, who was beside them, was taken aback by Yang Yang's address. Why call Zhang Xiaotian old Deng? Isn't his last name Zhang? How did it change to Deng? Could this be his real name? The more Bai Feng thought, the more possible he felt it could be. After all, Yang Yang was close to Lu Wuming and surely knew more than he did. Having stayed at the school longer, to build their relationship, he might as well call him old Deng from now on. It's really quite a coincidence. I just came over to stroll for a bit. That, the classmate you were just chatting with? Zhang Xiaotian glanced over his shoulder. He's over there. We were chatting quite happily, even played a game for a while. But he might not have enough stamina, I barely got to enjoy myself before he couldn't keep going anymore. Yang Yang shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. After all, it was the other party who suggested the Wuzhishan game, and he had found a solution, but the other side couldn't hold out. That was truly boring. Chapter 80, What I Said is the Truth. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Yang Yang, who had a gentle smile, and his heart filled with doubt. Could it be he guessed wrong? They were really just chatting and hadn't done anything inappropriate. Well then, as long as you're enjoying yourselves, Zhang Xiaotian said, his curiosity about their game growing. A game of Wuzhishan? Did that really require stamina? If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. We'll meet again, Principal Old Deng. Yang Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. He had finished handling things here. So what if that green-haired guy told him to live for 7 days? After those 7 days, he was bound to die anyway. But there was a way to live, that was to find the poison granny in prison. Zhang Xiaotian nodded, watching Yang Yang leave, still filled with doubt. No.
I still need to check it out, Zhang Xiaotian thought to himself, then headed in Lu Feng's direction.
Hey, old dang, haven't you become paranoid? I feel like the two are just chatting.
Nothing big is going to happen, Bai Feng said slowly, completely unaware that Zhang Xiaotian's expression had changed.
What did you just call me? Old dang? What's wrong with it? Let's hurry up, I'll go with you. That way you'll feel better, right?
Bai Feng casually put his arm on Zhang Xiaotian's shoulder, grinning at him. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's temples throbbed, such bullying was too much.
It was one thing for Yang Yang to bully him, now even the new instructor was starting to pick on him. He was the principal of the capital university.
Instructor Bai, I hope you respect my title, otherwise, I'll definitely report to the military district. I won't allow you to insult me, Zhang Xiaotian said coldly.
Bai Feng noticed Zhang Xiaotian's expression, his heart tightened. Did he say something wrong? Respect his title?
It seemed he indeed had been reckless.
Okay, I understand.
Principal Deng, I won't make similar mistakes in the future, Bai Feng promised.
Principal Deng. My last name is Zhang.
Instructor Bai, I hope you take care, Zhang Xiaotian snorted coldly and turned to leave, leaving Bai Feng standing there in confusion. At this moment, Bai Feng realized his guess seemed wrong. The reason he could call Zhang Xiaotian old Deng was that person was Yang Yang. Zhang Xiaotian looked at Lu Feng lying on the ground, groaning, and glanced at his 5 fingers, which were in terrible condition.
He suddenly understood what Yang Yang meant by the Wuzishan game.
Help me, call an ambulance, it hurts so much.
Help me, please.
Lu Feng's face was covered in cold sweat, and he was completely slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, his voice was incredibly weak, too scared to speak loudly, afraid to provoke that crazy Xiang Yang. If that guy had not gone far, it would be over.
Hang in there, classmate. I will call an ambulance for you right now. You must hold on.
Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly took out his phone to dial. Soon, under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lu Feng was lifted onto a stretcher, and it wasn't until the ambulance drove away that they realized what had just happened.
I remember that person, he seems to be Lu Feng from the Lu Corporation, right? He just went out with that guy and came back like this? I think I know who he is.
It seems he's a freshman, heard he just arrived 2 days ago and has already been recognized as a campus bully.
Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. But so what if he was a campus bully? That was the Lu Corporation, the top power in the imperial capital.
At this moment, in a private room of the Imperial Capital Hospital, Lin Fei and Yang Xing looked at their suddenly appeared roommate, feeling much better. Their situation was better than his. A broken arm and all 5 fingers fractured, they couldn't imagine how badly he had been treated by such a figure. Director Zhan, this is the private room, all the people here are students from the Imperial Capital University, and their symptoms are quite similar, a nurse's voice came from outside.
Oh? Did they have a collective fight? How could they get hurt like this?
Director Zhan asked, puzzled. Then he pushed the door open, holding a notebook and slowly said, I am your attending physician, please tell me the situation, how did this happen? Director Zhan first looked at Yang Xing, after all, his symptoms were the most obvious. Anyone could see that his face had suffered a severe blow. I've made it very clear, I couldn't stand a certain person, so I slapped his hand with my face, can you stop asking me?
Yang Xing said, annoyed. Were these people here to pry open his painful scars? Classmate, I hope you will answer truthfully, did the other party strike your face hard with their palm? You don't have to be afraid, we will support you. At this moment, a man in police uniform appeared in the ward. Director Zhan, sorry to trouble you, let me ask from here, the police officer said calmly. He was worried that the two might be unwilling to reveal the truth, so he had asked the attending doctor for help. No. I don't need you to support me. I've said it's voluntary. Could you please leave me alone? Yang Xing said blankly. This classmate, you should speak up, I saw it. I was going to pick you up, and that guy was on top of you attacking you. A female nurse anxiously spoke up, she was the one who called the police. The injuries on the 3 of them made her feel that it was connected to that handsome boy. I'm telling you, lady, do I need your meddling? Can you control me? I just enjoy slapping the other person with my face, that's my hobby. Yang Xing glared at her fiercely. Seeing that the inquiry was futile, the police officer then glanced at Lin Fei lying in bed. What about you? You have the same reason as him? Of course not, I don't have such a bizarre hobby. I fainted, and my dear roommate did this to wake me up, Lin Fei said slowly. Come on, as the older brother, how could he speak badly of his younger brother? Besides, they truly did this to save him, although the process was a bit brutal, the intention was good. The police officer's lips twitched slightly, this trip had been in vain, as neither of the two was willing to tell the truth. As for the third person, now he was in a coma, how could he question him? His response might be even more outrageous than theirs. Since there's nothing else, Then I'm leaving. If you two change your minds, you can contact me at any time. The police officer stood up to leave, as neither of them was willing to hold the other accountable. Why should they meddle in each other's affairs? What happened? What happened to my son? Who turned my son into this? Don't they know he is Lu Buju's son?
At this moment, a loud roar came from outside the ward, and then several bodyguards in black pushed open the door, standing in a neat row.
A plump man with a fierce appearance walked in. Chapter 81, The Hidden Genius. Lu Buju looked at his son lying in bed, wrapped in bandages, and couldn't contain his fury any longer. After all, this was his only son. His company had been growing over the years, but his health was failing. This made it hard for him to have more heirs in the future, so he favored Lu Feng immensely. No matter what mistakes he made, Lu Buju would be the first to help him out. What happened? How did my son get hurt like this? Explain it to me clearly. Lu Buju roared.
Boss, from what I heard, young master was chatting with someone for a while and then became like this. A nearby bodyguard slowly spoke.
Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Buju kicked the nearby bodyguard. Tell me, what kind of chat could lead to this? You turned my son into a cripple.
The bodyguard remained silent, quietly enduring the scolding. After all, the person was his boss, and he was notoriously harsh with his subordinates.
You are the family member of this patient, right? If you have anything to discuss, you can talk to me.
I'm here to understand the situation, the police officer slowly spoke. No need, officer, thank you for your trouble, there's nothing to discuss here, you can leave.
Ah San, see the officer out. Lu Buju said calmly.
Please, officer, the black-clad bodyguard stepped aside and gestured for the officer to leave. The police officer took a deep look at the group before leaving. His current situation was beyond his capability to handle, it was better to report back. At this moment, Lu Buju moved a chair and sat by the bed, quietly watching Lu Feng, his eyes filled with pain.
Dad, you're here, you finally came, please help me kill him. I don't want to see him again, he's a demon, cough cough cough. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes.
The moment he saw his father, tears streamed down uncontrollably.
Okay, don't get too excited, I will definitely avenge you, Lu Buju hurriedly responded. First, tell me what happened, why did he attack you? Lu Feng nodded and then recounted the entire story truthfully, without any embellishments. After all, he didn't need to, Xiang Yang's cruelty had exceeded his imagination. He said you have only 7 days to live? Lu Buju asked in confusion. That's right. Lu Feng nodded. Alright, what a bold move. Lu Buju shouted angrily, I want to see who can live for 7 days. I will make him understand that arrogance comes at a cost. You all protect the young master well. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. After finishing, Lu Buju turned and left. That's right, he needed to contact some people, he would make this kid pay. At this moment, Lin Fei and Yang Xing were trembling in fear, they seemed to have heard something serious. The other party had actually come in with Xiang Yang, and it appeared they were no simple force. Fourth brother, you do love your big brother a lot, huh? Just trying to get me in trouble. Lin Fei shrank his head, not daring to make a sound. If they found out he had associated with Xiang Yang. Don't tear yourself apart. Yang Xing also fell silent at this moment, like a small transparent being. At this time, Chen Xiao had already been taken to the military hospital. Xiang Yang's few moves were truly ruthless. If I hadn't arrived in time, I might have ended up permanently disabled. Is that guy really a student? Chen Xiao wondered internally, after all, he had undergone professional training, yet he couldn't even catch one move. While Chen Xiao was questioning his life, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you Chen Xiao? Yes, that's me. Who are you? Chen Xiao asked, looking at the weak man in front of him with confusion. I am Gecko from the Beast Squad, here to check on your injuries. By the way, this is something I bought for you, consider it an apology, Gecko said awkwardly. Hearing the introduction, Chen Xiao was suddenly shocked. That was an elite squad, the ace team of the military district in the imperial capital, known to all. He never expected to meet them today. But what did he mean by giving him an apology? He wasn't the one who hurt his injuries, it was a young boy. When the Beast Squad heard that a coach from Imperial Capital University was beaten up by a student, they immediately thought of Xiang Yang. After all, only he could pull off such a thing, and only he had the ability to do it. At this moment, Gecko placed the items beside the bed. He initially did not want to come, but unfortunately, he lost in rock paper scissors to the captain. As for why Captain Dragon didn't come, it was simply because he couldn't defeat the young boy. If it had been anyone else, he could have given it a try. I know you're confused, but don't be. Let me first ask you a question, Gecko said, moving a stool to sit down with a serious expression. How did you get injured? Who did this? I was beaten by a boy.
I let my guard down for a moment, and after trading a few moves with him, it ended up like this, Chen Xiao said, his face turning red.
After all, it was a bit embarrassing. What?
Gecko's voice suddenly rose, looking surprised.
You actually exchanged a few moves with him?
Something like that. His strength is indeed quite strong, Chen Xiao replied, noticing Gecko's expression, feeling internally confused.
Was it really necessary to be this surprised? Or was it that he was so weak that it amazed the other party that he could only exchange a few moves with him?
Little did he know that at this moment, Gecko's gaze had entirely changed when looking at Chen Xiao, revealing a hint of respect for a strong competitor.
I never expected your strength to be so impressive.
That boy is actually a member of our beast squad, and his combat power is indeed unique, he just has an unstable mental state. The fact that you were able to exchange 2 moves with him shows that your strength is not weak. Here's the deal, once you're healed, if you can either defeat me or draw with me in a match, I will recommend you to join our squad, Gecko said with a sigh. This trip was not in vain, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden genius. At this moment, Chen Zhao's mind was blank. He finally understood why the other party came to apologize. It turned out he had been beaten by the strongest fighter of their squad. But now the question arose, if he fought against him, winning or drawing would allow him to enter the elite squad. This extraordinary fortune had indeed fallen upon him. However, he had just been boasting. At that time, he was completely in a state of being beaten. How could he trade moves with the other party? After all, he had indeed been subdued in just 2 moves. In the last move, he had already been hanging on the balcony.
Chapter 82, A Dark and Windy Night of Murder.
At this moment, Chen Xiao found himself in a dilemma. He had bragged, and now?
No matter what, you have to bear the consequences yourself. If I don't say it today, later when my wounds have healed and I face the gecko, won't I just embarrass myself?
So Chen Xiao took a deep breath and prepared to speak the truth. You should rest well, I have tasks to attend to, so I won't keep you company, said the gecko as he started to get up and leave. Being a member of an elite team, he was indeed tied up with tasks every day.
Gee? Leaving, already?
Chen Zhao's face was filled with astonishment. The words he wanted to say were forcibly swallowed back. He hadn't revealed the truth yet. How could he just leave like this?
What would he do later?
Forget it, I might as well just admit defeat, Chen Xiao sighed and spoke. At this moment, his earlier frustration disappeared. He hadn't expected that the young man was from the Beast Squad, and uniquely powerful at that. Losing to him was not shameful at all. Meanwhile, Lu Wuming sat in his office, worry etched on his face. He never thought Xiang Yang would beat someone up again. And this time, it wasn't just anyone, it was the son of Lu Buzhu, the boss of the Lu Group. Xiang Yang, oh Xiang Yang, you've really given me a difficult problem. I initially planned to deal with this person later, but you forced my hand to act sooner. Lu Wuming rubbed his aching temples. He had known all the things the Lu Group had done over the years, but he hadn't found the right opportunity. After all, such a large group would be messy to handle post factum, and most importantly, he wanted to clarify who was behind the drugs from the Lu Group in recent years.
Commander, I've received news that Lu Buzhu might send someone to kill Xiang Yang. Should we intervene or warn him? Qi Quan spoke up.
No need, we don't have to worry about Xiang Yang at all. We just have to follow through with our plan. Lu Wuming waved his hand. For Xiang Yang, he never worried about the others' safety. After all, the Ming Kill organization could kill if they wanted, and with just Lu Buzhu's few insignificant subordinates, it would be a miracle if they could kill him, not to mention that it would be surprising if they didn't end up being counter-killed.
After hearing this, Qi Quan nodded and went to make arrangements. Principal Old Deng, why did you call for me? It's noon, the perfect time for a nap, and you are wasting my personal time, do you understand?
Xiang Yang sat in the chair, his face displaying displeasure.
Zhang Xiaotian tugged at the corner of his mouth and spoke helplessly, do you know you've caused trouble?
The person you beat is named Lu Feng, and his father is quite formidable.
If he comes looking for trouble, it could be a bit tricky. The person I beat? When did I ever hit anyone? Don't slander me, Xiang Yang replied. You didn't hit anyone? He's in the hospital, all right?
The one with green hair, his fingers were broken by you.
Do you think his dad can let you off the hook?
Zhang Xiaotian said impatiently. Xiang Yang looked up, thinking for a moment, then his face showed a sudden realization as he spoke, so you were talking about that green-haired guy.
I didn't hit him, you must have misunderstood something? You wouldn't want to frame me, would you?
I'm telling you, I only played a game with him, so don't try to extort me, Xiang Yang said with a vigilant expression. Zhang Xiaotian was stunned by Xiang Yang's words, and then felt his vision darken and his heart pained.
If he hadn't been mentally prepared, this remark from Xiang Yang could have sent him to an early grave. Fine.
Even if I believe you played a game with him, his dad isn't happy about it, and he wants to settle the score, so you'd better hide out in the military district. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep breath and said.
He wasn't afraid of Xiang Yang being in danger, he was just worried that if Lu Buzhu sent someone to deal with Xiang Yang and it all went wrong at Beijing University, it would be a big mess.
Although the Imperial Capital University is the first university in Longsha country, this is not fixed and unchanging. After the last incident, its status has indeed been slightly shaken.
Why should I go back? I did nothing wrong. A clean conscience fears no accusation. I wonder what they can do to me. What's his old father's name?
I'll go meet him, Xiang Yang said.
Lu Buju. Can't keep him?
Xiang Yang thought for a moment, then said, he should blame his name.
What kind of terrible name is that? It's no wonder his son is gone. After all, names matter. So does that mean he should be thanking me?
I made sure his name wasn't in vain.
You? Zhang Xiaotian pointed at Xiang Yang, words stuck in his throat, utterly speechless.
He was already at a loss, feeling nothing but exhaustion in his heart.
You can leave.
I want to be alone for a while, Zhang Xiaotian waved his hand and said. Xiang Yang felt puzzled but still walked out.
Was this old man calling him over just for such a small matter? Was it just about a Lu Buju?
He could handle it himself, why be so troubled?
Since that's the case, I'll head back first, take a nap, then act tonight.
After all, Grandpa said that we must take the initiative to catch the enemy off guard, Xiang Yang stretched and said. Soon, night fell, and the dormitory door was already closed. Xiang Yang opened his eyes, yawned, changed into his casual wear, glanced at the moon hidden behind the clouds, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face.
A dark night, perfect for murder.
Xiang Yang walked to his computer, his hands moving swiftly. As a well-known figure, information about Lu Buju was not hard to find. With his top-notch hacking skills, he quickly locked onto his location. After organizing the information, he sent it to his phone, then closed the computer and got up to leave.
Fourth brother, where are you going so late?
Lu Zhuangzhuang rubbed his eyes and asked. Oh, nothing important, just going to solve some troubles. You keep sleeping, Xiang Yang said casually, then closed the door and left. Although Auntie had closed the door, it was not a problem for him at all.
It was just a 5-story height.
Xiang Yang grabbed the railing and jumped down, using his strong arms to descend level by level. When he reached the first floor, he simply leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. Xiang Yang looked down at the time, planning to finish off Lu Buju within an hour and then return to sleep. To him, this was actually doing a good deed. After all, his son was about to die, didn't this father have to go down to accompany him? A family should be complete and together.
Then, Xiang Yang's figure blended into the night. Chapter 83, Spare Me, Good Man.
The Lu Group, being one of the largest companies in the imperial capital, of course had various security measures to protect its safety. As the helm of the group, Lu Buju valued his safety even more. Xiang Yang looked at the towering building before him, secretly amazed. He hadn't expected Lu Buju to be so wealthy that he could build such a high building.
How can I kill him silently without anyone noticing?
This is really troublesome, Xiang Yang frowned as he looked at the more than 10 security personnel standing at the door. In the imperial capital, it was indeed very troublesome. If he were outside, he could just take them all down directly without needing to think.
At this moment, Xiang Yang's eyes lit up.
He suddenly had a great idea, as long as he didn't let them see his face, it would be fine. This way, no one would know it was him.
Hee, I really am a clever little rascal.
Xiang Yang slightly raised the corners of his mouth and praised himself quietly, then began to prepare. When he appeared again, he wore white gloves on his hands and a blue mask on his face, looking so creepy and terrifying in the dark.
Everything is ready. I just need to get Lu Buju's head now.
Xiang Yang smiled with satisfaction, took out his phone, and destroyed the entire surveillance system in the company, then hurriedly rushed towards the more than 10 arranged personnel.
He had to be quick, otherwise, it would be bad if Lu Buju discovered the problem. Who are you?
Stop. This is Lu's group.
One of the security personnel shouted urgently upon seeing Xiang Yang.
At this moment, Xiang Yang continued to charge forward at a very fast speed, completely ignoring their words.
Shoo! Don't worry, feeling a little dizzy is normal.
Xiang Yang made a silencing gesture, then quickly snatched the iron rod from one person's hand, swiftly weaving among more than 10 people, knocking each one out. Hero, please wait. At this moment, only the last security guard remained, his face filled with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably.
Who is this person?
This is too terrifying. In an instant, he knocked down more than 10 strong men.
Is this a normal person?
Speak quickly, or let it out.
Xiang Yang weighed the iron rod in his hand and said.
He originally wanted to knock the other person out, but unfortunately, he called him a hero.
That's quite a nice title.
I can do it myself, no need to trouble the hero. The last security guard picked up the iron rod from the ground and struck it hard against his own neck, then a wave of dizziness hit him, and everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. He didn't want Xiang Yang to come, the other person's methods were too brutal, striking the head like that. He suspected that his teammates might have concussions after getting up, so it was better that he handled it himself. Xiang Yang looked at the person lying on the ground and nodded in satisfaction, not expecting him to be so sensible. However, being sensible or not, he still had to give another hit. What if the other person pretended to be unconscious using his sympathy? Thinking of this, Xiang Yang slowly raised the iron rod in his hand. Be good, just endure a little, it will be over soon. After saying that, he struck the person's head hard. The iron rod and the head made close contact, and soon a noticeable lump appeared on the person's head, making him seem quite prominent. Hiss, I didn't expect you to be so sincere, this is indeed my fault. I didn't expect you to really be knocked out, Xiang Yang said, looking at the person unresponsive and shaking his head regretfully. No, since this is my fault, I have to find a way to make it up to you. Just bear with it, Xiang Yang said slowly. Then, with a slight glance, he swung down another hit, and soon a lump appeared on the other side as well, making it look more symmetrical. Xiang Yang looked at his masterpiece, his eyes flickering slightly, with a look of reluctance on his face. This person was simply too considerate. It was almost heart-wrenching how considerate he was. Don't worry, good brother. If it weren't for Lu Buzhu, you wouldn't be like this. I will go avenge you right now. Xiang Yang bowed, a determined look flashing in his eyes as he walked straight into the building. According to the information he had, Lu Buzhu should be on the top floor of the building, and he could simply charge straight in. Xiang Yang walked towards the elevator, but then, he discovered that this required a specific access card to operate, which he never expected. Bro, can I borrow your access card? I'll return it to you later, Xiang Yang said, looking at the man lying on the ground. Fortunately, there was this kind-hearted person, otherwise, he wouldn't even get to see Lu Buzhu. As the elevator slowly rose, Xiang Yang also reached the corridor on the top floor. At this moment, in the topmost room of the building, Lu Buzhu wore a confident smile as he looked at the short man in front of him. Lord Kakujin Jinchun, I hope you understand my importance. If you want to stand firm in Longsha country, you must cooperate with me, Lu Buzhu said. Kakujin Jinchun smiled slightly and said, I naturally understand your words. Since that is so, just tell me what benefits you want and what profit sharing you are looking for. I want 60-40. Moreover, you must let me provide the channels for your goods, meaning it must be exclusive cooperation, and I will not allow you to find anyone else, Lu Buzhu stated calmly. No problem at all. To promote cooperation, what is a mere benefit? Our friendship is what matters most, Kakujin Jinchun smiled faintly. A mere benefit meant nothing to them. Their main goal was to enter the market of Longsha country and also to steal some secrets. Furthermore, once the other party used their products, they would become dependent, then in the future, wouldn't the prices and distribution be dictated by themselves? Lord Jinchun, you are indeed straightforward. Then let us toast to our friendship and long-term cooperation. Lu Buzhu raised his glass of red wine and drank it all in one go. Kakujin Jinchun also raised his glass, smiled lightly, and then began to savor it. Boss, trouble has arisen. All surveillance systems in our building have been hacked and are now completely inoperable, a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a black uniform approached, bending slightly to speak. Can we find out what happened? Is there nothing that can be done to stop it? Lu Buzhu frowned and asked. We cannot track it down. The other party's technology is very advanced, and our people are completely powerless, the female secretary replied slowly. Useless. What am I paying them for if they can't even handle this? Have them protect the company's data from being lost first and send more security over. Lu Buzhu said angrily. Alright, I will arrange that right away, the female secretary said before hurriedly leaving. The gaze of the short man made her feel very uncomfortable. Chapter 84, Hello to you all. Lu Buzhu's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. He really couldn't figure out who would dare to invade his company. In this imperial capital, there should be no one willing to offend him. Mr. Buzhu, are you facing some difficulties? I think I can help you, Kakujin Jinchun said at this moment. No need, I can still handle this matter, Lu Buzhu waved his hand and responded. That's good. If you need help, don't hesitate to speak. Our people from Japan value loyalty above all and are definitely willing to help you share the burden, Kakujin Jinchun said slowly. I wonder what relationship that beautiful lady and you have. I really want to get to know her, he continued. She is just my secretary. If you like her, I can send her to your bed later, Lu Buzhu waved his hand and replied. He knew exactly what the other party meant, that lecherous face was enough to make anyone nauseous. Ha ha ha. I like your straightforwardness, then I shall have to comply. Kakujin Jinchun licked his lips, a greedy light in his eyes. Lu Buzhu looked at the other party and secretly sneered. He knew exactly what the other party wanted by cooperating with him, it was nothing more than trying to use him to expand some benefits. Wasn't he also using him? They were both clever foxes, playing tricks in this place as if it were fantasy. These years, his business had been thriving, and the number of people he had offended was countless. Though he was quite skilled in business, facing those with power made him feel uneasy. After all, a single word from them could bring him down. So, reluctantly, I came up with a plan to invite trouble into my own home. That was to cooperate with Japan, reach a drug deal, and sell it to some people. Then, when the situation escalates, I would step in, destroy the drugs, and conveniently develop a special medicine. Moreover, my research team has already begun to make some progress. Once my reputation expands, I would be a hero in the drug enforcement efforts, and I could walk proudly in this dragon summer country. As for those drug addicts, that would not be my concern. Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. What's the death of a few people? But sadly, that secretary of mine, the one I just hired, I've had my eye on her for a long time and haven't had a chance to enjoy her company, yet this guy is taking advantage of her. Wait, this guy is from Japan. Why don't I use him to get rid of that person? Lu Buju thought quietly, his eyes gleaming with insight. I've already sent someone to investigate Xiang Yang's background. He doesn't like to fight unprepared battles. Through my connections, I found out that the opponent has ties to the military district and seems quite close with the commander of the capital military district. And my son was beaten up by them. Seeking revenge is going to be hard, but today, this Japanese man has provided me with an opportunity. Lu Buju frowned, a look of sorrow appearing on his face as he sighed repeatedly. Jiao Jin Qingshan naturally noticed this scene and immediately stepped forward to ask, "Is there something troubling Lord Buju? Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help." Well, Lu Buju hesitated and said, "To be honest, I am worried about my son. He is of good character, kind and well-behaved, but recently, he offended someone at Capital University, and now he is lying in the hospital. Just thinking about it tears my heart apart." Lu Buju clutched his heart, a face full of pain. What? Such a thing exists? How despicable, how can there be such people? Jiao Jin Qingshan said angrily, "Lord, don't worry. Leave this matter to me, I will kill him for revenge on your son." That doesn't seem good. He seems to have some connections with the military district. If they catch wind of it. Haha, have you forgotten what we excel at? Don't worry, leave it to me, and I will guarantee that no traces will be left behind, Jiao Jin Qingshan said with a cold laugh. Ha ha ha. Lu Buju laughed heartily and said, "That was my oversight, I actually forgot about your skills. Since that's the case, I thank you in advance. His name is Xian Yang, located at Capital University." Achio. Xian Yang rubbed his nose, a thoughtful look on his face. Who is missing me? Could it be my grandparents? Forget it, I should finish what I'm doing first. With so many rooms, which one is Lu Buju's? Xian Yang wandered through the corridor and soon saw 4 or 5 muscular men in black standing motionless at the door, each holding an iron rod. Seeing this, Xian Yang's face lit up. This position was clear, they must be in this room, making it easy for him to find. "Excuse me, brothers, is Lu Buju in this room?" Xian Yang politely asked with a smile. The black-clad muscular men looked at Xiang Yang, who was dressed in a peculiar manner, with wary eyes. They had never seen him before. How did he get up here? The men exchanged glances, and without further ado, they decided to take care of him first and then report to the boss. With that thought, the black-clad muscular men moved swiftly. At this moment, Lu Buju and the other person in the room were joyfully drinking together when suddenly bang, the door to the room was opened, interrupting their thoughts instantly. Didn't I say that? If there's nothing going on, do not enter this room. Lu Buju looked at the muscular man in black with displeasure in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was someone he had hired at a high price, he would have kicked him out long ago. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Lu Buju roared at the unmoving man before him. At that moment, the muscular man in black still did not respond. Instead, his entire body suddenly leaned forward and fell to the ground with a dull thud, revealing Xiang Yang's figure behind him. "Hello there." Xiang Yang waved his hand and said, "Am I interrupting your fun? You can keep drinking, don't mind me. I'm quick with my work, I promise it won't hurt." Lu Buju stared in confusion at the young man with the green mask in front of him. He swore he had never seen this person before and couldn't recall any organization using this mask to kill. From the other party's tone, it seemed he was coming for him. "Who are you? If I've offended you in any way, I apologize here. Whatever they paid you, I will pay double." Lu Buju took a deep breath and slowly said. With the inherent aura of a superior, he could remain calm even in the face of danger, yet the bodyguard he hired at a high price was resolved like this. It showed the other party's exceptional strength. Chapter 85, Play a Game with Me. Xian Yang fell silent upon hearing the other party's words. The other party was offering him double the reward, but the key thing was that he actually wanted to kill him, not for money. After all, he was handling his own troubles and also preventing the principal from worrying further. Otherwise, he would have to go to the principal's office again, which was annoying.
Sorry, Lu Buju, but they didn't offer money, so I will have to take your life. Xiang Yang shook his head and said. Wait. Not money, they offered anything, I can pay double. Ah, really? Really? Then you are very cruel. They just want one life, and by offering double, wouldn't that mean I have to kill you both? Xiang Yang looked at the other short man in the room and spoke. What kind of bizarre logic is this? Lu Buju was already baffled by the other party's words. He found that they were completely not on the same page. How did he go from one life to 2 lives? Lord Lu Buju, don't panic. It's just a brat, I can easily take care of him for you, Zhao Zhen Jingshan said with a slight smile, completely dismissing Xiang Yang. Then I'll trouble you. Lu Buju slowly stepped back, leaving the arena for the two of them. Xiang Yang looked at the short man in front of him, and an uncontrollable killing intent burst forth from him. There was no doubt this perverted look and height clearly indicated he was from Yuangua. How can the other party have such a strong killing intent? This is impossible. It's fine, the other party is just a child, Zhao Zhen Jingshan comforted himself inwardly. Then, his figure flickered as he quickly moved forward. They had practiced speed in their country, after all, in martial arts, speed is absolute, as long as they were fast enough, the enemy would have no way to deal with them. Kid, can you keep up with my speed? Zhao Zhen Jingshan grinned wickedly and then threw a straight punch aimed at Xiang Yan's abdomen. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and Zhao Zhen Jingshan performed a 360-degree spin in midair, suddenly feeling stars in his eyes and a buzzing in his head. In that moment, he heard Xiang Yan's voice. Can you keep up with the speed of my slap? Saying this, Xiang Yang grabbed the other party's clothes and lifted him up, then slapped him back and forth, creating a never-ending sound of slapping, forming a wonderful melody. Stop hitting, I surrender. Your Excellency, spare my life. Spare your life? Do you really think I can spare you? I never thought I would see a Japanese person here, this truly is a rarity. Xiang Yan's eyes turned cold. Grandpa Wushwang had told him that encountering a person from this country meant one thing, death. Because they were not good people. Xiang Yang glanced at the little mustache on the opponent and found it increasingly irritating, and that hairstyle made him want to punch the guy even more. This is a time of peace. What you are doing is immoral. Besides, when two countries are at war, messengers are not to be harmed. Are you not afraid of ruining the peace between the two nations? Zhao Zhenjing Village slowly spoke, fear showing in his eyes. The other party's power was so frightening that he couldn't even endure a single exchange. Oh, so when two countries are at war, messengers are not to be harmed, right? Xiang Yang said, directly breaking the opponent's arm. I won't harm you, I'll just kill you instead. After saying that, he dismantled the opponent's limbs, rendering him unable to move. Ah! Zhao Zhenjing let out a painful scream. This Longsha person was simply too cruel, a complete madman. Stop. Let him go, or I will shoot. At this point, Lu Buju was holding a pistol, aiming it at Xiang Yang. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He knew it was better to rely on himself than anyone else. Zhao Zhenjing was such a useless guy that he hadn't even withstood a single round. Why do you have to do this? Why interrupt my fun? Xiang Yang's gaze was icy as he dragged Zhao Zhenjing along. You, don't come any closer. If you do, I will shoot. Lu Buju shouted loudly. At this moment, Xiang Yang kept moving forward, completely ignoring the other's words. Bang! Lu Buju pulled the trigger, and a gunshot rang out. The good news was he hit someone, the bad news was it seemed he hit the wrong person. Xiang Yang looked at the blood hole on Zhao Genjing's back and shook his head slightly. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Look, you've mistakenly injured your teammate. Come on, I'll give you a few more chances. Let's see how many bullets you have left, and if you can kill me? Lu Buju was sweating profusely all over his body. He had seen everything, he had clearly aimed at Xiang Yang's shoulder, but in that instant, the other person had lifted Zhao Zhenjing to block the bullet. It was as if he had predicted Lu's movement, as if he had reacted in that moment. But how was that possible? Could a person's reaction actually outpace a bullet? Lu Buju gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself down, gripping his pistol tightly and aiming it at Xiang Yang. Since that was the case, he would pull the trigger quickly. Victory by numbers. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 After a few shots, Lu Buju totally collapsed to the ground, not hitting a single shot, or one could say he hit them all. They all struck Zhao Zhenjing instead. TSK, why don't you try a few more shots? Xiang Yang looked at the blood holes on Zhao Genjing's back. Shoot a few more times, let's make it 7 bullet holes. Who knows, maybe you could summon a dragon. Spare me. I can give you a lot of money. I can serve you. I beg you.
At this moment, Lu Buzhu directly knelt on the ground, crying and begging.
Spare you? Alright, but you have to play a game with me. What game?
Lu Buzhu's voice trembled.
It's called the Five-Finger Mountain Game. I've already played it with your son. He proposed it, and it's precisely because of this game that you came to trouble me, right?
Xiangyang said, I had no choice but to act first for self-defense.
If you survive, I will let you go.
After finishing, Xiangyang glanced at Zhao Zhenjing in his hand and threw him aside with disdain. This person had done a good deed after all. Before death, he became a shield for himself.
So, are you going to play or not? You are Xiangyang?
Lu Buzhu's eyes filled with disbelief. The other person's words were very clear. His son was hospitalized because of him.
Ding dong, correct answer, but there is no prize. Xiangyang snapped his fingers and smiled slightly.
Now the game begins. The rules are simple, just don't make a sound.
If you do, I will kill you.
Lu Buzhu looked at the cyan mask on the other's face, listening to his cold words. His body trembled incessantly. Who was this person?
Was he a demon? No.
He was even more terrifying than a demon, simply a complete madman.
Chapter 86, You're Not Too Stupid Yet.
Under Lu Buzhu's shocked gaze, Xiangyang grabbed his arm, and then he understood what the Five-Finger Mountain Game meant, and he realized why his son's hand had become like this. He saw his index finger being broken apart. The piercing pain almost made him faint.
At that moment, Lu Buzhu wanted to scream loudly, but recalling Xiangyang's words, he ultimately swallowed the words back down. He had to endure. As long as he could endure, the other would let him go, then he would surely escape, taking his son to flee abroad. With such a madman here, staying in Longsha country was doomed. The other's strength and madness were beyond his imagination. As the saying goes, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. With each finger broken, Lu Buzhu's clothes were already drenched in sweat, but fortunately, he held on. Oh, you and your son are pretty tough. You're playing along well with me. I didn't expect you to hold on for so long, Xiangyang commented with admiration, saying it was just a game. See, can you let me go now?
I beg you, Lu Buzhu said slowly, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting, a joy of surviving a catastrophe. Before he could feel happy, Xiangyang's next words rang in his ears like a demon from hell.
It's useless to beg me, I can't let you go.
Our game isn't over yet, running away halfway isn't good, Xiangyang replied with a slight smile.
You said if I played the Five-Finger Mountain Game with you, you'd let me go? Yeah, I did say that, but we haven't finished playing, have we? Xiangyang finished speaking and looked down at Lu Buzhu's other arm. At this moment, Lu Buzhu's eyes trembled. What was the other person going to do? Was he going to ruin his other hand too? Did he never intend to let him go? You can't break your word, you promised me. Please, let me go, I promise I won't provoke you. Lu Buzhu knelt down and pleaded, what do you want? My company? I can give it to you, I can give you everything I have if you will just let me go. At this moment, in the face of death, everything seemed so insignificant, and Lu Buzhu was in that exact state. Oh dear, Boss Lu, why do you have to do this? I'm just playing a game with you, after all, this game was invented by your son. We should respect him, right? Xiangyang said with a grin. Then, ignoring Lu Buzhu's obstruction, he directly grabbed the other hand and continued his game. At this moment, Lu Buzhu had no choice, he could only play along with this madman until he was satisfied, hoping that the other would let him go. You know, it's strange, why? Your son offended me because he was incapable, yet you're taking revenge for him, and you are also incapable. You people are really quite irritating. I have no choice but to cut the roots completely. Snap. A finger of Lu Buzhu broke apart. When I went out, my grandparents taught me not to be bullied, yet you all keep coming to trouble me. Why is that? Snap. I really like this game your son invented. Do you think you like it? He said I can't escape his Five-Finger Mountain. Do you think I can escape? At this moment, Xiangyang was calm. With each sentence, he broke one of Lu's fingers. He originally intended to kill him directly, but before dying, he at least wanted him to realize his mistakes. This is what Long Yi taught him. He hoped the other party could understand his kind intentions. At this moment, Lu Buzhu's face was pale, his lips were purple, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He didn't know if it was from biting himself or from excessive fear. See, can you let me go now? I've lost all 10 fingers to you. I beg you, let me leave. Lu Buzhu pleaded, his eyes were dazed, filled with the yearning for survival. No, we can continue playing. Xiangyang switched his cold tone. You have no fingers left, but you still have toes, and if I take those, you still have ribs. Today, we will keep playing. The long night has plenty of time. Why you never intended to let me leave alive? You just want to torture me. Lu Buzhu's voice trembled as he spoke. Only realizing it now? You must be a bit too stupid. Xiangyang's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile.
The grandpa Wushwang had told him not to let go of anyone who colludes with the Japanese.
Kill if you can.
He had hacked into this company's network system. The other party had no business cooperation with the Japanese, so why did the Japanese appear here? From the moment they met, he had no intention of letting the other party leave alive.
Why, you're a demon. You will get retribution. You will go to hell. Hee, sorry, my codename is Madman, not Demon. Also, I can't go to hell.
Xiang Yang smiled confidently.
I am a really good person, even going to heaven after death would feel like a loss. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. After all, I've played enough. Have a good journey. Xiang Yang's eyes turned cold as he grabbed the other party by the neck.
By the way, I forgot to tell you, as a good person, I will send your son down to reunite with you. Don't worry, no need to thank me, it's what I should do. Xiang Yang grinned, then with one hand, he twisted sharply and directly snapped the other party's neck.
Not bad, I didn't expect that the night view of the capital is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, you two won't be able to see it.
Xiang Yan walked to the window, gazing outside, sighing. It's time to leave now, I can still nap when I get back.
Xiang Yang looked down at the watch he had just bought, specifically for convenience when doing good deeds.
Xiang Yang stepped over the two and slowly walked out of the room, then kindly closed the door for them. At this moment, the female secretary walked over and happened to see Xiang Yang closing the door.
Ha! Who are you? How did you get in? Don't you know that no unauthorized personnel are allowed here?
Before she could finish, the blue-masked man covered her mouth, and she realized that he might be here to kill. Lu Buju and that short man must have encountered misfortune.
Shoo! Don't make a sound, it would be bad to disturb people.
Your boss and the guest are sleeping, and they probably won't wake up for a while. Xiang Yang said, now behave, walk back without looking back, or I can't guarantee what will happen.
Do you understand? The female secretary nodded tremblingly.
Xiang Yang directly let go of the other person. At this moment, the female secretary obediently followed Xiang Yang's words, step by step walking back, not daring to look back, fearing that the other party would kill her.
Chapter 87, The Evidence of Achievements.
The female secretary had already reached the end of the corridor, but still didn't dare to look back, afraid that the other party would kill her directly. May I turn around now, the female secretary said tremblingly. After waiting for a long time without anyone responding, she cautiously turned her head, only to find the corridor was empty. At this moment, she had collapsed to the ground. If she guessed correctly, the two people in the room were probably dead. Should I call the police? Call the police? The female secretary took out her phone and was about to dial the emergency number but then put it down.
Since Lu Buju was dead, and the building's surveillance was down, why couldn't she steal some property?
She had come for the high salary for the secretary job, and if it weren't for her brother urgently needing medical expenses, she wouldn't come to such a place. Riches are sought through danger. Anyway, the other party has done so many bad things, and I am taking ill-gotten gains. The female secretary gritted her teeth and said, then headed downstairs. Although she had been next to Lu Buju for a short time, she still knew many of his secrets. At this moment, Xiang Yang's figure had appeared outside the building. The reason he did not kill that woman was simply because it was unnecessary. The other party was lucky not to have seen him kill, otherwise, he couldn't leave any witnesses. Soon, Xiang Yang arrived at the prestigious university. Looking at the closed dormitory door, he sighed softly. He would have to climb up again using the same old trick.
Should I just smash the glass to get in? Xiang Yang pondered.
He quickly extinguished this thought. Doing so would be too disturbing and would have a bad impact.
If he really did that, Principal Lao Dang would probably nag him again.
Xiang Yang took off his mask and gloves, then set them on fire, watching the ashes burn away, nodding in satisfaction.
The next morning, the entire dormitory building started waking up early.
Those who didn't get up were harshly dealt with by their instructors. One instructor stood in front of a door, hesitating, and yes, he was in front of the door to room 501.
At this moment, he was almost in tears. Why was he assigned to such a dormitory? How was he supposed to wake them up?
He didn't want to end up like Chen Xiao, directly returning to the military district to recuperate.
Go for it, Donggu, you are the best.
Just be bold, we are your strongest support. Donggu, the man being called, had a slightly stiff expression. These people really could talk without knowing the pain. If they weren't standing so far away from him, he would have believed them. Donggu took a deep breath, then was about to start knocking on the door, but unexpectedly the door suddenly opened, and Lu Zhuangzhuang and Panin stood at the doorway, fully dressed.
Hey! Instructor, what are you doing here? Are you here to wake us up? Panin asked with a puzzled expression. Good. You two are great.
When the time comes, I'll give you both extra points, as long as you both get up on time from now on, Donggu said, looking moved. Hearing this, the two were instantly confused and exchanged glances, but then looking at Xiang Yang, who was sleeping soundly in bed, they instantly understood. It could be said that fourth brother was really something else. He had only been at school a few days, and his intimidating presence was already this strong. "Don't worry, instructor, we understand," Pan sighed and looked sympathetically at the other. "As long as you understand, now come with me for training, and close the door so you don't disturb people's sleep."
Dong-gu nodded. Then, he quietly closed the door.
It can be said that this new student military training is really cruel. Almost all the instructors have been to the battlefield, and every activity is extremely difficult.
They quickly couldn't hold on any longer, and the cries of despair echoed throughout the square.
But among these people, there were only two who weren't that tired, Lu Zhuangzhuang and Panin. The instructors always assigned them the easiest training, which made them both feel incredibly comfortable.
Whoa, the principal doesn't deceive me. Following fourth brother really has prospects. Although it's a bit dangerous, it's truly enjoyable.
Panin said while wiping tears from the corners of his eyes.
Exactly, I thought the principal was just fooling us, but I didn't expect it to be true.
Lu Zhuangzhuang nodded in agreement.
At that moment, the instructor called Dong-gu looked at the two who weren't tired and secretly let out a sigh of relief.
He had no choice. If these two trained too hard and couldn't get up the next day, that would be a real problem, and it would really be the end of him.
All right. Stop howling. You've rested well, right? Now let's start training. We still have many activities today.
No, instructor.
Even if I die today, I won't train, it's just too exhausting. Exactly. We're going on strike, and we absolutely won't train anymore.
We are the flowers of the motherland, you should cherish us.
Right, brothers, we're not training anymore.
We'll just sit here. If this continues, we will eventually be exhausted to death. At this time, the instructor trembled in anger. These new students were simply too excessive.
If this were in the military district, he would definitely handle them one by one. You all shut up. Bang!
The instructor had just begun to speak when a loud sound came from the air. Everyone looked toward the sound and saw the door of dormitory 501 slowly fall to the ground.
What's all the noise? Don't you know that disturbing someone's sleep early in the morning is very excessive? If anyone is making noise and doesn't want to train, I don't mind helping them.
Xiang Yang's cold gaze swept across the area, and a killing intent involuntarily radiated from him.
At that moment, he was very angry.
He had come back late, and the climb upstairs consumed a lot of his energy.
Now, even wanting to sleep soundly was impossible.
After Xiang Yang finished speaking, he directly turned back into his room without lingering too long, seizing the opportunity of still being sleepy to quickly catch up on his rest.
Gulyolu.
At that time, the only sound below was the swallowing of saliva, with no more noises from before. Instructor, what activities do we have today? I suddenly feel full of energy and want to train. One of the students slowly stood up and spoke softly. Todd, today we will still do weight-bearing running. Let's start training. The instructor cleared his throat and spoke softly. As the words fell, many new students consciously picked up the weights beside them and began to run.
Running is good. Running is very safe.
They can confront the instructor and go on strike. After all, they estimate that the instructor wouldn't be too harsh with them. But Xiang Yang's words, let's forget it. The level of terror he exuded was simply beyond their imagination. There are still 3 lying in the hospital.
It can be said that the evidence is verifiable. Chapter 88, Lu Buju is dead?
An extremely abstract scene appeared in the square. Countless new students were sweating and gritting their teeth, holding on without making any sound. Beside them, the instructor wore a look of satisfaction, continuously signaling with his hands. This scene was eerily harmonious, with no disputes whatsoever. Sure enough, it's fourth brother. Although barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes, those not wearing shoes are afraid of those reckless madmen.
Panin thought to himself.
At this moment, he and Lu Zhuangzhuang sat under the shade of a tree to cool off, as the instructor assigned them a training count to prevent anyone from slacking off, but it was just a title. According to the two of them, there wasn't this position before Xiang Yang arrived, but now it existed. Of course, some people raised doubts, but the instructor said one sentence that instantly shut them up and even made them show expressions of respect.
That sentence was,
if you guys can share a dorm with Xiang Yang, I will allow you to slack off, and you won't even need to come to training.
How about it? Do you dare?
As the instructor's voice fell, the place was eerily silent, not a sound was heard. Now they had no complaints, they could only say that these two lazy ones deserved to slack. They were qualified to slack.
Time reached noon, and Xiang Yang stretched lazily, rubbing his blurry eyes.
This nap was really comfortable, Xiang Yang sighed, but then he felt something was off. Why was it so quiet today?
Shouldn't they be shouting slogans or something? Is there no training today?
Xiang Yang was filled with doubts and then got up, ready to go outside and take a look.
Huh? Which shameless person tore down our dorm door? It's simply infuriating.
Xiang Yang said angrily, looking at the door lying on the ground in a terrible state. Now he had completely forgotten what happened in the morning. His waking up mood was not just severe, sometimes it felt like he was a bit lost. Xiang Yang stepped over the door and looked at the new students training below, then glanced at the instructor beside him, and instantly understood. It turned out there wasn't a lack of training, just no noise at all. This wouldn't do. Military training without sound was pointless. How could they achieve their training purpose like this? You all make some noise during training. Otherwise, military training will lose its meaning. Hurry up and shout the slogans. Shout louder. Xiang Yang shouted from above. He truly couldn't stand such an atmosphere. Upon hearing the school bully speak, the new students had no choice but to oblige, and they shouted the slogans out loud, instantly creating a deafening roar of momentum. And you, how are you even an instructor? Why don't you train them instead of just gesturing? Xiang Yang said with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the instructor below twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy was truly changeable. Just a moment ago, he told them to keep quiet, and now he asked them to command loudly. But thankfully, the guy finally woke up. They had long been unable to endure this kind of training method. Then, a fiery training session began, as Xiang Yang's presence made the training exceptionally easy, with no opposing voices heard. In contrast, in the principal's office, Zhang Xiaotian wore a worried expression. He was already in a bad mood in the morning, and now the new student's training was silent. He had gone out to check, and upon looking, the training was just fine, though the atmosphere felt a bit strange. He hadn't thought much of it at the time since they were professionals, and he didn't feel the need to meddle. However, while he was grading documents, suddenly, a loud slogan rang in his ears, startling him so much that the tip of his pen went from the document above to below, like a hideous scar. Wah wah wah, these little brats, I don't want to be the principal for another day. If I go down there now, I might not survive for long. Zhang Xiaotian wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes, unable to hold back his sorrow. In the few days since Xiang Yang arrived, he had been sleeping later than a pig and getting up earlier than a rooster. He realized that the days since Xiang Yang arrived were the busiest days for him. The most exciting few days. Forget it, forget it. I'll just call Lu Buzhu. Better not let them find trouble with Xiang Yang, otherwise it could either lead to death or someone being crippled. I really can't stand it. Zhang Xiaotian sighed and then wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Zhang Xiaotian picked up the telephone on the table and dialed. It was still the one he asked from others. Being the president of Beijing University, he believed the other party would give him some face. The sound of the call connecting came to his ears. Hello, I am the president of Beijing University. I need to speak to your boss Lu Buzhu about something. I hope you can transfer the call to him. What? He's dead? Okay. I understand, my condolences. Zhang Xiaotian took a deep breath and slowly set the phone down. It was a female secretary who answered. She said their boss died in the office yesterday, and the cause of death is still unclear. All the surveillance cameras were destroyed, and there was no way to track the person down. The police are still investigating further. I never expected it to be so coincidental. Zhang Xiaotian chuckled in disbelief and shook his head. Yesterday I just warned Xiang Yang to be careful of revenge, and today the other party is dead in the company. Wait a minute. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened, as if he thought of something. He had a bold guess. Could the other party's death be related to Xiang Yang? After all, the timing was too coincidental. Moreover, he heard that 2 people died in the room, both severely injured. In his knowledge, only Xiang Yang could kill someone without anyone knowing. After all, to destroy all the surveillance equipment, it's a huge organization. Very few people could pull off such a feat at that time. Xiang Yang's roommate had told him that Xiang Yang knew hacking technology. Then does that mean I caused Lu Buzhu's death? Zhang Xiaotian said with self-doubt. He only kindly reminded Xiang Yang to be careful, yet the other party resolved the problem at its roots. No. I need to call him over to ask. If it really was him, then things could get serious. I hope Lu Wuming can withstand the pressure. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly dialed Xiang Yang's number. Not long after, Xiang Yang yawned, lying on the office sofa, with an impatient expression on his face. He said, President Laodang, why did you call me over again? Can you stop calling me all the time? Do you know how tiring it is to come here? Xiang Yang, I called you over to ask you something. This matter is very important, and I hope you can answer me. Zhang Xiaotian said with a serious expression. Xiang Yang looked at him doubtfully, then nodded. What important matter could this old deng have to discuss with him? Chapter 89, The Tragic Lu Wuming. Seeing Xiang Yang nod, Zhang Xiaotian did not hesitate and directly asked, Is Lu Buzhu's death related to you? In other words, did you kill him? Upon hearing those words, Xiang Yang's face changed, and he stood up to say, President Laodang, have you discovered something? Or do you already have evidence? Zhang Xiaotian, seeing Xiang Yang's reaction, suddenly felt tense. What other evidence did he need? This person was definitely the murderer, there was no doubt about it. I don't have evidence, I'm just asking you. So, did you kill him? Zhang Xiaotian said. No evidence, huh?
Xian Yang, upon hearing this, directly sat down on the sofa, showing a confident expression on his face. He thought to himself, how could there be any evidence when he did it so perfectly? I didn't kill him, it must have been someone else. You can go ask others. Xian Yang said. Really, you didn't kill him? Xian Yang, if you honestly confess, I can help you cover it up. Continuing like this won't bring you any good. Zhang Xiaotian added. Principal Old Deng, you must not wrong a good person. Without evidence, to say that I killed him, be careful, I might sue you for defamation. But he is dead, shouldn't you be happy? This way, you don't have to worry about him coming to cause you trouble. Why do you care so much about how he died? Or do you feel the need to find out the whole truth and capture the murderer? After saying this, Xiang Yang squinted his eyes, and a killing intent involuntarily leaked out. No. Absolutely not. I also think this incident has nothing to do with you. I just simply feel he deserved to die. I brought you here just to ask, that's all. Zhang Xiaotian looked at the unfriendly expression on the other's face, his body suddenly shivered, and he hurriedly began to explain. I see, I thought so. Since there's nothing going on, I'll leave now. Xian Yang said with a slight smile and stood up to leave. As he walked to the door, Xian Yang seemed to think of something and turned back to say, Principal Old Deng, don't pursue this matter any further. Otherwise, I feel you might get deeply involved. Also, this door handle isn't very sturdy. You should replace it with a new one. Xian Yang suddenly exerted strength and pulled the handle off the door, then threw it to Zhang Xiaotian, slamming the door behind him, looking extremely graceful. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's face turned pale as he stared at the door handle on the table, feeling deep regret inside. He knew he shouldn't have called this madman over. They felt that if they continued to suspect each other, they would surely be killed by the other. The killing intent from the other person in that instant seemed to place them into a 1,000-year cold pool, utterly freezing. Haha, Lu Buju, I hope you won't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your name. Now you can't even keep your life. Zhang Xiaotian shook his head and spoke. Inside his heart, he didn't feel much burden. Even if he didn't say it, Lu Buju would still find someone to deal with Xiang Yang, and at that time, he would also be killed by Xiang Yang. He was merely speeding up the process. It is said that dying early leads to early reincarnation. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian shook his head, no longer wanting to think about these matters. At his age, he still wanted to enjoy his later years and didn't want to be involved in these matters anymore. Should I tell Lu Wuming? Forget it, with the other party's ability, they will definitely know it was Xiang Yang who did it. I won't worry about that, better to focus on my own things. Zhang Xiaotian forced a laugh, then continued writing the proposal. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian did not know that Lu Wuming had already exploded with anger. Yes, exploded. He had carefully planned for so long, and he was about to catch them, having already traced where this batch of drugs came from and found the people to control that group. With just one command, he could capture Lu Buju and that Japanese person all at once. At that time, he would add a significant achievement to his career. You must know that every supreme commander of Longshan nation throughout history has been a person of great merit, each contributing outstandingly to the country. And as the youngest supreme commander in history, Lu Wuming certainly did not want to fall behind his predecessors. He had been watching the Lu family group for so many years, and it was right there at the end of the line. The great achievement was about to be completed, and unexpectedly, this morning news came that Lu Buju and that Japanese person were dead. Died in his own office, no less. The most ridiculous part was that all the surveillance cameras were broken, and it was impossible to find out who did it. Just like that, they were gone. Commander, what do you think we should do next? Should we pursue the murderer? After all, the deaths of those two were extremely tragic. Chi Quan said from the side. Pursue what? Those two were justly dead, one was a foreign spy, and the other was a traitor selling the country. Neither of them were good people. Death is death. Lu Wuming shouted angrily. Now you go and publicize the criminal evidence against Lu Buju from these years, to quell the public's suspicions. As for the deaths of those two people, just say we sent someone to take them out, they resisted stubbornly and refused to surrender. So this is the only way. Ah! Chi Quan exclaimed in surprise. The commander's arrangement had no problems, but didn't this indirectly protect the murderer? Wasn't it letting that person get away with it? What do you mean ah? Hurry up, am I not convincing anymore? Lu Wuming said unhappily. Okay, Commander, I understand. I'll go take care of it right now. Chi Quan quickly responded upon seeing his commander's anger and rushed out. At this moment, Lu Wuming sat tiredly in his chair, a bitter smile on his face. Was he protecting the murderer? He couldn't help but do it. Based on their description, the murderer was already quite obvious, it was Xiang Yang. Only he had the power in the imperial capital to kill someone unnoticed.
Moreover, that Japanese man was not an easy character, he was a well-known master in Japan that average people could not deal with. If they sent someone to kill him, they would have to send an elite team, but if Xiang Yang made a move, it would all make sense.
Xiang Yang, oh Xiang Yang, are you sent by heaven to torment me? Lu Wuming sighed. Although this time you didn't kill the wrong person and did very well, but couldn't you have waited a little longer? My glorious historical achievements. At this moment, Lu Wuming's heart was extremely bitter, as if something he had worked hard to manage for years was about to bear fruit, only to be stolen away by the other party. This was something he never expected. If it were someone else, he would have dealt with them, but this person was that madman Xiang Yang. He could guarantee that once he condemned him, the people in prison would tear him apart. So now he could only swallow his anger and had no way to deal with Xiang Yang. As for this credit, it could only go to Xiang Yang. After all, it was the other party who killed 2 people, even though he hadn't obtained any permission, but overall, he eliminated harm for the people, and the strength of that person, Zhao Zhenjing, was not to be underestimated. He was still worrying about how to handle him, and fortunately, Xiang Yang solved it too. This time he also didn't gain nothing, at least he had struck down quite a few drug points, and the Japanese behavior was terribly excessive. He had to seek a statement from them, a small border country daring to invade Longxia. Chapter 90, Refreshing. At this moment, in the hospital of the imperial capital, Lu Feng was eating fruit fed by a bodyguard, enjoying a beautiful woman massaging him behind, clearly unaware of his father's passing, since all this happened too fast. Don't you know I don't like oranges? How dare you bring me oranges?
Lu Feng frowned and directly scolded. Then he raised his hand to hit it, only to be struck by a piercing pain, which reminded him that he was still injured. I'm sorry, young master, I forgot.
I'll go change it for you right away.
The bodyguard in black said in panic.
You slap yourself, and keep slapping until I'm satisfied.
Lu Feng said coldly. At this moment, he was filled with anger, and once his father took care of Xiang Yang, he would definitely dance on his corpse. Hearing this, the bodyguard's eyes revealed a look of unwillingness, but he still raised his hand and slapped himself. There was no way, after all, the other side had a good start, and he was Lu Buju's son. Smack! 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 The crisp sound of slaps echoed in the hospital, and a twisted smile appeared at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. He turned and said to the beautiful woman behind him, "Put in more strength, serve me well, and I'll reward you heavily." Okay, the woman trembled as she spoke. She had never seen such disgusting and brutal people.
Lin Fei frowned and looked at Lu Feng, who had a face of enjoyment, and said, I say, brother, you've gone too far, haven't you?
It's enough, he didn't do it on purpose.
Is it really okay to insult someone like this? Did I insult him? I'm just teaching him a lesson. If you're a dog, you need to have the awareness of a dog, Lu Feng sneered. Besides, even if I did insult him, so what? What can you do about it, poor Pan Jun? At this moment, Lu Feng's expression was extremely provoking as he looked at the 2 people. You. Lin Fei pointed at Lu Feng, wanting to say something, but stopped. He didn't expect the other person to be so arrogant, so shameless. He now hoped Yang Xiang was here, if so, he could just take care of this guy in front of him and see if he still dared to act so arrogantly. TCH. If you don't have the strength, don't pretend. If it weren't for the fact that there are only a few rooms in the hospital, do you think I would want to be close to you too? In real life, you wouldn't even have the qualification to get close to me. You should hate yourselves for not having a good dad, Lu Feng said with a smile. He couldn't help it, he was just that lucky. Ha, you just rely on your dad, right? Wait until your dad is gone, let's see what you have to be arrogant about, Yang Xiang, standing next to him, mocked. He couldn't stand the arrogance of the other person. Sorry, my dad is in his prime and won't die anytime soon. How does that make you feel? Lu Feng said smugly. He could have kicked the 2 of them out, but after thinking it through, he decided it wasn't necessary. Watching them see him enjoy life, driving them crazy, he just loved the look in their eyes of wanting to get rid of him but being unable to, except for that madman, of course. I hope old dad kills him soon, otherwise that guy says I won't live past 7 days, I'm afraid he will kill me within those 7 days, Lu Feng thought to himself, though he thought it was unlikely, he was still very anxious. At that moment, a big man in black suddenly pushed the door and barged in, his eyes cold, directly stopping the bodyguard who was still slapping Lu Feng. What are you doing? Who told you to barge in? You don't want to live anymore, do you? And I didn't tell him to stop, why should he stop? Lu Feng yelled. His mood was already bad, and this guy just walked into his line of fire. The big man in black did not respond to him, walked up, and with a sudden force, slapped Lu Feng, sending him from the bed to the ground. This sudden scene stunned everyone present. Lin Fei and Yang Xiang exchanged glances, and questions flashed through their minds. Why did they suddenly have internal strife? Big brother. What are you doing? He is the young master.
If Lu Buzhu finds out about this, he will throw you into the sea to feed the fish. The bodyguard who just slapped Lu Feng hurriedly stepped forward to help him up, an anxious look on his face.
Let him go.
He's not a young master at all. The Lu group has collapsed. The military has already released the news. Lu Buzhu was executed yesterday, the big man in black said impatiently.
Impossible. You're talking nonsense. How could my dad be dead?
Before Lu Feng could finish, the big man in black opened his phone and found the latest news, putting it in front of everyone. On it were listed Lu Buzhu's various crimes, along with the military's seal, proving that the matter could not be fake. The bodyguard who was still helping Lu Feng, after seeing this, immediately released his hand, kicking the guy to the ground, then feeling unsatisfied, he kicked him a few more times. The surrounding bodyguards also rushed in. They had been tortured enough by the other side these days, and now was the best time for revenge.
Let me have a kick too. Don't steal my turn, I want to kick him too.
Today, I have to kick him to death.
Damn it. Am I supposed to bring you urine, just to show you how good it tastes?
The ward was a complete mess. Lin Fei and Yang Xing exchanged glances, swallowing hard together, and could only say one phrase, so satisfying. This was even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. This was simply a real-life fantasy.
Brother Yang, you are the one.
Your mouth is like it's been blessed, the other guy's dad is really dead. Oh, it's nothing, just basic operation. Being modest here, Yang Xing waved his hand, looking humble. Just as the two were showering each other with compliments, the ward door was opened again. This time, the head nurse came in and directly stopped the muscular man who was still acting. You all stop. If you keep fighting, I'll have to call the police. Upon hearing this, the many bodyguards immediately stopped. One of them spat on Lu Feng, then turned away, and even the nearby massage lady was dragged away by the crowd. After all, they had paid for her services, they couldn't waste it.
What's going on here?
You all, pick him up to the hospital bed, the head nurse instructed those behind her.
Oh no, my stomach hurts. Me too. Oh my, I think I forgot to turn off the gas at home.
After a few nurses said this, they all fled. What a joke, that person was now reeking of urine, and during these days in the hospital, they had already had enough of him, always teasing them and getting hands-on.
You are truly outrageous, the head nurse shouted angrily, then looked at Lu Feng. You crawl up by yourself, my stomach hurts a little too. At this moment, Lu Feng looked extremely miserable. I really envy someone who has a good dad. Yeah, he's in his prime, he can live for a long time. What can you do to me, so impressive?
Lin Fei and Yang Xing said sarcastically, both showing expressions of satisfaction. The Lu group collapsed overnight, countless employees scattered, and even a few fled with a lot of cash. When the military released the evidence of Lu Buzhu's crimes over the years, it caused an uproar. For a time, Lu Buzhu became the object of everyone's disdain. When Lu Buzhu's body was transported to the crematorium, it was said that some people even danced on his coffin, tears in their eyes, clearly feeling severely wronged.
Chapter 91, The Urine is Toxic.
The military training time at the Imperial Capital University passed quickly, because this training was quite harsh and strict. It was set for 7 days. This relieved many new students at Imperial Capital University. During these days, they had experienced hell-like feelings. These instructors were simply inhumane. They had thought about resisting, and they had not resisted before, but when they first attempted to resist, they encountered Xiang Yang. It ended in failure. At this moment, in dormitory 501, Lu Zhuangzhuang and Panin felt nothing. For them, these days were merely about eating and drinking, and the sacrifice was just waking up a bit earlier, which was not difficult at all for them. The two of them looked at Xiang Yang, thanks to their great fourth brother.
Fourth brother, what are you looking at? So engrossed? Panin asked curiously.
Oh, it's nothing, just checking the news about the Lu group, Xiang Yang slowly replied, not expecting that he had hit the mark this time. It was clear that the person had done terrible things, truly too outrageous, even dealing drugs.
The Lu group? Wow.
I know about this, I didn't expect such a large group to collapse overnight, it's really unbelievable.
That's right.
I also heard that Lu Buzhu resisted, so the military had no choice but to kill him. I don't know if this is true or not, Lu Zhuangzhuang scratched his head and said. Third brother, you guessed right. He indeed resisted, but it wasn't the military that killed him. Xiang Yang shook his head and said.
How do you know, fourth brother? Did you see it? Panin joked. I did see it. Since you say that, I indeed saw it, Xiang Yang nodded seriously.
Okay.
You saw it. Panin and Lu Zhuangzhuang spoke in unison, thinking the other was joking. How could anyone see it?
They heard the surveillance was destroyed, and only the military that killed Lu Buzhu could have seen it. Tomorrow, Big Brother should be able to be discharged from the hospital.
Should we go out for a nice meal?
Just to celebrate, Panin raised his hand and suggested.
I think that's fine.
Fourth brother, what do you think? Lu Zhuangzhuang turned to ask.
Eating. I have no problem. I'm free anytime, Xiangyang thought for a moment and said. This should be a gathering among friends, and he should really participate, as it could strengthen their friendship. The three reached an agreement and waited quietly for Big Brother to be discharged tomorrow. At this time in the hospital, Lin Fei had already packed his things. He just needed to get through today to be discharged. He had nearly worn out his welcome in the hospital. Brother, I'm leaving a step ahead tomorrow. Come to our dorm to hang out when you have time, Lin Fei said, smiling at Yang Xing. I'll see. I'm actually quite busy, but if I have time, I'll definitely come over, Yang Xing forced a smile and said. Going over? What a joke. Who knows what that madman Xiang Yang would do if he saw me? He might suddenly decide to give me a 666 meal, and I simply can't afford that. As for why Lin Fei was the first to be discharged, it was entirely because Yang Xing's facial injury was the most serious and required a few more days in the hospital for observation. Well, I was actually thinking of introducing my other roommates to you. They are all really nice, Lin Fei said, shaking his head in disappointment. He then looked at the green-haired guy in bed, his lips curling in disdain. This guy was clearly out of his mind now, but at least he was clean. He was here primarily because his father had paid a lot of hospitalization fees before he died. After all, the fees hadn't expired, and the hospital couldn't just kick him out. In these days, Lin Fei and his companion hadn't acknowledged each other. With his dad like that, it was likely this guy wasn't a good person either. Eventually, he would probably end up inside too, it was just that they hadn't been able to pin anything on him yet. It must be said, whatever Lin Fei thought happened, as he saw the hospital room door suddenly burst open, and several police officers entered. You are Lu Feng, right? You need to come with us. We received a report that you forced several young girls to do things against their will, and the illegal casino you set up seems to have some connection with you, the leading officer spoke. That's right. I did it all. Go ahead and arrest me, but I need a lawyer. You have to send more people to protect me, a madman might come back to kill me, Lu Feng said excitedly upon seeing them. His mental state had been at its lowest these days. His father was dead, and so what? He still had some money. He had hidden money in several places, enough for him to make a comeback if only he could stay alive. He had to live at least. Today was the last day of the deadline given by Xiang Yang, and he felt like he was scared to death. The police, seeing Lu Feng's reaction, felt puzzled but still approached to put handcuffs on him. He had admitted it, which saved them a lot of time. Just as the handcuffs were about to touch Lu Feng's wrist, suddenly his eyes widened, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, black gas oddly rose from his shoulder, and the flesh and blood on his shoulder began to dissolve in chunks. Save me, save me. Lu Feng was howling in pain, unable to suppress the black blood spewing from his mouth. The many police officers had never seen such a situation and started to retreat. Lu Feng's condition was like a zombie from a movie, as if he had been infected with poison. Damn! Damn! It's mutated, Lin Fei shouted loudly. I knew there was something wrong with the urine of those strong men, it must be carrying some kind of virus, otherwise it couldn't smell so bad. Finally, Lu Feng fell to the ground, his body began to be slowly corroded, although not as quickly as before, it was still visibly dissolving. Lu Feng's body then shook a few times and fell silent. Are you saying that he was beaten by a few strong men? Then at that moment, they poisoned him by urinating, the policeman asked, his face darkening. That's right, officer. I would never lie, it's definitely like that. So please take me to check, I feel I might be poisoned too, after all, I don't know if it spreads through the air, that urine really stinks. Lin Fei showed an anxious expression on his face and immediately stood up to give himself a full-body check. Go ahead, I hope you don't run around. When the autopsy report comes out, I will still look for you. Okay, I know. Lin Fei's figure gradually faded away. At this moment, Yang Xing weakly raised his hand. Does this classmate have any discoveries? Or do you know who the murderer is? The leading policeman asked excitedly. No, not that, I just want to say take me to check too, I also smelled it. Yang Xing spoke up. The policeman. Chapter 92, I will bow to you. At this moment in the dormitory of the Imperial Capital University, Xiang Yang sat by his bed, playing with a silver needle, his eyes flashing with thought. By calculating the time, that Lu Feng kid has probably turned into blood water by now. That's right, that day I poisoned him the moment I patted his shoulder, piercing his shoulder with this silver needle. This was a self-defense method left to me by Grandma Poison. This silver needle was developed under the refinement of dozens of poisons, its toxicity is extremely high, able to silently dissolve a person. At that time, I asked Grandma Poison what this poison was called, and she told me it was called bone corrosion liquid, a must-have medicine for eliminating bad people without leaving evidence. After hearing that, I nodded, because the potion was too much for me to take, I could only settle for a substitute and take a silver needle instead. Although its toxicity was slightly less, it was still not to be underestimated. That day I used the pain from him breaking his finger to gently pierce his shoulder skin. In that situation, he couldn't observe, so no evidence would be left. After all, Grandma Poison said this was her secret recipe, and no one could figure out an antidote. "Hey, fourth brother, what are you doing here?" Panin walked over and asked, then glanced at the silver needle in Xiang Yang's hand. "This thing is good, just right. I ate too much meat earlier and got something stuck in my teeth. Can you lend it to me? I'll return it later." After that, Panin reached out as if to snatch the silver needle from Xiang Yang. "No. You can't use this thing." Xiang Yang quickly put the silver needle away, as if it vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. "Huh? Can't use, okay, looks like this is specially for picking teeth. You just dislike me," Panin said with a disappointed expression, not expecting that there would be a barrier between them, that he wouldn't even lend him a small silver needle. "If you really want to use it, I can give it to you, but the precondition is that you might lose your life," Xiang Yang said. "If you are a body immune to all poisons, you might be able to use it. I won't stop you." He still remembered his poisonous grandmother saying there was a special constitution, called the poison body, which was incredibly strong, immune to all poisons. But there was a fatal flaw: one couldn't live long, everyone would not live past 20. What is this poison body? Is the consequence this serious?" Panin said, looking confused. Then he waved his hand and said, "I won't use it. I'll just go borrow a toothpick from another dorm." After saying that, Panin turned to leave. He sometimes couldn't understand Xiang Yang's behavior, but his intuition told him it was dangerous. He should ask less. The next morning, several people got up early. Xiang Yang, unusually, did not stay in bed, because today their big brother was being discharged from the hospital, and he had to welcome him. "Second brother, when is big brother coming back? Did he message you?" Lu Zhuangzhuang asked impatiently. They had been waiting for a long time. Soon. Big brother said he was already on the way back. He just reported to the police," Panin said helplessly. "Police? Report? Are hospitals this advanced now? Do we need to report to the police when being discharged?" Lu Zhuangzhuang said in disbelief. Could it be that hospitals in the imperial capital were special? Panin shook his head after hearing that. He also expressed that he didn't understand. Compared to the two of them, Xiang Yang was much calmer. At the bedside, he was playing a game on his phone, his movements incredibly smooth. The process was exceptionally smooth, and nobody was typing insults at him, not even the signal ones. Panin saw the scene. A confident smile appeared on his face. It could be said that he was indeed formidable. He had blocked all messages from Xiang Yang's teammates, even the ones from the opposite side. This way, victory was assured. No longer afraid of Xiang Yang revealing the real-life identities of others. While they were waiting, suddenly the door of the room was opened, and a frail figure appeared before the three of them. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Big brother is back. Did you miss me?" Shouts, screams. Lin Fei shouted excitedly, trembling all over, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Big brother, I missed you so much." Panin immediately rushed forward, tightly hugging him. "Good second brother. Big brother hasn't wasted time loving you." Lin Fei patted his shoulder, looking emotional. "Big brother. I missed you too." Lu Zhuangzhuang's deep voice rang out, and his massive body rushed towards Lin Fei. "Third brother. Slow down. Big brother is a little tired. Just your thoughts are enough, I can feel your longing." Lin Fei's expression changed quickly, and he hurriedly spoke to stop him. He didn't want to be sent back to the hospital right after coming back. Okay then, I was going to give you a hug." Lu Zhuangzhuang stopped immediately, scratching his head sheepishly. "Big brother, welcome back. I don't have much to give you, and I have no ability, just a bit of strength and some money." "You don't lack money. Just say a word if someone displeases you, and I'll take care of them, cripple them." Xiang Yang slowly walked forward and dropped a heavy bomb. "Don't need to, fourth brother, I find everyone quite pleasing right now. Don't worry, I won't be needing your help for the time being." Lin Fei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said. He now realized that only he and Panin could be considered relatively normal in their dorm, the other two could be regarded as extraordinary individuals. "What the heck are you all shouting about so early in the morning? Can't you let people sleep? Do you believe I'll just..." At that moment, a door from the next dorm suddenly opened, and a man walked out, his face filled with anger. After a few tiring days of military training, he wanted to sleep well. But being woken up by such a shout in the morning, who could stand it? The man put on his glasses. Upon closer inspection, he saw that 4 pairs of eyes were staring straight at him, one gaze most glaring, as if it wanted to pierce through his head. "You say you want to do something to us? Go on, I haven't heard enough yet?" Xiang Yang said coldly, then walked onto the balcony and forcefully bent down one of the steel pipes. The 4 brothers were being emotional here, but this person actually interrupted them. Shouldn't they interrupt him back according to the rules? I. The man was now fully awake, with a face full of despair, wondering how he had provoked this disaster. Just at his wit's end, a sudden spark flashed in his mind. The man directly knelt down on both knees, looking serious as he spoke, waking me up early in the morning, not letting me develop a habit of sleeping in. You guys have worked hard, I have nothing to repay you, so let me bow to you. After saying that, he bowed once, then without hesitation turned around and walked into his dorm room, a look of determination flashing across his face. He decided that today, no matter what, he would not take a step out of the dorm, it was simply too damn dangerous. Lucky he was clever enough. Chapter 93, The Prince of the Underworld, Lin Fei. Except for Xiang Yang, Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but admire that man, he was simply too clever. If it had been any later, he might have had a place in the capital's hospital. Big brother, you are truly a lucky star. I didn't expect you to return and do a good deed, really impressive, Xiang Yang sighed and said. What good deed? Lin Fei frowned. Waking him up. Didn't he just say that? And to thank us, he even bowed, so moved he almost fell to the ground. Xiang Yang pointed at the man's door and spoke. Lin Fei and the others twitched their lips, listening to Xiang Yang, they had indeed done such a good deed. Alright big brother, let's go back to the dorm and talk. Xiang Yang smiled and then handed the bent iron pipe to Lu Zhuangzhuang. Third brother, take this. We can modify it and use it as the dorm's clothes rack. Okay. I got it. Then the three of them entered the dorm, and Lin Fei looked at his familiar yet strange dorm room and couldn't help but sigh. He had only stayed one night, and now he was leaving. Big brother, I originally wanted to take you out for a nice meal later, but now it seems impossible, Panin said with a troubled expression. I just checked our major's schedule, and I found that our afternoon is completely full, we can't get away at all. Just skip it, why be so tangled? Xiang Yang turned his head and asked. The three of them shook their heads at once. No way, fourth brother, the first class the teacher might take attendance, and if we skip and get caught, that wouldn't be good. It would leave a bad impression, and we won't pass at the end of the term. So troublesome. Xiang Yang furrowed his brows slightly. He remembered Zhang Xiaotian and Lu Woming had told him that if he didn't want to go, he wouldn't have to, they'd even arranged for his exams, and he just needed to eat, drink, and have fun. Since that's the case, we can only. You guys wait a minute, I think we can go, let's find a few people to replace us. I have some connections at the Imperial Capital University, so I'll contact them for you now. Xiang Yang waved his hand and spoke, then turned and walked out the door. Lin Fei and the others were immediately baffled, their fourth brother had people at Imperial Capital University to replace them in class? You two have been in school these days, so has fourth brother made new friends? Lin Fei looked at the two and asked. We're not clear either, Panin and Lu Zhuangzhuang shook their heads and replied. Not clear? You two have been in military training together, how could you not know? Lin Fei looked unconvinced. Panin and the others exchanged glances. Suddenly, he let out a bitter laugh and recounted how Xiang Yang had violently beaten up the instructor, saying it without any embellishment. Lin Fei listened to their tales, his mouth involuntarily opened wide, he had not expected his fourth brother to be so fierce, single-handedly picking up an adult. Wasn't that a human-shaped nuclear bomb? That's nothing. Fourth brother has given me quite a bit of face these days. When I go out to buy things, those people call me Lu Go, Lu Zhuangzhuang said with a proud face. What you have isn't worth mentioning. When I go out now, they all call me Pan Yi, do you know that? Panin said with a dismissive expression. Upon hearing their words, Lin Fei instantly breathed a sigh of relief, laughing as he said, I didn't expect both of you to become famous along with the fourth brother. It seems I'm the only insignificant one in our 501 dormitory. What are you talking about, big brother? Your popularity is higher than the both of us, don't you know? Panin looked at Lin Fei, whose face showed relief, and directly spoke. Ha? What about me? Otherwise? What do you think? Let me show you what our school's forum is saying about you. After saying this, Panin took out his phone, opened the school forum, and handed it to Lin Fei. On it, the highest trending topic was surprisingly shocking. The leader of the 501 dormitory at the Capital University is actually the mastermind behind the scenes. The true boss of the underworld, the recently arrived bully is actually his ace fighter. Lin Fei's lips twitched at this title, it was simply too ridiculous. How could he not know he was so awesome? Driven by curiosity, Lin Fei directly clicked on it, wanting to see what these people were saying. The first comment instantly made Lin Fei's blood pressure soar. Really? It's true. I saw him enter the campus gate with my own eyes. At that time, he even said, kick the old folks home in the capital, punch the kindergarten in the Magic City, Lin Fei has never feared anyone. That's right. I heard it too. I didn't expect him to be the rich kid from the underworld.
I heard he intentionally went to the hospital just to avoid military training so the instructor wouldn't catch some dirt on him.
After all, he's from the underworld. What should I do? That day I secretly glanced at him. Will he gouge out my eyeballs?
To the brothers upstairs, I can only say you're screwed. It's best to offer your apologies. I heard he will be discharged soon, and by then the situation. Lin Fei hurriedly returned the phone to Pan and, at that moment, his head was in a total mess. He had thought about becoming famous, but never thought it would be to this extent. What on earth, the underworld prince?
If his father saw this, would he not skin him alive? So, big brother, aren't you feeling mighty now?
People are saying you are the real mastermind behind the scenes, using the Capital University as a chessboard to play an earth-shattering game, Pan said seriously.
If they weren't dorm mates, he might really believe it. Stop. Stop talking.
Just tell me if you have any way to delete these comments. It's best if there's not a single trace left. Lin Fei said loudly. If these comments went on like this, he would probably have the police take him away in a few days. Even the principal would have to invite him for a cup of tea. I can't help with that, but fourth brother might have a way. He's a hacker and should be able to hack into the school forum, Pan replied.
Fourth brother?
Lin Fei voiced his confusion but then didn't dwell on this question. As long as it could help solve the problem, it was good.
Then what are we waiting for?
Hurry up and call fourth brother back to help me delete it. After Lin Fei said this, he rushed toward the door. He didn't want to waste a single minute. This was about whether he would get caught by the police.
Oh, big brother, wait a moment. Fourth brother is on the phone.
Anyway, we are not in a hurry, let's just listen to whom he is contacting. I feel fourth brother's power is not ordinary. Even if you go in at last, you can still keep yourself safe.
Besides, you haven't done anything wrong, so why feel guilty?
Pan said as he grabbed Lin Fei's arm. If Xiang Yang is connected with a big shot, it might be a bit rude for Lin Fei to just walk in like that. Hearing what Pan said, Lin Fei helplessly nodded, realizing it made sense after all. The forum had already been posted, and he probably wasn't in a rush anyway.
Chapter 94, This damn sense of security. Then Lin Fei and the others slowly walked to the door, leaning their ears against it, starting to eavesdrop on Xiang Yang's conversation.
They were also curious about what kind of friends their fourth brother had and what background they had. Outside, Xiang Yang held his phone and dialed that familiar number again. Of course, the first one he thought of was Principal Lao Deng, since this was his school, and this matter was obviously his responsibility.
As expected, the call was quickly connected.
Principal Lao Deng, I have something I need your help with, Xiang Yang said. Sitting in his office, Zhang Xiaotian immediately stood up upon hearing Xiang Yang's words. The other party actually needed his help. It seemed this matter was quite serious.
You? Go ahead, Xiang Yang.
I will do my best to help you, Zhang Xiaotian said, taking a deep breath.
It's not a big deal.
My older brother is back, and this afternoon we're going out to eat, but we can't go because of class, so...
Xiang Yang slowly began. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
It turned out it was just this small matter. This was just a matter of a few words for him.
I understand. You and your friends can rest assured to go. Really?
Xiang Yang asked, puzzled.
Really? Zhang Xiaotian replied. That's good. I thought you would feel too embarrassed.
Just go on my behalf, and then you have those 3 students of yours, who can replace us 3. They lost to me anyway, so there's no better timing, Xiang Yang slowly said.
Alright, enough said, I will go first. Wait. Xiang Yang, are you saying for me to go to class for you? And let my 3 students take your roommate's place in class? The corner of Zhang Xiaotian's mouth twitched slightly in the office. He never expected Xiang Yang would think this way.
He was the principal of the Imperial Capital University.
If he went to class, would he dare to listen? Would teachers dare to teach him? If he went, they might not even be able to speak fluently.
In the dorm room, Lin Fei and the others looked at each other. They seemed to have heard something incredible. They thought their fourth brother was impressive, but they didn't expect him to be this impressive.
Big brother, what exactly is our fourth brother's identity?
The principal just makes a call, and the tone is so strong.
Pan gulped and said. Lin Fei shook his head, indicating that he also didn't know. He can't be the principal's illegitimate son, right?
After all, fathers tend to spoil their sons, Pan suddenly said. The 3 of them turned to look at one another, feeling that it was very possible.
But Xiang Yang's next sentence shattered all their speculations. Principal Lao Deng. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm certainly telling you to go for me. Is there any problem?
I heard skipping classes is quite serious, and I don't want any consequences, Xiang Yang said with a dissatisfied expression.
Xiang Yang, calm down. I am the head of the school, the biggest figure in this school. Whether you attend class or not is decided by me, right? Moreover, I'm of such an age. It's not appropriate for me to go.
And my 3 students are all female, so it doesn't seem right for them to go to class for you, Zhang Xiaotian earnestly advised.
Oh, really?
Xiang Yang lowered his head, lost in thought, then said, why don't I call Lu Wuming over? Let him go for me, and then I'll have the beast squad.
Xiang Yang. Just go out and have fun.
You and your roommates don't need to worry about this at all.
I guarantee that you all will not fail your finals. If you want to attend the classes, go ahead, if you don't want to, then don't. It's settled. If there's anything else, I'm hanging up first. Zhang Xiaotian spoke quickly, giving Xiang Yang no chance to respond, and then hung up the phone.
In the principal's office, Zhang Xiaotian wiped the sweat from his forehead, fearing that if he let Xiang Yang continue, this imperial capital university would turn into a military training academy, where the lowest rank in class would be a general. It wouldn't be surprising if the teachers were scared out of their wits. Quickly arrange for these little rascals. Let them skip all classes, they can grab their diplomas and leave. Zhang Xiaotian hurriedly sat in front of the computer and began to operate. He was truly afraid of the other party. On the other side, Xiang Yang looked at the hung-up phone and couldn't help but mutter, how rude, why hang up so quickly? What's wrong with letting Lu Wuming come over? Isn't it good to learn? Xiang Yang shook his head and directly opened the dorm room door to walk inside. As soon as he opened the door, 3 figures flew out, with Lu Zhuangzhuang's hefty body pressing down on the 2 and unable to move. What are you 3 doing? Xiang Yang asked in confusion. We wanted to test if this door is sturdy, after all, it was just replaced a few days ago. We had to check the quality, Panin explained with a quick glance. I see. Then I'll give it a try too, Xiang Yang nodded in agreement after hearing this. Not long after, the 4 looked at the door lying on the ground and fell into deep thought. This door is indeed not very sturdy, withstood only a few kicks and punches from Xiang Yang. I think I'll mention it to maintenance later, let them replace it with one of better quality, Lin Fei sighed and said. The 3 nodded in agreement. How's the 4th brother doing? Did the principal agree to let us go and help us solve it? Lin Fei turned to ask Xiang Yang. He should have agreed. He said we can go whenever we want in the future, and if we don't want to, then don't. He guarantees we won't fail any courses at the end of the semester. I don't know what that means, what do you think, huh? Where are they? Xiang Yang turned to look. He saw the 3 who had been standing just now kneeling neatly on the ground, their faces filled with admiration. Big brother, what's going on? Don't call me big brother. I don't deserve it. Lin Fei shouted angrily, startling Xiang Yang. Not call you big brother? Then what should I call you? Xiang Yang asked in confusion. In the future, if you don't mind, just call me big brother. It sounds better, otherwise, I feel like I'm missing something. Lin Fei wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. That's not okay, I've already recognized the 2nd brother and 3rd brother. How can I have another big brother? If you don't agree, we won't get up. Lin Fei said stubbornly. If that's the case, fine, I agree. You all get up. Xiang Yang's face also showed a touch of emotion, not expecting that they really had deep brotherly feelings. 4th brother. 2nd brother, 3rd brother. Lin Fei stood up, moved as he called out. Big brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother. Panan's eyes were filled with tears. Big brother, 2nd brother, 4th brother. Lu Zhuangzhuang also responded at this moment. Seeing that all 3 were like this, Xiang Yang couldn't help but call out as well. Big brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother. We are forever good brothers. In the future, if anyone bullies my 3 younger brothers, tell 4th brother, and I will help you take care of him. Xiang Yang promised. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei and the others nodded in agreement. This damn sense of security. This damn 4th brother. How could he be so charming? Chapter 95, Death by Grinning? At this moment, Lin Fei and the others had already started to worship Xiang Yang in their hearts, as his figure grew taller in their eyes. I'm in a good mood today. You guys decide what to eat, it's my treat. Eat whatever you want. Lin Fei said with a wave of his hand. Brother Fei is mighty. Let's go eat barbecue, I know a barbecue place that tastes pretty good, Panin said with a smile. 4th brother, what do you think? Let's just listen to 2nd brother and have barbecue, Xiang Yang nodded. The 4 then began to pack things up. In fact, there wasn't much to tidy, just helping Lin Fei organize the items he had brought back. By the way, 4th brother, who is Lu Wuming that you just mentioned? It sounds so familiar, Lin Fei asked in confusion. It sounds familiar to me too. He should be a minor official in the imperial capital, managing some chores and whatnot. After all, he came here to teach us, Panin slowly spoke, his meaning was clear, the other party didn't hold a significant position. Lu Wuming?
He really is just a minor official.
I feel he's not very important, just the overall commander of the military district in the imperial capital, acting all high and mighty every day. Xiang Yang thought for a moment and slowly said. Lin Fei and the other two fell silent, even stopping their movements. In that moment, it seemed as if time had frozen. Suddenly, the dorm room 501 echoed with a sharp explosive sound, the three stunned voices ringing loud.
What the hell? Fourth brother, you can't be the future successor of the national ruler, right? The military district commander said to come, so you came? Lin Fei gulped and said.
Pan and Lu Zhuangzhuang nodded in agreement, looking at Xiang Yang with hopeful eyes.
What are you talking about? Successor of the national ruler? I'm just an ordinary person, Xiang Yang shrugged and said. Fourth brother, don't hide it from us. Can an ordinary person have the military district commander come to teach us?
Lin Fei said with disbelief written all over his face.
So what? Can't an ordinary person invite him? If he doesn't come, I'll just beat him up, isn't that simple? Is it really that troublesome? Xiang Yang's face showed sincerity. The others were instantly moved by Xiang Yang's sincerity. What he said seemed to make a bit of sense. If he doesn't come, just beat him up. Is that really the current state of society? The most crucial part is he would beat up the commander. Can he just be beaten up like that? But according to Xiang Yang's personality, everything seemed so reasonable. Simple logic combined with a blunt course of action could be said to directly address the core of the issue. At this moment, in the hospital of the imperial capital, a line of men in black clothes, big and strong, stood waiting for a urine test, each showing a bewildered expression. They were bodyguards of Lu Feng. Originally, with Lu Buzhu dead, they had become unemployed and were looking for jobs outside. Suddenly, a few police officers came, taking them to the hospital and forcing them to do urine tests. At that time, they never would have agreed, at least they should have given a reason for the test. The police told them that Lu Feng was dead, poisoned and rotting, and suspected it was these few people's problem, so they brought them in for an examination. Second, tell the truth, did you kill Lu Feng? I remember you being the most reckless that day, the lead strongman said. No way, big brother, how could that be? I admit I have a bit of kidney problems, but I wouldn't go so far as to kill him. Even if he died, it would have to be from being poisoned, he replied. The policeman just said he died from rotting all over. How could that be my fault? My urine isn't toxic, one man shouted in protest. The lead strongman looked at the other brothers. The police wouldn't have brought them here for no reason, surely someone among them had a problem, otherwise, how could someone suddenly die? Big brother, don't look at me. I just have a bit of diabetes, he even made a profit. I gave him a bit of sugar to prevent hypoglycemia. Big brother, don't look at me. I'm normal. Big brother, me too. Everyone began to argue in defense. The lead strong man shook his head. He was truly dumbfounded, actually believing what the police said. How could urine kill someone? But alas, they had the truth in hand.